Yo, what is up guys? Have you noticed how Mother Nature has been straight up tweaking lately? We're talking volcanoes popping off, earthquakes shaking the ground, and floods going wild all over the globe. In this one city, a volcano just decided to wake up and choose violence, blasting so hard the temperature spiked until people literally couldn't breathe. Tens of thousands of people realized, oh snap, we are actually cooked. So they grabbed their bags and dipped immediately, trying to find a safe zone before it was game over. Inside a moving bus, the vibe was super chaotic. Everyone was yapping about the weird stuff going down these past few days. One dude couldn't even keep his cool and just started raging. Freaking hell, man. Underwater quakes a few days ago. Then Mount Fuji blows its top and takes out hundreds of thousands of people. I never thought we'd be the ones fleeing for our lives today. A total baddie with a stunning figure sitting next to him checked her luggage and started panicking. We are doomed. I left in such a rush. I didn't grab anything. I guess I gotta hit up Jiangnan City and buy some supplies ASAP. The guy by the window, who was zoning out looking at the wreckage outside, turned around and was like, yo gorgeous, you been living under a rock? The entire Walmart warehouse in Jiangnan has been raided clean. Zero inventory left. The girl's jaw dropped, her eyes going wide. What? No way. That's gotta be like hundreds of billions of dollars in merch just gone. The guy sitting across from them chimed in, sounding dead serious. That's old news, fam. Today, Dongming Lake literally dried up, and the massive warehouse at Darendong completely looted too. Suddenly, a chilly voice cut through the noise from the back seat, shutting down the rumors. It ain't just hundreds of billions. We are talking tens of trillions in supplies, just vanished into thin air. These disasters, they are big red flags. Open your eyes, people. The apocalypse is knocking at the door. The guy dropping these truth bombs, that is our main character, Steven. Hearing Steven say something that crazy, the girl and the two dudes just cracked up. They thought he was trolling. You're joking, right? Apocalypse? You tripping? Honestly, if it really is the end of the world, I'm kinda down for it. Maybe then everyone will finally be equal. Steven heard that and just scoffed internally. He thought, equality? Yeah, right. Even when the world ends, there is no such thing as fair play. Trust me, I have literally been there, done that. Memories of his past life flooded back like a bad nightmare. He recalled scenes so messed up you wouldn't believe they were real. In his last life, he was just a regular delivery driver until everything went south. Solar flares went crazy, the Earth's core bugged out, and everything destabilized fast. Global temps skyrocketed, the crust started shaking, and literal monsters crawled out from the depths of the underground. The whole server reset. New rules, new world. In that nightmare, supplies were rarer than a shiny Pokemon. Even a single pack of noodles or one sausage was loot valuable enough to get you killed. Steven kept his voice low and cool. You guys ever feel like that sausage tastes a little sus? Then he dropped the bomb in his head. I am literally the guy who respawned. I traveled back 1 month before the game over screen. The busted girl next to him, hearing that spooky talk, got scared and immediately grabbed Steven's arm, acting all clingy. She leaned her hot body against him, voice shivering. You are scaring me, handsome. Can you protect me? But this version of Steven, he just crawled out of hell from the future. He is not a simp anymore. He shoved her hand away, leaving her stunned. Sorry, babe. I got way more important quests to finish. He hopped off the bus at the next stop and booked it to his old workplace, the massive warehouse owned by Mr. Hema. Standing in front of the giant building, Steven looked up, eyes locked in. He whispered to himself, end of the world is coming. What is the meta strategy? He answered his own question. Obviously, it is all about the loot. In his last run, he wasted way too much time looking for supplies and got wrecked. But this time, he is not taking any losses. Steven walked into the warehouse where he used to stack boxes every single day. The tall manager was waiting at the door, looking salty. You are 21 seconds late. I'm docking half your day's pay. Steven faked a scratch on his head and laughed it off, then slipped inside. As he walked, he scanned the mountain of supplies, thinking about the past. When the apocalypse hit last time, the boss dipped first, owing him a whole year's salary. These supplies? Consider it a severance package. Steven rushed inside, checking the stock. While getting ready to activate the cheat code he unlocked after respawning, he stood tall, reached out his hand, and gave the command. Spatial Storage, open up. Immediately, a glitchy, dimensional portal ripped open right in front of his face. A system notification popped up. Detected. Rice, cooking oil, meat, auto-collecting. Steven's inventory system is seriously OP. As soon as he hit the switch, the device went into full vacuum mode, sucking up every single supply in sight without leaving a crumb behind. Thomas stepped into his private pocket dimension, a massive 3D space stretching 10,000 square meters wide and high. He looked around, eyes lighting up with the kind of hype you feel when you get a second shot at life. This is it, he thought, My spatial superpower. All I gotta do is open it up, and everything nearby gets bagged instantly, he whispered, basically introducing himself to his own cheat code. With this ability, he could loot an entire city's resources right before it gets wiped off the map. Relying on this space, he had already drained 2 whole lakes and completely emptied out supermarkets, wholesale markets, and warehouses. In the apocalypse, a single pack of ramen is a luxury item, let alone fresh meat. But the real kicker, time is completely frozen inside this space. That means any food he tosses in there stays fresh forever. Infinite shelf life, guys. Thomas couldn't hold it back. He started crying tears of joy, thinking, finally, no more eating dirt like in my past life. He brushed the dust off his hands and pulled up the system menu to check his loot. A holographic list popped up right in front of him. 258 bags of rice, 152 bottles of oil, 155 kilograms of greens, 220 bottles of water, 375 cases of instant food, 95 boxes of spices, and 186 bottles of wine. Looking at the stats, Thomas sighed with relief. Awesome. I can finally chill a bit. Just then, a loud bang came from the iron door being shoved open. The manager walked in with 2 beefy movers, shouting orders as they stomped through the entrance. You guys, move this stock out with me? He yelled, but they barely took a step before freezing in place, eyes popping out at the empty space. The entire warehouse, which was stacked to the ceiling just minutes ago, was now completely barren. The manager's jaw hit the floor as he stuttered, Am I tripping? Where's the merchandise? Then he flipped a switch, pointing a shaking finger at Thomas and screaming in rage. Where did everything go? I'm talking to you, punk. Thomas stayed cool as a cucumber, slowly raising his hand as a small portal swirled open behind his back. He smirked and dropped the bomb. The goods? Oh, I took them. All of them. That casual answer hit the 3 men like a truck, freezing them like statues. What? Realizing something was sketchy, the manager roared. He's trying to bolt. Grab him. 2 buff employees lunged forward to tackle Thomas. But right at that second, he popped open another spatial gate. He did a slick back step and vanished right into the void before they could lay a finger on him. Before disappearing, he turned back with a grin and waved. Oh yeah, I won't be late for work anymore. I quit. The employee swung at the air and missed. Before he could even touch Thomas, the spatial gate slammed shut. The manager and his 2 goons were left standing there, staring at empty air, looking totally confused and panicked. Where did he go? Did he seriously just vanish? Meanwhile, outside the warehouse, another teleportation portal flickered to life. Thomas did a tactical roll out of the portal, sticking the landing like an action movie star. He instantly snapped the portal shut. He stood up, looking determined. This is my second ability, Blink. I can teleport anywhere within a 3-meter radius instantly. Thomas looked back at the warehouse one last time. In the coming apocalypse, this skill was going to be his ace in the hole. Thanks to this, he could raid ruined areas for supplies and retreat safely, even if he ran into the nastiest mutant creatures. Thomas stripped off his uniform, tossed the shirt high into the air, and whispered to himself. And that's a wrap. Operation $0 shopping is complete. He was about to leave when his phone started blowing up in his pocket. It was a text from the government. Current planetary movements are intensifying, local natural disasters expected. However, the situation is fully under control and will not affect daily life. Please do not panic. Thomas read it and scoffed. The government is just terrified of mass hysteria. They know the end is coming, but they're still trying to keep everyone calm. He was about to kill the power on his phone and dip, but suddenly a call flashed on the screen. The name on the caller ID made Thomas's expression switch instantly from chill to pure rage. Thomas stared at the name, Jessica, the girl he loved, the one he practically starved himself to protect in the apocalypse. Now, seeing her name just made his blood run cold. After a moment of silence, he hesitated. He took a deep breath and hit answer. Hello. On the other end, Jessica's voice immediately pierced his ear, sounding super cranky and rude. Thomas, are you ghosting me or what? And why is your house listed with a broker? You are so sketchy. Do you really think any girl is gonna stick with you if you sell your house? You could tell she was applying lipstick while nagging him, acting like she owned him. She continued with that whiny, manipulative tone. Look, I don't care if your house is big or small, but I'm a girl. If you don't put the house in my name, I just don't feel safe being with you. Hearing this, Thomas's voice went ice cold. Is that the only reason you called? Jessica immediately got salty when she sensed his attitude. Excuse me? What is up with that tone? Yo, listen up, 'cause I'm only saying this once. Get your butt back here and move my stuff right now, or we are so done. No ring, no wedding, nothing. Steven didn't even let her finish her little rant. Click, he hung up cold. He just mumbled to himself, I'm already heading back to Xanadu. We'll talk later. After tossing the phone aside, Steven's face went from serious to straight up furious. The memories hit him like a truck. Flashbacks from his past life. A past full of blood and total betrayal. Jessica. We survived 5 whole years in the apocalypse together. I was the one out there scavenging, risking my neck just to feed you. I got you into the safe zone. Without me, you would have been zombie chow or starved in a ditch. Steven squeezed his phone so hard it almost cracked, his eyes burning with pure hate. The nightmare was replaying in 4K inside his head. William Wong. That scumbag was her partner in crime. He choked the life out of Steven with his bare hands. As I was gasping for air, I could still see the look of panic on my own face. Realized I'd been played. One question was stuck in my throat. Why? The second my heart stopped, she was all over William Wong, giving him those bedroom eyes. She was like, Steven is dead meat now, totally useless. Finally, it's just the two of us. She played the innocent victim card, acting all weak while putting the moves on that thirsty creep William Wong. Don't play dumb, I know what you want. He's gone, so you better show me a good time tonight. Zero fear, zero remorse, just cold-blooded, fake, and ruthless. Right there, the girl who meant everything to me, she didn't waste a second hooking up with my killer like I never even existed. I was such a clown in my past life, trusting those two absolute snakes with everything I had. Steven's fists were shaking, he was clenching them so hard. Then he finally relaxed and let out a breath. This time around, Jessica, William Wong, you two are gonna pay, and a quick death is too good for you. I'm bringing the pain. Everything I suffered, you're gonna feel it 100 times worse. Dropping the thought, he whipped out his phone and dialed David Liu, the broker handling his crib. The second the guy picked up, Steven was all business. Yo, David Liu, listen, sell the house. Half price, 50% off, I don't care. I need liquid cash and I need it right now. Hung up, grabbed a ride, and sped straight to Liu's real estate office. The car pulls up, and guess who's standing right out front? Jessica and her boy toy William Wong, looking all smug. She spots him, puts on that fake pouty face, and goes, Babe, do you have any idea how long I've been standing here waiting for you? Steven hopped out, completely iced her out, walked right past her like she was invisible, and dropped one word. Move. Both of them froze. Steven acting like this? Weird. William Wong stepped up, trying to look tough. Who gave you permission to sell the house? You think you can sell my uncle's property? Try it, and I swear you won't live to see the sunrise. Face full of rage, threats flying, Steven didn't say a word. He just reached out, snatched Wong by the throat, and lifted him off the ground like a gym bag. William Wong panicked instantly, totally caught off guard. Before he could even twitch, Steven slammed him into the pavement. Wham! Dude was coughing up blood, eyes rolling back, screaming his head off. Steven leaned down, voice cold as steel. It's my business. I do what I want with it. Jessica freaked out seeing Steven go beast mode. She grabbed his shirt, instantly putting on the waterworks. Let him go. Are you crazy? Help. Someone help. Murder. He's killing him. Usually, her damsel in distress act worked like a charm. Not this time. Steven wasn't having it. He delivered a slap so hard it sounded like a thunderclap. She hit the dirt, seeing stars, completely confused about what just happened. She touched her stinging cheek, staring at Steven like he was an alien. Total shock. You actually. Meanwhile, William Wong was fading fast, gasping for air on the ground, halfway to the afterlife. He choked out, Let go. Steven looked at him like he was trash. Relax, buddy. I'm not gonna let you die that easy. He dropped him. William Wong gasped, coughing his lungs out, scrambling backward on the ground like he was looking at the devil himself. Steven didn't even waste another glance at the two losers rolling around on the floor. He just straightened his jacket and walked right into the real estate office to handle business. Behind him, Jessica rushed to help her boyfriend. Baby, are you okay? Please. They were hooking up behind my back. And now she's acting like a saint? Cheap trick. She clearly didn't get the message yet. She whipped her head around to glare at Steven's back and screamed, Hey, you stop right there. I'll give you one last grace. Kneel down and beg for forgiveness, or you can dream on about ever marrying me. Steven didn't say a word. He just turned around slowly and gave them a look that was pure nightmare fuel. Both of them felt the killer vibe radiating off him and literally shivered. That was enough. The two cowards panicked and bolted like their lives depended on it. William Wong yelled back while running, voice cracking, You'll pay for this. Steven watched them scramble away, clicked his tongue, and muttered, Total trash. A minute later, inside the office, David Liu was all smiles, pouring tea for Steven. But behind that smile, the guy was plotting something shady. With a smile that was faker than a $3 bill. He hit him with, Yo, Mr. Su, how about I buy your crib? Cash offer. What do you say? This David Liu guy was acting all polite and fancy on the outside. But low-key, he was plotting something super shady. Bro was doing the math in his head. The pad is worth over $1 million, but if he lowballs this dummy at $700,000, he flips it for a massive profit. Easy money. Steven just took a sip of his water, smirked, and hit him with, Deal. But I need the whole bag up front. Can you drop the cash today? Hearing that, David Liu looked like he just won the lottery. He was nodding like a bobblehead. For sure. For sure. Let's ink the deal. I pay now and we transfer the title next week. Steven grabbed the contract and signed that bad boy without blinking. In his head, he's like, enjoy the house, Pops. If you're even alive to step foot in. Right then and there, David Liu, looking all legitimate, wired the funds. Steven whipped out his phone. Boom. Notification from Xanadu Bank. 700,000 yuan deposited. We ballin'. Transaction complete. Steven gave the guy a polite nod and dipped out. Walking out of the office, he started deep thinking. Even with all the natural disasters popping off lately, Xanadu is in the safe zone. No quakes, no tsunamis, no volcanoes here. Plus, the government shut down all the rumors, so everyone's still chilling like everything's normal. Suddenly, Steven walked past a telephone pole plastered with those sketch, fast cash loan flyers. He smirked, thinking, yo, cash is exactly what I need right now. Anyone dumb enough to lend it? I'm taking it all. And about paying it back? Yeah, good luck collecting that when the world ends. Ha! Seeing it was a loan shark gig, he paused. High-interest loans? Lightbulb moment. This was free money waiting to happen. Steven grabbed his phone and dialed the number instantly. Yo, is this the loan company? I got a property deed on deck. Can I use it as collateral? After setting it up, Steven pulled up to the Hanhai International building for the meetup. Inside the office, this chubby dude named Wang Big C gave Steven the smooth talk. Listen, handsome, this crib of yours ain't worth that much. Steven raised an eyebrow, unbothered. So what's the number? How much can I get? He side-eyed the fat guy, feeling totally grossed out. Turns out, this tub of lard is actually Wang Haoyu's big bro. In his past life, this Wang dude got absolutely wrecked. Eaten alive by a mutant beast. Nasty way to go. Wang puffed on his cig, holding Steven's red property book. Max I can do is 500 large, but I keep the deed here. Steven wasn't trying to chill there all day. He stood up, slapped his hand on the book, and pushed for more. Add another 100,000, and we deal right now. Steven looked him dead in the eye, promising that give him 1 week, and he'd pay back every cent total cap, obviously. Hearing that confidence, the shark secretly smirked. He figured Steven was just another degenerate gambler desperate for cash. You know the type, once they're hooked, they'd sell their own parents just to chase their losses. What a moron. I'm gonna crush him. Wang thought, puffing smoke. Out loud, he told him as long as the deed is there, it's all good. Deal sealed. Steven instantly got the notification for 600,000 yuan hitting his account. Straight cash, homie. Meanwhile, Steven's ex, Jessica, and her boy toy Wang Haoyu were standing on the curb. She touched her bruised face, fuming. I only took what was mine. Why is that wrong? I can't believe he actually put hands on me. We have to make him regret being born. Wang Haoyu hopped out of a taxi, clutching his neck in pain. He gritted his teeth. I'm gonna wreck that clown. I swear. I'll get my big bro to end him. Speak of the devil, just then, Steven cruised right past them. Xiaoqian froze, totally shook. She nudged her boyfriend. Yo, little you. Check it out. Isn't that Steven over there? Wang Haoyu rubbed his sore neck, looking furious. What the hell? Yeah, that's the punk. What is he even doing around here? Xiaoqian clenched her fists. Rage mode activated. Let's tail him. I want to see what this loser has been up to lately. Unaware of the haters, Steven was heading straight for the Green City Hotel. He remembered how it went down in the apocalypse. Massive floods, freezing ice. Most commercial buildings crumpled like paper. But the Green City Hotel? That beast stood tall through every disaster. Steven strolled into the lobby, deep in thought. Rumor has it the presidential suite here is fully loaded, even has its own pool. If he sets up shop here for the long haul, that's a solid survival plan. Sure, empty warehouses are cool, but they ain't got hot food or fresh veggies. You need comfort if you're gonna survive the end of the world. Seeing a guest, this cute receptionist named Lu Xiner stepped up with that pro attitude. Hi there, I'm the catering manager. How can I hook you up today? Steven didn't waste time. He hit her with a request that left her completely shook. Yo, hold up, did I hear that right? You want to book 1,000 tables? Lu Xiner felt like her ears were glitching. She stared at him, totally shook. 1,000 tables? She froze for a hot second but snapped back into professional mode, flashing her customer service smile. Yeah, totally. We can do that. We've got tiers. 5,000 yuan a table, 10,000. Or if you really want to flex, 30,000 or 50,000 per table. While pitching the prices, Lu Xiner was low-key scanning Steven. Inner monologue going crazy. OMG, this guy has major main character energy. Probably some undercover Nepo baby hyping his Steven kept it cool as a cucumber. Let's go with the 10,000 package. That puts the total at 10 million. I'll drop a 500,000 deposit right now and clear the rest in a week. Stephen was mentally noting that the Luchang Hotel really was as bougie as people said. Lu Xian'er's face lit up like a Christmas tree. 500,000 down payment? Say less. Please follow me this way to the register. Stephen nodded, keeping that mysterious smile on his face. Raw material costs are like 500 grand, but making connections with a whale like this? Totally worth it. In this business, it's all about the hustle and reading the room. Lu Xian'er led the way, unable to suppress her curiosity. By the way, sir, how should I address you? He kept it icy. Stephen. Lu Xian'er couldn't help herself. Mr. Su, is this banquet for a wedding? Stephen caught the vibe and played along immediately. Yep, getting hitched. Also, go ahead and book me the presidential suite. Payment cleared, deposit secured. Stephen walked out of the Luchang Hotel feeling like an absolute boss. Man, life is good. $10 million party booked. 500K down. Done. As for that final payment? Ha! When the apocalypse heatwave hits, a single ice cube is going to be worth more than 100 mil. Lu Xian'er had never seen the presidential suite before and was freaking out. Holy cow, this is the honeymoon spot? Whoever bags him is going to be living the dream. I mean, look at me. I'm cute, but I swear too much. Hee. Meanwhile, Jiang Shaoqian and Wang Hao Yu were lurking outside like total creeps. After watching Stephen handle business and chat up the staff, Jiang Shaoqian slid up to the desk. Hey, quick question. What was that guy doing here just now? Lu Xian'er gave her a side eye. And who might you be? Jiang Shaoqian snapped back. I'm Stephen's girlfriend. Hearing that, Lu Xian'er felt a little salty but spilled the tea anyway. Your boyfriend just booked a 1,000 table banquet and dropped 500,000 yuan in cash. You seriously hit the jackpot with that one. Lu Xian'er scanned Jiang Shaoqian, clicking her tongue internally. This girl is a solid 7 at best. My vibe is way better. Do rich guys really like this type? Hearing the receptionist confirm it, both Jiang Shaoqian and Wang Hao Yu looked like they'd seen a ghost. They screamed in unison, no way! There is absolutely no way he has money for 1,000 tables. Lu Xian'er pulled up Stephen's transaction on the screen. Rich dudes love playing broke to test their girls. They're afraid of gold diggers, so they only flex the cash when it's wedding time. Jiang Shaoqian heard that and immediately started hallucinating a fairy tale life in her head. So like, before the wedding, they ghost you and stress you out just to test loyalty? Wang Hao Yu looked confused. So that scumbag Stephen is actually loaded? Lu Xian'er shoved the phone screen in their faces. Read it and weep. 500,000. Fresh transfer. Armed with this tea, Jiang Shaoqian and Wang Hao Yu left the hotel. Minds blown. Wang Hao Yu puffed on a cigarette and asked, Sis, 1,000 tables at a 5-star hotel? Who is he even inviting? Jiang Shaoqian puffed out her chest, glowing with pride. You don't get it. He's obviously doing this to introduce me to high society and reveal my true status as a queen. Wang Hao Yu jumped up, scheming face on. So what's the play? Jiang Shaoqian waved him off confidently. I'll handle it. I'll give that simp a chance to come to me. In her head, she was already picturing yachts and red carpets. The delusion was real. She never dreamed of a life like this, and she definitely didn't think she'd get it from a simp like Stephen. Meanwhile, Stephen was back at his desk, crunching numbers like a pro. Sold the house, 700,000. Loan sharks, 600,000. Takeout bill, 55,000. But after that $0 shopping spree earlier, he still missed a lot of essential gear. Even though he only paid the deposit, the remaining 80,000 wasn't exactly a fortune. Out of all the strategies, running away is the ultimate power move. Suddenly, a light bulb went off over Stephen's head. His eyes lit up like he just saw the future. He grinned like a total villain. Heh, if I don't milk the online lenders right now, I'm practically wasting talent. Stephen furiously downloaded over 80 loan apps. Limits ranged from 30,000 all the way down to $30. He started snapping selfies, following every KYC instruction like a good little scammer to get those approvals. After flirting with every lending algorithm out there, Stephen tossed his phone on the bed and exhaled. Ping. The bank notification sound was music to his ears. Cha-ching. The unlimited account just hit a balance of 9,777,000 yuan. Stephen was totally vibing, relaxing his muscles and feeling zen, until that notification popped up. 9.7 million secured. He snapped awake instantly, eyes locked in. No time to chill. Fam, the shopping spree starts. Armed with that massive bag of cash, Stephen started scrolling through every app imaginable, hitting up Amazon and other online giants to cop all the survival essentials. He was swiping and calculating like a madman. Wall heaters, industrial ice makers, literal tons of ice, smokeless coal, stuff you definitely can't find at the local corner store. Thank God for the internet and express shipping. Am I right? Stephen had flashbacks to the apocalypse, first scorching heat, then freezing cold. Surviving that nightmare meant prepping right now. He found a coal supplier's digits and dialed immediately. Yo, quick question. What's the current price tag on smokeless coal? 2,500 a ton. Cool, let me get 2,000 tons. Price isn't an issue. I'll wire 500,000 upfront, and I'll drop the rest on delivery. Next up, he hit up the ice factory. Hey, this the ice plant? I need a massive order of cubes. I'm pulling up right now to talk details. The second he stepped out, boom, he ran straight into Jessica and Lena. Just his luck. After hearing the gossip, Lena totally flipped her script on Steven. Seeing him, she put on her best fake sweet voice. OMG, is that Steven? Long time no see. You know, Chan has been totally missing you lately. Steven side-eyed her hard. Lena, the snake who always trashed him behind his back. And Jessica, the girl who stole his crib. Hearing that, Steven gave a cold laugh. Miss me? Or does she just miss living in my house? Seeing his icy vibe, Lena started stuttering. Whoa, Steven, chill. Xiaoqian was just testing you back then. Why are you being so dramatic? Don't you realize how heartbroken she is? Jessica put on her best shy girl act, blushing and trying to grab his arm. Suchen, can you hang out with me? I'm really down right now. I know I made you mad yesterday, but please don't be upset. But Steven, knowing her true colors from the apocalypse, just walked away. I've got business to handle. Go take a walk by yourself. The girls stood there, totally shook by his attitude. They whispered, what is up with him? Is he trolling us? Lena watched him drive off and nudged her friend. He's leaving. Go chase him down, girl. This is definitely just another test for you. A bit later, at the Winghua ice factory, Boss Wu was already waiting at the gate. As soon as Steven hopped out, Boss Wu ran over, shaking his hand like they were best buds. You must be Boss Wu? Young and successful, I see. Steven just smiled. Boss Wu, like we discussed on the phone, 2,000 tons of food-grade ice. What's the turnaround time? Boss Wu puffed out his chest. Listen, our factory is top tier. Efficiency is our middle name. 2,000 tons? Give me 3 days. 400 a ton, so 800,000 total. Deal? Steven didn't even haggle, he just whipped out his phone to pay. Cool, I'm sending a 100,000 deposit now. Deliver it to my address in 3 days. Boss Wu held up his QR code, grinning ear to ear. You got it. Transaction complete. Boss Wu's eyes were practically flashing dollar signs. Hehe. Boss Su, what's with the massive order? You planning some huge festival or something? We should definitely do business again. I'll hook you up with a discount. Steven headed to his car, smirking. I'm doing some charity work for the ANSA Federation. That answer stopped Boss Wu right in his tracks. As Steven drove off, Boss Wu thought, 800,000 deals secured. That kid doesn't mess around. Moments later, Lena and Jessica pulled up to the factory. Boss Wu turned around, confused. More walk-ins? Jessica rolled down her window, batting her eyelashes. Hey boss, Steven is my fiancé. What were you guys chatting about just now? Boss Wu gave her a weird look. Fiancé? Is this some kind of spy game? But he spilled the beans anyway. Oh, Boss Su just dropped 800,000 on ice. The girls looked like they'd seen a ghost. 800 large on ice? Confirmed. Steven is loaded. Like, crazy rich. Lena, looking panicked, asked, Boss, what is he even doing with all that? Boss Wu stroked his chin. He said something about charity for the ANSA Federation. That answer left the two girls completely shook. Meanwhile, Steven pulled up to a fancy downtown restaurant, sitting down to review his shopping haul. Everything was set. Now he could just chill and soak up the sun before the world ended. Hey guys, if you want to see what happens when the apocalypse hits, smash that like button and subscribe. In his past life, bro was on that non-stop grind. Didn't even have time to grab a Starbucks, let alone chill at a bougie fine dining spot like this. While Chun was deep in his thoughts, a server slid up with a huge smile and handed him the menu. Chun flips through it, thinking, okay, we got foie gras, salted frog legs, duck tongue and gold sauce. This place is legit high-end. Average check is easily hitting 4 figures. Suddenly, he spots a page with just a question mark priced at 17,000 yuan. He's like, yo, what is this? 17 grand for a question mark. The server smiles and breaks it down. That's the chef special, made personally by our head chef, Yelin. Basically, it's whatever she feels like creating today. Chun thought that was a pretty cool concept, so he nodded. I like the mystery vibe. Let's lock it in. The server replies, you got it, boss. After the waiter dips, Chun starts checking out the restaurant's aesthetic. He notices these fancy bookshelves and walks over to grab a copy of the Classic of Mountains and sees to kill some time. As he's flipping pages, Chun starts zoning out, getting lost in his memories. Back before the apocalypse hit in his last life, some weird energy mutated everything. The monsters in this book look exactly like the beasts he fought back then. If you tried to explain those crazy mutations scientifically, it's basically just extreme evolution, or like genetic throwbacks where ancestral traits pop up again, growing tails for all over super creepy stuff. While Chun is deep in this lore theory, a stunning girl with pink hair and a flashy dress walks out carrying a plate. She introduces herself. "Hey there, I'm Yalin, the head chef of this establishment. I made this dish specifically based on your vibe." Chun looks up at her, and suddenly, a massive flashback hits him. He's shook. Wait a minute. Isn't she the legendary hell chef from his past life? During the apocalypse, Yalin was famous for taking rotting monster meat and turning it into 5-star meals that tasted amazing but, were totally lethal. Yalin notices Chun looking totally freaked out and thinks, "What's with the face? Does he think a baddie like me poisoned his food?" She smiles and tries to save the moment. This dish has 5 layers of flavor, kind of like the 2 sides of life. One side is seared with oil, the other is crispy with 1,000-layer batter. One steak, 2 totally different experiences. It's irresistible. Chun grabs his fork, takes a bite, and his face lights up. Okay, I can't even lie, this slaps. It's delicious. 17,000 yuan? Honestly, totally worth it. While eating, he thinks, if she cooked for me during the apocalypse. Actually, never mind. Who knows if she'd slip some poison in there. Meanwhile, outside, Li Na and Xiaoqian are creeping in the bushes. Li Na is slapping her legs, fighting for her life against mosquitoes, face all twisted up. "I heard dishes here cost over 10 grand. Your man is definitely a loaded trust fund kid. When you become a rich trophy wife, don't forget your bestie. Okay? I'm getting eaten alive out here." Xiaoqian keeps her eyes glued to the window and nods. "Yeah, I'm definitely securing that bag." After finishing his meal at Yalin's spot, Chun heads over to the Sentry Bar. Standing out front, he thinks, Sentry Bar, the biggest money pit in the whole city. Rich kids drop millions here like it's nothing. I've never even seen what their VIP abalone platter looks like. But once the world ends, places this fancy are gonna disappear. My biggest regret last time was never partying here. As Chun stands there with a drink, lost in nostalgia, a squad of girls hypes him up, surrounding him. "Hey handsome, why aren't you drinking? Come on, bottoms up with me." Chun gets a little shy and mumbles, Sure. Okay." While the other girls are turning up, one girl sitting next to Chun is super quiet and looking kind of shy. Seeing Chun look at her, she scoots closer, fills his glass, and her friend jumps in. This is Yunyun's first time here. Her boyfriend cheated on her, so we dragged her out to get over it. Yunyun looks super depressed and says, "That scumbag. Just because I wouldn't sleep with him, he went and hooked up with some old lady. He's got 0 standards. Do all you guys only care about sleeping with women?" Chun raises his glass and drops some truth. "Look, guys are simple creatures. It's practically in the DNA." Hearing that just makes Yunyun more depressed. She grabs a glass and down the whole thing in one go. Chun watches her chug it and is like, "Whoa, hold up. That's definitely not water." After slamming that high-proof drink, Yunyun slams the glass on the table and yells, "Hey handsome, are you single?" Chun is a little taken aback by her sudden confidence boost but nods. Yeah, single." The second he confirms he's single, Yunyun leans in, face bright red, and whispers, "So, you want to see how wild I can get?" Her friends immediately start cheering. "Yes girl, get your revenge. That ex didn't deserve you." "Go for it, Yunyun." At that exact moment, Li Na and Xiaoqian walk into the club, scanning the crowd looking for their target. Hearing the screaming from Yunyun's group, Xiaoqian spins around and spots Chun. She glares at him and screams, "Chun, what do you think you're doing?" Li Na was like, "Wait, is he cheating right in front of us?" Steven didn't even hesitate. He wrapped his arm around Yunyun and whispered, "Come on, let's bounce." Yunyun was totally vibing with Steven's intense energy, thinking to herself, now this is what a real alpha looks like. Steven yanked Yunyun up from her seat and rushed toward the stairs, yelling, "Move it, we're going up." Downstairs, Li Na and Zhang Xiaoqian were hot on their heels, screaming their lungs out, "Steven, don't you dare run away from me." Steven dragged Yunyun into a room upstairs and locked the door tight. He turned to apologize, sorry about the drama back there, but Yunyun was already blushing hard, whispering, just so you know, I've never done this before." Seeing her act all shy and weird, Steven thought, what is up with this girl? He flicked her forehead. Thwack! She yelped, "Ouch!" And Steven snapped, "You sober now? Wake up." Stay inside for the next few days and hoard as much food as you can. Rubbing her head in pain, she stammered, "Oh, okay. Got it." Steven opened the door to leave, tossing back one last tip. "And hey, don't look for a boyfriend around here. There's no future for that. Actually, there's no future at all." He shut the door, thinking it was a waste to leave such a cutie behind, but he had bigger moves to make. But the second he stepped out, it was a horror movie. Lai Na was pounding on the door, screaming, "Steven, you better not be messing with Xiao Qian's feelings." Next to her, Jiang Xiaoqian was practically kicking the door down, yelling, "I know you're in there, you jerk." Steven sighed at the chaos. "Man, with these two banshees around, there's no way I'm getting any peace tonight." Fast forward to a warehouse on the outskirts. The orders Steven made that morning were rolling in. Trucks stopped, and the drivers started shouting over the noise. "Yo, Boss Sue, where do you want these 2 containers? And isn't it weird to put ice in a cold warehouse?" "Cold delivery here." Steven ignored the questions, directing traffic like a pro. He ordered them to move the heaters inside and block the entrance with massive blocks of ice. He pointed to the spot. "Just stack the ice right there. Don't overthink it." Meanwhile, Wang Haoyu, Lai Na, and Jiang Xiaoqian pulled up to the scene in the suburbs. Wang Haoyu squeezed through the crowd to gossip with Xiaoqian. "Sis, Steven rented this huge warehouse. He's buying tons of weird machinery. I have no clue what he's up to." Jiang Xiaoqian looked confused, muttering, "What the heck is Steven planning?" Suddenly, Lai Na spotted the crew from the Lux Lucheng Hotel carrying stuff in. She grabbed Xiaoqian's arm, hyping her up. "OMG, look, isn't that the banquet service from the 5-star hotel? They even rolled out a red carpet. Do you think he's gonna propose? Are all the guests gonna jump out and surprise you?" Lai Na's words sent Jiang Xiaoqian straight to Cloud 9. She put on her most confident face. "Humph, even if he begs, I might not say yes. Come on, Lai Na. Let's go see if he's actually serious." She strutted over to Steven and asked, "Hey, Steven, what's with all the shopping?" Steven took off his jacket, giving her a cold look. "You here to help? Move this stuff and maybe I'll tell you." Hearing she had to work, Xiaoqian made a face. "Excuse me? Manual labor? I'm about to be a trophy wife. I don't lift boxes." Lai Na nudged her, whispering, "Girl, chill. He's testing you. He wants to see if you're worthy of the family fortune." Hearing the logic, Xiaoqian nodded. "You know what? That actually makes sense." She rolled up her sleeves, still grimacing. "Fine. I'll show him I'm not some stuck-up princess." Dressed in her flashy outfit, Jiang Xiaoqian struggled to lift a heavy box onto her shoulder. She was panting and sweating, but she kept gaslighting herself to keep going. "To be a billionaire's wife, I need grit and class. Once I ace this test, Steven is totally putting a ring on it." Lai Na wasn't about to lose out. She struck a pose, trying to catch Steven's eye. "Steven, baby, look, I'm helping too." While acting cute, Lai Na thought, all rich guys are players, right? If I show him I'm useful, maybe I can get a slice of the pie even if I don't get the ring. Steven watched them volunteer and smirked. "Free labor? Don't mind if I do. We've got 1,000 banquet tables and 2,000 tons of ice. I needed the extra hands." By the time the last truck was unloaded, the sun was already setting. Seeing the job was done, Steven stretched his arms and yelled, "Finally! That's a wrap." By the warehouse door, Jiang Xiaoqian looked like a wreck. She was drenched in sweat after a full day of hard labor. Shivering, she glared at Steven. "He is so rude. We worked all day without even a snack. When I'm his wife, I'm draining his bank account dry." Lai Na looked just as bad, completely wasted. She was shaking, gasping for air. "That jerk. Making us carry that ice? Those blocks must have weighed over 100 pounds each." Despite the rage, Jiang Xiaoqian was still living in Fantasyland. "The test is over, right? Is he finally going to announce our engagement?" "Yo, where are these VIP guests? Lai Na looks like she's about to pass out over here." For real, the food is turning into ice blocks. Do rich people just not care about time? This is super weird. Meanwhile, Steven is over there acting like Mr. Beast, handing out thick envelopes of cash to the drivers and delivery crew. He announces, "Great hustle today, fam. You guys crushed it. I'll drop the rest of the payment within a week, just like the contract says." The delivery guys are looking at those envelopes like they just won the lottery, eyes popping out of their heads. One guy waves his stack and screams, "Yo, this is fat. There's gotta be 10,000 bucks in here." The whole squad starts cheering, hyping him up. "Boss, you are the GOAT." Meanwhile, Jessica is literally shaking from exhaustion. She drags herself over to Steven and asks, "So, Su-chun, you got something big to tell me or what?" Steven just gives her the cold shoulder, walks into the warehouse, and hits her with the most indifferent vibe possible. Oh yeah, thanks for the help, but there's no bonus prize. You can bounce now. Xiaoqian freezes, completely stunned, before blurting out her delusions. Stop pranking me. I know you have a surprise. Bring out the guests. Let's get hitched already. Steven turns around with a smirk. Get married? I mean, I was down, but since I sold my house and I'm drowning in debt, you still trying to ride with me? Lina thinks she's hearing things and screams back, no way. That is total cap. You dropped over 10 million on the party, dropped bans on the venue. How are you broke? Make it make sense. Steven rests his hand on a crate, staying totally chill. Oh, this stuff? Just doing some work for a mysterious donor who wants to end poverty. I'm just the middleman. Xiaoqian grinds her teeth, looking ready to kill. She charges at him, screaming, you scumbag. You played me. Seeing her go full psycho, Steven smoothly sidesteps her lunge and asks, played you? How exactly? Can't touch this. Xiaoqian faceplants hard on the ground. Swallowing her pride, she starts cursing, Steven, you loser. You aren't some rich heir? Then I don't want your broke self. Steven looks at her with pure disgust. Who said I wanted a gold digger anyway? That comment hits a nerve. She's fuming, giving him the death stare. Then she and Lina storm out of the warehouse in a rage. Xiaoqian screams back, you're gonna regret this, dirtbag. Watch your back. Lina points a finger. You are done. You are so cancelled. Steven ignores them, thinking, absolute morons. Let's see how you vibe when the world ends. He heads back inside to finish the mission. To keep things low-key and avoid snitches, Steven locks the warehouse tight and walks over to the mountain of supplies. Inventory secured. Now we just wait for doomsday. Steven raises his hand and activates his cheat code, opening the dimensional space. Wave after wave of supplies gets sucked into his secret inventory. Later that night at a bougie high-rise in the city, Wang Dehai is buttering up Xiaoqian. Babe, stick with Little Wu and you'll be living the high life. In this city, just drop my name. Wang Dehai is a big deal around here. William Wang wraps his arm around her, whispering, sis, Steven treated you like garbage. You should have dumped him ages ago. I'm the one you need. Xiaoqian puts on a shy act. Well, I'm really looking forward to seeing you prove it. How you puffs out his chest. Don't worry, sis. My big bro is gonna get revenge for you. Xiaoqian is already plotting, eyes full of schemes. How you isn't bad. His brother has cash. Definitely an upgrade from that broke dog Steven. Just as she's plotting her next move, a voice pops up from the table behind them. Wow, your standards are pretty low, huh? Xiaoqian spins around and her jaw drops. Steven, why is he here? How you goes 0 to 100 veins popping. He points at Steven yelling, bro, that's the punk who messed with me. Dehai gives Steven a menacing look. So you're the kid I'm looking for. You got guts touching my little brother. How you stands behind his brother asking, big bro, you know this guy? Dehai nods. Kid borrowed 600,000 from me. Put his house up as collateral. Payday is tomorrow. How you laughs like a maniac, realizing the situation. Oh, it's like that? Perfect. We can settle the debt and the grudge at the same time. Xiaoqian crosses her arms, looking down on him with a sneer. You owe brother high money? You'll never pay that off in a lifetime. Glad I cut him loose. Lina adds, borrowing cash like that? You have a death wish. Steven wipes his mouth after finishing his meal, totally unbothered. Can't a guy finish his dinner in peace? Dehai steps up to intimidate him. Listen, kid, you better have my money tomorrow. Don't think you can chill here and drink. You mocking me? Don't tell me you can magic up 600 bands tonight. How you and his goons start laughing. Yeah, right, in his dreams. Big bro, forget talking. This loser hit me. Let's just flatline him right now. Han Ni sees the drama heating up and rushes over to play referee. Yo, chill. What's with the aggression? Let's just talk this out. Okay? Dehai points a finger at his bro, flashing a nasty grin like he owns the place. Talk? Bet. Tell this punk to get on his knees and bang his head on the floor for me and my brother. Do that and maybe I won't wreck him. Han Ni looks shook and turns to ask Thomas. Mr. Tu, what is going on? Thomas keeps it icy cool. Don't sweat it. Just some trash taking itself out. That comment triggers Dehai. He slams the table, absolutely fuming. Listen here, you little brat. No more Mr. Nice Guy. You are toast. Done. And Miss Goody Two-Shoes here? She can't save your sorry behind. Suddenly, a booming voice cuts through the noise from the back. Yo, what is this commotion? This dude looks ready to kill. flanked by a crew of absolute units. He grills Dai-Hai. Who gave you permission to start a riot on my turf? Dai-Hai spins around, face going ghost white. Thomas glances up and clocks him instantly. It is Chao Kuang, the big boss. The second Dai-Hai sees Chao Kuang, he switches from bully to fanboy. He puts on this fake cheesy smile. Haha, big bro Kuang, what brings a legend like you down here? Kuang does not even look at him. Ice cold. He just drops a warning to the whole room. I have got major business tonight. Anybody messes up the vibe, they are gonna wish they were never born. Dai-Hai looks like a kicked puppy. He is thinking, this guy runs the city. He is a VIP with connections everywhere. I seriously cannot beef with him. He starts backpedaling fast, trying to smooth things over. For sure, bro Kuang, you do your thing. I will send over some drinks later on the house. Meanwhile, Thomas is having a flashback. In his past life, after the apocalypse hit, Kuang became a total warlord. He even controlled this insane mutant known as the Hell Chef. Right, Thomas thinks. The infection started right here at the Luktan Hotel. That explains how Kuang turned into a tank. The mutations hit this place first. My bad. Kuang mutters, turning around. He catches Thomas staring him down. Thomas thinks, jackpot, this power is gonna be mine. Kuang locks eyes with him, surprised to see this kid is not shaking in his boots. He actually digs the attitude. Ha, you got guts, kid. I like that. Cut to a bit later. Kuang drags Na Lam into a high-roller VIP suite. Inside sits the big cheese CEO Tun. Trying to close a deal, Kuang pushes Na Lam forward like merchandise. Mr. Tun, look who I brought. The lovely donut. Na Lam gives him the cold shoulder. Why exactly did you ask for me, Mr. Tun? CEO Tun swirls a glass of expensive wine, looking totally sleazy. Haha, rumors say you are a stunner, but they do not do you justice. Finally, I get to see for myself. He flashes a gross grin and shoves the glass at her. Here, drink up. Na Lam flinches, totally creeped out. He definitely spiked this, she thinks. She starts frantically looking for an exit strategy. Meanwhile, downstairs, Thomas is chilling with his own glass of red, watching the city skyline like a movie villain. Last time around, me and Hugh Tien. We survived the heat wave in a basement. Crazy that after I dumped her, she ended up right here at ground zero. He peers down at the pool where Hao Vu and his squad are partying. His vibe turns dark. Two birds, one stone. Time for payback. Down at the pool, the Vong brothers are splashing around. Dai-Hai, looking extra chunky, is seriously struggling with the heat. Sweating bullets, he turns to his bro, yo, is it just me? Or is it hotter now than it was at noon? Hao Vu, looking ridiculous in a rubber ducky float, nods. For real, that is why I said pool party. Plus, the girls are changing into bikinis. He gives a pervy grin and nudges his brother. Hee, bet you are hyped to see that, huh? Dai-Hai's eyes light up. He laughs and slaps his brother on the back. Haha, my man, you always know the play. Inside, Lai Na and Hugh Tien finish changing into some revealing swimsuits. Lai Na shields her eyes, squinting. Tien, look up. Why is the moon glowing like the freaking sun? Hugh Tien is dripping sweat too. I know, right? It is blinding. As they walk out, Hao Vu rushes over, grabs Tien's hand, and starts yelling. Babe, you see that? My love for you is burning bright like that moon. It is a sign, baby. Hugh Tien looks at him like he is crazy. She is not having it. Ugh, get off. I am roasting here. Just get me in the water. Up on the balcony, Thomas sips his wine, smiling at the chaos to come. Haha. Looks like everyone's love lives are about to literally go up in flames, y'all. I raise my glass, tapping it against the window like a toast. Cheers to the apocalypse, round 2. Outside, the moon just decided to get way too cozy with the earth. The temperature is spiking like crazy, and you can practically feel the sizzle in the air. Down by the pool, Big C and his crew are standing there looking totally clueless. But the second that heat wave hits, they panic and scramble inside, screaming their heads off. Yo, why is the moonlight roasting us right now? Ouch. Seriously, I'm burning up. Hao grabs Xiao Qian and drags her inside, yelling, forget the swim. Leg it back to the hotel now. Meanwhile, Big C, bless his heavy heart, is struggling to drag himself along, wheezing like a pug. Hey, wait up guys. Inside, his goons are just chilling and playing cards. One guy looks up, totally confused by the light show outside. Why'd it get so bright all of a sudden? You think Big C and the gang are alright out there? Another dude laughs, waving it off. Relax, boss is just macking on girls. You wouldn't get it. Just then, boom. The door flies open. How Wu and the girls dive in like they're dodging the Reaper himself. Their skin glowing lobster red from the burns. The crew stares, jaws on the floor. Yo, what's with the marathon sprint? What happened? And why do you guys look like tomatoes? In the back, one dude couldn't care less. Come on, stop stalling. Your turn, bro. But how Wu and the girls are already rolling on the floor, wailing like banshees. Hot. Too hot. I'm roasting. Water. Gimme water. Stat. Still clutching his rubber ducky, How Wu spots the water tank. His face lights up like he just found the Holy Grail. Water. Yes. No hesitation, How Wu, Xiao Qian, and Li Na dive for the tank like their lives depend on it. How Wu gasps, finally cooling down. Oh, sweet relief. But the girls are already throwing elbows. Move it. This is my spot. Get out. The goons watch the mess like, what is wrong with you guys? And where's the boss? How Wu freezes, panic setting in. Oh snap. Where's Big Bro? Right on cue, the door bursts open. Big C stumbles in, literally smoking and covered in blisters. He wheezes, help me. How Wu and the boys rush over immediately. Boss, you okay? Get the burn cream, now. And you, little Wu, you left me out there. I'm dying here. Bro, I'm sorry. I swear I'll never ditch you again. Meanwhile, upstairs in the VIP suite, Mr. Sun notices Na Lam stalling and calls her out. Hey gorgeous, you too good for my wine? Chao Chong tries to smooth it over. Mr. Sun, I've got a whole spread ready. Sun cuts him a look that could kill. In this town, nobody refuses a drink poured by yours truly. This ain't your business, kid. Shut down. Chao Chong just looks away, totally helpless. Na Lam glares at Chao Chong thinking, you coward. Throwing me to the wolves just to suck up to this creep. Sun is a predator with deep pockets. He's ruined plenty of girls before. She knows she's tonight's main course. She eyes the glass. That drink is definitely spiked. No way I'm touching it. But how do I get out of this? Suddenly, a blinding light blasts through the window. It's way too intense to look at directly. Chao Chong and Sun shield their faces, screaming. Ah, what the heck? My eyes. Close the drapes. Move. The room instantly heats up. Chao Chong looks absolutely terrified. Mr. Sun, something's seriously wrong here. Sun, looking pale, nods. Let's get downstairs. We need to see what's happening. Talk about a lucky break. The chaos saved her just in time. She lets out a huge sigh of relief. Down in the lobby, Lu Xine is blocking the exit. Nobody leaves. Stay calm, everyone. We've contacted emergency services. Please, just wait here. But the crowd isn't having it. Wait for what? I'm losing millions every minute I'm stuck here. Out of my way. Yeah, move. Chao Chong hustles down the stairs. Old Meow, what's the situation? Meow, stripping off his jacket, explains fast. The moon just went supernova or something. Outside temps are skyrocketing. Reports say it's already over 150 degrees out there. Nearly 100 people are down already. Mr. Sun is frantically on the phone. Minister Zhao, we're at the hotel. Send an extraction team now. Aha, I got it. Chao Chong asks. Well, Sun hangs up, looking grim. They're diverting everything to keep the power grid up. No drivers, no rescue. We're on our own. This is bad. Back in the room, the goons are slathering ointment on Big C. He's whining like a baby. Ow! Easy. Watch the hands, man. One of the goons was stressing out. Yo boss, hi. Looking rough, we gotta hit the R. How Vu was trippin'. Are you crazy? It's a literal oven outside. How are we supposed to move? Big High groaned, fighting the pain while his right-hand man tried to keep him cool. Chill out, I got this. I'll buzz little Zhao to bring the whip around. He gave the nod, and his boy hit up Zhao. Down in the garage, Zhao picked up, yo boss, just chillin' in the basement. Hot? That sounds bad. Hang tight. I'm coming for ya. Zhao slammed the gas, rushing out. He barely made it out when he caught the sky glowing way too hard. He mumbled, yo, why is it so lit out here? Dude didn't even finish his sentence before Pop, pop, pop. All 4 tires blew out. They couldn't handle the heat. The ride screeched to a halt. Zhao jumped out, raging, and kicked the rubber. You gotta be kidding me. Tires popping? What kind of insane weather is this? Homie didn't hesitate. He spun around and sprinted back to the hotel, dialing Big High on the run. Yo boss, bad news. All 4 wheels are toast. Can't make it. I'm doubling back. Yo gotta figure something else out. But the second he stepped into that moonlight, his sneaker soles turned to goo instantly, gluing him to the pavement. Caught off guard, the poor guy stumbled and face-planted hard. Zhao hit the deck with a thud. Before he could even drop a curse word, he saw he was surrounded by crispy bodies, burned totally black. Straight up nightmare fuel. Terrified out of his mind, Zhao gasped, "Holy freaking crap." He tried to bounce, but half his face was already melted to the scorching ground. Zhao let out a scream that could wake the dead. That blood-curdling shriek echoed all the way back to Big High's crew, freaking everyone out. One of the goons was shaking so bad he dropped his phone. Zhao's screams got quieter and quieter until silence. Then just a weak static fizzle from the phone before the line went dead. Meanwhile, in Steven's crib, bro was chillin'. He prepped for this. AC was blasting at a crisp 16 degrees Celsius. Inside, it was a perfect 25.5. That crazy heat wave outside didn't even touch him. Nice and cool. Steven just kicked back, closed his eyes, and drifted off to dreamland. Yo fam, let me drop a quick spoiler for the next episode. Since Steven has the ultimate ice-cold fortress, a mob of desperate people started banging on his door. They were like, "Bro, help us out." But instead of being a hero, Steven pulled out the heater and pointed it straight at them. He gave them a cold look. "You guys want to join the bodies outside? Didn't think so." The government finally smashed that emergency button. The moon went rogue, blasting heat everywhere. Air temp hit 75 degrees Celsius, and the ground was cooking at 100 in some spots. Literally hundreds of people got taken out by this. Authorities were screaming, "Do not go outside. Stay indoors or get roasted lungs and skin." Over at the city power hub, the transformers couldn't handle the heat and started overheating big time. The wires couldn't take the load and fried. Short circuit city. Then boom, a massive substation blew up, triggering a chain reaction that plunged huge chunks of the city into a total blackout. Back at the hotel, Big High's phone beeped. It was the call status for little Zhao. Beep, beep, beep. The subscriber you are calling cannot be reached. High stared at the screen, looking sick. Looks like little Zhao is history. His right-hand man came back from scouting the hallway with an update. "Boss, every room is packed. We're stuck in this one last unit. We gotta squeeze in." Hearing that, Xiao Qian and Li Na went total Karen mode. "Are you kidding me? Sleep with a bunch of dudes? Gross. No way, I need my own space." Suddenly, zap, lights out. Darkness hit, and the heat got suffocating instantly. Big High lost it. Son of a... What is going on with this cursed place? Why'd the power cut? The boys couldn't handle it anymore and started peeling off their shirts to survive the oven. "Yo, High, it's gotta be over 40 degrees in here. If we crowd together, we're gonna cook to death." Big High gritted his teeth and barked, "Find a solution now." Xiao Qian suddenly piped up with a savage idea. "Wait, Steven's penthouse has a pool, right? Let's go jack his spot." Back in the VIP suite, Steven was literally doing laps in his pool, thinking about his past life. He remembered exactly how the city's grid failed because of sloppy maintenance. Even with extra crews, the whole thing went kablooey. Everyone on the main grid got left in the dark. That's why this time he snagged the suite with a private pool, portable ACs, and massive batteries to keep the juice flowing. Bro even stocked up on giant ice blocks to keep the vibe frosty. Steven is straight up vibing right now. Homeboy is lounging on the sofa, sipping that top-shelf wine, and just soaking in that crispy cold air. Maximum chill mode activated. Looks like those laps in the pool burned off some serious energy because his stomach started growling like a beast. He just laughed it off. Time to refuel. Baby. Zero hesitation. He pops open his dimensional storage and pulls out a literal feast. We're talking veggie sides, flan, fresh crab, juicy steaks, fried chicken, and steamed buns. A whole buffet. Steven cracks those chopsticks with a big grin. "All right, fam. Just a humble little breakfast for the first day of the apocalypse. Nothing too crazy." He's munching away and pranking the chat like, "Yo, brothers and sisters. Anyone else keeping it this light and breezy for breakfast? Haha. Yeah, right? While he's chowing down, he's wondering when Chow Kwang's plot armor is gonna kick in. But he can't even finish that thought because someone starts banging on the door. So rude. Steven sighs. Strike two, guys. Outside. A familiar voice starts screaming. Open the door. Open up, Steven. I know you're hiding in there. Steven doesn't waste time. He swings the door open, and a wave of ice-cold air blasts out, hitting the squad outside right in the face. They're totally shook. Wang Dahai's eyes pop out, stuttering like, no way. That's actual AC. Steven stands there, cool as a cucumber, and asks, you guys need something? William Wong peeks inside and sees the high-tier food, the AC, the clean pool. He loses it. He literally can't handle the jealousy and starts screaming, ice cubes. Big bro, look. It's actual real ice. This place isn't just a room, it's got a pool, electricity, AC, and gourmet food. The whole crew, Lina, Jessica, and William Wong, start screaming their heads off outside. Su-chan, we're out here practically dying, and you're hoarding all the good stuff for yourself? How selfish can you get? Exactly. You're being totally toxic. Get out of that room right now, on your own, or don't blame us when things get messy. Wang Dahai doesn't wait for an invite. He shoves the door open, storming in like he owns the place. Listen, kid, it's time to pay back that cash you owe me. Tell you what, hand over this room, and I'll count it as the interest for the last few days. Otherwise, I'm tossing you out myself. But the second he steps inside, Steven doesn't even blink. He pulls out a piece and bang, gifts Wang Dahai a shiny copper bullet straight to the ribs. Wang Dahai bends over, staring at the red stains spreading on his waist, face going ghost white, eyes trembling in pure shock. Steven keeps the barrel pointed right at the rest of the group, voice ice cold. Take one more step, and it's game over. Try me. That gunshot scared the soul out of them. Everyone's frozen, unable to believe it. He's actually packing heat. Wang Dahai clutches his stomach, stammering through the pain. Steven, how did you even get a gun? Alright, fine. You're the boss. I admit defeat. Okay? But as soon as he says that, he tries to sneak a step forward. Big mistake. Bang. Steven pulls the trigger again, this time putting a hole right in Dahai's leg. The gunshot echoes like thunder, terrifying the group behind him. Wang Dahai collapses, screaming in agony. Ah, my leg. My leg. Steven lazily raises the gun again, eyes full of killer intent. Scram. I'm done talking. You want to die here? I'm counting to 3, then I start blasting. 1, 2. Meanwhile, down in the lobby, Chow Kwang is absolutely losing his mind. Excuse me? What do you mean the hotel has 0 food? Lu Xian bows her head, trying to explain the situation on behalf of the hotel. I'm so sorry, sir. Someone booked over 1,000 banquet tables the other day, and they cleaned out our pantry. The new shipment was supposed to arrive today. The boss, totally enraged, dumps a bottle of water over his head just to cool off and barks an order through gritted teeth. Then bring whatever food and water is left straight to me. The crowd around him immediately starts rioting. You already hogged all the bottled water, now you want the food too? What the hell? You're basically sentencing us to death. Think you're special just because you have cash? If you're so rich, why don't you get out of here? Resources should be split evenly. Why should we give everything to you? Chow Kwang's goons hear the backlash and get triggered, eyes bulging with rage. What's that? Someone got a problem? Step up, and I'll personally escort you outside. Bunch of losers think you can challenge me? Suddenly, the elevator doors slide open, and Wang Dahai's crew stumbles into the lobby, screaming in panic. Help! Help us! Steven is killing people. Chow Kwang frowns and immediately walks over to investigate. He spots the bleeding wound on Wang Dahai's ribs, and his expression darkens. That's a gunshot wound. Not many people can get their hands on a piece these days. Looks like the guy upstairs is a serious threat. William Wong is frantically holding up his brother. Big bro, are you gonna make it? Jessica can't keep it together and starts shrieking to the whole room. Listen, everyone, Steven's room has electricity. He has air conditioning. He even has a swimming pool. That statement sets the crowd on fire. They swarm around Jessica, bombarding her with questions. Are you for real? Girl, you better not be trolling us right now. Xiao Qian snaps back, furious. I saw it with my own eyes. He has ice. He has piles of food. Fried chicken, expensive wine. It's literally paradise up there. The mob hears that and snaps. It's like pouring gas on a fire. They immediately stampede towards Steven's room. Why does he get to live like a king while we burn to death down here? Damn. How is this dude scoring actual ice cubes and working AC right now? Ain't no way we're letting him gatekeep all that chill. The mob outside is starting to lose their minds. Drag his butt out here and cough up the goods. Then this brat starts screaming, Mommy, I want fried chicken. While the boss, Chow Kwang, signals his goons. Go scope it out. Y'all know the drill, right? The lackey nods instantly. Say less, boss. We got this. The second they bang on Steven's door, it swings open. He just stands there, icy as ever like, what's the deal? That Arctic breeze hits them right in the face, and the whole crew is completely shook. Oh man, that feels heavenly. It's like my pores are singing. One dude peeks inside and goes, "Yo Steven my guy, we're just here to talk business." Read the room, man. Times are tough. And you're literally the only one in the whole hotel with working AC. Come on, let us crash for a bit? You gotta respect your neighbors and look out for the kids. Right? You look like a generous dude. Suddenly, this brat shoves his head in, yelling, "Where's the chicken?" He spots the bucket on the table and goes full goblin mode, grinning like he hasn't eaten in a month. He yeets himself inside like a rocket, screaming, "Mommy, fried chicken. Gimme." Big mistake. The second he crosses the line, he gets punted right back out, landing with a nasty welt on his stomach. The mom sees her kid knocked out and goes full Karen mode. Steven stands in the doorway, totally unbothered. "Keep your brat on a leash, or I'll do the parenting for you." The crowd sees this and instantly turns on him. "Are you crazy? He's just a little kid. How could you do that? You psycho. You murderer." A couple of guys lose it and charge at Steven, screaming for payback. "Get out of here, trash." They figure since he's riding solo, they can rush him. Steven doesn't say a word, he just pulls the trigger. Boom, headshot on the loudest guy. The dude drops, and his buddies freeze. He hits the floor, lights out. The other two basically wet themselves, faces pale as ghosts, staring down the barrel of Steven's gun. "Yeah, I'm alone, but you guys only have one life each. Do the math." Back inside, Wang Haoyu spots his boss's body left to rot outside and completely loses it. "Big bro, why'd y'all leave him out there?" "The crew has to tackle him just to keep him from running out." "Chill, man. He's gone. His infection was already bad. And with this heat and no meds, he didn't stand a chance." Wang Haoyu's eyes are bloodshot with rage. "Steven, it's all that dirtbag Steven's fault." Upstairs at the penthouse, two girls, Xiao Qian and Li Na, are practically putting on a show for Steven's doorbell camera. "Brother Su, we know you wouldn't actually hurt us. You were just scaring that other guy, right? Steven, baby, don't you remember how much I love you? Just let us in. We'll do whatever you want. Come on, handsome. Let a girl cool off? I promise I'll make it worth your while tonight." Steven opens the door with a smirk. Wow, such dedication. "All right, come on in." Their eyes light up like they just won the lottery. "Really? I knew it. You wouldn't leave me hanging. You're the best, Steven." But before they can celebrate, Wang Haoyu charges from behind, looking like a demon. "Move, you idiots. I'm gonna kill him." Just as Wang reaches him, Steven barely blinks. He says coldly, "Anyone who crosses this threshold is dead meat." He raises a baseball bat and swings it with full force, smashing it right into Wang's face. The dude goes flying backward like a ragdoll. He bowls over the two girls like human pins, and all three of them end up in a screaming pile on the floor. Steven taps the bat on the ground, looking absolutely terrifying. "Well, anyone else want an invite? Come get some." Seeing him go full psycho mode, the girls freak out. They do a complete 180 and scream, "We're good. We're good. Never mind." "Yeah, totally. The hallway is actually really nice." Steven glares down at the mess of people on the floor and gives them a friendly little tip. "Then beat it." He doesn't have to say it twice. The girls scramble away like they've seen a ghost, leaving Wang crawling behind them, wailing, "Wait up. Don't leave me." Steven glances up at the ceiling, where a face recognition turret is mounted. Good thing they ran, or they'd be Swiss cheese. A bit later, this massive truck pulls up out front. It's got tank treads instead of tires to handle the insane heat. Everyone inside goes nuts when they see it. They start cheering. "Yo, look! Is that the rescue squad? Yo, check out those mods. Tracks instead of wheels and reinforced thermal glass? That is definitely the cavalry rolling up. Chat, we are officially saved." The whip stops right in front of the hotel, and these dudes in full thermal gear jump out strapped with heavy heat. One soldier gets up in everyone's grill, yelling, "Back it up! Clear the road. We are looking for Professor Liu. Is he in the building?" Professor Liu steps up like, "That's me." The soldier immediately hands him a thermal suit, explaining, "Professor, we are the extraction team. Put this gear on ASAP. You are riding with us." When the mob realizes these guys are only here to pick up one VIP, they absolutely lose it. Someone screams, "Hold up, aren't you here to save us too?" Another guy chimes in, For real, you can't just dip with one dude. A rescue worker steps up to kill the noise. Everybody chill. The government has a plan. Midnight is when the temp hits rock bottom. Tonight, you guys can make your own way to the Silicon Valley Plaza. That is the nearest safe zone. Hearing that, the mood flips instantly. Everyone starts cheering. Wait, are you serious? Official rescue starts tomorrow morning? That is lit. The government is still kicking. But Boss Sun in the back? He is not having it. He rushes forward trying to cut the line. I am the head of the Sun Group. I will give you $100 million for that thermal suit right now. I need to get out of here. But obviously, this rich dude is no match for trained soldiers. One of the rescue team members instantly slams him to the ground and checks him. Professor Liu is a top-tier geologist critical to solving this disaster. Do not get in our way. Sun starts screaming in pain, yelling at his henchman. Chao Chong, you loser. What do I pay you for? Get up here and grab that suit from me. But looking down the barrel of a gun makes everyone humble. Chao Chong's crew stands there looking stupid, too scared to move, completely ignoring their boss. After securing the professor, the squad starts to fall back, shouting, package secured, ready to move out. As the team retreats, Jiang slides up to one of the soldiers, grabbing his arm with a total damsel in distress look. Hey soldier, please wait. There is a crazy murderer upstairs. Li Na rushes over to back her up, screaming, yes, that psycho has a gun. He literally almost killed us just now. She insists they can't let the killer walk. A soldier named Xiao Feng takes off his helmet and decides to play hero. I am staying behind. I can handle myself. You guys take the gear and go. I will radio in once I deal with this. His squad mate tries to warn him. Xiao Feng, don't be an idiot. Stick to the mission. But Xiao Feng ditches his thermal suit, grips his rifle, and heads upstairs, muttering, let's see what kind of big shot this guy thinks he is. Jiang watches him go with a wicked smirk, thinking, once Steven gets clapped, I can chill in his room until help arrives. In the hallway leading to Steven's presidential suite, it is dead silent. Xiao Feng creeps behind a corner, checking his angles. Suddenly, he locks eyes with a potted plant across the hall. Ha! A camera. Steven had hidden that cam in the leaves to watch the hallway, and it caught Xiao Feng peeking out. Suddenly, Steven's door creaks open, an arm flies out, and tosses a bomb right at him. Xiao Feng jumps, cursing under his breath. What the hell? The thing rolls up and pops, but instead of blowing him to bits, it explodes into a cloud of white smoke. Tear gas. Thick smoke engulfs him, making him hack his lungs out. He winces, realizing, damn, it is tear gas. Coughing with his eyes burning like crazy, Xiao Feng shuts them tight, thinking, this is bad. I need to fall back. Just as he tries to stumble away, a shadow looms behind him. Steven swings a baseball bat, whack. Xiao Feng is out cold. A while later, Xiao Feng starts to come to inside Steven's room. He struggles to open his eyes, thinking, man, my eyes sting. Where am I? Feels surprisingly cool. Steven is standing over him, reading his military ID aloud. Xiao Feng, Special Forces Vice Captain. If you are awake, start talking. Xiao Feng feels the cold air blasting and looks around confused. Is that AC? Who even are you? And where did you get guns and flashbangs? Steven puts the gun down and shrugs. I am just a fresh college grad. Picked up the hardware while backpacking through the Middle East. Xiao Feng cannot believe it. Are you trolling me? Steven replies calmly. Believe what you want, bro. He changes the subject. So, the government set up a safe zone and expects everyone to walk there tomorrow morning, right? Xiao Feng flinches, totally spooked. How do you know that? Steven thinks to himself. Just like in my past life, he continues. Even if the temp drops, anyone exposed to that moonlight for more than 10 minutes is going to pass out. A lot of people are not going to make it to that safe zone. Xiao Feng looks down, guilty. We have no other choice. We established the safe zone, but modifying enough transport vehicles for everyone is basically impossible right now. Fam, most of these guys were totally tapped out. Their only play was to drag themselves to the rescue zone at the crack of dawn. Steven walked up, gripped Xiao Feng's shoulder, and dropped some alpha knowledge. Yo, thick duvets aren't just for the cold, bro. They insulate against heat too. Keeps you from passing out. Xiao Feng was shook. For real? Steven instantly pressed his piece against the guy's dome and said, yeah, obviously. That switch up terrified Xiao Feng. He started bargaining fast. Whoa, chill out fam. Let me just radio the squad about the blankets before you flatline me. Alright? Keeping it strictly internal comms, I swear. No backup calls, no snitching. Plot twist. Steven actually holstered the weapon, whipped out a dagger, and sliced the ropes. Dude is free. Xiao Feng stood there looking totally lost. Wait. What? Steven kept the aim steady though. Look, I rate what you're doing for the people, so I'm letting you slide. But if you try to cross me again, It's game over. Xiao Feng was still confused and asked, "But aren't you worried I'm gonna bring the cavalry back to wreck you as soon as I leave?" Steven just smirked and tilted his head back. "Why don't you look up and see what's hanging from the ceiling?" Xiao Feng looked up and nearly wet himself. "Yo, is that a machine gun turret with facial rec? Where did you even cop that?" Steven grinned. "Imported straight from the Middle East, baby. Once that bad boy goes live, I'm the only one walking out of here alive. But let's be real, with the apocalypse popping off outside, you got bigger problems than chasing me." Xiao Feng gulped, looking nervous. Message received. Then he dipped immediately to join the rescue squad downstairs. The crowd downstairs was super confused. One guy yelled out, "Yo, the soldier just bounced?" Just like that, he dropped some info about blankets, but didn't say a word about what went down upstairs. Another guy chimed in, "Are you blind, bro?" They took his gun. "That dude upstairs is built different, he even handled the military." Boss Sun watched the rescue team leave and was fuming. Damn it! He spun around and slapped Chow Chong right across the face. Whack. "What am I paying you for? You just stood there. A bunch of ungrateful losers. Get out of my face." While Boss Sun was throwing a massive tantrum, Old Meow whispered to Chow Chong, "Big bro, how much longer are we gonna take this guy's trash?" Chow Chong swallowed his rage. "Chill, the government is rescuing people. Once order is restored, we still need his VIP connections upstairs." Suddenly, Steven stepped out of the shadows. "Yo, Boss Chow, the world is ending, and you're still dreaming about the old rules?" Old Meow saw Steven and went full beast mode, lunging at him like he wanted to rip his throat out. "Who's this punk? I'm gonna end you right now." But Chow Chong held him back. "Hold up. Wait, Steven? Why did you come down here?" Steven ignored him and dumped a thermos onto the table. Clatter. "Ice cubes. I'm here to make a deal with you, boss." The cold vapor hit them. In this insane heat, seeing those ice cubes made Chow Chong and Old Meow look like starving wolves. Old Meow lost his mind. "Ice. Real ice. Boss. His room must be loaded with top-tier loot. Let's flatline him and take everything." But before he could move, Steven jammed a gun against his windpipe. Meow froze, hands up, gulping hard. Chow Chong put on his fake business smile. "Haha. Easy now. Don't mind him, Steven. We're all friends here. Let's talk business." After some haggling, Chow Chong and Old Meow got their hands on the thermos. They immediately started sucking on the ice cubes, moaning like they just found paradise. Old Meow looked like he was in heaven. "Man, 3 days trapped in this oven. This hits different. I can't even imagine how luxe that kid's room is." Chow Chong nodded, eyes narrowing. "We play along for now. Then we find a chance to take him out. That safe house is gonna be ours." Suddenly, Boss Sun spotted them hiding the ice. He stomped over and kicked the pile, scattering the cubes everywhere. "Oh, you holding out on me?" He started stomping on Chow Chong while he was down. "Next time you hide the good stuff, you're dead meat." Chow Chong took the beating, but you could see the murder in his eyes. Boss Sun rubbed the ice on his face, leering at Yulin. "Oh yeah, that's the stuff. We're out of instant noodles anyway. Time to hit the rescue point." Jessica and Lina perked up. Finally, they could leave this hellhole. They'd been starving on snacks for 2 days. They were dreaming of real burgers and icy sodas at the shelter. But out of nowhere, Old Meow snatched the blanket right off Jessica. She screamed, "Hey, what are you doing?" Old Meow flashed a nasty grin. "What am I doing? Boss Chow gave you water, right? You think you can just walk away for free?" Nah. He grabbed her dress and ripped it. She was absolutely terrified. "You said you'd do anything to survive, right? Well, time to pay up." Meanwhile, outside the hotel, the group started moving out. One young dude was struggling in the heat, grinding his teeth. "This weather is absolute trash. Man, this situation sucks. Ever since Chow Kwong took over the show, he hasn't tossed us a single crumb of food or a drop of water. Staying at the hotel just meant drying out like jerky, so we risked the rescue point. But yo, the heat outside is straight up demonic. Even with wood strapped to our kicks, the ground was still torching our feet." Suddenly, this granny up ahead trips on a rock, face plants hard, and starts screaming her head off in pain. It was gnarly, guys. The second she hit the pavement, her skin just started sizzling and melting into the asphalt. Her screams were absolute nightmare fuel. She was begging for help, but nobody even flinched. Everyone just kept moving, leaving her there to rot in total despair. One by one, folks couldn't handle the roast. They dropped like flies, rolling around screaming until they just checked out. Game over, life unfinished. Real talk, when you don't even know if you're gonna make it another 5 minutes, you ain't got time to worry about anyone else, not even your own fam. It's the apocalypse, baby. Save your own skin first. Back at the Luke Tan Hotel entrance, Vong Dai Hai and Tun Duk Chu's bodies started mutating under that killer sun. They turned glowing red, looking like they had literal lava flowing through their veins. Then bam, they snapped awake, eyes blood red, looking like straight-up demons from the underworld. Up in the penthouse, Thomas was watching the crew leave. He's like, man, in my last life I was a total noob like them. Nobody told me to bring blankets. Just a half-mile run, but it wiped out so many players. Down below, Karen was screaming, trying to buy some time with that creep Lao Meow. She's pleading, big boss, hold up, wait a sec. Meow loses it, yelling, yo skank, what is it now? Hu-Tien and Lai Na were shaking in their boots. They tried to stall, saying, boss, let's take this upstairs to a room. We'll do whatever you want, just not out here. Lao Meow looks at them and bursts out laughing. Ha! You two tramps actually have a sense of shame. What's to be scared of? But suddenly, crash. The mutated Vong and Tun smashed through the doors, glowing red and growling like beasts. Chao Kuang's crew freaked out, screaming, zombie attack. It's freaking zombies, y'all. Meanwhile upstairs, Thomas dropped a crystal core into a glass and poured some strong liquor over it. He's thinking, in this wasteland, these cores are super rare loot drops for mutants. You could kill 100 of them and maybe find one. Thomas swished it around and swallowed the core whole. Chao Kuang's destiny just got hijacked by yours truly. Then he chugged the rest of the booze. Instantly, his eyes turned blazing red and veins started popping out all over his face. He hulked out. Muscles tore through his clothes, burning up from the inside. He let out a massive scream before passing out cold, lying there totally naked on the floor. Back downstairs, Chao Kuang's squad finally took down that zombie Vong, leaving Vong Hao Vu passed out next to the mess. Chao Kuang was ticked off about wasting water on the fight. He started kicking the corpse, shouting, damn you, get up, I dare you to move again, maggot. Lao Meow and the boys stared at the puddles, totally bummed. Man, that was our last stash of water. We're dry now. Lai Na tried to sneak off, but Meow grabbed her arm. Hey skank, try running again and I'll chop your legs off. Lai Na winced and yelled, bro Meow, listen, without water, we're all gonna dehydrate and die. I know how to handle Thomas. Just promise you'll get me to the rescue point. Meow shook her hard. Spill it. You play games, you're dead. Lai Na, seeing her only way out, spilled the tea. Karen is Thomas's fiancée. If you mess with her right in front of his door, he'll have to come out. Then you guys can jump him. Lao Meow heard the plan and slowly turned his gaze toward Hu-Tien. He cackled. Ha! Now that is a twisted idea. I like it. Hu-Tien stood there frozen, totally stunned that her bestie just sold her out. Lai Na rubbed her growling stomach, grit her teeth, and looked at Chao Kuang's crew. She wasn't playing around. I'll help you guys, but I need food first. And I'm talking real meat. Meow looked at her like she was crazy. Pfft, meat? Power's out. Everything in the fridge is rotten. Hell, I want a steak too. Chao Kuang stepped up, looking scary as hell. Oh, so you're hungry for meat, huh? He handed a knife to Karen, then glared cold at Lai Na. Well then, go ahead and carve yourself a slice. Hu-Tien's face went ghost white. She looked at Lai Na and stammered, you mean, her meat? It was friendship or survival, and Hu-Tien didn't hesitate. She chose life. She whipped around to face Lai Na, eyes cold as ice, making Lai Na shiver. She snatched the blade from Chao Kuang's hand without blinking an eye. She walked toward Lai Na, who was pinned down by two goons. Seeing her friend turn ruthless, Lai Na started screaming in panic. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Hu-Tien, we're supposed to be sisters. Hu-Tien got right in her face, looking bloodthirsty. Stop lying to yourself. We ain't sisters, especially after you just tried to serve me up to these guys. With that, Hu-Tien swung the knife, grabbing Lai Na by the head with one hand. She plunged the blade into her best friend's stomach over a dozen times, hissing, don't blame me, blame yourself. Yo, that is savage. If you want to see if Thomas wakes up in time, smack that subscribe button right now. Even the hardcore gangsters were totally shook witnessing that cold-blooded sister-on-sister violence. After taking out Lai Na, Karen stared at her bestie's body and just lost it, laughing like a maniac. Wahaha! She screamed at the sky. Thomas, just wait until I fill my belly, then I'm drinking you dry. Chao Kuang kept his cool and turned to old Mew. Go roast that chick. The boys need some protein to build strength against Thomas. Old Mew looked super sketchy about it, but Kuang ignored him. No water means we're dead in 24 hours. You want to turn into a zombie? Do what I say. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Old Mew turned around and started barking orders at his crew. Where's Donna? Find her. Meanwhile in the penthouse, Thomas woke up feeling absolutely OP after absorbing that crystal core. His speed stats were maxed out. He zoomed across the room in a blink, feeling a strange new power surging through his veins. Thomas stood up and checked his stats. Is this that body enhancement perk? Sick. Feeling buffed up, he walked over and shattered a block of ice with a casual backhand. His physical strength was on a whole new level. Suddenly, knock knock. Thomas groaned internally. Ugh. Seriously? More visitors. Dong-na stood nervously at the door. Chao Kuang and his squad are psycho, she thought. This is my only hope. Good thing I've got an ace up my sleeve. Thomas opened the door wearing absolutely nothing. Yo Dong-na, what's the deal? Dong-na looked up into his cold eyes. Then her gaze accidentally drifted south. Her face went tomato red. Eek. Ah, perv. Thomas realized he was commando and scrambled. My bad. My bad. Didn't mean to flash you. A few awkward moments later, they both chilled out, though the vibe was still kinda cringe. Fully clothed now, Thomas cleared his throat. Ahem. Look, supplies are limited. We met once. Just cause you're a hottie doesn't mean I'm running a charity here. Inside, Thomas remembered she was a total boss babe in his past life. She used to team up with Chao Kuang. He wanted to recruit her, but things were super awkward right now. Dong-na couldn't even look him in the eye. She looked away and stammered. Besides, being a chef, I was top of my class at med school. I'm a licensed surgeon with 3 years of XP. But in her head, she was thinking, dang, that body was sculpted though. No, focus. This room is way better. Electricity. Ice. I gotta prove my value to stay. Thomas put his poker face back on. Looking at Dong-na, he thought, a doctor? That's a rare drop. But with supplies running low, survival wasn't guaranteed for anyone. Terrified of rejection, Dong-na blurted out, just don't kick me out. I'll do literally anything. Thomas rubbed his chin and smirked like a villain. Heh, if the beauty insists, consider this your new home. Dong-na covered her mouth, realizing she messed up. She spoke too fast. Thomas's smile vanished instantly. But get this straight. In front of me, you have one job. Be obedient. Don't try to play me. Dong-na looked at the floor and whispered. Understood. I know you don't play games. Thomas smiled. Awesome. Now, take your clothes off. Dong-na's eyes bugged out. Wait. Like right now? After taking the order, she rushed to the bathroom to scrub down and clean herself up. Under the misty shower, she thought, we got water, power, food, and a bathroom. I don't have to worry about the heat, getting attacked, or getting eaten by cannibals. Letting the water hit her face, she felt mixed emotions. Compared to the zombie hellscape outside, this place was a 5-star resort. But deep down, she felt Thomas was kinda shady, like a perfect picture with a dark filter. While scrubbing, her mind started wandering into some crazy territory. Suddenly, her imagination went strictly rated R. She pictured herself kneeling in front of him, looking up with puppy dog eyes. Thomas lifted her chin, smiling weirdly. Next, I'm gonna feed you something special. Blushing hard and barely covered, Dong-na zoned out, lost in a total fever dream. Her brain started cooking up even wilder scenarios. She imagined him secretly filming her shower, but his reasons were a total mystery. She shook her head. Snap out of it. I agreed to this. But her imagination was running wild. She pictured him at the door with that bad boy smirk saying, I'm not here to peep on you. I'm just here to make sure you don't do anything naughty. Fresh out of the shower and all dried off, Na Lam tiptoed out to meet the main man, Thomas. Since she flexed her medical experience, Thomas immediately tossed her a nurse outfit. His excuse? His little brother was feeling weak and needed some urgent TLC. Na Lam slipped into the skin-tight gear, and let me tell you, it hugged every curve like she was a walking masterpiece. Acting all shy, she tried to cover up the spicy bits with her hands and asked, Yo Thomas, isn't this fit, like, way too small? Thomas couldn't take his eyes off her. He rubbed his chin, looking totally satisfied, and replied, Small? Nah, trust me, it's not small at all. Simply put, it was perfection. Na Lam turned around looking confused, accidentally flexing that perfect peach in the process. She looked down at the outfit, whispering, For real, just as the vibe was heating up, a total disaster struck out of nowhere like lightning. Jong Hyuk-hyet, the ultimate party crasher, started banging on the door, screaming her lungs out, "Help! Save me, please! Thomas, open the door!" The second he cracked it open, she kept wailing about needing to be saved. Outside, Chao Kwang saw Thomas wasn't reacting, so he grabbed Hyuk-hyet by the head, baring his teeth like a total psycho. "Thomas, get your butt out here or I'm smashing this door down." Thomas looked super bummed that his fun time was cut short, clicking his tongue. "Here we go again." He was about to handle it, but Na Lam panicked and blocked him. "Don't open it. We seriously can't open that door. Those freaks out there literally killed and ate Lai Na." Before she could even finish spilling the tea, Thomas had already clocked the situation. He turned back, asking coldly, "You mean they're actually eating people?" Memories from his past life flashed in his mind. Without hesitating, he stepped out and calmly warned Chao Kwang's crew, "Don't even think about breaking my door. You wreck it, you're gonna have a huge problem." Meanwhile, that whole squad, Hyuk-hyet, Chao Kwang, Old Meow, was acting out some cringe drama about a helpless girl getting bullied. Hyuk-hyet put on her best victim face, begging Thomas, "Save me, bro." Finally, Thomas showed his face. Chao Kwang and his boys were looking gnarly. Red eyes, veins popping, total berserk mode, just grinning like demons. "Finally decided to stick your head out, huh? Heh heh heh." Thomas stood by the door, eyes cold as ice. Chao Kwang had a minion camping nearby with a knife, planning a sneak attack on Thomas. Right on cue, the minion lunged with the knife, screaming, "Die!" But they didn't know Thomas had trained in Vietnam under the legendary electric master Huynh Tuan Kiet, so his martial arts skills were basically maxed out. Plus, he'd already scoped out their whole setup on the security cams. With reflexes fast as lightning, Thomas grabbed the knife hand and snapped the guy's wrist like a twig, leaving Chao Kwang and his minions totally shook. Hyuk-hyet kept up the act, breaking free from the group and shouting, "Let me go!" She rushed at Thomas, pleading, "Thomas, save me." But contrary to what she expected, Thomas wasn't simping today. He coldly grabbed her by the throat, stopping her dead in her tracks as she gasped for air. Looking at her twisted face, Thomas dropped some facts. "Once you guys start eating people, your bodies mutate and you grow fangs. You aren't even human anymore." Behind her, Chao Kwang's crew snarled, showing off their monster grills. "It's the apocalypse. As long as we survive, who cares if we have to munch on a few humans?" Hyuk-hyet's face went full monster mode. Fangs out, long tongue, glowing red eyes. She grinned wickedly. "Ha! Your meat looks delicious. After eating, I feel totally supercharged." "So Thomas, I can't wait to taste you. Just die already." Hyuk-hyet swung at him, but reality was about to hit different. Thomas delivered a precision kick right to her face, sending her flying backward like a football. The kick was so hard she flew right out the window, but thanks to her mutant powers, she grabbed the wall and avoided a messy death. Gritting her teeth with veins popping, she roared, "Thomas, I'm gonna make you pay for that." But the second her body hit the sunlight, she started freaking out in pain. "Ah, it burns." Back inside, after seeing Hyuk-hyet get wrecked, Chao Kwang charged at Thomas like a maniac. He yelled, "Boys, get him. Don't let him draw his piece." Thomas just scoffed. "Uffed, like I need to waste bullets on trash like you?" One of Chao Kwang's lackeys jumped up with an eagle claw move, threatening, "Son, don't sleep on us." But Thomas coldly replied, "But didn't I mention I actually like being wasteful?" Bam! Thomas pulled the trigger, gifting the eagle guy a bullet right between the eyes. He dropped instantly. Chao Kwang, Old Meow, and the rest panicked and scattered in every direction. Old Meow crawled on the ceiling, laughing maniacally. "Haha, it's not just strength. Our speed and reflexes are leveled up too." He swung his fist and dove down. "Since we're ready for you, there's no way you can beat us. Die!" Before gravity could even do its job, Steven glitched out, popping up right above the old cat guy, gripping his skull like a basketball. "Yo, you really thought we were done here?" Wham! He dribbled that dude's face off the concrete. Nasty thud. Steven roared, "Rot in hell, loser." Another goon tried to sneak a shank at his neck, but Steven snatched the blade midair. Swish swish, 2 more bodies hit the floor. Clean cuts. Bossman Chao Chang saw his squad getting wiped and went full tilt. Dude roared like a feral animal and charged in, swinging blindly. But he couldn't even touch the hem of Steven's shirt. Steven caught him by the throat, slammed him against the wall, and squeezed until lights out. Nighty-night. Right then, Jiang Xiaojia popped back up, except she's looking totally gnarly now. Full mutation mode. She's dripping literal lava, sporting a tail, and rushing the room like a straight-up demon. Steven gave her the ice-cold stare. "Dang, Xiaojia, evolved already?" Guess you were really obsessed with me if your soul is that twisted. Snap. Steven casually broke Chao Chang's neck and dropped the body like a sack of potatoes. Radiating pure killer vibes, he locked eyes with his ex. Guess I gotta delete you from existence. Again, Xiaojie bristled up, eyes glowing with hate, and screeched, "My dinner!" Yelin peeked out from the back, jaws on the floor. She's thinking, holy cow, Steven is OP. He just soloed that whole crew. But seeing Xiaojie as a grotesque lava beast gave her the creeps. Her gut was screaming that this monster was next-level dangerous. By the way, Yelin is still rocking that spicy nurse cosplay. Hiding behind the door, she's shaking but also kind of desperate. She wants to stick to Steven like glue. He's her only safe zone in this apocalypse. Looks like Steven's snack is starting to take initiative, huh guys? Drop a like if you see what's happening. She's thinking, I gotta step up. Can't just be dead weight if I want to stay on Team Steven. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. She spotted something interesting in the room that practically screamed her name. She grabbed the gear, hyped herself up, stepped out, and hollered for Steven. Steven was ready to throw hands with the monster, but her voice made him spin around. And boom, there she is, tight nurse outfit, showing skin in all the right places, holding a whip Steven prepped for therapeutic reasons. Yo fam, quick warning before we continue. If you're watching this, keep your hands where I can see M. No SUS activity in the comments, alright? Looking like a total baddie with that whip, Yelin walked up and said, "Let me help you handle this." Steven fought back the urge to appreciate the view and kept his poker face. "Help me? You props for not running away, but honestly, you're just making it really hard for me to focus right now." Yelin looked down at her outfit and the whip, totally clueless. "Huh? How am I distracting you?" "Girl, please." Steven knows, and everybody watching this video definitely knows why he can't focus. Meanwhile, the Monster X still had enough human brain left to get jealous. Seeing them lock eyes made her absolutely lose it. Pure envy fueled the rage bar. She hissed, tongue out, eyes glowing red, and let out a savage screech. Screaming like a banshee, she lunged at Steven, looking like straight-up nightmare fuel. Steven was still too busy checking out the scenery, and reacted too late. Bam! The monster slammed right into his chest. Yelin gasped from the doorway, freaking out. But guess what? 0 damage. Not even a scratch. Taking that hit just woke up his inner demon, berserker mode activated. The monster realized he wasn't hurt, so she hopped on his back like a backpack and tried to chomp his shoulder off. Joke's on her. Dude's skin is harder than diamonds. All you heard was a nasty crunch like she bit into a steel beam. She tried gnawing a few more times. Completely useless. Steven glanced sideways, sharp as a razor. "Oh, having trouble chewing? Are those fangs just for show or what?" He flexed, power surging through his veins. "All right, playtime's over." He snatched her wrists with lightning speed. Almost looked like he was going in for a hug. But nope, he flipped over and landed right on her back, wrenching her arms behind her. Total lockdown. Her magma body was literally sizzling, but she froze, eyes popping out in confusion. Steven stood on top of her like a god of war and asked coldly, "You ready for this?" Before she could blink, he triggered his bone stripper skill. Riot. He tore her arms off and punted her body straight into the ceiling. Critical hit. Blood is spraying everywhere. The body is shaking like crazy, and the beast is screaming its head off. Steven lands like a total pro, still gripping those 2 severed arms, and tosses them back at the monster like he's returning unwanted mail. He keeps his cool. "Listen, freak, I really wanted to let you marinate in that supreme agony a bit longer, give you that slow, hopeless apocalypse death vibe. But looking at the situation, I gotta speedrun this and end you right now." Just when you think it's game over, Jiang suddenly drags herself over to the high-level corpses, wraps them up with her tail, and starts a forbidden snack break to level up. She tilts her head back, opens that nightmare mouth and swallows the bodies whole. Once digestion hits, boom, her arms pop right back out. Jiang screams in pure ecstasy, her body evolving into something way more gnarly with veins popping out everywhere, glaring at Steven with 0 chill. Steven is actually a little shook, thinking, wait a minute, did your arms just respawn? Yelin is watching this horror show, stuttering in fear. No way that's possible. But Steven? He's smirking like he just won the lottery. That is actually perfect. If you have an infinite regeneration glitch, That means you won't die on me too quickly. He looks up, eyes dripping with murderous intent. This means I can rip you into 1,000 pieces and you'll just take it. While the monster is still posing, Steven breaks the sound barrier, teleports right to her, grabs her shoulder, and locks her down. Zhang is panicking hard. Steven stands there holding her hand, whispering sweetly, "Let's test how many times you can hit that reset button on your body." He crushes her shoulder, voice cold as ice. "Let's start with your left hand." Snap! He rips the left arm clean off, making the monster howl, then switches to the other side like a twisted doctor. "And now we do the right one." Zero hesitation. Steven tears the right arm off, continuing his savage torture session. Next on the menu is your tail and legs. And just like that, monster parts are flying into the sky with every casual swing of Steven's hand. He stomps on her head to keep her down, speaking softly. "Relax, this is only round one." Every time the monster regenerates, she looks more drained, limbs and tail grow back. But Zhang is gasping for air. Steven smiles. "Hey sweetheart, ready for round two? Let's get this party started." Steven continues his aggressive surgery, smiling so creepily that Yilin is traumatized by the end of round two. The monster can't take it, crawling away and looking at Steven in pure terror. But the second the legs and tail pop back out, Steven announces, "Welcome to round 3. Then round 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Steven is torturing her while taking notes, realizing it's not just limbs but eyes, nose, and tongue too. Next up, round 16. "Oh look, internal organs grow back too. Seems like everything except your head is renewable. Don't you think 21 rounds is enough for today?" Steven pauses, staring coldly at Zhang, who has lost all her aggression and is just crying rivers of tears, sobbing. "Brother Chun, I know how to talk now. Please, I'm begging you to let me go." Steven replies flatly, "I was planning to gouge your eyes out again, but I suddenly remembered something. I'm not actually a demon." Zhang pouts pitifully. "Why are you doing this to me? What did I ever do to deserve this kind of treatment?" But Steven gets a flashback of exactly what Zhang and that loser Wang did to him in his past life, and he raises his foot, aiming right for her face. This is strictly for revenge. One massive stomp later, Zhang's face is flattened like a pancake. Yilin stands behind him, terrified, asking, "Steven, are you okay?" Steven doesn't answer, just turns around with glowing red eyes. "Are you ready?" Yilin jumps, totally confused. "Ready for what?" Steven steps into her personal space, stroking her cheek with one hand while the other wanders lower, getting real intimate. "I just showed off some serious bravery. Aren't you going to give me a reward?" Yilin tries to resist, but it's weak, her face turning bright red as she worries about the prize. But right here, cut to the rescue team area, where a member is looking around, feeling the air get cooler and wondering, is this a sign the apocalypse is ending? Lu Xiaofeng pops up behind him, hesitant. "Captain, we've got a massive crowd over there. It looks like they are moving straight toward our zone." The captain, a total baddie with silver hair and a killer body, squints with her gun raised, sensing something is definitely wrong. That crowd isn't people. It's a horde of mutated zombies stumbling from the Green City hotel to the rescue point, screaming like nightmares. In the middle of the pack, there's a zombie that looks exactly like Zhang, the one Steven just kicked 50 yards away, looking completely lost. The captain breaks into a cold sweat, shocked. "Zombies! A horde of aggressive zombies incoming. Evacuate the civilians immediately. I'll hold the line and stop these things myself." Lu Xiaofeng panics and yells, "But Captain!" But she just starts blasting, signaling him. "That is an order," leaving Lu to whimper. "Captain, please don't die." The captain fires while screaming back, "Lu Xiaofeng, shut your trash mouth and get the hell out of here." "All right fam, let's jump back into the main action." After absolutely wrecking those high-level mobs and dealing with Zhang Xiaojia, Steven drags Na Lam straight into the bedroom. The boy is glowing, literally radiating energy. He runs a hand through his hair like a total Chad, shooting a frosty glare at Na Lam. He's about to give her a live demo of his infinite berserker stats. They call it the berserker build for a reason, wild, unstoppable, and terrifying enough to make enemies quit the game. It's pure beast mode. For Na Lam, who's basically Steven's main course tonight, she's about to unlock some crazy achievements. We're talking an endurance test that goes through every position in the playbook. She stares at Steven, who's looking like a Greek god with zero chill, and frantically grabs the blanket. She screams, "Wait, what? Round 2 already? Seriously, what is your stamina stat at right now?" Steven doesn't answer, he just pounces like a predator. His eyes are locked on the target, giving her that icy look that says escape is not an option. She chuckles darkly. "The heatwave event is finally over. I gotta head out to the wasteland, but before I dip, I'm gonna leave you with a core memory you won't delete." Na Lam tries to play defense, turning away and keeping her guard up, looking like a stray kitty ready to scratch. But let's be real, against a boss-level player like this, her defense stat is basically 0. Hearing his plan, she hesitates and asks, "Can't I just roll with you? Like, join the party?" Steven hates when his loot talks back. He shuts that hope down instantly, moving with the speed and rhythm of an industrial machine running on overdrive. His eyes flash with a demonic light. He drops the cold hard truth. "Listen up. Anyone who wants to be in my squad needs to clear 2 conditions. Rule number 1, you gotta have value to me. Rule number 2, you follow my orders. No questions asked." Na Lam is losing her mind, gripping the headboard for dear life while trying to keep up with Steven's insane rhythm. She gasps out, "Message received." A few hours later, around midnight after the Stamina King Su, Chun finally finishes his heavy artillery barrage and defeats his target. He hits the pause button on the workout to check the weather. Seeing the temps have dropped, Steven gets ready to grind. He opens his inventory space and mutters, "Looks like she's fully surrendered to the team now." He spawns a rugged off-road vehicle from his stash and says urgently, "I gotta speed run this and get back to base before the ocean server lags out and floods the whole map." Steven gets a flashback to his past life, the nightmare of the zombie apocalypse where safe zones turned into feeding frenzies. That disaster wiped out tons of civilians and soldiers, scattering loot and weapons everywhere, which created all these random warlord factions. While cruising through a zone, Steven spots some gangster NPCs having a chaotic shootout. One guy is spraying bullets and grinning like a maniac, thinking he's clear. Suddenly, some scrubs point guns at Steven's ride, looking like they want to respawn early, screaming, "Car at 12 o'clock, halt for Tau." Steven sits inside, face like stone. He coldly replies, "I'm in a rush and you guys choose now to try a carjacking event? Serious skill issue." Without wasting another breath, he stomps the gas pedal to the floor, launching the car like a rocket. The gangsters are stunned, faces draining of color. The point man freezes like his controller disconnected, while his buddies scramble in panic. Steven's ride bulldozes right over them. Instant game over before they even knew what hit them. After flatlining those clueless thugs, Steven leaves them permanently offline and keeps pushing toward the objective marker. Approaching the subway station, he remembers how this place got totally wrecked by fissures and zombie waves in the previous timeline. Looking down from the high ground, Steven mumbles, "The kill count down there must be in the tens of thousands." The undead mob below hears the engine and starts swarming. Steven scans the sea of glowing red eyes, thinking, "Yeah, that engine noise definitely aggroed the whole horde." He clicks his tongue, annoyed. Too bad not all these zombies drop loot. Cracking open every single head for crystal cores would be a total waste of farming time. Steven steers toward the old university campus. It's dead silent like a graveyard map. He mutters, "Better scout this area first. Just realized this is my first time back at the tech uni since I graduated. Talk about a reunion." He parks in front of the main building, stores the car back in his dimensional inventory, and stealths inside. Right at the entrance, he runs into a chained-up zombie with bloodshot eyes, growling like a guard dog. Before he can move, a voice shouts, "Hold up!" Behind the zombie stands a long-haired thug looking like a budget movie villain, flanked by 2 buff minions. The guy sits there, crossing his legs, acting all high and mighty. "Listen, kid, you gotta pay the toll if you want to step on our turf. First rule, hand over that backpack." Steven decides to troll them. He acts all scared, reaching into his bag with shaky hands. But instead of loot, he pulls a soy sauce glazed chicken leg from his inventory and stammers, "See, can you guys help me? Please don't hurt me. I have this chicken leg." In this apocalypse, where food is rarer than legendary items, the 3 thugs stare at the chicken leg, eyes popping out of their skulls. The leader's jaw hits the floor. "A chicken leg? In this economy? Are you actually holding real meat right now? Yo, toss it here. Gimme that bird, stat." Seeing the squad drooling, Steven smirked and yeeted the drumstick right in front of the thugs and the 2 zombies. It turned into a full-on battle royale. Total chaos, bros became foes, and rank didn't matter when there was fried chicken on the line. Elbows were flying, dudes were getting choked out. "Back off, scrub. That's my lunch. Get lost." Just as Longhair went for the grab, Steven yanked the string. Yoink! The dudes froze, looking like absolute clowns who just got pranked. Steven waved the chicken around, trolling hard. "Oof, awkward. Hate to break it to you, but y'all ain't worthy of this crispy goodness." The disrespect was real. The squad went feral. "The nerve. You played us. Punk. Wreck him." One guy swung a pipe like he was in a batting cage, another roared like a gorilla, and the third guy wielded an axe like a horror movie villain. But before they could even combo, Steven whipped out the heater from his inventory. Instant freeze. Nothing says equality like staring down the barrel of a gun. Pop, pop, pop. 3 shots, 3 tickets to the afterlife. Steven kept walking, muttering, "I swear, the player base wasn't this dumb in my last playthrough." Maybe leaking the survival guide actually saved too many NPCs? Is that why the server is lagging with idiots? Leaving 3 bodies smoking on the floor, literal headshots, he headed straight for the biolab's reptile section. Checking the busted lock, he figured the place was ghosted. No campers here recently. Stepping in, the smell hit him like a truck. Rotten meat and dead snakes everywhere. Nasty. Then he spotted the prize. Gotcha. Inside a glass tank, a four-horned viper was casually snacking on another snake, staring Stephen down with cold eyes. He smirked. Behold, the future king of the swamp. Watching the Golden King digest its roomie, Stephen nodded. So that's the meta? Eat your friends to level up? Huh. He remembered this beast from his past life. It went global, ate half the server, and almost made Stephen a snack too. Stephen stood there, calculating. The map floods in 1 week, and this little guy starts his evolution arc. Who knows how OP it'll get? If we don't nerf this thing now, the whole planet is cooked. Wait, is it just me? Or does this mob have higher AI stats this time? Gotta stay frosty. Mid-thought, heavy footsteps stomped outside. A new squad rolled up, strapped and ready for trouble. They sensed Stephen instantly. He narrowed his eyes. Who invited the guests? The goons camped behind the wall, yelling, "Come out! We know you're camping in there, you rat." They were sweating bullets but talking big game. Stephen yelled back, "Yo, I'm in a cutscene right now. Do not disturb." But before he could finish, a shadow flashed past the door. Wait, what? Huh. A silver-haired girl speed-hacked her way into the group. Turns out the NPCs were hunting her, not him. The thugs panicked. Oh snap, there she is. The filth is hiding here. The leader pinged the target and they rushed in. But Silverhair was on another level. She snapped one neck, scissor-kicked another guy's soul out, and spun like a tornado. Combo times 3. The last dude tried to aim, screaming, "You witch!" Crack! Spine disconnected. User disconnected. She cleared the room, but looked up to find Stephen's barrel right in her face. Solid gameplay, he admitted. She didn't chat, she moved, slapped the gun away, went for the takedown, tried to snap his neck. Nope. Stephen's neck was made of vibranium. She panicked. Why won't it snap? Stephen just stood there, letting her struggle like a noob. While she wrestled, things got a little tangled. She realized the position and yelped, "Hey, watch the hands." Stephen finally restrained her with some pro-level rope skills. Gun back up. ID check. Who are you? She was dripping sweat but kept her chin up. Captain Bach of the Elite Tiger Squad. You better unhand me right now or you'll regret it. Tiger Squad, huh? Stephen raised an eyebrow. You know a guy named Lou? Goes by Little Wind? Bach blinked, surprised. Wait, you know Lou? Stephen thought back to when he owned Lou. Yeah, I basically saved his life. Total carry. As she explained the lore, Stephen started casually cooking a pepper steak. He nodded along. Cool story. He took a bite of rare steak. So, some prison escapees hijacked the school map, took the students as loot, and stole your squad's gear? Bach nodded. Exactly. When the zombie wave hit the safe zone, Lou led the evacuation. But the convicts used the chaos to blend in with the NPCs. Stephen chewed his steak, side-eyeing her. Alright, so I guess it wasn't a total skill issue on your part. Bach scowled. She was seriously hating this guy's vibe. Even with Thomas's, let's call it artistic rope work keeping her down, she tried to clap back. Yo, give me a weapon and these clowns are toast. I ain't scared. But real talk, she was sweating buckets. Not just because she was tied up like a human pretzel, but because this dude is straight up vibing, eating a steak right in front of her face. She couldn't take it anymore and snapped. Seriously? How long are you gonna keep me like this? Cut me loose, man. Thomas looked at Brandon Shaw, smirking like a guy holding all the aces. He hit her with that absolute troll face and asked, "Fine, but you gotta promise not to pull that MMA head scissor move on me again. Okay?" She eyed that juicy steak, literally drooling as she replied, "Deal. But you gotta share that steak. I'm starving." He checked out the red ropes one last time, teasing her about being helpless. But then, swish swish, he sliced the cords and set her free just like that. Out of thin air, literally his inventory space, Thomas pulled out a scoped rifle and tossed it to Brandon Shaw, dropping some truth. "Listen, I got my own side quest to grind, so I can't babysit you. But here's some firepower to keep you alive." Then he turned his back, ice cold, to say goodbye. "Alright, peace out. Don't bug me again." See, Thomas isn't the type to play hero. Unless you mess with him, he's strictly staying in his own lane. His main mission right now, wait 1 week for the big flood, let the Golden Snake King spawn, and farm its core. That's the loot he's after. Brandon Shaw grabbed the gun, thinking, okay, maybe he's not a total villain, With a tank like him, her raid plan would be way easier. She yelled after him, "Wait! I'm planning to raid the upper levels. That's their base. We need to get our loot back so the survivors actually have a chance in this apocalypse." She watched him walk away, hesitating. She figured this was it, game over for their team up. "So, I guess this is the last time we see each other." But before she could finish, Thomas stopped dead in his tracks. "Did you say, loot?" Something clicked. He spun around, walking backward toward her. "Hold up a sec." Like a straight-up magician, Thomas pulled a massive, long-barrel sniper rifle out of a tiny backpack. Brandon Shaw was absolutely shook. Eyes wide, he dragged the heavy gun out, making up an excuse on the spot. "You know, Lu Tufong and I are tight. For friendship's sake, I'll join your party." Cut to the university admin building, Thomas's old stomping grounds. Now it's the HQ for a gang of prison escapees. In the background, a bunch of male students tied up tight, being used as hostages. Not cool. The boss, looking like a total thug, was chilling with two girls. He asked his scout, "What's the status out there?" The minion was shaking like a leaf in front of the big bad wolf. "Boss, the boys are ready outside. We're gonna catch every single rat hiding in the dorms. Guaranteed." The leader grinned, looking evil. "Perfect. Send the disobedient ones to the front line. Let them be meat shields. If they refuse, delete them." But while these guys were busy plotting their master plan, boom, Thomas kicked the door off its hinges. The whole room froze. It was like someone dumped a bucket of ice water on their little party. Thomas stepped in, cool as a cucumber. "My bad. Did I interrupt a staff meeting?" The minions were stunned silent. The scout who just reported lost it. He pointed right at Thomas's face, screaming, "Who the hell are you? How did you even gauging veins popping, sweating bullets?" He grit his teeth and roared, "Quit playing games, kid." Rewind a sec. High up in the sniper nest, Brandon Shaw just pulled the trigger. She radioed in, "Target eliminated." See, Thomas and Brandon Shaw had this whole play scripted out perfectly beforehand. To then is the aggro bait going inside, while Brandon Shaw camps the science building to provide sniper cover. Watching through her scope, she was stressing. "Thomas, that room is packed with enemies. You're in the danger zone, for real." She kept telling him that soloing a boss room like that was basically suicide. She flashed back to when Thomas laid out the strat. He just wanted her to camp and snipe. He was like, "Just take the sniper to the building opposite. I'll go in, draw their aggro, and when I point at someone, you delete them." Looking back, Brandon Shaw facepalmed. "I can't believe I actually agreed to this crazy plan." She went full beast mode, charging down the stairs to protect her teammate. Screaming into her headset, she was like, "Yo, Sue, stall him. I'm coming to save your butt right now." But while she was sprinting, the enemy leader's voice crackled over the comms, barking a kill order. "Ice that kid. Take him out." She grit her teeth, cursing up a storm. Damn it. Too late. She pushed even harder, her eyes wide and frantic, yelling, "You jerk." She seriously thought Sue was already toast, like totally game over. She was regretting agreeing to this whole crazy plan. Bursting into the enemy hideout, gun raised, she screamed, "Sue, I'm here to get payback for you, bro." But yo, what she saw. Totally not what she expected. Not even close. The entire enemy squad was laid out flat. Cold. Out cold on the floor like a bunch of dirty laundry in a hurricane. Sue was just chilling, holding the boss guy up by his neck with one hand. He looked bored, saying, "Yo, you're late. Also, there's zero loot here." Real talk. Sue had already cleared the building, clapped these guys, and stashed all the supplies into his secret inventory space like a pro gamer hoarding loot. He gave the dudes on the floor a cold stare. "Everything in this room? Mine now. Maybe if you guys survive and stop being trash human beings, I'll share a crumb." "Just kidding. Life's tough. Deal with it." The prisoner boss was dangling in the air, basically half dead, while Sue squeezed his neck. The guy was gasping for air but still tried to wheeze out one last threat. You can't kill me. My backers. They won't let you get away with this." Dude thought he was the apex predator just because he was a convict, but he just ran into the real monster. Snap. Sue tightened his grip, and that was it. He turned that threat into the guy's last words. Game over. Sue looked icy as he dropped the body. "Don't worry. Your crew is gonna join you in the afterlife real soon." Back to reality. Bach stood there panting, totally shook by the scene in front of her. Bodies were everywhere, and Sue was just dusting off his hands. She stuttered, "Wait, did you seriously solo this entire squad?" Sue immediately played it cool to cover his tracks. "Nah, I just work out a lot. Plus, there's no food here." These guys were probably starving and weak already. Easy pickings. Bach nodded slowly. Kind of made sense. It's the apocalypse, right? Weird stuff happens, but her detective instincts kicked in. Wait, so did someone else loot this place before them? If there's no food left here, the other students are gonna starve. What are we gonna do? Sue stayed silent, but he was thinking, I might share my stash if they're cool. But they gotta earn it first. He knew the school layout like the back of his hand. Plus, he'd already interrogated the bad guys and got the intel he needed. He turned toward the door. Let's roll. We're heading to the girls' dorms. Bach was still buffering, totally confused. Huh? Why are we going to the girls' dorms right now? She had to jog to keep up with him. He glanced back. I told you, I got info from the prisoners while I was fighting. The missing students are being held over there. Meanwhile, back in the room filled with bodies, among the hanging corpses, one woman suddenly twitched. A creepy, groaning sound echoed in the silence. Her eyes snapped open. She had this haunted, crazy look, like she'd watched the entire massacre go down. Outside the admin building, a dude with an iron jaw mask and a bad boy haircut showed up. That's Steel Tooth. He walked in with swagger, hands in his pockets, looking annoyed. Did that kid run off to cause trouble again? He stepped inside, totally unbothered by the carnage. Wonder if he's dead yet. His goons searched the place until one of them yelled, "Boss, we found her." It was the captain. She was still alive. Wild hair, revealing outfit and covered in scars. A total femme fatale vibe. Steel Tooth knew she was a freak, so he wasn't even worried. He just smirked. TSK. What a waste. The minion. One guy cut the rope and lowered her down carefully, trying to be gentle. She landed on her feet, weak but keeping her cool. She looked at the leader and said, I was just flirting with death a little. Steel Tooth, I need some comfort. Steel Tooth pulled out a spiked whip from behind his back and grinned like a maniac. Oh really? I guess everyone knows Captain Na loves pain. Without hesitation, he started whipping her. Instead of screaming in pain, she moaned. Steel Tooth lowered his voice, asking, So, how does that feel? Unlike normal people who would be screaming their lungs out, Sister Na is weirdly vibing with the torture, moaning like she just got a deep tissue massage. Seeing her bounce back so fast, the boss leans in and grills her. So, you definitely saw the perp, right? He sits on her while she's completely spaced out. He presses for details on who dared to jack his supplies, and Nana just rolls her eyes back, mumbling some cryptic nonsense. It wasn't human. It was a demon, she whispers, snapping back to her icy persona the second the trance wears off. Meanwhile, Steven shifts the scene to the girls' dorm, where he and Whitey find the rest of the squad. Seeing her boy Phoenix looking wrecked, Whitey screams, Yo Phoenix, how did you get messed up like that? Phoenix flashes a weak smile, trying to play it cool. Chill, Captain Whitey. I'm good. Really? He's just relieved to see her back in one piece, clutching his gut while eyeing Steven with major suspicion. Steven? Why is this guy here? Whitey jumps in, explaining that Steven is basically their savior and the reason she's still breathing. Steven ignores the interrogation and focuses on Phoenix. Bro, that scratch isn't looking too hot, actually. Let me take a closer look at that damage before you keel over. Phoenix unwraps the bandages, admitting it started as a basic scratch but now it's morphing into something nasty, rotting faster than leftovers in the sun. Steven inspects the gross, festering wound, rubs his chin, and drops the diagnosis. It's from those flesh eaters, the Tau clan zombies. Their claws are loaded with corrosive viruses. If you don't pump some meds into your system ASAP, it's game over for you. Phoenix looks calm, like he's accepted his fate, but you can tell he's hesitating. Meds are rarer than diamonds right now, man. I can't ask for that. It just sucks to go out like a punk like this. While Phoenix is having his tragic hero moment, Steven reaches into his magic backpack and shoves a stack of medicine boxes right in his face. Here, take the stash. This should be enough to fix you up. Phoenix freezes, looking at the loot like he's seeing a ghost. Whitey watches Steven make it rain medicine and gasps. Where on earth are you getting all these supplies from? Steven just shrugs it off with a casual flex. Told you already, I'm the designated lifesaver today. Inside, Steven is playing 4D chess, remembering his past life where this Phoenix guy becomes the wind god, a human nuke with insane power level. He figures if this is the same guy, investing a few pills now is like buying stocks before they moon, guaranteed profit. Knowing Phoenix is a righteous dude who honors debts, Steven knows this gamble is going to pay off big time. Holding meds that are worth more than gold bars, Phoenix feels the weight of the favor but is still suspicious of the motive. He asks, Look, I owe you one big time. But I know you didn't trek all the way here just to play doctor. Spit it out, what's the real play? Steven's face goes stone cold as he drops the warning. Listen up, everyone. The Great Flood is coming. You need to evacuate this place immediately. He breaks it down like a weatherman of doom. Extreme heat melted the glaciers, salt water is rushing in, and physics is about to ruin everyone's day. Give it a little time, and this entire school is going to be an underwater exhibit. The squad looks at him like he has two heads, half believing, half thinking he's lost his marbles. Whitey looks doubtful, about to ask about this flood theory, when suddenly, a wild antagonist appears to ruin the vibe. It's Fong Ching, Steven's old classmate and resident drama queen, who immediately clutches her pearls and yells, "Bullcrap, what great flood." I bet he's just trying to scare us off, so he can gatekeep the school's resources all for himself. Steven clocks her instantly. Rich kid, super entitled, and famous for stirring up gender wars just for clout. He gives her a death stare, thinking, oh great, it's her. She ignores his silence, eyes glued to his backpack like a starving hyena, curiosity and hunger making her bold. Another student chimes in, hey, you got food in that bag or what? Before Steven can answer, Fong Ching lets her entitlement take the wheel and lunges for the bag, screaming, hand it over. Let me see what you got. In his past life, Steven might have been a pushover, but today, he delivers a backhand slap so hard it resets her factory settings. Her cheek swells up instantly, and she stands there holding a broken tooth, shaking with rage. You actually hit me? She thinks playing the victim will work, but she forgot she's literally the most hated person on campus. The crowd sees her get slapped and absolutely loses it, cheering, yes, finally, someone shut her up. One guy yells, she hogged a whole dorm room to herself while we starved. I've been waiting for this. Another joins the roast. Exactly. Just because her daddy has money, she thinks she owns the place. Kick her out. Get lost. Steven smirks at the angry mob, then looks at Fong Ching. Looks like you failed the vibe check, sweetheart. Fong Ching turns beet red, screaming through her swollen face at the crowd. You lowly men, how dare you treat a lady like this? All right, bet. I'm gonna go find my daddy, and I'll tell him to live every single one of you. She stormed off all salty, and honestly, we couldn't tell if she meant her bio dad or her sugar daddy. The boys were straight up cackling. Brandon Shaw watched her bolt and looked all stressed. Yo, Thomas, you sure letting her go isn't gonna bite us in the butt? Thomas, never one for straight answers, just shrugged. She wants her daddy. What are you gonna do? Ground her. Fong Tin was stomping away, muttering trash about how local guys are simps and losers, claiming foreign dudes are the only real gentlemen. Little did she know, a massive creeping shadow was about to vibe check her from behind. Steel Tooth heard the name Thomas and moved in like a ninja, one hand on her mouth, the other locking her down tight. With a total creep stare, he gritted his teeth. Listen up, babe. Tell Big Brother exactly where that Thomas guy is hiding. After chopping it up with Lu Chu Fong and Brandon Shaw, Thomas dipped to handle his own business. Walking out of the dorms, he figured the squad could handle the evac. Not his circus, not his monkeys. He checked his phone, pic of the Gold King Cobra. The play was simple. Wait for it to finish mutating, then wreck it. He was wondering if he'd unlock those sweet hydro powers when a weird noise from a nearby truck snapped him back to reality. He looked up and saw Fong Tin tied up by Steel Tooth, dangling from a crane and crying for help. Thomas, help me, barely registered. He just smirked. Wow, you found your daddy that fast? Impressive. Steel Tooth stood on the truck cab like he owned the place, looking ready to brawl. Ha ha ha, I'm Steel Tooth, straight out of the Evo base. He glared daggers. So you're Thomas? Can't believe a punk like you jacked our loot. I thought you'd be some three-headed monster. Quick question. You ready to get deleted? The ruckus outside was so loud it made Brandon Shaw and Lu Chu Fong jump out of their skins back in the girls' dorm. Brandon Shaw panicked, realizing the noise was coming from where Thomas just headed. She was stressing over Thomas and Tu Fong's injuries. I'm checking it out. Tu Fong, hold the fort and keep everyone safe. But Lu Tu Fong wasn't having it. He owed Thomas big time. No way. I'm rolling with you. Back at the showdown, Steel Tooth was laughing maniacally as the undead swarmed Thomas. He poked at the dangling Fong Tin just for kicks. Yo, Thomas, this chick your classmate? I'll give you a shot to play hero and save the damsel. Just get on your knees and beg, and I'll cut her loose. Thomas rubbed his chin, actually considering it. sort of. He suddenly switched up his vibe, sounding all caring. He gave her hope. Really? Thomas, you're actually a good guy. Come on. Kneel down and get me out of here. Thomas looked up and cut her off cold. Yeah, but there's a tiny issue. Huang Tin blinked. Issue? What do you mean? You literally just said you'd save me. Realizing she was being trolled, her eyes went bloodshot with rage. You said it yourself. You gonna flip-flop now? Are you even a man? That triggered Thomas's memory of her trash-talking local guys earlier. Oh, I'm definitely a man. But I don't think a lowlife like me is worthy of saving a queen like you. Why don't I call up those fancy foreign gentlemen? Maybe they'll come save you. She was shaking with pure fury. So that's how it is, huh? You're that petty? Just because I called you a loser, you're gonna leave me to die? You think I'm gonna say sorry? I'd never beg a piece of trash like you. This just proves you're a scumbag. A total dirtbag. I don't need your help. Before she could finish, Thomas pointed down and smirked. Oh really? Bet. Hope you keep that same energy in about 5 seconds. Huang Tin, looking like a raggedest snack on a stick, suddenly became the main course for the zombies below. They started climbing over each other, sinking their teeth into her legs. The pain was instant, and she screamed bloody murder. Ah! Help! Save me! Thomas! I was wrong. I'm sorry. Please, just get me down. Steeltooth cackled, pointing at Thomas. Ha! You really are cold-blooded leaving her like that. But don't worry, you're gonna join her on the menu soon enough. Now, sit back and watch the true power of the Evo base. This dude whips out a jar of mystery goop, smearing it on his face like war paint, bragging, check this out. Once I rock this foundation, those undead freaks downstairs are gonna be eating out of my hand. Thomas keeps it ice cold, hitting him with that savage sarcasm. Oh wow, what is that? Oh, to corpse. You trying to smell like they're dead homies? Actually, solid strategy, bro. I bet that stench really convinces them you're part of the rot squad. Oof, that roast flew right over Kwang Na's smooth brain. He freezes, sweating buckets, staring at his jar of magic dust like, wait, what? B-bone ash. He starts gagging, spitting that stuff out like he just swallowed a bug. Bleg, gross. Then he flips the switch from confused kid to rage monster. Screw you. Get him, boys. Shred this punk into confetti. The zombie mob roars and charges. Thomas, unbothered. He hits that Wakanda forever pose, activating his spatial superpowers like a total boss. Boom! Twin blades manifest in his grip. He goes from 0 to master assassin in a heartbeat. We're talking Roronoa Zoro levels of swordsmanship here. Fam. He blitzes through the horde, slicing and dicing heads, limbs, chests, moving with the grace of a dragon. After that insane combo, Thomas sticks the landing. Kwang Na, being the absolute clown he is, thinks our boy is done for. Ha! Look at you, pathetic little rat. You're toast. But then, silence. The zombie squad just freezes in place. Blink and you miss it. Thomas teleports right in his grill. Kwang Na jumps out of his skin. Yo, how'd you get up here so fast? Brandon Shaw and Lu Chufong pull up to the scene, seeing Thomas surrounded and that ugly mug Kwang Na looking dangerous. Brandon Shaw gasps. Oh snap. Thomas is in trouble. She sees the encirclement and thinks it's game over. Kwang Na loses it, screaming at his minions. Hey, why are you lagging? Get him, kill him, to then just dusts off his shoulder, cool as a cucumber. Save your breath, dude. It's point and click. The delay on those sword strikes finally ends. The entire zombie horde just falls apart, like literally disintegrates. You're just wasting your vocal cords, Thomas quips. Kwang Na's jaw hits the floor, eyes popping out in sheer terror. What the? How is that even possible? Thomas doesn't do long villain monologues. He slips into the void, popping up right behind Kwang Na. Honestly, I wasn't gonna mess with your little evolution club. He clamps his hand onto Kwang Na's face, locking him down. While the dude panics, Thomas whispers, but you just had to come knocking on death's door, didn't you? He tightens his grip, ready to pull. So now, I gotta revoke your breathing privileges. Kwang Na screams, eyes bloodshot with terror. Wait, what are you doing? Stop. Thomas flashes a demon grin and, rip, he tears the guy's head clean off. Yikes, if you're squeamish, look away for 3 seconds. Fam, that was brutal. Brandon Shaw is stunned. She just watched him delete the boss and the mob in the blink of an eye. She's thinking, there is no way that's just from hitting the gym. That power is on a whole other level. What kind of monster is this guy? Meanwhile, Thomas is chilling. One hand in his pocket, the other holding a severed head. Against scrubs like this, I gotta hold back more. he thinks. Really need to find some teammates who can actually keep up. Cut to the Luktan Hotel. The AC is blasting, and a gentle breeze is flowing through the room. Up in the presidential suite, Na Lam is still recovering from a very intense night with Thomas. She's tossing and turning, mouth open, gasping for air like she's still in the middle of a marathon session. Things are getting spicy in dreamland. She wakes up with a jolt, face beet red, totally drenched in sweat. She screams out, "Thomas, don't leave me." She's rocking a flimsy nightgown that leaves nothing to the imagination, panting like she just saw a ghost. A nightmare? Or a fantasy? Let me know in the comments what you think she was dreaming about. Rubbing her sleep-deprived eyes, she mumbles, "Dreaming about that jerk again. Seriously, where is he? It's been forever." Suddenly, boom, a massive crash outside shakes the room. Na Lam snaps to attention. She freezes, remembering Thomas's cold words before he left. "If you're useless, you don't deserve to stand next to me." That memory cuts deep. She clenches her jaw. "No way. I am not gonna be a burden, Thomas." Shaking off the sleep, she grabs a pistol from the nightstand. "I'm gonna prove I can be your right-hand woman." Click, clack, click. A creepy noise echoes from the next room, shattering the silence. Gun in hand, silky dress on. She looks like the main character in one of those spicy cop RPGs you guys love so much. "He caught you looking." She creeps out the door, eyes locked in, hunting for the source. But when she enters, nothing. She scans the area, confused. Weird. I swear the sound came from right here. Another thud right behind her. She spins around, heart pounding in her throat. When did it get there? A hideous mutant is staring her down, growling, eyes glowing red. Na Lam is rooted to the spot, sweating bullets. She's paralyzed with fear, thinking, It was behind me the whole time. Yo, if anyone else was here, she would have screamed her lungs out. But right now, Na Lam's heart is beating out of her chest, totally freaking out, because the zombie just spawned out of nowhere. Still rocking that spicy nightie, she starts backing up. Her eyes are glued to this drought demon, seriously body looking straight up nasty, creeping way too close. She's thinking, wait, when did this thing even sneak up behind me? Trying to peace out, she takes a few steps back, but oops, her booty bumps right into the edge of a table. She takes a quick peek, blocked by the monster on one side, chair on the other, table behind. Zero exit strategy, sweat's dripping, and she's thinking, this is bad, like really bad. I'm totally while scrambling for a plan. She looks down, boom, a pistol. She's hyped, thinking, yes, strapped. But here's the tea. Even though she's a total baddie, she's also kind of a klutz. She rushes to aim, bangs her hand on the chair, and the piece goes clattering onto the table. Clang. Huge mistake. That noise just triggered the beast mode. It goes berserk, red eyes glowing, drool leaking from its gnarly teeth, and charges straight at the sound. Na Lam can't even look. She curls up in fear, but let's be real. She's still serving that perfect S-line figure even while terrified. Seeing the attack coming, she shuts her eyes, thinking, welp, that's it. Game over for me. But hold up, plot twist. The thing totally misses the main course. As blind as a bat. It chomps down on the chair instead, realizes it's not food, gets confused, and starts sniffing the air around her like a dog. Lam peeks one eye open. Still alive? Seeing it sniffing around, she leans back, hands gripping the table behind her. But this pose feels a little suggestive. Yo fam, you seeing this? She stares blankly at those bloodshot eyes, mentally roasting him. Why is he sniffing so hard? Can homeboy not see anything? Those eyes do look kinda glazed over, giving major blind guy in a bad rom-com vibes, but way creepier. He keeps leaning in, taking deep whiffs of her perfume. She tries to lean back more, but those curves are making it tricky to dodge. Feels like she's trapped in some twisted prank show. Face twisted in panic. She knows she dodged a bullet, but he's all up in her personal space. One tiny squeak and she's dinner. So what's the play here? What do I do? While the zombie's growling and sniffing her like a creep, Na Lam suddenly remembers. The heater, the gun, right? Just gotta grab the strap. She twists, pops the booty back, and stretches her whole body across the table to reach it. A pose that would definitely have the chat spamming emoji. Just a few inches away. She's hyping herself up. Come on. Almost got it. But in the middle of that thirst trap stretch, she makes a noise. The zombie snaps, goes feral, and roars right in her direction. She jumps, locks eyes with the red-eyed freak, and thinks, okay, I'm actually cooked this time. The monster is literally right behind her, screaming in her ear. She's losing it. But in that do-or-die moment, Then's face pops into her head. His savage words spark something inside her. My supplies are limited. Being a hottie isn't enough to pay rent here. Find the crystal core in a monster's brain to get powers. I don't run a charity for useless people. That hit her ego hard. She grinds her teeth, eyes blazing with rage. She screams, I ain't useless, and launches a vicious high heel kick straight into the zombie's eye socket. Squish. Even if he was blind, that's gotta hurt. Ha! She follows up with another stomp right on top of its head, driving that heel deep into its brain. One foot planted on the corpse, sitting on the table like a boss. She grits her teeth. All right, let's crack this melon open and see if you've got loot. But as she pulls back, the zombie grabs her ankle. She shrieks but isn't backing down now. It's fight or flight, and she's choosing violence. She stomps that sharp heel right into its other eye. That did it. The zombie slumps over, defeated by her footwear. Na Lam sits up on the table, watching the monster drop in slow motion. She spots an axe nearby, grabs it, and slings it over her shoulder. Turning on the swag, she says, Tadan, too bad you missed the show. I'm definitely not dead weight. She steps on the monster's face. Now, give me that crystal. Cut to the engineering university with Bok Thuong and Lo Tu Fong. Following Tadan's orders to evacuate the students, Bok Thuong hits up her brother, Bok Min, to bring in the cavalry for backup. Meanwhile, in the biolab, that snake Tadan was obsessed with, King Gold Snake, is starting to glitch out and mutate. Tadan walks in, ice in his veins, staring the snake down. Let's see what kind of monster you turn into. He drops a massive bucket of water in front of it. Got a little pool party set up just for you, buddy. The snake, surprisingly smart now, doesn't attack. It just slithers off the table into the bucket. Tadan grins. Oh, you already know you need water to complete the evolution? Nice. Saves me the trouble of tossing you in. The second it hits the water, boom, mutation city. His body expands so fast the plastic bucket starts cracking and bulging like it's about to explode. Tadan is actually shook. It got that huge in a split second? The King Cobra hits its first Evo stage. It's standing tall, sporting giant wings and locking those creepy red eyes right on Steve. Dude stays chill, though. First evolution and you're already this massive? Lucky I brought a bucket. 'Cause if a flood hits, this is gonna get messy. One hand casually in his pocket, the other summons his blade. Total boss move. Steven gives the snake a warning. Yo, if you pledge loyalty right now, I might consider letting you be my main pet. But the snake's got that upgraded IQ. It senses Steven is OP and decides to yeet itself right out the window. Steven gasps. You bailing already? Guess this little guy grew a brain. Smash. King Cobra breaks the glass and makes a run for it. Steven isn't letting that XP slide. He chases, stabbing its back. Is this how snakes retreat nowadays? Too bad your speed stat is way too low to escape me. But snap. The sword breaks in half, hitting those steel scales. Steven looks at the handle like, for real? Your armor is that buff. King Cobra sees the weapon fail and hits the U-turn to counterattack. Steven jumps up, absolutely zero fear. Fine. If the blade is useless, I'll just catch these hands until you drop. He drops a friendly hammer fist right on its head, smashing the snake's upper body into the pavement. But King Cobra isn't done. It wraps its long body around Steven, squeezing tight like a toxic hug. Steven grimaces. Got me locked down, huh? You're actually pretty clever for a reptile. His eyes go ice cold as he analyzes the beast. That first hit was just bait? You were actually trying to trap me this whole time. The snake can't talk, obviously, so it just opens that nightmare jaw, aiming to swallow Steven whole. But wait. Scene switch. We jump over to Bai Shang's squad, leaving Steven's fate on a massive cliffhanger. Don't worry, we'll be right back. Bai Ming looks back at his sister, teasing her. Yo, why are you zoning out back there? He keeps poking the bear. What's with the face? Missing that handsome guy. Steven. Already? Bai Shang shoots him a glare. You know, you don't have to talk to prove you exist. Bai Ming gets serious for a sec. You really crushing on him? Staying back there is basically a death wish, you know? Bai Shang shakes her head immediately. No way. That guy is definitely not dying today. Bai Ming raises an eyebrow. You sound pretty sure of that. She looks a bit spooked but impressed. First time I saw him, he wasn't just strong. His eyes were deep and cold, like a monster hiding in human skin. Trust me, we are definitely crossing paths with him again. back to the main action. The monster is inches away from turning Steven into a snack. Suddenly, bam! Steven's arm shoots out, grabbing its throat faster than lightning. The snake thrashes, but that grip is like a hydraulic press. It's not going anywhere. Steven's vibe completely changes. Eyes like the Reaper himself. He stomps on its back, voice booming. "You really thought you could bag me?" Staring into the snake's terrified eyes, he keeps the trash talk going. "I heard snakes have crazy reflexes. Even if you chop their heads off, they can still bite. But honestly, that's not gonna save you." With god-tier strength, Steven flips the king cobra and body slams it into the ground with one hand. The boom sounds like thunder. The giant beast just realized who the real alpha is. Steven grabs the neck, steps on the jaw, and rip! Savage mode activated, he tears the king cobra in two. After that brutal fatality, he scans the mess and spots the loot, the crystal core. He picks it up, hyped. Bingo! Found the goods. Staring at the core, he can feel the crazy energy radiating off it. What kind of upgrade is this gonna give him? He mumbles. "Let's see what ability you unlock for me." Suddenly, the whole city vibe flips. Just hours ago it was oven hot, but now, the sky opens up like it's trying to drown the world. The heat was breaking people's minds, but this flood? This is the wipe mechanic for civilization. Tsunamis and floods roll in, washing away everything in the server. People are scrambling, panic written all over their faces. Total apocalypse mode enabled. Even the massive cities like Shanghai stand zero chance against Mother Nature's rage. What is up, fam? Welcome back to the channel. We are checking out the technical Unizone today, but spoiler alert, it is basically Atlantis now. Just a few rooftops peeking out like islands. And starring in today's episode is our main guy, Steven, the dude literally chosen by destiny. After snacking on that legendary king snake core, he dives straight into the flood. He is not just swimming, he is gliding through the water smoother than fresh butter. Breathing, movement, total system upgrade. Steven is slithering on the surface like a silent, deadly wave. He is thinking to himself, "No cap, that snake core is the real deal. My body is evolving to handle this new power." The second he touches the water, his body starts glitching out, in a good way. He is sprouting hard scales like built-in armor, and his strength and speed stats just got a massive buff. His vision went full 4K resolution, seeing clearly in the murky dark. He even grew these cool protective membranes over his eyes. Then Steven realizes his breathing is acting kinda sus. Bubbles are popping everywhere, but he is not choking. He is straight up absorbing oxygen through his skin like a fish or a snake. He is wondering, is this part of the premium snake package or what? Steven pops up for air away from the admin building. He can't waterbend yet, but breathing underwater? That is a total cheat code. Suddenly, he remembers the Green City Hotel. That girl Donna is still stuck there. If the flood hits hard from upstream, that whole location is going to be wiped off the map. But the current is raging, filled with sharp debris that will slice you up like a blender. Going upstream is basically a suicide mission. Steven checks the sky. Looks like that volcano eruption is finally hitting its peak. Since the capital is far away, the sky here is still looking chill and blue. But once that ash cloud hits, we are looking at a frozen apocalypse real quick. Winter is coming, guys. His face gets super serious. He realizes civilization is just a fragile little game before the end times. To avoid becoming grade meat for predators, you gotta level up constantly. Then, he starts having flashbacks to his previous life. After the big flood, the map got split. The lowlands became turf for the Snake Army and the Iron Queen. Down south? That is cannibal tribe territory, straight up psychos live there. The west side got taken over by a massive army led by the Rat King. And the east belongs to headhunters. In his last life, those jerks Chao Kuang and Donna camped at the hotel and almost game-ended him multiple times. But this time, he mutters, "Donna, Chao Kuang, I am gonna delete them from the server before they even start. Gotta farm all the remaining energy cores SAP to get swole." Perched on a rooftop, Steven starts cooking up a master plan. The cannibals are too swarmed, and the Iron Queen is ghosting everyone right now. But the Rat King? He remembers a plague outbreak at the Science and Tech Uni. That giant rat has got to be hiding there. If he speedruns it, he can snag that boss drop without breaking a sweat. While he is deep in strategy mode on the ledge, the water below starts vibing weirdly. He looks down, boom, water demons everywhere. He sighs, "Guess I was looking too bored." As the mob closes in, Steven just smirks. "Looks like I have got a fan club already." Cut to a signal tower sticking out of the water. It is barely holding on against the flood. Two dudes are clinging to the top, looking absolutely terrified. Drop an F in the chat for these guys. Why is this happening right now? The younger one screams, then spots some movement below. He nudges his bro, "Yo, look, someone is swimming towards us." The older brother is not buying it. "Shut your trap. Anyone in that water is dead meat by now." But he looks anyway and jaw drop. Someone is actually coming. Wait, isn't that? They see Steven speeding through the waves like a human torpedo. They can't believe their eyes. How is that kid not drowned yet? The older guy gets salty. "We are only in this mess because we had to spy on him. If he comes up here, I am kicking him right back down." The younger one squints. "Bro, he is fast. And, I think he brought friends." The older brother looks past Steven and freezes in pure horror. A horde of water demons is right on his tail. They both scream. What the heck are those monsters? Watching Steven rip through that current upstream, the brothers were shook, like, how is he even moving that fast against the flow? Seeing Steven and those water freaks coming at Mach speed, the two guys started totally freaking out. "He's coming right for us?" The younger brother yelled, hitting panic mode. "Bro, scare him off." "Yo, Steven, we rep the evolution base, so back the heck off." Steven heard the threat and just gave a cold, savage smirk. "If you guys were random NPCs, I'd ignore you, but dropping the evolution base name, you just put a target on your back." Steven was basically surfing that flood when he heard the threat. His eyes went ice cold, and his vibe turned straight up terrifying. "Evolution base, huh? Sounds like you goons have been breathing my air for way too long." He thought about it, curiosity piqued. Maybe it's time to spill the tea on what they're actually plotting. In a split second, Steven made his move. He launched himself out of the water like a rocket, aiming straight for the two stooges. That move was a total jump scare, leaving the brothers absolutely shook. Jumping like that from solid ground is crazy enough, but Steven did it off the water like some parkour god. The brothers were glitching out, just one shock after another. Steven's landing was calculated perfectly. Stomp right on the younger brother's face. Dude's face got instantly wrecked, looking like a distorted meme while he tried to figure out what just hit him. That power stomp literally turned the guy into a human doormat. Veins were popping out everywhere as he gritted his teeth, trying to tank the insane weight of Steven's foot. But the force was too much. He lost his balance, slipped off the pole, and went into a freefall toward the flood. He screamed his lungs out, staring at his brother like, "Bro, I'm falling. This is an epic fail, right?" The older brother was clinging to the pole, watching his sibling drop like a rock in total panic. But in a total clutch moment, he reached down and grabbed his brother's hand just in time, one hand on the pole, one holding his bro. The big bro was grinding his teeth, veins bulging, muscles about to snap from the weight. He roared, "I got you. Grab the pole, quick," while the younger one dangled below. But gravity was winning. He panicked, screaming, "I can't reach it. It's too far." The older brother felt his grip slipping but gritted his teeth, lying through them. "Don't trip. I'm gonna pull you up." But the younger brother knew the score and how messed up the situation was. Making the ultimate sacrifice, he looked up and said, "Bro, I'm too heavy. Just let me go. If you don't, we both die." But the older brother screamed back, "No way. I'm not letting go. We're ride or die." Steven watched the soap opera unfold from above, almost wanting to shed a tear at the bromance. He just chilled on the pole, looked down at them, cool as a cucumber. "So," he asked, "spill the beans. What do you guys know about the evolution base?" Even hanging there, the brothers tried to act tough. The older one snarled, Forget it. I ain't snitching to the likes of you. Even if you end us, our squad will come for payback. Steven glanced down at the water demons reaching their nasty arms up, waiting for a snack, and gave a sarcastic slow clap. Brave. Stupid, but brave. Don't blame me though. Suddenly, a water demon yoinked the younger brother's ankle. It yanked him straight down into the raging floodwaters. Even though he was ready to sacrifice himself earlier, he still totally freaked out, screaming in horror as he got ripped away from his brother. Steven looked down and casually explained to the older brother. The water demons took him. Can't pin that one on me, buddy. The older brother didn't care. Seeing his bro get taken, he let go of the pole and dove in, screaming, "No, I'm coming for you." Respect for the loyalty, but they both went under. When the older bro opened his eyes, he was face to face with a nightmare. Sharp teeth and glowing red eyes. He hadn't even saved his brother yet, and he was already cooked himself. The younger brother, in total despair, just thought, well, we're screwed. Seeing the demon about to strike, the older brother just closed his eyes and raised his hand, thinking it was better to die with his bro than fight these things. But right at that second, Steven showed up like the MVP, swinging a blade that sliced the water demon right in half. Looking like a total beast, Steven moved through the water like it was dry land, unleashing insane sword combos at lightning speed. Those water freaks got absolutely wrecked, leaving the two bros shook to their core, gasping for air like they just cheated death. The older dude stared at Steven, eyes popping out, thinking, yo, is this guy even human? He's actually broken, totally OP. A hot minute later, Steven hauled both of them up to the top of the signal tower. Super grateful for the save, the older bro spoke up. We owe you big time, man. I'm gonna spill the tea on everything we know about the evolution base right now. Still trying to catch his breath, he continued. Real talk. The evolution base sent us out here just to spy on you, bro. The base is actually hidden at the University of Science and Technology, run by some guy named Lou and his crew of lab geeks. We're just the grunts running errands for the big bosses, you feel me? Hearing Science and Technology University, Steven instantly thought back to that nasty Rat King. He realized the rat outbreak started there too, so the Rat King is definitely linked to this SUS base. Steven pressed them. They cooking up any mutant rats in that lab? The guy shook his head, keeping it 100. Only the white coats know the top secret stuff. We honestly have zero clue about that specific drama. Even with just a crumb of info, Steven decided, bet, I gotta make the first move and scout that place before the rat apocalypse pops off again. Cut to the Luktan Hotel. The floodwaters were basically swallowing the whole hood. Duanya was standing there looking super nervous as the water levels kept rising. She was panting, looking like a total masterpiece, pretty enough to be a top influencer's profile pic. After taking that crystal core like Steven said, she tried to feel the power up, but nothing, soaking wet. She wondered if she messed up the upgrade. The flood was already creeping up to her heels. Suddenly, creepy tentacles wiggled under the water. Total cliffhanger vibes, and she gasped, wait, is the water seriously this high already? The Great Flood had basically deleted every building in the city, and the hotel was getting wrecked too. The water was hitting the penthouse levels, waves crashing like they wanted to wash everything away. Standing there, Duanya didn't just hear the waves, she heard some weird, sketchy shuffling noises nearby. That sound gave her the creeps, like something was low-key hunting her. Earlier, she took out that traitor who tried to play her. Dude had zero riz and bad karma from his past life anyway. Luckily, she looted a crystal core straight from his noggin. Following Steven's guide, she decided to absorb it because she didn't want to be dead weight. She had to level up to stay on the team. But yo, that move made her glitch out. Her eyes glowed red like she was charged with chaotic energy ready to blow. Her temperature spiked like crazy, and she was making sounds like she was in serious pain, totally overheating. She was fighting through the transformation, hugging herself tight to stop the shaking, looking like she was about to lose it. She felt these weird electric shocks zapping through her chest, totally numbing her out. Finally, the glitchy pain subsided, leaving her confused and full of questions. Eyes wide, she stared at the ceiling, breathing steady but heavy, looking totally drained. But deep down, her eyes had this mysterious glint, like she just unlocked a secret perk. She was posing like she was charging up in an anime, sweat dripping down her fit body. She asked herself, did I level up? Meanwhile, the floodwaters had reached her floor. The icy water touched her foot, snapping her back to reality. The water's up here already? She didn't notice the creepy crawlies spawning in the water beneath her. She looked up, but suddenly felt a weird disturbance in the force within her own body. Jump scare warning. A mutated water snake with a mouth full of razors lunged and wrapped around her. She screamed, "What is this monstrosity?" The scene was straight out of a Japanese horror movie, giving the audience major goosebumps. The snake squeezed tighter, covering her in this gross, sticky slime. She was tough, but the slime was making it hard to move, and she was struggling to break free from the nasty grip. She was shivering from the gross-out factor, yelling about how slippery and disgusting it was. While she was distracted by the slime, the snake's ugly mug popped up right in her face. Its mouth was a dentist's nightmare, full of sharp teeth. It stared for a second, then lunged for the kill. You really thought Do-na was gonna just lay there and take the L? Please. She's the main character's ride or die. She ain't quitting that easy. Do-na shuts her eyes tight, snaps her head to the right, and boom. Reflexes on point, she snatches that water snake's head like a pro. But this monster wasn't playing games. It wraps its tail around her wrists, locking her down until she can barely gasp. Well, GG. It's a wrap. Suddenly, slimy tentacles are everywhere, squeezing the life out of her. She is literally stuck in a sticky situation, totally immobilized and staring death in the face. Just when she tries to wiggle free, guess what? A whole squad of those water snake demons pulls up. They start flexing their gross, veiny muscles, looking all menacing. Do-na is just like, you have got to be kidding me. Where did all these creeps come from? Seriously? She hasn't even had time to figure out her new powers yet. But right when things look hopeless, she remembers Thomas's advice. It's like his voice is on replay in her head. Find the core, eat it, get powers. Simple, right? But these trash mobs don't drop loot. No special cores here to level up with. Flashback to Do-na in her tattered nurse fit, staring nervously at this apple Thomas pulled out of his inventory. She is totally clueless, asking, I don't even know what my ability is, bro. How am I supposed to use it? Thomas gives her that serious trust me look. He's like, focus, feel the vibe, sense yourself, the surroundings, feel the shift in everything. Then, just try to control what is in the palm of your hand. Snap back to reality. The lesson clicks. Do-na smirks to herself. She gets it now. She can feel the power flowing. Ability unlocked. She stares down those creepy monsters, and suddenly, she can see their literal nervous systems lighting up like a Christmas tree. She knows exactly where to hit now. She screams, is this your weak spot? Her eyes glow red, and she drops the command with full force. Freeze! The second she says it, those nasty tentacles stop dead, frozen stiff like statues on her command. The grip loosens up instantly. Those things are too scared to squeeze her now. She checks herself out, covered in slime. Ugh, gross. I am totally covered in monster goo. Disgusting. She reaches out, grabs a nearby axe, and slings it over her shoulder like a boss. Even covered in slime, she looks like a total goddess of war. She glares at the monsters, and you know it is game over for them. Time to chop you guys up like salad. Slash, hack, boom. She goes full berserk mode. A few minutes later, the room is painted red, and those tentacles are sushi. Dusting off her hands, she walks away muttering, I smell terrible. Need a bubble bath ASAP. But as she turns, someone steps out of the shadows. A creepy voice whispers, making her jump out of her skin. Hey! Room for two in that tub? She spins around, axe ready to kill. But wait, it is Thomas. And, he is completely in his birthday suit, glowing with this weird blue light. Thomas checks her out, impressed. Not bad, girl. You actually know how to handle a weapon now. Seeing him, her fear vanishes. She drops her guard, totally stunned. Thomas? Is that really you? She gets so emotional seeing the guy who rocks her world. She dives straight into his arms. She pulls him close, burying his face in her chest, sobbing, Thank God, you are back. I was worried sick about you. But let's just say her curves are having a hard effect on Thomas. She freezes. She feels something poking her. What is that? Is that a weapon, or are you just happy to see me? Then she realizes, oh snap, he is naked. She freaks out, blushing like crazy. Put some clothes on, you weirdo. Thomas scratches his head, laughing awkwardly. Hee, sorry. The water got nasty, had to strip down. Anyway, let's go get cleaned up together. Back in the bathroom, the water is crystal clear. Thomas sighs. Oh yeah, this is the life. Nothing beats a home shower. He chills in the tub while Donna sits across from him. Face redder than a tomato, heart racing. Thomas breaks the ice. So, what kind of superpowers did you unlock? She slides behind him, eyes twinkling, and starts massaging his shoulders. Oh, you noticed already? Thomas closes his eyes, smirking. Nah, I just felt the heat coming off your lips. She gets all flustered. The heat from my lips? What does that even mean? Is my mouth that hot? Also, shout out to the artist for keeping her wrapped in a towel. Gotta keep this content demonetization friendly. Fam. He asks again. For real though, what's the power? She answers straight up. I think it is mind control. So, Thomas gets curious and hits her with, Yo, does that mind control mojo of yours work on snacks, or what? Donna snaps out of her daydream, stands up, and goes, Ick, honestly. How about I test drive the skill on you? Big boy. Thomas actually jumps a little, looking back. Test it? The heck are you planning to test on me? What he saw made his pupils shrink to pinpoints. Donna is rocking the spicy crimson devil outfit. Lace in all the right places, cute little wings, looking absolutely fire. She drops her voice to a sugar-sweet purr. Master, what happens if I test you like this? That mind control hits different. Thomas freezes up, but his energy levels instantly spike to lethal territory. Donna watches the aura exploding around him and thinks, Whoa, is this Thomas's actual mental power? It's insane. If he hadn't given me the green light, I probably would have been deleted from existence the second I tried to mess with his head. Thomas's eyes go blood red and he bursts out laughing. Wahaha, so that's the vibe? Honestly, that ability is straight up cracked. He yells it out totally hyped. I'm gonna train you until you can't even walk straight tomorrow. Meanwhile, outside the Webtoon hotel, the mega flood is still raging like crazy. Fast forward through Thomas's intense training session, and boom. It's already the next morning. The floodwaters are practically licking the roof now. Bang, bang. Gunshots ring out from the top, picking off water snakes one by one. Donna is decked out in this spicy bunny girl outfit while Thomas guides her hands, teaching her how to handle a firearm. He gets all serious. Lock in your focus. Use your willpower to steady your grip, then squeeze the trigger. Donna turns around and whispers, Wait, aren't we supposed to be heading to the sci-tech university? How do you even have time to give me shooting lessons right now? Thomas turns his back, walking inside while dropping the info. I want to spend half the day maxing out your shooting stats. You mentioned way back that you were a med student, right? Donna looks confused. Yeah, that's right. Is that a problem? Thomas doesn't answer, just motions for her to follow. Come with me. It's finally time to put your skills to good use. A bit later, Thomas and Donna bounce from the Webtoon hotel on a yacht they just casually swipe. Donna is feeling a little shy about the skimpy bunny outfit Thomas made her wear. She whispers, Thomas, if I go out in public looking like this, isn't that kinda sketchy? Thomas checks her out and chuckles. Chill, you're good. Even if you were wearing zero clothes, nobody would have the guts to mess with you. Thomas leans back in his seat, sipping some gold label booze, just casually admiring Donna's flawless figure. She's steering the yacht and looks back to ask, So, we're really heading to the sci-tech university right now? Thomas stares thoughtfully into his glass. Yeah, I gotta go find my day one homie. Honestly, no clue if the dude is even still alive. Donna strikes a pose at the wheel, one hand steering, the other making sure her assets stay in place. Don't stress, karma looks out for good people. She giggles and adds, Yeah, totally. Look at me right now. I'm definitely blessed, wouldn't you guys agree? Smash that like button if you agree. Anyway, a bit later, their yacht finally pulls up to the sci-tech university. Donna looks up at the scenery inside and signals Thomas. We made it. This is the sci-tech university. She says it while scanning the wrecked landscape. There's a massive wall blocking the way, weird-looking watchtowers, and the smell of death everywhere. Thanks to his powers, Thomas's spidey senses start tingling. Danger at the main gate. Suddenly, his eyes glow red and he snaps his head to the right, fully on guard. A shadowy figure on the tower opens fire on the yacht instantly. Bang, bang, bang. Luckily, Thomas is fast as lightning. He dives in and shields Donna with his body. The shooter looks like a total noob, or maybe they're just firing warning shots. Because the bullets just graze the side of the yacht, making these nasty screeching sounds. A super scruffy, dirty face pops up over the watchtower railing, yelling down, Who are you guys? What's your business here? Thomas glances at the guy, thinking, yep, this is the spot where the mutant rat king rose up in my past life, the Sci-Tech University. He calmly steps out to the bow of the boat and replies, we're here to join the evolution base. Can you open the gate and let us in? The scruffy guy, let's call him Dirtface, looks at Thomas, who's standing there shirtless with total contempt. But the second his eyes slide over to Donna in that spicy bunny outfit, his whole vibe changes. He literally licks his lips like a thirsty creep. You, look at this tasty little bunny we got here. Hey baby girl, if you keep my bed warm tonight, I'll let you inside. As for that loser next to you, he can go back to whatever hole he crawled out of. Thomas and Donna are totally unbothered, like they scripted this. Thomas keeps his poker face, letting Donna step up holding a steaming, delicious plate of braised pork. She flashes a smile and uses her sweetest voice. Hey there, handsome. For the sake of this amazing braised pork, be a dear and open the gate for us, okay? In the post-apocalypse, real meat is legendary, so Dirtface freaks out. Wait, what? Braised pork? No way. That's actually real braised pork. He pointed down, barking orders at his lackey, Lu Dao. Pop the doors. Open up. Daddy hasn't seen fresh meat in ages. Lu Dao, totally clueless but terrified, scrambled to obey. The massive gates of the Tech University creaked open, letting Steven and Duanya's yacht glide in. The second they docked, Scumface clambered down the ladder like a hungry rat. He screamed, park it right there, and hand over that pork belly pronto. Lu Dao eyed the plate in Duanya's hand, sensing a trap. Boss, I don't think that. Scumface roared, cutting him off. Beat it. Every scrap belongs to Big Daddy. Little did he know, Duanya had already messed with his head using her psychic powers. To him, it looked like glazed, juicy pork. In reality, it was the severed arm of a nasty water ghoul. Duanya basically glitched his brain, tricking his taste buds into thinking he was holding a 5-star meal. He drooled, oh mama, that smell. Just for this, I'll give you guys a pass. Meanwhile, the other lackey ushered our duo toward the lab. Lu Dao, ignoring his boss going to town on zombie flesh, led Steven and Duanya deeper inside. I'll give you the grand tour. Since we're all stuck in this base together, gotta look out for each other, right? Basements for the old folks and kids, total noob zone. I'm taking you guys upstairs to the VIP suites. Suddenly, Lu Dao slammed into a kid stumbling around and instantly lost his cool. He barked, yo, watch it. You blind or something? Learn how to walk. The kid collapsed, shaking like a leaf. Sorry, I'm just really dizzy. Duanya's medic instincts kicked in. She scooped the kid up, worried. This poor thing is running on empty fumes. Hey sweetie, where's your fam? The girl clutched her tummy, trying not to cry from the hunger pangs. They went on a food run. Haven't come back yet. Duanya, looking like a literal angel, pulled a bun out of nowhere. Here, munch on this. Okay? The girl hesitated, worried Duanya would go hungry instead. She whispered, but if I eat it, won't Bunny Sis starve? Duanya blushed hard at the Bunny Sis nickname. Steven, melting a little inside, stepped up. Don't worry, kiddo. Bunny Sis is stuffed. The girl squeezed her stomach, shaking her head. She wasn't buying it. Liar. Everyone's hungry these days. Steven sighed, realized talk was cheap, and decided to flex. Boom! He pulled a massive, steaming pot of spicy Thai rib hot pot right out of thin air. Lu Dao's jaw hit the floor. Where the heck did he hide that? The starving girl stared, eyes wide as saucers at the magic trick. Whoa, real food. Mister, can I be your girlfriend too? Duanya froze. Then she went full demon mode and shoved the bun into the kid's mouth to shut her up. Less talking, more chewing. While they were playing Good Samaritan, heavy footsteps stomped up behind them. A cocky voice cut through the air, making Steven turn around. Yo, who gave you permission to cook in here? 3 goons, acting like they owned the place, strutted over and kicked a basket. Scram! You filthy rats. Don't you know hoarding food is a violation? All loot goes to management in exchange for points. The leader, sporting a cheesy mullet, glared daggers at them. And I definitely don't recall anyone cashing in points for a feast like this. Which one of you punks is breaking the law? The little girl trembled, hiding behind Duanya's legs. Bunny cysts. Duanya patted her head. It's okay. I'll teach these boys some manners. She shot Steven a look. He smirked and gave her the green light. Duanya instantly hijacked their minds, projecting a massive banquet in front of the goons. She smiled sweetly. You guys must be hungry. Is this what you're looking for? I made the spread just for you. Dig in, boys. Her eyes flashed crimson as the mind control took hold. To the goons, the air was suddenly filled with roast chicken, steaks, and lobster. Their eyes popped out of their heads. Whoa! Meat! It's a meat mountain. Back off, it's all mine. This is paradise, baby. They dove into the illusion, chewing on empty air like maniacs. Mullet Man, drooling everywhere, winked at Duanya. Heh! This chick is smoking hot and knows how to treat a guy. I'll let you off the hook today, sweetheart. But then he turned to Steven, his face twisting into a snarl. But that little punk next to you? He broke the rules. And he's gonna pay. Steven just arched a brow, looking totally unbothered. Punish me? Seriously. The boss's voice dropped, sounding mad salty. Drag him out here now. On cue, the goons hauled out two dudes in chains. They looked wrecked, veins popping like crazy, like someone pumped him full of some toxic sludge. The head honcho bellowed, here's the deal. A deathmatch. You either flatline these two, or you're toast. Steven squinted. Wait a sec, he recognized those faces. It was the two brothers stuck in the floodwaters back in the day. He thought to himself, dang, what the heck happened to you guys? The little girl next to Duanya, still munching on bread, froze. She stared at the chained guys and gasped, Big bro? Second bro? What's wrong with you? Seeing her brothers chained up like dogs, she lost it and rushed forward, sobbing. You monsters, let my brothers go. Duanya grabbed her quick, warning, don't go over there. Something was definitely off with them. The minions, munching on that trippy hallucination food, started running their mouths. These losers botched the mission, right? No contribution points to pay up, so they got slapped with a death sentence. But wasting them right away sucks. I kept them alive so the boys could have a little entertainment. The boss, eyes rolling back while he stuffed his face, growled. Didn't expect you punks to know each other. This just got way more spicy. All right, bet. If you lose this fight, I'm tossing their little sister and these two idiots into the water for the river demons to snack on. Steven shot a glance at the two unfortunate brothers, tied up and struggling like wild animals. He couldn't help but think they looked totally rabid. Did someone inject them with something to make them lose their minds? Just then, the one-eyed thug, still scarfing down the loot he stole from Steven, suddenly screamed out, ordering his crew to unleash the Berserk brothers. The second he gave the word, the chains dropped. The brothers went full psycho, charging straight at Steven like savage beasts. A normal person, they would have been ripped to shreds or beaten to a pulp instantly. Too bad for them, Steven isn't your average Joe. He's an Esper with a physique that's been upgraded twice. He just calmly raised one arm, facing the incoming danger head-on. The crowd watching thought he was paralyzed with fear, acting all weird like that. But then boom, surprise twist. In a split second, Steven's arm moved like lightning. One fatal chop to the older brother's neck, one massive slap to the younger one's face. In a heartbeat, both brothers hit the deck. Stone cold out, no consciousness left. The little girl, their actual sister, saw the whole thing go down. Seeing her brothers drop, she screamed, heartbroken, "Brother!" She fought hard, trying to break free from Duanya's grip. Seeing her totally desperate, Duanya held tight, whispering that her brothers were fine, just taking a little nap. One Eye watched the whole scene, shocked and ticked off. He turned to the knocked-out brothers and cursed, "Total trash." Down in one hit, but he instantly flipped the script and targeted Steven. With a face as shady as a venomous snake, he looked at Steven and said, "Daddy's in a good mood today. Hand over all your supplies, and I'll pretend this never happened." Steven kept his cool, looking at One Eye with pure disdain, and replied, "Why would I give you anything?" Immediately, one of One Eye's lackeys roared a threat. "Listen up, newbie. At the Science and Tech Uni, everyone follows Boss Lou's rules. That's the only way you stay breathing in this mess." One Eye chimed in, sounding super cocky. "Exactly. We don't feed freeloaders here. You want to stay? Go scavenge resources to earn contribution points. That's your ticket to survival. Hearing contribution points, Steven wondered, what's the deal with these points? It was basically a new currency. Not real money, but definitely a sweet deal for the guys making the rules. After a quick thought, Steven replied coldly, the rules sound decent, but there's a catch. You guys already scarfed down the last of our food. We've got nothing left to give. Just then, a strange voice popped up from behind the gang. You want contribution points? Why not work for me? A massive, chubby dude dressed like a tribal chief straight out of a movie stepped out of the crowd. The voice made One Eye's crew jump. They started stuttering greetings. Turns out, this big guy was Captain Gua, the head honcho of that thug squad. Steven and Duanya couldn't hide their surprise looking at this heavy hitter. Next to him was another guy, muzzled with a wooden stick. He only had 4 top teeth and 3 bottom ones left. Clear signs of a brutal beatdown. Even weirder, the guy was bent over, carrying a makeshift sedan chair cobbled together from raw junk. Up top on the sedan chair, you've got this massive dude lounging like a king, chilling next to a girl who is basically wearing nothing but lingerie. Down below, it's a total nightmare. Other dudes are muzzled up like dogs, breaking their backs just to haul this guy around. It is seriously giving off those ancient slave vibes, total humiliation. Then, oops, one of the porters stumbles and faceplants hard. The big guy frowns, clearly not vibing with this. He shoots the poor guy a look that says, you are done for. Out of nowhere, boom. He pulls out a sharp spear and just yeets it. Zero hesitation. It goes straight through the stumbling guy's chest. The unlucky dude screams his lungs out, eyes rolling back, game over screen loading, blood everywhere. It is gnarly. One last gasp and he is totally flatlined. Even Steven and Duanya are shook seeing that level of savagery. I mean, our main characters only drop bodies for self-defense, but this crew, they are deleting people over a tiny mistake. Total psychos. After the kill, the fat guy rests his chin on his hand, staring at Steven's squad with this disgusting look, like he is eyeing up a snack. He clears his throat and goes, yo, as you can see, I have an opening in my staff. You kid, you are the new heavy lifter. And you, bunny girl. He points at Duanya. You are with me. I will pay you in fresh meat or instant noodles every day. Don't act like that ain't a steal. It is the apocalypse, factories are dead. Getting that food takes serious clout, you know? Then Captain Quatch grabs the girl next to him, pulls her close, and gives this nasty, wicked grin. Major ick factor, guy. Truth is, he is totally bored with his current rotation. He wants something shiny and new. And right now, Duanya looks like a limited edition legendary drop in this wasteland server. The one-eyed goon immediately jumps in, hyping his boss up. Yo, Captain is giving you a golden ticket. Don't be an idiot and fumble the bag. Another lackey chimes in, sounding way too excited about this whole situation. Heck yeah. Boss upgrades to the new model, and we get the hand-me-downs. Let's go. They are celebrating like they won the lottery. But then, record scratch, Captain Quatch drops a cold question that freezes the room. Hold up. What is that funk? What did you losers just eat? The goons look like they just saw a ghost. Big mistake. They were so hungry they snacked on the loot without telling the boss. That is a straight-up death sentence. They hit the dirt instantly, smashing their foreheads on the ground, begging, bro, we are sorry. Captain, please. We swear on our lives. No more unauthorized snacking. Everything goes to you first from now on. Big boss. Captain Quatch pauses, making this weird face like he is actually thinking about letting them off the hook. He definitely knows they ate that sketch monster meat, but he decides to save the drama for later. Instead, he roars, shut your traps. Who do you think I am, a saint? I ain't here to be nice to morons. Whatever garbage you shoveled into your mouths, keep it to yourselves. Now get out of my face. Steven and Duanya are standing there like, huh, does this big guy know Duanya was messing with their heads? But that doesn't add up. He shouldn't be immune to her powers. The one-eyed goon starts to explain, but suddenly, bam! His face goes green. Sweat starts pouring down, and they all look at their stomachs in panic. Next thing you know, they are clutching their guts, screaming, and one dude literally coughs up blood. Yikes. That mutant meat they stole? Yeah, it is fighting back. Hard. The whole squad scrambles to find a bathroom, screaming and wondering why their insides are melting. Watching his squad fail so hard, Captain Quatch just shakes his head. He is fuming, veins popping out on his forehead. Are you kidding me? Why am I surrounded by absolute NPCs? One of these days, I am gonna wipe this whole team and start over. Steven watches him, eyes narrowed. He doesn't ping as a mutant or anything, but the guy radiates raw power. Like pure physical stats maxed out. Still, compared to Steven, who has already been upgraded twice. This fatty is light work. No contests. But here is the kicker. His mere presence, or maybe that meat, snapped those goons right out of Duanya's mind control. Steven thinks to himself, if this is just the captain, how scary is the big boss Lou behind him? Quatch definitely isn't just some random mob. Taking out the trash right now might mess up the main quest. Gotta find the location of those mutant rats first. Seeing Steven zone out, Captain Quatch barks, "Yo, kid, I asked you a question. What is the verdict?" Steven gives a flat, "Not interested." Surprisingly, Quatch doesn't rage out. He just laughs, loud and creepy. "Keep that energy. You will be on your knees begging me eventually." Then he snaps his fingers at a lackey named La Dao. "Drag that corpse back to base." La Dao shouts, "Yes, sir," and scampers off to do the dirty work. As Captain Gu's squad faded into the distance, Steven stood his ground, eyes narrowed. The gears in his head were definitely turning. Catching his vibe, Duanya looked down, voice shaky. "My bad, Steven. Seriously, my psychic mojo wasn't strong enough to crack that captain's shield. I was totally useless." Steven wasn't having any of that self-blame game. He immediately cut in, "Hey, chill. Don't put that on yourself. These freaks survived munching on mutant water zombies. That's a whole new level of crazy. We gotta watch our six, every single step." Out of nowhere, a voice piped up from behind them. "Yo, you guys just poked the bear, messing with the royal guards. They don't let that slide easily." Steven spun around to see a dude about his age, decked out in the same scavenged rags as the crew he had seen earlier. Weird thing was, the stranger knew Steven's name. Frowning, Steven shot back, "Do I know you, man? And why are you trying to save our skins?" The guy pointed at himself, stunned. "Bro, it's me. Nursery. I was Tianyu's roomie. We literally hung out the last time you visited campus. Remember?" Cut to a wrecked building just a stone's throw away. Captain Gua, looking absolutely terrifying, whipped around to bark orders at La Dao. "La Dao, keep your eyes on that girl. If they slip away, it is on you." La Dao flinched, stammering like a nervous wreck. Cap? What exactly are you planning here?" Before he could finish, Gu's face twisted into a nasty, predatory grin. He licked his lips, picturing Duanya in that bunny outfit. He thought to himself, a dime piece like that in this post-apocalyptic hellhole? That is a 1 in a million find. Back at the Science and Tech University, there was this beat-up high-rise poking out of the water, towering over the flooded city. The towers were stitched together with sketchy wooden bridges, looking so wobbly they might collapse if you sneezed. Inside one of the trashy rooms, someone was getting hooked up to an 4-drip, accompanied by a voice that was soft but super worried. "We are low on meds, but luckily we scraped together enough to stabilize them. They are not gonna die on us today." The speaker was none other than Duanya. She was busy patching up those two brothers Steven had knocked out cold earlier. Even though they were still out cold and looking rough, their condition had upgraded from critical to survivable. The little sister standing nearby saw her brothers looking less like corpses and perked up. She couldn't hold it back. "Oh my god. Thank you, bunny sis. You are actually a lifesaver. Like, literally." Meanwhile, Steven was chatting up the guy with the weird nickname, Nursery. "So, let me get this straight. All the surviving students are crashing here, right?" Nursery nodded aggressively. "Yup, guys, girls, doesn't matter. If you are breathing, you come here for sanctuary. Big bro Tianyu helps everyone out. This area is basically the turf for our external division." "External division? What is that?" Steven asked. Before Nursery could explain, a shadow loomed up behind them, answering for him. "It means we are the heavy hitters. We face the mutant hordes head-on and take them down, one by one. So, new guy, you interested in signing up?" Nursery looked at the newcomer and yelled, "Bro Tianyu." Turns out, the mystery voice was exactly who Steven had been hunting for. Tianyu was rocking some shredded clothes, but he had accessorized with random junk to create this rugged, wasteland chic look. With swimming goggles tilted on his head and a shotgun slung over his shoulder, he looked like a straight-up apocalypse warrior. Nursery dragged Steven forward, hyping him up. "Tianyu, look who I dragged in from the wasteland." Tianyu pulled off his goggles, squinted, and then his jaw dropped. He let out a happy curse word, totally losing it. "Steven, you absolute legend. Holy crap, I thought you were zombie chow for sure. Can't believe you are still kicking. This is awesome, man." The two locked into a massive bear hug. Steven grinned. "Tianyu, my guy. It has been way too long." Tianyu was buzzing. "Let's go. A reunion like this calls for a celebration. We need drinks, stat. I just scavenged some good stuff, so we can party for a few days." Suddenly, Tianyu froze, his eyes locking onto something in the background. He squinted, realizing who the girl was. "Wait. No way. Is that the legendary campus queen? The ice goddess? Duanya?" Duanya, still rocking the cosplay bunny outfit, turned beet red. She stammered. Oh, please. That title is ancient history. Things are different now. Tianyu ignored that, turning to Nursery with wide eyes. Yo, kitten, why is the mythical goddess here? And more importantly, why is she wearing bunny ears? Nursery covered his ears from the shouting. Bro, chill. Wait, is that really Duanya from the medical academy? Mortified, Duanya sidled up to Steven and whispered, Steven, I need to change. Standing in front of underclassmen like this is super embarrassing. Plus, look at them staring. Steven wrapped an arm around her waist, nodding. Yeah, good call. Go get changed. Honestly, that spicy bunny outfit was too much for anyone to handle. Witnessing the PDA, Nursery and Tianyu looked like they were about to explode, practically getting nosebleeds on the spot. Nursery groaned with pure jealousy. Why does he get to hold the goddess like that? Tianyu nodded solemnly. Yeah, I hate him a little bit right now. Seeing Duanya needed a wardrobe change, Viet jumped in. Yo, sorry about the mess. The crib is a total disaster zone right now. Just chill anywhere, guys. Duanya, you can crash in that room to change. She gave a nod and ducked inside. Steven checked out Viet's setup and had to roast him a bit. Okay, Viet, private room? You're living the high life. Huh? The kid standing next to him chimed in. I'm jealous too, bro. But he grinded for those contribution points to buy it. Viet turned to Steven, looking confused. Wait, where's your loot bag? How are you guys gonna change with no gear? Steven dodged the question. Hey Viet, are your runs usually sketchy? Viet fixed his goggles and cracked up. Sketchy? Please. We've got crazy luck. The sewers are always clean when we roll through. Look at me. Do I look like a zombie apocalypse survivor? Since you're here, just stick around. Join the squad, I've got your back. Plus, Duanya's a medic. She can just patch people up, no need to scavenge for food. But yo, I gotta keep it 100 with you on something. Steven saw the serious look on Viet's face and asked, What's the tea? Viet leaned in. Can you stop being a drama magnet from now on? And letting a goddess run around in a bunny cosplay outside? This is the end of the world, man. What are you even thinking? Steven saw his buddy stressing and didn't want to explain, so he just smirked. Relax, Viet, I'll keep her safe. Smack. Viet chopped him on the head. Safe? Did you forget high school? You got bullied and didn't even swing back. And you wouldn't even let me handle them. Getting bonked and roasted about the past made Steven cringe. He just gave an awkward laugh. Viet kept it real. Watch out for that captain guy. He's bad news. Girls he targets, it never ends well. And Duanya is way too hot, he won't let it slide. Meanwhile, in the changing room, a shadow crept up behind Duanya like a ghost. Red eyes locked on her while she was changing. Boom, cold steel against her neck. She hissed. Freeze. Don't move. Duanya flinched but kept her cool, asking, Who are you? What do you want? It was that buzzcut girl from earlier, Captain Gua's little minion. She whispered right in her ear. Captain Gua wants you comfy. A girl shouldn't be crashing with a bunch of dudes, right? Duanya went ice cold. I'm good right here. Mind your own business. Seeing the rejection, the girl trailed a hand down Duanya's stomach, teasing her. That's not gonna work, honey. The captain specifically requested your presence. Realizing this chick was psycho, Duanya activated her hypnosis skill. She hit her with a mental blast while saying, I said, I don't need it. Instantly, Buzzcut froze. Her eyes glazed over, body stiff as a board. Total lockdown. Seeing the spell worked, Duanya asked coldly, You gonna let go now? The girl stepped back and dropped the knife, the threat gone. Duanya looked totally wiped out. Forcing mind control is exhausting, but handling this girl for a few seconds? Totally doable. She decided to let Steven handle the trash. She turned to the door to bounce. Suddenly, something gnarly happened. Crazy Eyes slammed the knife right into her own hand. Blood went everywhere, but she didn't even flinch at the pain. She used the shock to reboot her brain and snap out of Duanya's mental grip. Duanya spun around, freaked out that this psycho used pain to force herself awake. Free from the spell, she ignored the hole in her hand, grabbed the knife, and lunged at Duanya like a wild animal. She pinned Duanya against the door, choking her with one hand, knife in the other, eyes screaming murder. She growled, Almost got me there, you little brat. Outside, the squad started sensing bad vibes. The noise from the room was getting sketchy. The kid yelled, Duanya, What's popping in there? Why's changing clothes so loud? Sis, say something. Buzzcut clamped a hand over Duanya's mouth. The silence was deafening, and everyone outside got suspicious. Steven wasn't waiting. He shouted, Duanya, I'm coming in. He smashed the door open. Seeing Steven, Buzzcut screamed, You want to die? And pounced like a cheetah. That sharp blade was coming straight for Steven's face. Viet panicked and jumped in. Steven, watch out! But the second Buzzcut heard the name and saw his face, her pupils shrank. Cold Sweat City. She looked like she was staring straight into her worst nightmare. Steven locked in, his eyes sharp as switchblades, staring down this absolute psycho of a girl. Her brain went into full rewind mode, replaying a nightmare reel back at Tech University. Steven wasn't a student. He was a straight-up demon in her eyes. She could practically see 4K footage of him wiping out her entire squad. The kind of memories you'd pay a fortune to delete. Look, she's got a body count too, but her gut screamed one thing. Messing with Steven is a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Terrified out of her mind, the bald chick pulled a stunt that had everyone absolutely shook. Instead of fighting, she dove at Steven's feet, looked up with puppy eyes, and stuttered, Master, please, just punish me. Tianyu's jaw hit the floor, and he mumbled, Master? Yo, what in the multiverse is happening right now? Steven didn't flinch, radiating pure death energy. He asked coldly, Who exactly is your master? Huh? The bald girl gave him a seductive look and purred. Master, don't tell me my loyalty isn't vibing with you yet? Then, she went 0 to 100, stripped everything off right there, putting it all on display for Steven with zero shame. Tianyu and Nursery, 2 certified single Pringles, were staring so hard their eyes almost popped out of their heads. Tianyu lost it, whispering, Damn, she really went full birthday suit? Steven, bro, your taste is wild. But the second Tianyu finished yapping, the girl's expression flipped like a light switch. Boom! A smoke grenade appeared out of nowhere, blasting a thick gray cloud that blinded everyone instantly. Tianyu yelled, Crap! It's a smoke bomb. She's bailing. The whole striptease was just a masterclass in distraction. She sprinted like a wild animal, knowing the map by heart. But before she could get far, a hand clamped onto her face like a steel trap. Steven materialized out of the smoke with zero warning, gripping her up like she was a ragdoll. Voice deep and icy, he hissed, You really thought you could ghost me that easily? Shaking with fear and remembering how he slaughtered her crew, she screamed, Wait, you can't kill me. Remember that little girl you saved? Her and her 2 brothers got sent to the Beast Arena. If you end me, they're done for. Steven looked at her like she was trash and cut her off. So what? Get out of my face. He tossed her off the top floor like a used wrapper. Yeah, there's water down there, but at that height, only a miracle saves you. Tianyu, confused by the drama, turned to Nursery. Yo, who is this little girl she was yapping about? Nursery explained. That's Xiao Mai and her 2 brothers. The guards must have snatched them while we were gone. Bro Tian, what's the plan? If we don't save them, the rats will eat them alive. Hearing rats, Steven's ears perked up. Hold up, did you say rats? Because let's be real, he only came to this place to hunt down that mutated rodent. Without waiting for the boys to process, Steven marched straight toward the Beast Arena the bald girl mentioned. Tianyu jogged to catch up, asking, Steven, how are you this chill? Does nothing spike your heart rate? Meanwhile, under a dome roof nearby, Captain Guo was terrorizing Xiao Mai and her 2 brothers. He glared at Xiao Mai. Your 2 brothers failed the mission. That's a death sentence. But if you step into the arena, I might give them a second shot. His grin was absolutely twisted, showing zero mercy, not even for a kid. Her second brother screamed, Mai, run. Don't listen to a word this snake says. But Guo just laughed. Too late for running. Xiao Mai, innocent as ever, asked, I won't run, but you promise to let my 2 brothers go. Guo cackled. Absolutely, assuming you survive, that is. He pointed behind her. A metal gate creaked open, and a massive mutated rat stomped out. This thing was 3 times Xiao Mai's size, buck-toothed, with red eyes locked on her like she was a snack. Xiao Mai froze in terror, turning around just in time to see giant jaws lunging. Snap! The beast clamped down on her arm instantly. She screamed in agony, too small to fight back as the rat dragged her across the floor. As she faded, happy memories flashed in her mind. Like that time her second brother found a stash of mushrooms. "My, look, I scored big time," he'd said. But Xiaomai had asked, "Bro, are those actually safe to eat?" The oldest brother stepped in, shouting, "We can't feed her random stuff that isn't safe." He snatched the bag and started chewing, muttering, "I'll be the guinea pig if I don't drop dead." Only then does Xiaomai eat. Seconds later, he was foaming at the mouth, tripping out about red umbrellas in the sky, while they panicked and tried to make him puke. Then the memory shifted to them leaving for this mission. Mai was just supposed to wait for their contribution points. Her second brother had smiled. "I won't let you starve, okay? Just stay put, and I'll bring back a feast." Snap back to reality, fam. The two bros are hanging by a thread, literally stressing out as they watch a giant rat go beast mode on their little sister. Even with the blinding lights, they're screaming their lungs out. Little Mai is sprinting and yelling, "Don't worry about me, bro. Just stay alive." That creepquatch is getting salty over the noise. He barks at his minions. "So annoying. Shut him up." They kick the blocks out, and now the brothers are dangling, ropes choking them out. If someone doesn't clutch this round soon, it's game over for them. Mai sees her brother's health bars dropping fast. Ignoring the nasty cut on her arm, she screams, "Big bro, second bro." Realizing she needs to clutch up to save them, she grits her teeth, grabs a wooden stick, and goes for a critical hit right in the rat's red eye. The beast shrieks and drops her. She books it over to her brothers, crying a river. "Brothers, I'm here. I got you." Tears are streaming down her face. These guys are her only family left. She can't let them get deleted from the server. But that rat? Total tank build. Even with one eye gone, it recovers, goes into a rage, and dropkicks Mai right in the back. Headless rat and frowns, looking totally unimpressed. "That's it? Just a slightly buffed rat? Weak." Thomas is mostly bummed because there's no loot drop, no crystal core. This mob seems different from the usual mutants. Captain Quatch forces a creepy grin, staring at Thomas. "You little punk, if you have a death wish." Before he can finish, another gate clanks open. A whole horde of mutant rats floods in. These ones are way bigger, with red eyes glowing like they want blood. Thomas sees the new wave and doesn't even flinch. Quatch gets his confidence back, sneering, "Guess I'll help you meet your maker." Meanwhile, the background characters, Thomas's squad, have already cut Mai's brothers down. Diane Viet and the healers support the brothers, dragging them to safety. "Take a breather, guys. FK for a bit." The oldest brother, totally drained, smiles at Mai. Mai looks at them, worried sick. "Big bro, second bro, are you guys Gucci?" The second brother, voice barely a whisper but full of love, says, "We're good thanks to you, Mai. You saved us." Mai hugs Donut tight and shakes her head. "Nah, it wasn't me. It was that OP guy, Thomas." Even though she's young, she knows who the real MVP of this match is. Suddenly, squish squish. Wet footsteps echo, leaving puddles on the floor. It's the bald chick Thomas yeeted into the water earlier. Weirdly enough, she's soaking wet but has zero damage. Next to her is a young dude with glasses, looking like a total nerd villain. He's sipping wine, giving Thomas the icy stare of death. Glasses guy asks the bald girl, "Is that guy down there the special material you were hyping up?" She replies slowly, "Yup, boss. If we harvest his DNA, we can fix the genetic glitch for good." Glasses guy raises an eyebrow. "For real?" These rats are Generation 2.0 technology, bigger and meaner. If he dies here, he's not worthy of being my lab rat. As soon as he stops talking, the rat horde rushes in. But Thomas is faster than lag. In a split second, he pulls a dagger from his inventory and slices through the rats like butter. Diane Viet's crew and Mai's brothers are popping their eyes out. He wiped the whole mob in a blink. Is this guy even human? Or is he hacking? Captain Quatch is scared now but yells, "You little brat." Thomas ignores the haters, just annoyed these rats didn't drop any loot either. Suddenly, a voice booms over the PA system. "Attention, that male is the specimen I need. Old Quatch, Diane Viet, capture him." Quatch bursts into maniacal laugh. "Haha, boss man says you're cooked. You're absolute history." On the other side, Tianyu just curses under his breath. "Damn it." He turns to Steven, his look totally complicated and conflicted. Four Eyes barks out the next order. "Bag Steven. Dead or alive, it doesn't matter. The lab rat doesn't need a pulse to be useful." Steven, he hears all this trash talk and doesn't even flinch. Zero chill lost. Totally unbothered. Yuan is freaking out, basically begging Duanya, Sis, we gotta dip. This is bad news. But Duanya, she's not budging. No way. As long as Steven is here, I'm staying. That level of faith? Honestly, it's kinda touching. She's 100% ride or die for him. Fatty Gua looks hyped. He starts clowning Tianyu. Yo Tian, I heard you two were tight. Like, brothers or whatever. But hey, our survival depends on the big boss now. What's the move? Steven shoots Tian a confused look. Tian bro, what's the deal? Tianyu lets out a heavy sigh. The guy upstairs. That's Xia Yun. Since the apocalypse dropped, he cooked up this power-boosting juice. Controls the whole school with it, but it drains your life force. You get hooked on it like crazy. Without the fix, we end up weaker than regular noobs. Steven nods, locking eyes with Tian. If I said I had a fix, would you roll with me? Tian looks crushed. Sorry, Steven. I got no choice. Fatty Gua bursts out laughing like a total maniac. Ha ha ha. This is gold. Bro versus bro. He swings those massive meteor hammers, literally wrecking balls on chains, and charges straight at Steven. His energy explodes, a shockwave blasting Steven's hair back. But right then, Tianyu screams, "Today, I ain't choosing either option." He lunges in, planting a massive boot right in Gua's face. The fat guy didn't see it coming. He slides across the floor, totally shook, staring at Tian. Tian, you traitor. He roars after a second. You dare cross the boss? Tian spits back. Boss my ass. He just wants to use that junk to control me. I'd rather die. But anyone messing with my brother? They gotta go through me first. Hearing that, Steven cracks a smile. Thinking to himself, Tian, my guy, you haven't changed a bit. Just like that, Tianyu charges at Fatty Gua like a human tornado. Gua just sneers. He only took that hit earlier because he was caught slipping. Now, he's ready. He screams, furious. You got a death wish. I'm gonna crush all of you. He taunts Tian. You think you can take me? In your dreams, loser. Tian jumps in, fists clenched, putting everything he's got into the strike. Boom. He unleashes a lightning-fast combo, raining punches on Gua. But that guy's blubber is like armor plating. Tian's heavy hits just sink in like he's punching a steel wall. 0 damage. Gua takes the hits and just laughs, looking cocky as hell. Haha, boss knew you were a snake. He only gave you the level 1 juice. Me? I'm rocking level 2. Hearing level 2, Tian's face goes pale. He knows the power gap is massive. Gua keeps the trash talk coming to mess with his head. My fat is the ultimate shield. Nobody can hurt me. While yapping, he swings those meteor hammers at Tian with insane speed. Tian got distracted by the mind games. He tries to block, but the impact is way too heavy. Bam! He coughs up blood, stumbling back, barely standing. Gua loves seeing Tian wrecked. But then his eyes go ice cold. He looks at Tian like he's already a corpse. He growls, time to die. Click. He hits a button on the hammer handle, and ZZZT. Electricity crackles right by Tian's ear. Tian panics, realizing the danger, but it's too late to dodge. Suddenly, Steven spawns in like a ghost right next to him. He jumps up and stomps down hard on Gua's weapon. The sparks are flying, but Steven doesn't even care. His kick is so strong it knocks the grip right out of Gua's hand. The hammer goes flying. Steven looks at him, super sarcastic. Didn't you just say nobody could hurt you? Tian, Duanya, and Yuan are watching with their eyes popping out of their heads. Even Duanya, who knows Steven is OP, is stunned. Yuan? His jaw is practically on the floor. Up on the balcony, Xia Yun is watching everything. He's trying to stay chill, but you can tell he's sweating. He totally underestimated Steven's stats. Suddenly, those meteor hammers spin back around and thwack. They smash right into Gua. One spikes his left eye, the other pierces his chest. The electricity fries him and he faceplants. Total KO. Xia Yun doesn't look scared at all. Instead, he starts chuckling. This just got interesting for him. To him, Steven is the ultimate test subject. The key to making a perfect human. He calls out, Steven, I'll give you a shot. Join my experiment. I'll help you evolve into the perfect being. Steven looks at him like he's trash. Your perfect human is just a rat. Isn't it? Xia Yun pushes up his glasses, surprised. Oh, you figured out my research? Exactly. Rat genes are remarkably close to humans. I'm gonna use rat DNA to build a super army. Conquer the world. Create paradise. Doesn't that get you hyped? Thomas is literally digging for gold in his ear while this guy monologues. Talk about zero respect. He's just standing there like, yup. This dude is totally delusional. Harvey Van is fully triggered. He tries to keep his cool, but you can see the vein popping. He orders the bald girl to take the shot immediately. She locks in, aiming right from the window. But plot twist, it's not a bullet. She fires a syringe straight into Quach, who's already on death's door. The juice hits, and Quach goes full body horror mode. Shark teeth, his weapon fuses to his arm, and his left eye relocates to his chest. Absolutely gross. He's basically a straight-up monster now. Dien Viet, Don Na, and the crew are shook, eyes popping out of their heads like they're watching a horror movie. Don Na is murmuring to herself, what kind of twisted science experiment is this? Turning people into actual nightmares. Harvey Van starts gloating like a classic villain. Quach was a wrestler, see? That fat is his armor. And my level 3 serum gives him crazy regeneration. He looks down at our boy Thomas, acting all high and mighty, like, you can't beat him now, kid. He's evolved. Behold the power of evolution, he says. Thomas just flips him the bird. Evolution? Nah, that's just turning a dude into a pile of trash. Harvey Van sees red. He screams at Quach to delete Thomas so they can harvest his genes later. It's getting serious, folks. Monster Quach roars and charges in. Imagine a giant, speedy meatball coming at you at Mach 10. The speed is insane. The squad is panicking, wondering if Thomas can handle this. But our main character, chill as ice. He catches the spinning meatball with his bare hands. Zap! Voltage from the weapon shoots into him. It doesn't hurt, but it feels annoying, kind of like a mosquito bite. Thomas frowns. Even a mosquito bite is annoying, right? Time to squash the bug. He's ready to clap back. He gives Quach the side eye. Bro, you think sticking 2 AA batteries in your gear makes you scary? Get real. He stops the spinning attack cold, reaches into the weapon fast as lightning, crushes it, and yanks out the power source. Here, have a snack. Thomas shoves the battery straight into Quach's mouth. Bon appetit. Big guy can't help it. He chomps down. Crunch. The casing shatters and electricity starts leaking everywhere. Kaboom. Seconds later, his mouth turns into a fireworks display. Talk about a spicy meal. Thomas turns his back on the explosion like a total boss. Dien Viet and Don Na are watching from the sidelines, jaws on the floor. Did he just one-shot the mutant? Even Harvey Van up in the nosebleeds is looking surprised. Clever move with the battery, but Harvey Van just smirks. Nice try, but level 3 serum means infinite health glitch, buddy. Sure enough, Quach reboots. Mouth, eyes, nose. Everything grows back, but it looks totally messed up and disjointed. Harvey Van laughs. See? Evolution wins. You guys are powerless against this tech. Thomas isn't scared, he's actually hyped. He sees the guy healing and launches forward like a human missile. Quach doesn't even see it coming. Bam! A punch to the face, followed by a 100-hit combo raining down on his entire body. The hits sounding against that thick fat layer echo like war drums. Everyone watching is shivering from the impact sound. Thomas is moving so fast he kicks up a massive dust cloud to hide his secret abilities. Even his teammates can't see what's happening inside that smoke. Harvey Van is squinting from his balcony. What is this kid up to? Is he playing games? Inside the cloud, Thomas thinks, this guy keeps healing. Harvey Van's research is actually kind of useful, which is annoying. Can't let that slide. He opens his inventory and dumps tons of concrete, steel, and massive rocks on Quach. It sounds like a landslide crashing down. The crowd is confused by the noise. Harvey Van is starting to sweat bullets, having no clue what's going on down there. The dust clears, and there he is. Thomas is chillin' on top of a mountain of construction debris like it's a throne. And underneath, Quach is totally buried. Not a muscle moving. Harvey Van loses it. I don't care who you are or where you got that trash. You're dead meat. You dare embarrass me? Look around. You idiots are about to get wiped out. Thomas looks around and sees hundreds of glowing red eyes, mutant rats everywhere. He just smirks. Cool. I wasn't planning on letting you live anyway. He clenches his fist, practically daring them. Bring it on. I'll take every single one of you down. Don Na's crew is startled. They're surrounded by mutant rats and failed experiments turned into zombies. Total nightmare fuel. Thomas points up at the villain. If I don't take out Harvey Van, this never ends. I'm leaving this mosh pit to you guys. Handle it. Don Na remembers Thomas saying she needs to be useful to stay in the squad. She nods instantly. Go. We'll hold the line here. Thomas walks away looking cool as ever. If you can't handle it, just scream and I'll be back, he says over his shoulder. Watching him go, Don Na gets serious. She barks orders at the group. Listen up. We're clearing this trash. Everyone focus. Despite the swarm, her eyes glow with power. You guys focus on the killing. I'll handle the crowd control. Let's do this. Harvey Van watched the monitor with a sneer, totally looking down on them. Humph. Look at these traitors jumping around. I'm gonna turn you all into rat food. Suddenly, a henchman rushed in, panicking. Boss, Thomas just wiped out the entire security squad. He's heading straight for Miss Van's sector. Harvey Van's face went pale, and he screamed, say what? He actually dares to come in here. He immediately ordered them to shove the apocalypse gene into test subject number 5. A scientist stepped up, shaking. But the gene isn't stable yet. The risk is way too high. Harvey Van didn't care though, he demanded they do it right now. The lab geeks had no choice but to check the vitals and prep the newest gene injection for the guy. Harvey Van watching with eyes cold as ice, ready to see the monster unleash. Meanwhile, our boy Thomas had zero clue about Harvey Van's crazy plan. He just walked into this creepy room filled with failed experiments. These things were floating in glass tanks filled with green goo, totally gross shapes, some with way too many eyes or looking like underwater sea monsters. Thomas froze in front of a special glass tank. Inside was Van, someone he knew from back in the day. She was trapped in there, barely wearing anything and hooked up to breathing tubes. Thomas was shook, remembering the last time he saw her hanging out at the bar. Destiny is wild, right? He thought about it for a second, then smashed that glass with one punch, scooping her up gently like he was rescuing a princess. Van woke up, saw Thomas, and her voice trembled. "Is that Thomas?" He replied, "Yeah, it's me. Don't worry. I'm getting you out of here." She was still half asleep and whispered, "I'm starving." But before she could say anything else, a voice boomed from behind. "Put her down." Thomas whipped around and saw two blasts of blue energy flying at him at lightning speed. He let go with one hand, still holding Van with the other, and caught the attack right in his palm. Like a boss. Harvey Van pointed a finger at Thomas, growling, "Get your dirty hands off Van right now. She is the woman I chose." Thomas realized the attack was ice-based and laughed. "The woman you chose? What do you think this is, a supermarket?" Harvey Van scoffed. "After the apocalypse, you normal humans are just maggots to me. I hold the power of evolution. I'm gonna be the god of this new world. Being my girl is a huge honor for her." Thomas shook his head. "You are just as crazy as the rumors say." Van clung to Thomas, whispering, "Don't go. Don't leave me behind. I'm scared." Thomas comforted her. "It's gonna be okay. I'm not leaving you." Harvey even saw this PDA and completely lost it, screaming, "Let her go. She belongs to me." The villain charged in at max speed. Thomas didn't hesitate and pulled out a massive weapon, aiming right at Harvey Van. Harvey Van dodged the hit easily, but when he looked back, he saw Van kissing Thomas. He ground his teeth, eyes looking absolutely murderous. Right there on the battlefield, Thomas and the girl were locked in a super passionate kiss. When they finally pulled apart, the girl lowered her head, eyes sparkling and a bit shy, her voice shaking with emotion. She looked at Thomas and whispered, "Who told you to leave me last time, huh?" "Consider this a debt you owe me." After saying that, she gave a weak smile, looking totally drained. She fell into a deep sleep, and no matter how many times Thomas called her name, she didn't answer. Watching this romantic scene from the sidelines, Harvey even felt a rage burning inside him like a forest fire. Talk about a third wheel. He ground his teeth so hard they almost cracked, eyes sharp as knives, spitting out every word with hate. "You guys dare do this in front of me? Fine. If you love each other so much, then die together." Harvey even ripped his shirt off, revealing a body that was all veins and muscles, looking like it was carved out of rock. But then he started transforming into something totally gross. His teeth grew into long, sharp fangs, and his body shriveled up until his ribs were poking out. His fingers stretched out, turning into razor-sharp claws that glinted in the light. In a split second, Harvey Van had morphed into a terrifying rat man. The sight was enough to make anyone shiver. He growled at Thomas, eyes full of evil, basically announcing, "Now I'm gonna show you the power of a literal god." Facing this monster, Thomas didn't even flinch. One arm holding the sleeping beauty, the other hand in his pocket, looking totally chill. He smirked, "Bring it on." Short words, but sharp as a knife and full of defiance. Next, after successfully triggering Harvey Van, Thomas gently placed the exhausted girl in a safe corner. He even gave her a chocolate bar so she'd have a snack when she woke up. What a gentleman. Suddenly, Thomas's sharp instincts picked up something sketchy right behind him. The rat man appeared, covered in thick fur with long claws, his face looking old, ugly, and straight out of a nightmare. He roared, sounding totally mocking, "You're still distracted at a time like this? You must want to die." Then he lunged like a wild beast, mouth open to tear Thomas apart. But Thomas stayed eerily calm. With just a gentle wave of his hand, he sliced the rat man's body clean in half. Blood sprayed everywhere, painting the room red. Thomas frowned, looking a bit confused, asking himself, "Wait, what even was that thing?" Meanwhile, the girl was sitting in the corner, slowly munching on that chocolate bar, looking super tired and helpless. She chewed and mumbled, asking Thomas, "Are the people downstairs your friends?" Thomas turned back, eyes cold as ice, and replied, "Yep, that's right." Hearing that, she jumped up and grabbed a metal chair next to her. She said firmly, "I don't take free food from anyone." Looks like she's ready to smash some heads to pay him back. Smash that like button if you want to see what happens next. She didn't hesitate for a second. With zero chill, she yeeted that chair straight through the window, shattering the glass into a million pieces. Harvey Van looked totally badass as she declared, "I'll handle the creeps downstairs." Before diving into the chaos, she leaned against the window frame. She was rocking nothing but some makeshift bandages, looking equal parts gorgeous and tough as nails. She threw a sharp, icy look back at Thomas, like a silent warning. This girl isn't checking out early, so watch your back. Without a shred of fear, she just launched herself right off the building. Arms and legs spread wide, she plummeted like a fierce bird of prey. But as she neared the pavement, boom, her body ballooned up, turning into a massive giant with insane physical strength. She finally touched down with a massive thud, using her gigantic assets to trigger a literal earthquake. The impact shattered the wooden fence and wrecked everything nearby. Talk about a power move. A stunning giantess wrapped in bandages falling from the sky? Yeah, the crowd was totally shook, eyes popping out of their heads at this freakish sight. Harvey even let out a groan. Man, my glutes are killing me. The drop from that height must have made her dizzy. The bystanders were still frozen, wondering if they were tripping or seeing things. One guy was questioning his own sanity. It took Harvey Van a few seconds to shake off the landing and get her bearings. She was sore but totally fine. She even accidentally squashed a few rats and smashed some furniture just by moving around. With a clumsy kind of charm, she introduced herself. Hey, I'm Harvey Van, Thomas's buddy, here to save your bacon. Na couldn't believe it. Stuttering, back up. Suddenly, Diane Viet hollered out, "Whoa, I saw everything." That made Harvey Van jump. She realized her angle was compromising, quickly covered her lower half, and yelled, "You dirty pervert." The drama didn't last long. The bloodthirsty rat pack started swarming again. Harvey Van sprang up, stepped right over Diane Viet's head, and shouted, "I got this." She was here to pay back Thomas for saving her life earlier. To her, these rats were just ants, one flick and they're toast. Diane Viet, annoyed down below, screamed, "Don't walk over my head. It's super bad luck, you know?" Harvey Van's massive foot gently came down, flattening a rat before it could even squeak. But when she felt something sticky on her sole, she looked down. Holy cow, it was a sea of rats, thousands of them clawing over the fence, ready to rip everyone apart. They were rushing in like the humans were an all-you-can-eat buffet. Harvey Van totally lost her cool, screaming, "Why are there so many?" She started stomping wildly, yelling, "Gross, get away from me." It wasn't just rats getting smashed, the people nearby started fleeing in panic too. Someone shouted, "Run, she's gone nuts. Watch out for her feet." Diane Viet kept whining about Harvey Van walking over him, muttering, "I told you it was bad juju." Up above, Thomas watched the whole mess. He looked chill, but even he was surprised. He thought to himself, wow, didn't think she packed that kind of punch. He was so focused on the show, he didn't notice the rats sneaking up on him. Thousands of filthy, nasty rodents crawled all over him, covering him from head to toe like a living fur coat. Yet, Thomas stayed icy cool, saying, "So, getting sliced in half didn't finish you off, huh?" He was completely drowned in the aggressive swarm. Suddenly, a hairy hand with razor-sharp claws burst out from the chaos. A rat king emerged. This beast was massive compared to the others, looking savage and cold-blooded. It flashed a mocking grin, like it was laughing at the whole world. His body was basically immortal. Seems like the little rats sacrificed themselves to help the Ratman miraculously regenerate. Meanwhile, things on the ground weren't looking any better. Suddenly, the rats froze. They all stood up on two legs like zombies controlled by some invisible force. Even Na was freaked out. "Why did they stop moving?" she gasped, voice trembling. The entire horde looked up, staring intently at the Rat King standing proudly on the roof. Now only the massive silhouette of the beast remained. It looked like the Rat King had completely swallowed Thomas whole. Harvey Van looked pleased with herself, staring down at the crowd like a queen on her throne. That creature up there? That's the Rat King, the big boss, the monster that makes every other rodent bow down in fear. Even the channel admin would pinch their nose and run for the hills if they saw this mess. Diane Viet's crew was confused. They didn't realize this Rat King was a transformed monster, not just a big rat. They guessed it was the mastermind controlling the horde. An army of 10,000 rats lined up like disciplined soldiers, bowing down to their king. It was enough to send shivers down your spine. Suddenly, a massive hand gripped the wooden fence. It was Harvey Van, or Van Van as we call her. She had totally lost it. Her face was shadowed, and her eyes glowed a menacing red, like pure fire. She swung that massive fence like a baseball bat, smashing the nasty critters while screaming, "Get the heck out of my face!" Looking like a skyscraper next to the Rat King, Van Van was radiating pure rage. She turned to the boss rat and roared, "Yo, you stinky trash bag, where's Thomas at?" Harvey Van, chilling in his Rat King form, just shrugged and said, "Thomas? Yeah, that guy is history." Then he started tripping, saying he was gonna end Van Van just for giving him attitude. Talk about a death wish. Van Van wasn't buying the threat. Her aura flared up even hotter while staring down the swarm of rats trying to turn her arm into a buffet. "You little pests!" she hollered, while the horde kept going aggro on Dien Viet and Na. Once the big cheese showed up, the minions went totally feral, biting way harder than before. The mob was so thick that even a titan like Van Van was running out of juice. She hit the deck, barely able to fight back. Rat King Lou Harvey then started cackling like a supervillain, bragging about how his rat army was going to take over the human world and make him the ruler of everything. Suddenly, bam! A hand punched straight through his chest from the inside, followed by a chill voice. "My bad. Finding the loot took a little longer than expected." Then Ryup. Another hand burst out, tearing the Rat King's chest wide open to escape. Harvey Van totally panicked, eyes popping out of his head in terror. He was like, "Wait, what is actually happening right now? Didn't I digest the main character already?" Turns out, eating Thomas was just a hallucination in his own head. Fam. In seconds, Thomas stepped out looking fresh, literally tearing the rat body in two like wet paper. Dude looked like a reborn god of war, radiating unstoppable energy. Harvey Van, still in his rat form, was shaking in his boots. Thomas stared at the glowing purple stone in his hand and said, "Yoink, this core belongs to me now." His eyes were sharp as knives, ready to delete anyone standing in his way. The rat army saw this and absolutely lost their minds, launching a full-scale attack. They were desperate, gnawing at everything, squeezing their ugly heads through the iron bars with teeth like tiger claws, straight-up nightmare fuel. They weren't just coming through the fence, they were popping out of sewers, alleys, and every crack in the pavement like a zombie apocalypse. Seeing the mutated rats, it looked like they were hunting for something specific. They locked onto Dien Viet's squad because they were the easiest snacks nearby. Some of these freaks were literally carrying skulls and severed arms in their mouths. Gross. The scene was so brutal that Dien Viet turned ghost white. All his swagger from earlier, gone. He was panicking big time. He started running for his life, screaming at the team, "Watch out. They're squeezing through the vents. Check the drains." But right as he said that, a rat popped up from the sewer right next to Little Mai's big brother. Big Bro with the beard tried to bolt, but a hairy hand with razor-sharp claws grabbed his ankle tight. In a split second, yoink, it dragged him straight down into the darkness. Big Bro barely got out a curse word before the swarm covered him, tearing him apart. Desperate, he clawed at the concrete with everything he had, but it was useless. His fingernails just slid across the ground, zero grip, zero hope. Second Bro and Little Mai just froze, screaming their lungs out as they watched him get taken. Mai's face was pale, tears streaming down. They were surrounded by another pack of rats, so they couldn't even move to save him. In his final moment, Big Bro yelled out, "Take care of each other. Forget about me." But he didn't even get to finish his sentence before the mutants dragged him under for good. The street went silent, like he was never even there. Second Bro grabbed Mai, piggybacking her while screaming for his big brother. Mai was bawling her eyes out, totally helpless against the monsters. Dien Viet was drenched in sweat, looking completely done with this whole situation. He thought, "There's way too many of them. We can't hold this L for much longer." Still, he tried to hype himself up, using the last of his energy to scream, "Come get some," as the rats charged from all sides. Dien Viet was gasping for air, covered in scratches, his arms feeling like jelly. Van Van wasn't doing any better. The rats were all over her. And oh snap, the hunger kicked in, making her giant body start shrinking back down. Watching this, Na realized it was game over. Dien Viet was wheezing, looking straight up defeated. He thought, "We're all gonna be rat food unless a literal miracle drops from the sky." Suddenly, boom, a massive shadow loomed over the rooftop. Dien Viet's pupils shrank, cold sweat everywhere. The shadow launched into the air, stomping down with a dark purple aura exploding around it. Its body was all twisted and glitched out, looking like a demon lord straight out of the underworld. Dien Viet was stammering, jaw on the floor, shaking like a leaf at the horror show in front of him. Steven just peeped the vibe and realized this wasn't just any regular Rat King. It is like the final boss version we haven't seen before. This thing has gone full dark mode, twisted into some nightmare shadow monster, leaking evil energy that would make anyone shiver. Its power level is so off the charts that the other aggro rats are too scared to even squeak, just bowing down like terrified minions. Every step this monster takes sounds like it is stomping straight out of the underworld, shaking the whole ground like an earthquake. Even the savage rats are keeping their distance, gluing their eyes to it with pure terror, totally afraid to catch a fade. Na is watching this whole scene unfold with her eyes popping out, totally unable to process the craziness going down. She is freaking out, thinking Steven got swallowed whole by this beast, and the feels are hitting her harder than the fear. But wait, the monster, or should I say Steven, lifts up a giant claw and starts checking himself out. It looks like he didn't choose this avatar. The leftover consciousness of the star core is trying to hijack his body. The dark corruption covering his face starts to glitch out and fade, revealing part of his actual human face underneath. Steven didn't expect the core to throw hands like this, but the shadow keeps retreating, moving down to his neck and shoulders. Half his body is back to default settings, like the light is literally purging the darkness. He is feeling super confident. No way that core is breaking his iron will. And someone shouts, "It is Steven! It is really him!" Dying Viet is screaming his lungs out, totally shook but hyped, eyes lighting up like he just won the lottery. Steven's face is fully restored, and he turns to his bro with an ice-cold look, saying, "Brother Dain, tough shift, huh?" The second he stops talking, the rat mob decides it is go time and launches at him like a barrage of furry missiles. Dain Viet screams a warning, but Steven stays chill as a cucumber, his eyes glowing red like straight fire. He drops a single word that hits harder than a truck. "Begone." It is like he cast a fear spell. The rats freeze, jaws on the floor, then turn tail and scatter like they are running from a nuke. It is total pandemonium. Rats trampling each other, squeezing into vents and sewers, fleeing like it is the rat apocalypse. The squad is standing there dumbfounded, wondering why the enemy just rage quit the lobby. Dain Viet, looking totally confused, mumbles, "Did he really just clear the map with one word? That is insane." The courtyard went from a mutant rat mosh pit to completely empty. 0 rats left in sight. Steven watches them flee and figures even if he isn't the king, that star core energy is enough to scare the living daylights out of them. Suddenly, Dain Viet starts coughing so hard it sounds like he is about to hack up a lung. Steven rushes over, but his bro is tapped out, and then a mysterious voice pipes up from behind them. It is Yoon Yoon, dropping the bomb that the juice Dain Viet injected was actually straight-up poison. She explains that the serum gives you God mode powers at first, but then the toxicity eats you alive from the inside out. Steven looks at her, dead serious, and asks, "So, what is the play? How do I save him?" Yoon Yoon replies instantly, "Lou Harvey Van's lab has a corpse. We need its blood to craft the antidote, or he is toast." Steven doesn't waste a second and sprints off to find the spooky lab Yoon Yoon mentioned. Standing in front of the room, he frowns, feeling a heavy pressure like an invisible storm is about to blow up in his face. He wonders if this is really the spot, but pushes the door open anyway, stepping into a room as dark and cold as a dungeon. A glowing white barrier pops up, and as Steven walks through it, his brain starts feeling kinda glitchy. He checks his HP. Physically he is fine, so he figures this must be some kind of mental force field. He looks ahead and thinks, wait a minute, wasn't there supposed to be just a dead body in here? Instead, he sees a slender girl chilling in front of a computer screen. She doesn't even turn around, but she knows he is there, speaking in a super calm voice. "You made it," she says, slowly spinning her chair to reveal a delicate face in the dim light. Before he can speak, she asks, "Is that Student Lou?" Leaving Steven thinking, who the heck is Student Lou? But then he glances at a glass cabinet and freezes. His reflection isn't him, it is the face of Lou Harvey Van. Steven realizes with horror that he has somehow morphed into this Lou guy without even noticing. It wasn't a mistake, he actually looks like him. He starts wondering if he is tripping on some massive hallucination. He tells himself to snap out of it, escape this illusion, and find that corpse to save his friend. But just then, the teacher calls him over, and his body betrays him, saying yes and walking toward her on autopilot. Yo fam, so Steven realizes he's totally glitched into a simulation, stuck reliving Liu Xiaoyun's memories like an NPC with zero control over the script. Out of nowhere, Ms. Xiao decides the room is way too hot and ditches her coat to reveal some super spicy sleepwear that hugs every curve. Steven, trapped in this body, just stands there buffering like, "Teach, what is the game plan here?" She just smirks, acting all innocent, saying she's burning up and just needed to get a little more comfy. Yeah, right. He nods, playing it cool like, gotcha. Then he pivots, staring at this crab on the tray. Okay, but what's the deal with the seafood? She hits him with a weird question. You know about the crab's little helper? He thinks for a second. You mean those parasitic hitchhikers that ride on them? She gives this little nod and a creepy, knowing smile. Exactly. It's a genius survivalist. uses the host for protection. The way she says it, total foreshadowing. The vibes are getting weirdly intense. Suddenly, she slides up behind him, wrapping her arms around his neck. She presses close, face flushing pink, looking like she's definitely up to no good. She whispers in his ear, "Isn't this kind of thrill exactly what you live for?" Her voice is smooth like butter, totally hypnotic. He's caught off guard, admitting, "Okay, maybe a little." Before he can react, her hand slides down to his abs. The tension in the room just skyrocketed. She's pressing closer, deliberately testing the waters, teasing him with that look. She's shocked her star student isn't just a nerd, but actually has some serious gym gains under his shirt. He smirks, ego fully boosted, and turns around. "Oh, you think so?" He spins her around, pulling her in. "Careful, Teach. You keep acting like this and the experiment is gonna go way off the rails." She doesn't back down one bit. "I've always preferred hands-on practice over boring theory. The eye contact is electric right now." He grins. "Guess I gotta study extra hard tonight then." While they're getting cozy against the glass, she looks out and freezes. The moon is massive and glowing blood red like a burning sun. But they're way too distracted to care, still locked in the moment right by the window. Suddenly she screams, "It's boiling. Close the curtains right now." That was the exact moment the world went to hell. The heat apocalypse officially began. Fast forward a bit. The romance is dead. They're sitting in opposite corners, totally drained and completely over it. The heat outside is roasting everything. Inside, it's suffocating. You can feel the heavy silence, like the creepy calm before a jump scare. Steven breaks the silence, giving her a cold, calculated stare. "Hey, Teach, rations are low. I'm taking charge of the food supply from now on." He sounds calm, but it's a threat. He's planning to hoard whatever scraps are left. Total survival mode engaged. She tries to argue but chokes on her words. She realizes he's scheming to keep her starving while he eats. Days pass, and this heatwave disaster is just wiping out everything alive. Today, he finally snaps. He loses it because she ate the very last bite of food, which is basically worth more than diamonds in this nightmare. He starts screaming and beating her down. It's savage. He's acting like that crumb of food was worth more than her entire existence. She's on the floor, crying and begging, saying the hunger made her lose control. But her excuses mean nothing to him. He's gone full psycho villain mode. He grabs a knife, eyes cold as ice. "You ate it fast, so it's still there. Maybe it hasn't digested yet." Hearing that, she freaks out completely. She knows she's looking at the Grim Reaper. A scream rips through the air. Then, game over. It's a mess of red and the sound of steel doing its dirty work. He cuts her open and she drops, eyes rolling back. He laughs like a maniac. "Found it. I got my lunch back." He's holding this gross black sludge he just retrieved from her stomach. Absolutely disgusting, guys. After taking her out, things get weird. The rats that nibbled on her start mutating, getting aggressive and swole, but in a glitchy way. He runs tests on her blood and realizes her DNA is actually an antidote. Talk about a plot twist. The craziest part? She's still alive, but her body is constantly morphing like a boss battle transformation. She went from gorgeous to a total nightmare creature. Half human, half demon, spikes everywhere, gut hollowed out, spine dangling. She's chained up, dripping with gore, looking like something straight out of a horror game. Looking at the data, he's actually impressed. He calls her the perfect specimen. He's hyping up the stats, calling it the doomsday gene. Thanks to her, he found the perfect evolution code for this chaotic new world. But he's not done. A crazy idea pops into his head. He wants to crack open her skull to see what other secrets are hiding in there. She stayed completely silent, didn't even flinch, but that just made him even more triggered and crazy. He hits her with this super creepy grin and says calmly, "You're basically unkillable anyway," before revving up a chainsaw to slice her melon off. But right before the blade hits, a spooky voice suddenly echoes in Steven's ear. Turns out Patricia Shaw is trying to mind hack him, pushing the character inside the simulation to eat this glowing purple rock. Even with her trying to hypno-charm him, Steven isn't buying it. She loses her cool and snaps, "Yo, why won't you eat the candy?" Steven's voice comes out ice cold. "Because that is literally a chunk of rotting meat, bro." He crushes the purple gem instantly. She stares at him like he just grew a second head, totally confused. "Whoa, how did you figure it out?" she gasps. Steven replies, voice freezing, "Basic logic. If you actually had my core, I'd be deleted already." Boom, the simulation glitches out and crashes. The real Steven appears, and the fake avatar fades away. Patricia Shaw is absolutely shook, screaming, "No way! You actually hacked my illusion. Damn it! Finally found a compatible human and this happens." She stops talking as the real room comes into focus. Turns out, Patricia Shaw is a total monstrosity now. Just a torso suspended in a test tube, legs completely gone. Steven looks at this former beauty queen turned science experiment and feels absolutely zero sympathy. He's got one mission: crack her skull open. He raises his right hand, fingers spread, aiming straight for her forehead. Sensing the vibe check, the monster lady starts freaking out, screaming, "Wait, I'm a victim. I was forced into this. You want the power up? It's yours. Just don't delete me. Please, I'm begging you." But Steven's eyes stay dead cold. He is not listening to the sob story at all. He drops some lore. When the crab parasite hits, it hijacks the host's consciousness. While placing his freezing hand on her head, no hesitation, he's about to pop her lid like a soda can. The monster keeps yapping, sounding super desperate, grasping for any straw to survive. "I'm just a poor victim, seriously. You want my loot? Take it. Just let me live, please." Steven ignores the noise completely. "You really think you're getting a second chance?" Splat. Blood sprays everywhere like a fountain as Steven tears the monster's skull wide open. Once he grabs the crystal core, her body turns to dust in the wind. Totally Thanos snapped out of existence. Steven looks a bit surprised, muttering, "Huh, so no core means the body just deletes itself?" Holding the shiny loot, he thinks it's all good, then suddenly remembers a major plot hole that brings his mood down. Wait, if she turned to dust, where the heck is the antidote for Tianyu? He immediately starts tearing the lab apart, praying the cure is stashed somewhere in the room. Quick science fact: these crab parasites root into you like plants, connecting everything and controlling your moves. You turn into a total meat puppet with zero free will, controlled by a tiny bug with way too much power. Outside, the floodwaters are gone, but the city is looking dry, dusty, and super gloomy. A group of survivors is chilling in the ruin. A commander barks orders: "Coordinate, infantry and tanks, focus fire on that Iron Clan trash." Bai Shang looked away, shy as heck. "Quit yapping. There is no way I feel like that." But before he can even make a play, a monster camps in a bush and slashes his back, making Viet howl in pain. Lu Xiaofeng snatched him up by the neck, engaging that drain ability to siphon Captain Sam's power like a slushie. Suddenly, Tien Viet interrupts his brain blast. "Yo, what's that noise over there?" A young guard waved him through. "Follow me to the boss." The gang leader grinned, eyes greedy. "Gotta clear these guys first." Suddenly, she freezes. "Wait, is that a bunny?" In the shadows, a pair of glowing yellow headlights locked onto the crystal in Thomas's hand. The commander roars like a final boss. "You guys hungry or what? Think this is big enough?" Steven nodded, scanning the room. Giant claws, ground shaking, glowing eyes. "It's lit." Old Zhang is confused. "What? Why you asking that?" Then he realizes his son is gagged, biting down hard on a whole durian, whimpering like a puppy. "Look, you're my guy. I trust you with the keys, but the apocalypse is gonna get way messier. Even with this base, if we don't level up now, we're toast eventually." Back in the whip, Steven asked, "You got beef with that Sun guy?" Xiaofeng shrugged. "Nah, that's just his personality. Don't sweat it." Steven is moving them to a secure base. Hearing that, Yun Yun gets all antsy and impatient. Fatty Fong looks offended, asking, "I called dibs on you, and now you're pointing a gun at me? Seriously?" Thomas replied, "I've got the loot. Now I need to make sure you get back to base in one piece." Thinking, man, Steven's crew is cracked. Why are they all so OP? But she can't tank this forever. Scene switches to the radio station. Yun Yun is complaining, "Sis Duanya, why is that dumb captain taking forever to get back?" General Chow nods. "Steven is seriously our savior." Steven didn't hesitate. "Bet, no problem." Right then, Yun Yun and Duanya pulled up to the group. Steven and his crew had ghosted him completely without making a sound. Screams echo through the city. Suddenly, Thomas's ride rolls up. The thugs look annoyed at the interruption. "Captain, why not save that hottie Duanya for the boys?" The others start laughing. "Yeah, Let us have some fun. Suddenly, Henry Zhang, that loser in the wheelchair, fires a shot and screams, "Screw you, Steven, you trash. If you hadn't brought people here, my legs wouldn't be busted." Thomas didn't hesitate. He expanded his dimensional space, sucking all the supplies into his inventory. They're shouting comfort words like, "Don't worry, hang tight, we got you." Looking down at herself, Yun was hyped the serum worked. She was massive. Time to clean up this trash mob. She screams at the top of her lungs, "Bro, use your brain. Do something. Arg. I'm losing it over here." Her shrieks are getting way more intense. The girls dropped their jaws. "Excuse me? Hunting for girls." Yun crossed her arms. "Are we not enough for you or something?" From a distance, a sniper is locking onto Steven, but he just coldly signals Duanya. "Roof, 12 o'clock direction, wifey." Duanya radios back, loud and clear. Two of his goons turned around, looking super confused, trying to find this invisible giant he was talking about. Drop a comment if you think this guy is crazy. He got himself a mount. The cat is salty but stuck. They prepare for the boss battle. He spins around, super salty, and growls. "For real? You trying to ruin my vibe? Chick." Duanya keeps her heater pointed straight at him, shouting, "Scumbag, let him go right now." He invents a new combo move, firing ice bullets through multiple portals like a machine gun from every angle. Cut to a new scene. The squad leader yells, "Listen up, team. Ahead is the supermarket Steven marked. Mission is to clear the monsters inside and haul the supplies back to base." Wham! He launched the two guys into the air like he was hitting a home run. Steven went dark mode. "Keep your loot. But if you try to hack me again, I will find a way to uninstall you permanently." Sun whispers to his sidekick, "Let them fight the monsters first. Then we clip them. Superpowers can't beat 100 guns. All 2,000 people in the city are gonna end up as minions for that Psycho City Lord." Thomas picks him up, laughing, "Ha! Big bad monster is afraid of a bath? Hang with me and I'll get you out." Little black squirms trying to act tough. "Yo, are you trolling right now?" They screamed, trying to end him for real. Gao looked at him. "Brother, why didn't you hide this power from us?" Steven laughed. "We're on the same team now. If I can't trust the squad, who can I trust?" "No, don't do it, meow." He grits his teeth, eyes burning with pure main character determination. "Came to vibe check. Didn't actually think I'd catch him in 4K though." She started slapping them left and right, yelling, "If you're so hungry, go eat the giant lady over there." Then he instantly switched to good guy mode, lecturing, "Remember, our goal is to be a lighthouse in the apocalypse, a place where everyone feels safe and cozy." Suddenly, total chaos erupted. Henry Zhang, the city lord's son, came drifting in like a maniac, unstoppable as a tornado. The crowd starts murmuring, panic setting in. "It's too dangerous out there. I ain't trying to die. I'd rather be a coward and stay alive." That confession was the spark that blew everything up. The residents went absolutely ballistic. "Besides, I just had a snack." "You got the door open? But what is up with your faces?" "Yeah, for real, we want to be like you, boss." The girl was freaking out, eyes wide, screaming, "No, please let me go." Nearby, some absolute creeps from the Tao clan are cornering another girl. Total villain vibes. She jumps to hug him but realizes something's off. The space is on lockdown. Steven is panicking. "Yo, what are you doing?" "Haha, listen up. If anyone actually buys into their delusion, I'm generous. I'll let you walk." "Hold up. Let's make her scream louder." They drag her into the shadows while she sobs and pleads. She was just curious. She looks down at his sword again and panics. "Wait a minute. What is that thing?" Seeing their death stares, Steven choked and laughed nervously. "Whoa, chill. I just want to, inspect the survivor count. Strictly business." But Thomas snatches it midair. "Nope. This drop is mine, furball. Don't break it." And gulp, he swallows the core whole. They bailed off the wall fast but, oops, kicked a rock. Tianyu whispered, "We gotta leak this intel to the base SAP or it's game over." Thomas replies, "You gotta grind some battles to unlock the skills. But first, let's get out of here." Saying that, she scooted closer to Duanya, cheeks blushing, eyes sparkling like she was expecting something. Thomas keeps the poker face, eyes screaming pathetic. Below, the iron freaks were tossing bodies into a glowing blood pool like they were cooking up a soup from hell. Terrified, she clung to Thomas, thinking if she was going to go out, at least it was with him. But after a moment of silence, she wondered, did the water ghosts just freeze? Bai Shang was shook. "Are we rage quitting the base?" Yun replied, "Nah, just making sure everyone stays alive. We'll talk about what just happened between us later." Chow sighed, "I just hope he doesn't choose the wrong lane. But it targets the pink beast." Steven thinks, cats and dogs? Or whatever natural enemies. Pops let them bail. Once they hit rock bottom, they'll come crawling back begging. Old Zhang nods, smirking. Facts, son. Straight facts. Thomas just pets his fat cat. Chilling. Relax. I'm the insurance policy if he messes up. Steven freezes up, feeling a disturbance in the force. Not good. You said Steven is cracked, so why didn't we ask him to snag those 2 cores back? Tion, you shut him down. You gotta grind for your own XP, man. One monster is super salty. Cursing. Dang it. The little rat escaped. I'm starving, bro. I need some meat. She eyed a nearby tree, ripped it out of the ground like a weed, and screamed, come get some. Nobody is getting past Big Mama. Thomas cut her off before she could move, scooping her up into his arms. She stammered, wait, what are you doing? Steven's radar is going off. He can feel them lurking in the shadows like ghosts, just waiting for the perfect moment to jump them. Yun looked totally over it, replying, Steven told me to put up a barrier before he dipped. I really don't want to see these metalheads trash the place. With eyes cold as ice, he threw a haymaker that sent Zhang stumbling. The mask was off, Zhang's true colors were showing. The second they hit the ground, Steven is already there blocking the path, eyes sharp as knives, asking, yo, where do you guys think you're running to? While they were still processing, Chufong came drifting around the corner in a tank, screaming, Thomas, Captain, I found the tank, but there is a monster on my tail. Thinking about his punishments at night. Yeah, I can't handle that guy's rage. He's a total maniac. The mob mentality took over instantly. People started screaming, those monsters, take them down, end them. Dodging the rain of weapons, he yeets himself into the rushing river, pulling a sick 360 spin like a pro diver. His buddy couldn't care less. Whatever, just flatline him and take him back for dinner. Easy. The heavy muscle next to the Lord is like, excuse me? Double? You tripping. Haha. Yeah. Later, Duanya gave the report. General Chow ran the numbers. We've got over 1,300 players in the lobby. Fatty Feng sees the opening and grins. Gotcha, punk, it's doomsday for you. He lands a massive combo. Steven gets wrecked, clothes shredded, body paralyzed. After the floods, everything went haywire, viruses, mutant plants, the works. Safe zones are crumbling because nobody has medics, which is like the rarest resource right now. She tried to slide into his DMs, literally, leaning in for a kiss. But Steven isn't easy. He summoned a mental whip, choked her out, and yelled, back off, you're not tying me down. Voices inside are hyping it up like, Sister Duan, you're literally a wizard. You wrecked that mutant plant so easily. Without you, this operation would have been a total fail. Bai Shang covered her face, mumbling, wait, is it actually valid though? Yun pops up looking stressed. Hey, big sis Duanya. Duanya looks back at the confused rookie. Let me go, Chu Mina. But nope. Splash. He hit the liquid and was instantly in a world of hurt. The place was stacked, enough gear to arm 500 people. It was a massive military warehouse full of guns and ammo. Tu Feng's jaw dropped. The naive students finally realized they walked into a kill box, but it is way too late to back out now. Ice shards rained down like a hailstorm from hell, sending them running and screaming. Damn it, we're getting hit from behind. I'll take you to get some real food. Yun stood up, acting all weak and tired as she walked toward him. Rely on Steven forever and you'll never level up. He already saved us once. Don't be greedy. The cat rubs against her leg. Duanya pulls a gun from her thigh holster. It's dangerous, kitty. Get behind me. He clutches his stomach. I think so. But I just swallowed the magic rock. My tummy feels kinda weird. Xiaomin screams, ah, what's happening now? I'm stuck. Steven realizes, it's the physical body outside taking damage. He cranked that stealing ability to max, making Sun's minions scream while they turned into dusty, dried-out mummies. He screamed, do something. If this thing blows up the armory, we are all logging out permanently. But the monster grabs her leg, pins her down and growls. You're just a spawning machine? Who said you could take a break? Old Sun reports in. General, supplies have been secured. The mob raised their weapons, ready to turn Tianyu into chopped liver. She remembers the strats Thomas dropped earlier. These mutant creeps ain't your average NPCs. The monster minions start panicking, backing up like, bro, where did they get tanks from? Run for it. The other guy jumped in. Big facts, we all saw it in 4K. Hearing this, Henry Zhang's face turned beet red with rage with zero backup. He screamed, shut your traps. Suddenly, a few water ghosts broke free from Thomas's mind control and launched a swarm attack. Tun was salty as heck, screaming, Does anyone see where the shooter is? Anyone. We'll take the secret to the grave. Bai Shang chimed in. General, since we need a name and Steven carried us, how about Su Guang Base? She grabs Yun Yun's wrist tight, no escape. But Thomas wasn't sweating these small fries. He shouted, you guys head up first. I'm gonna take out the trash. Lu Xiaofeng's expression went dark. The second you pointed guns at the squad, you became an op. An op's gotta go. The guns blazed, but the soldiers quickly realized something was super wrong with their gear. Zhang Jianshu is a puppet master hiding among humans. Didn't expect him to be level 2 already, but next time we meet, he won't be so lucky. While that intense stare-down was happening, City Lord Zhang and his bodyguard decided it was time to dip. Duh, I'm the veteran here. One of the monsters burst out laughing, loud as thunder. Brandon Shaw sighed with relief. Thank God the grid still works. Let's move. The armory is just up ahead. Marry me, I'm the only one who treats you right. She roasted him. I worked hard to snag a rich heir. Why would I downgrade to you? Thomas popped up, holding a crystal core, sounding totally bummed. All those mobs and I only got one white core? These drop rates are trash. He spoke up. All right, if you're riding with me. Yun Yun freezes, eyes glued to the hand grabbing her. What gives? Why the grip? So the trio heads out to the military zone. Meanwhile, another crew is raging. Damn it, why is this pumping taking forever? Ugh. Cut back to Steven throwing hands with the pink beast. His punches are strong, but they're getting blocked like nothing. But their fear quickly turns into rage, and they go full berserk mode, hacking and slashing without a second thought. You don't get to suck up or beg here. Got it? She's dying to see the action. With a massive desire for freedom, she pulls a special move, but he ignores her and drags the poor girl back into the nightmare. Major yikes, guys. No way. This is my first time seeing one. Steven is shocked. What? I thought you and Liu Xia were a thing. I don't believe in bad luck. Grab some useless people and toss them in as bait for the water monsters. Supplies in the city vanished, so if we don't score here, we're dead anyway. The city lord looked furious, shouting, How many times have I told you? She smirked. You swallowed my crystal core, genius. Now I'm living rent-free in your body. We're fully merged. Steven muttered. Dang, rookie mistake. Can't believe I fell for that trap. If this dude was literally a human nuke in his past life, there is zero reason he can't clutch this up right now. Instead of being scared, these dudes just smirk. One yells out, Check it out. This idiot has a death wish. Let's waste him first. He whipped around, stunned. Say what? It won't even lag your system. And like I said, I don't have the bandwidth to steal your body anyway. Sun smirks. Don't look at my 100 guys with guns. They're just normies. Whispers spread like wildfire. Yo, he even punishes his own son. Respect. A guy and a girl get cornered by the brutes. Why don't you look in a mirror and see how ugly you are? I only took your stuff out of pity. Hearing that, Captain Sam finally caves. He turns to walk inside but throws one last warning over his shoulder. Don't blame me. Just some bad luck for you guys being bait. The leader yells, Water monsters are distracted by the bait. I'm Big Bro Steven's girl, after all. Just then, Old Gao shouted over from a distance. Old Zhang is freaking out. You? You took out the sniper? Steven replies, totally unbothered. Same difference to me, right, City Lord Zhang? Yun Yun sees the heavy metal backup and finally breathes easy. The cavalry actually showed up, but don't celebrate yet. They started roasting him, calling him heartless and toxic for ignoring a dying girl. His skin turns dark and metallic with glowing red veins. The power radiating off him is insane. He grabs Duanya, and she gasps. Suddenly, a creepy laugh echoes. White yells, Who's there? The orc-looking dude is totally vibe-checking the short-haired girl. He shoots a look at his boss, Thwan, with his super greedy expression and goes, Yo, she's looking like a total snack. Hey Thwan, mind if I take first dibs on this one? Diane Viet's eyes go full demon mode. He rushes in, ready to 1v500 the whole mob, screaming, Hang in there, meow, I'm coming for you. In a split second, they were totally hypnotized, their eyes glowing with a creepy pink glitch effect. Curious, he looked around and found a newborn monster baby, stopped crying and gave him a creepy grin. Outside, Fatty Feng roars, Hey brat, playing dead won't save you. I don't buy it. Xiao Feng is raging, Eat dirt. You freak. Nobody touches the captain. The poor girl's outfit is completely shredded after those savage attacks. Guys, Hit that like button if you want to see someone save her. This is getting intense. With Xiao Feng having superpowers, we're gonna get kicked out of the inner circle for sure. Haha. You think you can stop us solo? Know your place, trash. The Iron Clan boss, looking like a total monster, glared at the girls. Whichever one of you can pop out a son for me gets to live. One shot, ladies. Brandon Shaw was shook, thinking, wait, is Thomas seriously talking underwater right now? Yun agrees. That side effect was way too intense, seriously. My leg. Yun walked over, teasing him. Young master, I gave you a chance, but you fumbled the bag, folding him instantly. Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed from behind, accompanied by a voice deep as thunder. But the monster is fast. It wraps him up in tentacles like roots. Suddenly, a savage smirk appeared on Yun's pretty face. You're so nice. Yeah, this'll do. A massive flash of light blinded them, making Old Man Gao scream, whoa, you have spatial abilities? Right at General Chao doubling down. If I sacrifice a few nobodies to save the rest of us, I'm a hero. I'm doing the hard math here. You're just talking. You got no receipts. How can you prove they aren't spies without any evidence? Damn, that hurt. The level gap is too high. I can't drain him. They realize they gotta bail, sticking to the escape plan. He points a finger and barks orders. The rest of you, get in there and wreck shop. This vibe was totally different. Usually it's passionate, but this time Thomas was moving way too aggressive, and it scared her. Duanya turns around, spots the kitty, and her voice goes instant soft mode. Ah, where did you come from, little guy? She pets him and grabs some snacks. Starving, huh? Looks like this leader is actually a solid dude. Can't believe there are still noble people left in this wasteland. She's a cutie, he says. Let's use her as bait to farm more players. It's only level 1 right now, but he knows he can grind it up to max level later. He stared daggers. He threatened, I'm telling my dad. He's gonna cancel all of you. Then he started screaming at the top of his lungs, echoing through the whole safe zone. She looked up at Tadan and saw his eyes glowing a deep crimson, like some secret switch had been flipped inside him. In a split second, the short-haired girl loses it. OMG, that's NHY, my roomie. We gotta save her, like, right now. Tianyu was stressing. This isn't looking good, fam. We're gonna gas out. We need a speedrun strats. He looked at his buddy. Blink and you miss it. Steven flash steps right in his face. Voice low. You talk too much. While Steven's squad had already ghosted the scene ages ago, the blood-curdling screams of that short-haired chick, Han Rue, were still echoing like crazy. Bai Shang says, I know a back way to dodge the City Lord's crew, but we gotta dive underwater to get in. Steven nods. Bet, let's do it your way. He roared, his voice dripping with savagery. You're my next cheap meal. You think those guards with the heavy artillery are just NPCs standing there for decoration? He scans Brandon Shaw from head to toe, smirking. Nice outfit, Captain. Very breezy. The other guy goes full hero mode, rushing in without hesitation to save her, but the monster just sneers, swings his glowing axe, and boom, one critical hit and the guy gets instantly deleted from the server. It is a total mess. Meanwhile, Thomas is playing 4D chess in his mind, calculating his next move. Suddenly, the base entrance starts shaking like crazy. The City Lord squad is totally confused. We frag M in the chaos, and this base is ours. Up on the roof, Chao and his aide watched the snake slither away. General, just like Steven called it, that guy is definitely plotting something. Tianyu cut him off. Zip it. Company coming. After using his drain ability to suck the minions dry, Lu Xiaofeng is fully charged up and ready to 1v1 the monster squad. He whipped his head around, totally confused. What just happened? Cut to a different scene. A loud boom echoed like thunder in a clear sky. Hold up. What do you think you're doing? The victim's neck clean off, ripping out the spine like he was deboning a chicken wing. The cat reluctantly agrees. They dodge a shockwave, blasting a huge hole in the wall, and water starts flooding in. Suddenly, he looks at the girls and gets a big brain idea. Wait, if I channel energy on the ice surface and combine it with the portals, I can attack from everywhere. Trailing him were 2 massive units, looking less like guards and more like street brawlers. He swiped all the high-tech lab gear and stashed it in his personal inventory. Just then, a drone kamikazes in, triggering a massive explosion that roasts the creep behind her. Yun's like, huh? A drone? Which noob just called me little cat? Steven is low-key scared. Kitty got swole? Henry Zhang urged her on. Come here, baby. I've got everything ready for you. Duanya isn't having it. Bam! kicks him straight in the face. The imp eats dirt, cross-eyed, but he's actually laughing. Thomas was giving off major villain energy, gripping her face tight, his eyes dark and his voice smooth but kind of twisted. Solid. Very solid. I'm feeling this shipment. A young guy next to him pipes up, Captain, I heard the general gave Stephen a massive mission. Boss, we're partners. Why you doing us dirty? But their eyes popped as the sound of grinding blades got closer. How is this kid taking 0 damage? Xiao Feng started glowing up and smirked. Thanks for the battery charge, boys. They didn't believe it and kept mashing buttons. Yup, now beat it. Okay? Total simp tragedy. After getting kicked to the curb, he went from lovesick puppy to serial killer, eyes full of disgust. These surviving med students are basically VIPs for the future of humanity, she explains. Thomas is chillin', just says, heard some SUS rumors about bases doing shady stuff like this before. He shouted into the darkness. Hey buddies over there, stop hiding and come out. The stalkers, realizing they'd been spotted, flinched like deer in headlights. She jumps out of her skin and snaps. Who do you think you are? The guy pins her to the bed, unleashing an aura so scary that Little Black freezes, too terrified to move. He hyped us up to build this base, and now he's ghosting us? Is he dodging his duties, or what? A massive explosion rips through the smoke. Xiao Miao seized the moment, yelling like a hero, Go, go, go! Catch me if you can, you brainless dummies! Bai Shang shouted, Radio the general, evacuate the civilians, SAP. Meanwhile, Yun pulled snacks out of her bag and started munching. It would be a game changer if we could raid that hospital base. I bet they're sitting on a mountain of medical loot. Old Sun's eyes bug out. He's shook. That axe usually slices dudes in half, but against this guy, 0 damage. He leashed her up like a bad puppy. She yelped, and he scoffed. Let me guess, you're trying to hijack my avatar, right? Looking back at the floating carcasses, Tu Feng was flabbergasted, asking, Yo, can Thomas actually control those things? He looks hyped, shouting, Nice, the traitors are toast. Now it's time to wreck you Iron Clan trash. She doesn't stop. Whack, another kick stuns him. She goes full combo mode, left kick, spin kick, smashing that ugly mug. Xiao Feng stepped up, nervous but trying to explain. Sir, my bros are refugees with a bunch of doctors, but the young master, Are you psycho? Tears welled up in his eyes. You're pregnant with another guy's kid? She didn't hesitate. Stephen is punching literal holes into Fatty Feng. But the guy has Wolverine-level regeneration. Feng just laughs, mocking him. She had 0 clue why he was acting so sketchy, and her eyes were just screaming confusion and panic. Just then, blam blam. A barrage of shots rings out from his 6. Looks like the VIP in the car is his old man, the city lord. The bodyguards were rocking heavy vests and holding massive toys, looking super intense. You guys usually look goofy, but now you look evil. She shouts, No, wait. Something is seriously wrong with them. Saying that, he yeets Henry Zhang toward the old man with a look of pure mercy. Just one question though. Does that meat taste good? Lu Xiaofeng shouts. Too dangerous. Everyone stick to me like glue. One of the monsters laughs at him. The leader gets in her face, laughing. Heh, serve us well and you can be a slave. Mess up, you join your friend on the pole and turn into smoke jerky. Hate to be a buzzkill, but I don't think this peaceful vibe is gonna last very long. Tam Mao was ice cold. Like, you guys should be grateful. Only the top-tier players get to serve the city lord. The second she hit the ground, Yun Yun's body hulked out, shaking the earth like an earthquake. Little devil dives from the sky, raging. Stupid cat. You kicked me? Stephen, if you hadn't wrecked my base, I wouldn't have been enslaved and tortured. I'm gonna make you pay big time. You have a death wish? Su Chen teleports instantly, grabbing Henry Zhang by the neck and lifting him up. Ice cold. He says, James Zhang, tell your boys to drop the guns, or I snap your son like a twig. Stephen blinked, totally caught off guard. Wait, for real? We're just rolling with that. It was none other than Van Van. She was fully hulked out in giant mode, holding the rope like the bald guy was an action figure. Stephen hoisted the bad guy up, grinning at Zhang. Hey, city lord, why don't we let this guy explain the situation? But first, you gotta do me a solid. Old man son's eyes bugged out, screaming, Yo, what are you actually doing right now? You guys broke the young master's leg. Did you really think you could just walk away like nothing happened? She groans. That is gonna take forever. And I am literally starving right now. Not cool. Radiating insane pressure, he leads Samuel Mao and 500 goons straight for the base, ready to delete everything in their path. Brandon Shaw gasped. Was he actually controlling these monsters? Thomas smirked, holding her close, and announced, All right, fam, it is hunting season. Right after that, Captain Tun's minions rolled up, acting all fake nice. Yo, listen up. Cap gave the green light. You guys can head inside now. Are you trying to make me mad? She drops her powers and storms inside. Seeing her sister needing backup, Duanya yells out, Yo, anyone else seeing this weirdness? One guy asks the group. Instantly, hundreds of zombies rise from the shadows like a nightmare army, swarming the Chow clan from all sides. They didn't expect to get caught so easily now that they were exposed. They dropped the stealth and walked out, making their intentions clear. Old Man Chow nodded, keeping it real. Gotcha. Loud and clear. IRL, Steven was lagging hard, standing there like a statue. Yoon and Duanya were freaking out. Steven, hello? You in there? He yelled that she turned into a giant and broke his leg. Panicking, he ordered his minions, hurry up and take her away. Captain Sam rallied the squad, but they're sketchy about fighting dozens of monsters at the hospital. We need your carry. Over in the rubble, Captain White calls out nervously, Little Fong, you good? Fam? That place is a death trap. Corpses pile up in there. Meanwhile, Henry Zhang, the guy who just took the L, was shaking in fear, clutching his hurt leg and screaming like a baby. Did you forget we literally snapped his son's leg in half? Meanwhile, Little Black is just vibing, wandering around until he accidentally glitches into the surgery room. Pew pew pew, triple tap. She sends 3 rounds straight to the dome. Bullseye. Baby, those creeps got deleted before they could even rage quit. Looks like the monsters were already wiped out. Not a single one left standing. My leg is. Smack. Before he could finish whining, he caught a massive backhand slap across the face from his own dad. The people in charge of security, who are basically temporary refugees, never get a chance to survive in this rigged game. Suddenly, Duanya grabs a scalpel. Little Black spots the blade and gets major PTSD flashbacks to his neutering incident. He freaks out, shivering like crazy and meowing for help. Now Chubby's face is twisted up, looking just like that demon bunny. Yikes. But 3 monsters froze, realizing their heads were covered in weird plants, like fungus. One panicked. Yo, what is growing on my head right now? Only catch is, she needs you morons as the fuel. I thought these people sacrificed enough just to survive, but you treat them like cattle, selling them out to the enemies. He literally gasps. Well, hello there. They make them this gorgeous around here. You trying to be my new fidget spinner or what? Let's play. He's like, wait, for real? Both of you? Right now? Is this a dream? Wait for me, buddy. I promise I'm gonna clap these guys for you. Pushing past his limits, Viet sprints so hard he's gasping for air, zero hesitation. Fatty Fong scoffed. She croaked already? Weak sauce. Then he gasped, spotting another girl getting bullied by the monsters. If Steven comes back to a destroyed base, he's gonna be super salty. Sun sneered. If Gao Wei thinks he can sideline me, he's got another thing coming. It's time for new management in this base. That's the gist of it. Without wasting a second, Yoon sprinted off to find a medic, hoping they could whip up a cure. Before we continue, smash that like button if you'd be terrified right now. Our defense is a mess. I gotta fix the strat. She left the wall to make some moves. Huh? Did you just break my new toy? The Tao monster flinched, terrified by the sheer size of the figure behind him. It's the black cat. Enters with a sassy meow right next to Duanya. She gasps, Golden, what are you doing here? The boss mutant is sitting there, looking salty as heck. Major bad vibes. I'm out to prep then. Outside, his lackey whispered, Cap, weren't we gonna hijack the base? But the squad is distracted by something else. Boss, check it. A bunny. Haven't had rabbit stew in ages. I'm starving. You're the one who dragged me in here without asking. Xiao Min turns beet red, stuttering. I didn't mean to. Who's gonna go down there and pry that door open? If you make it back, I'll tell the city lord to reward you with a sweet girl. One guy steps up. Steven is surprised. Kitty? Is that you? Yo, stay back. It's dangerous. Well, if Uncle wants you, you can stay and be my mommy. Duanya hears this grossness and just stares. No reaction. One shot goes off and it's gonna be a total bloodbath. Suddenly, water starts pouring in. Thomas looks around. Oh, armory's flooded. The wall is busted. This whole place is gonna be an aquarium soon. This sick power lets him hack into the minds of the undead and control them like puppets. Brandon Shaw watched in horror as the mutant beast unleashed a fireball, barely missing Tu Fong. General Chow is shocked. A monster tribe? Old Sun thinks to himself, Steven, just watch. I'll show you who the real protector is. They ducked as a gang rolled up, dragging some gorgeous girls. Guards yelled, "ID check." One thug smirked, "Chill, big bro delivery time. Check the merch, top-tier imports." "Can you hear me?" Yunyun's reflexes are on point. She blocks his mouth, but the other guy swings a blade from behind. Sneak attack. Jaws wide open and ready to feast. They fill the air with the heavy scent of death. One guy says, "Yo, looks like that explosion came from inside the base." Grinning like a snake about to strike. "I'm dumping this at the Enchi gate before the sun comes up." Next morning, City Lord Truong sees his bald henchman looking like he got hit by a truck. He's low-key panicking. The man, looking like a walking corpse, stammered in panic, "Wait, I'm..." Before he could explain his rank, the monster sucker punched him in the gut. Blood sprayed everywhere. Bai Shang watched the dive, gasping. She really just full-sent it without caring about her own safety. Steven didn't blink. He just commanded, "Speak up. I want everyone to hear this clearly." Taking her silence as a yes, the brat steps up. "Chill, I won't eat you. I'm still growing, see? There are monsters and zombies swarming out there. No food, no safety. Y'all just sending people to get deleted from the server." Before he could finish, Henry Zhang interrupted, screaming, "Dad, wanna live them all. Right now. Nobody leaves without my say-so." Suddenly, it's a standoff. Guns drawn on both sides. The vibe is tense enough to snap a string. Hard as hell. Brandon Shaw was floored. "You can seriously stash all this stuff in your dimension?" Nearby, Tianyu and Xiaomiao were spying on the whole thing, totally freaking out. "Yo, they're turning everyone into literal monsters." The dude was drenched in sweat, screaming for his life in total despair. "Xiaofeng, hop in the ride. I'll handle the payment." "Look, guys, it's the apocalypse. This is literally all I got left." Duanya opens her eyes and realizes it's just Steven. "Steven? When did you get back?" He tries to play it cool but laughs. "Wait, how did you know it was me?" Gao nodded, respecting the vibe. "Facts. Without you, this base wouldn't even exist." Two captains yell out, "Tiger Squad. White Tiger Squad. Form up." Instead of throwing hands, he pulled a pro gamer move and threw a handful of lime powder right in their faces. The monsters panicked, blinding, rubbing their eyes. The pain hit him like a tsunami. "Why get violent?" The axe guy scoffs, resting his weapon on his shoulder. "You really think normal people can just stroll through Chao clan territory? Now it's my turn." Duanya pulls back, shocked as the kid vanishes. She's thinking, wait, does he have powers too? Before he can say anything, a scream rips through the nursery. "Look up there." Everyone freezes, staring at a body hanging weirdly in the air. Before they can even react, thwack, clean headshots to the chest. It's an instant game over, and everyone else is just paralyzed with fear. City Lord Zhang suddenly mutates into a beast. But his son? Blown to confetti. The old man screams in rage. "Steven, I'm gonna kill you, you dirty dog." He cursed bitterly. "Steven, that scumbag. He played us." One guy goes, "That chick? It'd be a total waste to just end a baddie like that. We can't keep vibing in this toxic mess. Let's bounce and build our own HQ. A place where humans actually act like humans." Total panic mode set in. He screamed at his crew, "Open fire, now!" The goons were shaking, but they squeezed their triggers, spraying lead at Steven. "I'm so hungry I can barely move. Can you carry me, Appa?" He gets serious. "Hey, if I prove I'm strong enough, wanna team up?" The cat hesitates, intimidated by Steven's vibe. Plus, that Rat King core didn't just buff his rage mode, it gave him super strength and even unlocked ice powers. Captain Sam and his crew do a double take. "Say what? Did you say dozens of med students?" Meanwhile, the squad makes it to the safe zone, House City. But the second they step up, someone screams a massive threat. Yun paused at the sheer numbers but locked in fast. She swung that tree trunk and shouted, "Access denied, losers." The boys panicked when they saw a whole squad of monsters locked and loaded with heavy firepower. The louder he screams, the more hype the kid gets, stomping on him like he's crushing soda cans. Just a sick, twisted game. Suddenly, a booming voice cut through the noise like a bass drop. "Hold up." Fatty Fung steps onto the scene and starts roasting him immediately. "You waste a few of my scrubs and think you're the main character? Cute." Old son, hyped up by his squad, lets his ego take the wheel. Lu Xiaofeng looks at the pathetic mess of a man and replies, "Protect you? Yeah, sure. No problem." Every slash didn't just cut the air, it canceled a subscription to life. Grim Reaper style. When he got to the leader, Steven hit the brakes, blade hovering inches from the guy's nose. He didn't waste a second, leaning in to pass her some oxygen. Lip-to-lip style. Dude was smooth with it too. Steven stands tall with his squad, looking like an absolute boss. Duanya calls out, "Steven, we're here." The guys screamed, terrified. "She's playing you. It's revenge. She wants payback." Another yelled, "Let's build a place where we live with dignity. We ain't staying here to live like stray dogs." Steven pulls out the crystal core. "Oh, you know it. With this bad boy, I can finally evolve to level 2. Yun pouts. "Who cares about him?" Boom! Her hair exploded from the floor, wrapping Steven up until he looked like a straight-up Egyptian mummy. Bai Shang watched from the sidelines. "It ain't much, but take it, heroes." Captain Sam grabbed the bag, looked inside, and raged. "This is premium dog food." Steven stands tall in front of the beast, radiating pure main character energy. He goes, "Weird flex, trying to finesse me right under my nose? My nose never lies. We gonna wipe them all out." He yells, "Lu Xiaofeng, I'm the captain. I order you to get me out of this hellhole right now." Steven's eyes go cold as he thinks, "Looks like the rumors from my past life were true." To then hops off the cat's back, channels all his energy, and bam, delivers a falcon punch right to the beast's face. It goes flying, and he yells, "That's what I'm talking about." That's when the Tao clan will take the opportunity to invade the shelter, turning humans into pets and dragging everyone into a living hell. He went ice cold, saying, "Look, with no hands, you're basically useless. Let me borrow your juice so I can wipe out the Iron Clan for you." Cut to General Chao and Bai Tsong plotting. Supplies are okay for now, but they need to raid the hospital for medkits and capture that savage tribe. Duanya asks, "So, now that you're level 2, did your powers get a rework?" Steven gets curious. "Good question. Let's run a test." She's practically begging, and another dude steps up, ready to play hero. "I'm on it." Then he lunges forward, swinging that giant axe at Duanya without holding back. Who is this Steven guy anyway? Even the general is sticking his neck out for him. "You look scrawny, kid, but you pack a punch. Not total trash like those other losers." After catching up, Duanya gives Little Black a bath. "So, Steven brought you home? You need a name. Those gold stripes look fancy. Let's call you Goldie." Captain Sam chops a monster with his axe and yells, "All right, VIPs, you guys take point and clear the path." After the apocalypse hit, he basically became the top dog of the monsters at the hospital. The Iron Clan charged in, weapons swinging wild. One dude got sliced in half instantly, game over. He's adapting, laughing maniacally. "Hee hee, mommy is so strong. You just wait. You took my son, so I'm coming to settle the score." Yun added, "Seriously, we thought your soul just disconnected from the server. I want you dead." The bullet grazes Steven. Oh, now he's ticked off. She sighed, "Nah, your specs are too high. I can't take over." Steven gave her the cold shoulder. "Sorry, babe. Zero trust policy here." She pouts. "Yo, big sis. Starting the party without me? Rude." Donna just laughs instantly. "Who is that?" The group starts wondering. Long is looking super suspicious. The Iron Boss's voice was ice cold. "That lady wants to build me an iron army." She guilt trips the guys, yelling, "Hurry up and get her down, you losers," before his brain can even reboot. A wicked, creepy cackle echoes from right behind him. Gao rubbed his chin. "Su Guang, like the first light of dawn, represents hope and the respawn of humanity. That's fire. Let's lock it in." By the time the monsters hit the bank, Viet has completely ghosted them. Inside that mental dimension, Minner lets out a sigh. Finally, a break. Yun giggled, "Girl, please." He's handsome and insanely OP. Catching feelings is totally valid. They smile like demons, especially Pigface, who looks ready to pounce on White. Back to Steven, the cat transforms. Shorty screams, eyes blazing, "You guys are all cowards. I'm not gonna stand here and watch her die." Chu Fong was confused. "Why is there a kitten in here?" Brandon Shaw explained, "Bases usually keep cats for pest control." Smash cut to morning at the Xinguang base. A little girl ran up all happy, shouting, "Big bro Steven." He smiled. "Hey Xiao Mai, vibing with the new place?" Brandon Shaw added, "Seriously, how many hacks does this guy have up his sleeve that we don't know about?" Steven replies, cool as ice, "I don't have much, just enough to feed 2,000 people for a month." But General Chao wasn't buying that garbage anymore. He's like, "Yo, did my Uber Eats just arrive? This dude is way too skinny though, looks like a junkie." Why was he barking so loud earlier? Suddenly, Van busts in looking absolutely fire. She's dressed to kill and stealing the spotlight. Someone yells, "Stop staring. Let's bounce." That is Steven's squad coming through. Suddenly, some dude yelled, "Captain Bai, check 6. A massive army is incoming." Even though they were ready, the view gave them major chills. If I disconnect now, it's game over. Unless you find me a new host. Needs to be a girl, not too weak, fit body, and hey, gotta be cute. Look at this skinny twig. Hilarious. Old Sun grits his teeth, thinking Lu Xiaofeng is a softie he can exploit to escape. Steven, everyone, charge. Get her. The Iron Clan rushed the base like a swarm of angry ants. Hearing that creepy trash talk, the girl goes absolutely ghost white. She is literally shaking and begging, "Please, you have to let me go. I'm serious." A few people ran over, worried. "Young master, are you okay?" Cut to the Hatch City shelter. Zhang stomped back in, his face looking darker than a thunderstorm about to ruin a pool party. Duanya replies, "Don't get too excited. The setup here is trash. We've got critically ill patients we can't even save." Being shamed like that, two simps immediately rush forward, determined to cut the rope. "Ah, let me go. Why is my HP dropping to 0? Steven nodded. "Okay, that ability is actually broken." Zhang tried to double down, screaming that it was fake news, claiming the Tao guy was lying and that Steven was the real villain. Yeah, she should have guessed earlier. The stray cat Steven brought home definitely wasn't an NPC. Unarmed but not afraid to trash talk, Tianyu hyped himself up, screaming, "Eat dirt, you creepy freaks." Old Sun scoffs. "Man, I thought we were in for a real fight. Who knew it'd be this easy? Total waste of time." Crushed by Steven's terrifying aura, the guy sang like a canary. Turns out, the Safe Zone City Lord is actually besties with the Tao clan. Thomas replied, "Relax, Captain." But Brandon Shaw was stressed. "The problem is hauling this stuff. The City Lord's goons could show up any second and start a war." "A slaughterhouse? You?" The kid with 0 weapons thinks he's gonna catch a body. His sidekick stepped up, gripping his piece, looking totally unimpressed. The crew was hyping up Yun. "Girl, you're a beast. With you here, we're building this wall like it's Lego blocks. Double speed." Everyone screamed, "Kill! Kill! Let's take him down." The monsters roared back, ready to wipe everyone out. His eyes glow red. The range is about the same, but the detail is insane. I can literally feel every single cell in my body. It's like having internal X-ray vision from those cultivation novels. After dozens of mental sparring rounds inside the cocoon, Steven stands up, cold as ice. "I gotta log out and handle some business. You better behave until I get back." Steven teleports to dodge. "Not as easy as I thought." Suddenly, meow. Steven turns to General Chow and goes, "Yo, General, have your people lead the refugees out. I'll handle things here." The General replies, "You got it. We'll be waiting for you at Shangyun University, Steven." After saying that, she jumped onto the car, prepping for a massive impact. She moved with the power of a pro athlete about to unleash an ultimate move. "Okay, but this is my first time. Can you give me some tips?" Duanya paused, looking at her like she was speaking an alien language. Steven interrupts. "Wheels are easy." He pulls a pickup truck straight out of his void space. Cut back to the Taotai territory. Tianyu and Xiao Miao were totally cornered. Donna stops asking questions cause, well, easy for you to say, someone mutters. But another guy cuts in. "Nah, hold up." This guy turned a tribal warlord into a literal chair. Fatty Fong barked out orders. "Chop these intruders up. Turn them into smoked jerky." "I thought you were toast." Like, totally deleted. Before he could finish, her hair shot out like tentacles to wrap him up. The girls were shaking like leaves, sobbing, "Please, have mercy. Let us go." Fong yells from under the rocks, "I'm Gucci, Cap." Dodged just in time. Almost became a rock sandwich though. White rushes over. "Hang tight. I'm digging you out." How did a regular-looking dude like Steven absolutely wreck the terrifying Tao leader? It didn't make sense. Suddenly, an arm popped out of the red goop, and this glitched-out, half-human monster slowly crawled onto the deck. "You're asking for a deletion. Today's the day you get folded. Eat this knuckle sandwich." She was muttering about some Generation 2 power-up juice, saying, "Yeah, it's a bit glitchy, but it'll speedrun the evolution process." He unhinges his jaw, tongue lolling out to taste Duanya. But she thinks fast, yelling, "Goldie, get this creep away from Steven." Fatty Fong gets bored of throwing hands. He grabs Steven, ready to snack on him, laughing maniacally. "Haha, GG kid, you're just lunch meat on my plate now." He turned to Xiao Fong and asked, "Yo, isn't the Tiger Squad gonna handle this clown?" Fatty Fong stepped up, surprised. "Well, look what the cat dragged in. Some little cowardly rats sneaking around." That zombie girl's core gave him a mental stat boost, but sadly, no illusion magic dropped this time. Steven sees it's just a scratch. Physical damage isn't enough, fam. We need a combo. Fatty Phone wasn't having it. He snapped because his crew was acting without orders. You dare touch my property? Are you nuts? Those poor girls were pinned to the ground by two beastmen, looking like snacks in a lion's den. But right now, he's just the Vice City Lord. Steven is basically hitting the fast-forward button on Destiny. But this isn't a cute pet. The mutant rabbit transforms, using roots to puppet the zombies and drain their energy. Brandon Shaw realizes it's farming them for XP. Out of nowhere, this plant mutant guy jumps her. Vines wrap her up tight, and another creep lunges in, trying to take a bite out of her. The girl is exhausted after birthing a monster. A gluttony guy yells, "My son, this is Fong the Fatty, the tribe leader of this hospital." Great, more people? Suddenly, he told his driver to drift right over to where Yun Yun was sitting. He smirked, trying to flex. "Hey shawty, wanna hop in?" Ugh. It just keeps going up and down. When does it end? Her eyes are glazing over, totally confused why everything is glitching out so bad. "I'm cool with your offer from earlier. Here, take your son back." While he's lagging out in shock, another shot comes flying in. Xiao Feng gritted his teeth. The Tiger Squad got disbanded. Steven wasn't even surprised. Let me guess, is this the price for refugees to enter the city? The monsters saw their buddies getting deleted. Yo Thomas, spill the tea. How'd you know the city lord was scheming with the mutants? Outside, Yun Yun is building a wall when she hears weird noises. She frowns, while Goldie just chills next to her. Realizing her sister is overwhelmed, she gets jealous. "Steven, you're back and didn't even say hi to me." Hearing the beauty say that Henry Zhang was down bad, he couldn't hide his excitement. "Oh wow, say less. I've been waiting for this." Xiao Feng saw this and yelled angrily. "Damn it, Henry Zhang, don't you dare. Building takes forever, fam. I ain't got time for that grind. Need a pro to carry us, and the best player is right here in Hatchton." Throwing it back to that crazy moment earlier, Donna was totally freaking out when Thomas backed her into a corner. "Sis, I'm starving. You got any snacks?" Duan-na shakes her head. "Who told you to spam your abilities like that?" The guys threw up some temporary walls. With Yun Yun's assist, the defense grid is basically 100% complete. I'd bet my life they aren't spies. And if Steven says he's got med students, then he's 100% legit. Yeah, having med students is a game changer. We won't have to worry about dying from random sicknesses anymore. Gun in one hand, steering wheel in the other, this dude was literally spraying bullets at civilians while driving. Absolutely unhinged behavior. Old son isn't having it, muttering, "Humph, that pretty boy, doesn't know jack about anything else, but he sure is good at brainwashing people." While the boss stressed, Samuel Mao stepped up, voice sly. Or, "Maybe I can speedrun that for you." She stares at him, frantic. "Anyway, control your instincts, dude. Steven is sweating bullets. Can you stop moving around? I'm making you pregnant again right now," she begs, terrified. "Wait, I just gave birth. How is that even possible?" Steven pocketed the car into his inventory and scoffed. "I spent way too much premium loot on that fur ball." They keep calling his name, realizing that a level 2 human is built different. He is way too overpowered. They are barely hanging on. She's begging, "Please let me go." But the thug grins. "Keep begging, honey. The more you cry, the more I like it." Steven smirked. "With this gear, our base security is basically maxed out. Wonder if I can blast this energy outward?" Duanya gives him the cold shoulder. "Cap, let my man go or get smoked." Feng's voice drops to absolute zero. "Wow, so you're damaged goods too? Huh?" The snaky minion whispered. "The general trusts that outsider way more than us OGs who actually bled for this place." Duanya gets yeeted into the air. No way to dodge, looking terrified like, "Am I really gonna end up as Monster Chow?" The whole gang laughs. "Music to our ears, boys." She screamed. "Ouch! Ouch!" Just then, a minion sprinted in panic mode on. Long live the city lord. In that moment, Xiao Feng finally exhaled, turning to Steven to smooth things over. He unloads the main cannon like it's the 4th of July. Boom! Boom! The mutant rabbit is blasted into confetti in no time. He frowned. She had a point. Being stuck in this cocoon was a total waste of XP. Not a smart play. Treat the humans in that base like an all-you-can-eat buffet. Dudes are food. Keep the ladies. The monsters rush in, hyped up, but then, boom, one of them gets vaporized by a shell. Steven remained skeptical. "Why should I believe you? How do you even log out?" She explained, "I need energy to exist. It charges its ULT." A massive pink beam meant to delete Steven from existence. Yun Yun, seriously, freeze. "Stop hugging me." She gets into firing position. Bam. One shot sends that sniper straight to the afterlife. Little devil is hiding in a corner, hyperventilating. Mommy, that thing is scary. I almost died. Gotta hide. Then she switches to pro mode. Snipers are in position and ready to rock. Bursting to the surface, the two of them gasped for air like they bad just cheated death. Old Gao got serious. Also, Steven, big favor to ask. That hospital is a ticking time bomb near our base, plus the med supplies inside are legendary loot. But he wasn't paying attention. The little imp popped up from the dirt and took a massive bite out of his calf. A rugged dude with a thick beard stepped out of the crowd. You could tell this guy had seen some stuff. He stepped up to defend Steven's squad. Cut the chatter. We've got ops incoming. Duanya replies, we're from the Science and Tech University, just looking for shelter. Suddenly, a dark figure dives down from the top of the building. Sad truth is, these creepy things respawn faster than we can clean them. She's getting weaker by the second. Yun, completely missing the point and thinking about something else entirely, gasped, whoa, is your stamina really that high? He shouted arrogantly, move it peasants, don't block the prince's path. Steven noticed the commotion, his eyes flashing with curiosity. Someone's popping shots inside the safe zone? He promised the newcomers top-tier food and the best living conditions Heechung City had to offer. Right on cue, a savage voice echoed from the rooftop. Oh, I got your proof right here. In a split second, it was gnawing everywhere. The dude screamed, Arg! Night fell, and the campfire crackled, casting flickering shadows against the freezing dark, trying to fight off the creepy silence. Steven ignores the salt. My ice powers leveled up too. Besides ice balls, I can form ice armor on my skin. Kinda useless right now, but it's an upgrade. He's got the blueprint mapped out, step by step, ready to crush any rival faction that tries to test him. His soul gets literally yeeted out of his body and pulled into Xiao Min's consciousness. You're seriously looking down on the Iron Army. Captain Tun hollered, take cover, move your butts or you're toast. Steven smirked, enjoying the show. Nah, you guys look better charging into the front lines. Xiao Miao raged. Mother of, are these metal freaks trolling us? They won't give us a second to breathe. So what's the play? Bai Shang asked. Yun took a huge bite of a chicken leg. This wall is gonna get wrecked for sure. The leader winced in pain, shivering. It's not me. These are orders straight from the city lord. Brandon Shaw shouted. Not the time for Q&A. I'll distract it. He's living the emperor lifestyle with me as his servant. Why would he leave? Later, at a huge warehouse, Gao said, bro, here's the empty spot you asked for. Steven was surprised his ice powers had admin privileges in his mind. He figured he'd better find her a new avatar ASAP. Out of nowhere, a cat pounced and snatched the crystal. Thomas stood there, completely stunned. Brandon Shaw can't believe her eyes. Xiao Feng is gasping for air. Finally, it's over, but he doesn't notice the loot dropping right into his open mouth. The crowd, seeing the city lord discipline his spoiled brat in public, immediately started buzzing. On the wall, Bai Shang announced, stick to the plan, fam. Then she turned, yo, Ma Yun, why are you still chilling here? You remember all those close calls we had back in the field ops squad? Xiao Miao replied, confident. Steven kept a poker face, eyes colder than a blizzard, and casually replied, running away? Please, The Tao monsters realized instantly they were dealing with a superpowered human. The leader frantically warned his squad. Steven speaks up, voice steady. General Chao, it's decision time. General Chao steps forward, voice booming. Starving, freezing, getting pushed around. Another guy was sweating bullets, dropped his weapon, and thought about dipping. These monsters are too op. I got a ghost before I die. Gulp. The crystal slides down his throat. He pauses, shocked. Did I just eat the super rare core everyone is hunting for? Duanya and Lu Xiaofeng stick close, staying alert because enemies could spawn from anywhere. The leader was shaking so hard he almost collapsed. Terrified of Steven, he screamed at the top of his lungs. Seeing his serious vibe, Minner gives him the bedroom eyes. Whatever, I'll give you a buff so you come back quicker. But hey, you better take responsibility for this, jerk. Don't you dare ghost me. About 400 are on security detail. They've already blocked a few raids from the creeps and mutant beasts. Bai Shang's face turned beet red as she stammered. Actually, there's something I've been dying to ask you. And panicked. Yo, that lady is terrifying. This boss fight is too hard. Steven did a double take. He recognized the grungy chick from that mutant rat lab disaster. He was like, yo, is that actually you? The dude in Van Van's grip is shook. He's staring like he just saw the Grim Reaper slide into his DMs. 3 headshots? That's aimbot level. Hold the line. Do not lose this base. With that, Yun Yun yeeted herself right off the wall. His words were like gasoline on a fire, triggering a massive rage wave through the crowd. They agreed to a truce and untied. Stephen respawned in the real world, looking dazed. Duanya and Yun Yun were practically fainting from stress. She turns her hair into a super drill. She's determined not to be trapped and starts boring through the ice wall. Just then, a voice yells, "Hold up!" And Xiao Feng, a young soldier, steps right in front of Duanya. He swings that axe, screaming, "You showed up just in time. I'm gonna split you like a twig." But before he can even celebrate, Fatty Feng catches the blade with one hand. Total flex. Guess I gotta delete him early. Cut to the construction site where the base walls were going up. Thomas smirks. Wow. Changed your mind fast, huh? The cat nods furiously. All right, you chose the thug life. Don't blame me. He triggered his space ability and boom, dimensional portals started opening right above those soldiers' heads. He threw a haymaker that instantly deleted 2 of his own guys, smashing through a wall and sending a few others flying like ragdolls. Duanya sighs. Too many enemies hiding near the tech uni. It's not safe for humans to camp there anymore. Donna's lounging on the bed, looking glamorous and blushing. You already know what time it is, chat. Wink wink. Just as she thinks it's game over, the tank roars to life. Xiao Feng rams the beast, saving the day at the last second. The two are stunned. Is that magic? Is that your superpower? They instantly turned on Henry Zhang and started gaslighting him. Yo, young master. You totally tripped off the car yourself. That's how you broke your leg. Realizing Steven wanted to solo the dungeon without backup, he thought to himself, my moves might trigger some wild reactions from Hatch City. One henchman gives a nasty SUS grin. Thomas scowled. He bad thrown hands with everything imaginable, only to get mugged by a cat? Carve a bloody path out. The crew grabbed whatever they could find. Knives, hammers, axes, and hulkied out. Quit capping to these people. Do you have any clue how many supplies a base actually needs? You people should be thanking me. He wasn't done yet, turning his sarcasm up to 11. From the second floor, 2 massive savages jumped down like raid bosses, wielding axes and hammers, ready to wipe the party. Hey, what's the deal? Let us go. One guy begged, voice trembling. Terrified, she breaks. I don't want to be jerky. I'll do it. I'll serve you. Just let me live. He pulled out a bag of snacks, trying to bribe it. Hey little buddy, you can't eat that rock. How about a trade? Donna peeps through the scope and goes, bet. Hold my juice box. Watch this. Selling your humanity for a few crumbs, trading lives just to breathe another day? In this dog-eat-dog world, maybe you think that's smart. But honestly, it's pathetic. After schooling his son, the city lord turned back, bowed slightly with a hand on his chest, and warmly invited everyone to stay and build the dream. Real talk though, we could have just built our own crib somewhere else and dodged all this drama. Tu Fong looked pale as a ghost, yelling, Save me, bros! Is this what a level 2 human feels like? The room starts shaking with noise. She cries out, Steven, wait, you're too strong. I can't handle this energy. Yun Yun blushed. But I gotta eat like a massive amount of food. You guys cool with that? One creep adds, I want to taste some ladies. The commander, eyes full of hate, screams, Steven, I am James Zhang, father of Henry Zhang. Definitely not cute. The bunny gets triggered, lets out a horror movie scream, and boom. Tentacles everywhere. His words were like gasoline on a fire, and the crowd erupted in hype. For real? That's awesome. Let's set up camp here. Xiao Feng was stunned as Captain Sam rolled up with 500 dudes looking smug. Humph, you'd be monster snacks if I didn't carry you. Now pay up, hand over your supplies as a thank you fee. One of his minions asked, Yo Cap, why didn't you just frag Xiao Feng while he was distracted? Her face twists like she's the one getting beat up. Ah, the vibrations are too intense. The cocoon is bouncing everywhere. Xiao Min cuts him off. That was all fake, just illusions to trap him. I'm totally innocent, okay? Chill out, babe. I'm just feeling a little overheated. Then, bam! He forces a kiss on her, leaving her completely stun-locked. Wait, say what? The city lord. He trades refugees to the Tao clan in exchange for food supplies. Standing nearby, Van Van and Duanya felt their rage bar fill up instantly. Bai Shang started freaking out like, it's over, he's gonna get wrecked. But Steven was like, nah, fam. He just unlocked his ultimate. Van Van lost it, bonking the leader on the head hard. You guys actually trade human lives to deal with monsters? Are you insane? Isn't this supposed to be a safe house? The Iron Boss didn't care. He grabbed the loudest one, roaring, You're just a spawning point to me. Steven walks in and teases, Goldie, nice name, but hey, Aren't you supposed to be helping me get cleaned up? Duanya ignores the flirting. Right. So, did the armory run drop any good loot? The mob swarms meow like shoppers on Black Friday, and in a split second, rip, he gets torn in half. Viet collapses, reaching out like a tragic movie scene. Duanya replies, chill. He's just telling everyone Steven already cleared the supermarket ages ago. They just gotta drive the truck back. Even an idiot could do that. Let's go. Steven yells. Fatty black cat. The cat gets mad at the nickname. Why are you blocking us? For a second, the dude's eyes turn pink too, totally caught in her trance. Leading the way, she continued. Survivors bailed before the floods hit, so all the supplies should still be untouched. As she spoke, she purposely stepped right on his wound, making the pain go from 10 to 100. Total torture. Xiao Feng. If these kids can't actually heal anyone, it's your head on the chopping block. One hit, and his homie just evaporated like he never existed. Seeing him wobbling, she jumps, spins midair, and delivers a finisher kick like a total warrior. Is that guy even human anymore? Yun is not amused. Steven, you jerk. You literally just attacked us. Back to the bald leader. After spilling his guts, he asked in a shaky, broken voice. Here's the kicker. If you feed it your own blood, it turns you into a total beast for a while. The catch? Costs you your life. Total scam, right? But Truong shuts him up. He looks the mutant dead in the eye, ice cold. Her voice goes all ASMR mode, soft and smooth. Meanwhile, Tam Mao was channeling her inner evil witch, dumping this glowing green slime into the blood pool. Lu Xiaofeng is shook. Captain Sam. What's that supposed to mean? Outside, Steven is getting absolutely bodied, flopping around like a fish on a cutting board. Meanwhile, inside the cocoon, Minner won't stop yapping. Why is this happening again? Steven scanned the party. Bunch of buff gym rats and one small girl with eyes that looked sharp as knives. Not so fast. I've got one more gig for you, buddy. He declares. Turns out you're dirty too. No worries. I'll just lick you until you're sparkling clean. Duanya is totally grossed out by his face. He just laughs. Haha. Guess today is my lucky day, boys. He looked down at Zhang with pure disgust, like he was looking at something stuck to his shoe. Yun put her hands on her hips, throwing shade. Wow. The city lord really knows how to make an entrance, huh? Suddenly he pops up from the ground. I can hide in shadows and strike. You'll never see it coming, mommy. Everyone stayed fed and the vibes were immaculate. And who started it? The Joat himself, Chao Vaigi. A sickening crunch echoed, and in a split second, the Tao monster had bitten. He continues, next is the space ability. Before, I could only expand space where I touched. Now, I can open mini portals within a radius of 20 meters. But just in time, Goldie morphs into a giant kaiju cat, catching her in its soft fur. Duanya gasps, Goldie, while the guy was like, huh. The little demon used an earth move skill and sank into the floor. The guy was clueless. Where'd it go? Then it hit him, his steel skin and dimensional powers were offline. Total system failure in this mental realm. Boss, the water level is dropping fast. The blast probably cracked the floor. The fatty boss rages. Trash, someone speedran this dungeon before us. The rabbit goes full demon mode, jaws wide. Brandon Shaw struggles, thinking, damn, I got sloppy. This is it. He immediately called a town hall meeting, sounding super serious like he was announcing a zombie outbreak or something. But seriously, that is a total punk move. Acting like straight-up animals, you know? Just a heads up, anyone aiming a gun at my back isn't gonna have a happy ending. Then he takes the lead to carry the team. Then it clicked. Wait, the base is full of people. He turned to Duanya. Hey, take me to see the other women. Like, right now. But the cat was lightning fast. It swiped the snacks right out of his hand and bolted. Her whole world is frozen solid. She tries to find an exit, but it's all ice. She's salty. Ugh, Steven locked me in here, so I can't see the real world. Rude. Right then, Steven, looking stone cold, cut through their weird conversation, his voice sharp as a blade. But the monster just gives a cold smirk. Suddenly, a scream tears through the air. Hey dirtbag, get your filthy hands off her right now. Before ghosting the scene, Zhang glanced back with a nasty sneer, muttering to himself, that kid is toast. Total goner. Henry Zhang, looking terrified, pointed at Yun and screamed, she's a monster. Boom. A fist connected with the center of his face, sending Zhang reeling. The one throwing hands? Steven, obviously. And you, Chao, you act all high and mighty, but you ate the food I traded for, Didn't you? You got no right to judge me. Hearing that, Stephen frowned, his voice dropping an octave. Secret transactions? Say what? The leader was trembling. Stephen shrugged. Soul disconnect? Nah, just had to minimize some background hazards. Safety first, ladies. The vibe is shifting to something way more interesting if you catch my drift. This dude was originally a mental patient who deluded himself into thinking he's the ultimate dad of everyone. So, Team Stephen, can I bounce now? Stephen heard him and flashed a smile that was absolute 0 degrees. She locks in, senses on high alert. The second that freak pops up, she is blasting him. Help us. Cut to the other side where the delivery guys were waiting. Listen up, everyone. We found a rat in our camp. The crowd instantly flipped out, buzzing like a hive of angry bees. He added that real combat is the ultimate tutorial. The Tao clan mob saw Xiao Feng chilling and got triggered, yelling, "You think you're tough standing there?" Xiao Miao cursed. "Ah, crap, we're busted." Tianyu roared. "I'll tank them. You find an opening and split." Bwahaha. Are you two done having a heart-to-heart? Whatever tricks you're planning, you're toast today. He aims his hand at the girls and, boom, bed sheets fly everywhere, and both girls get knocked off the bed. Stephen laughs. Haha, looks like my attack power got a massive buff. He adjusts his diaper. So gross, and sounds excited. Need something different than meat now. Then he drops a super creepy mommy, right from his throat. He steps up. You stole the core to bait us here? You stinky cat. The student hits the ground. Daddy, help me. Captain Sam just stood there smirking, grabbing his metaphorical popcorn for the show. While everyone's freaking out, Chuangqian Thursday is just loving the drama. He starts cackling. Haha, beautiful. Now that's what I call art. Daddy likes. Inside, his thoughts were pure evil. You mess up my hustle, I take you out. No mercy. Suddenly, the three-haired girl hyped them up. Who's down to take her out? Then she scoffed. Are you guys all chickens? Stephen's voice was heavy with menace, his gaze piercing through the guy like a laser. Not even enough for a snack. He tosses the spear back and tells his minions, all right, boys, this feast is on the house. Thomas laughs. He's with me now. Cut to the streets. Crows are circling, and some poor girl is hanging from a lamppost, totally grim. So tonight, we're treating you like a king. Don't smash that skip button. Chat. A bit later, the squad flipped the base's main breaker, and the lights flickered back to life. Duanya screams, forget it, just run for your lives. Lou, looking back in horror, yells, yo, that tongue is disgusting. The Lord rages, Thomas, why are you stream sniping my meeting? Stephen flashes back to his past life, wandering the wreckage trying to survive. He remembers a base that was like a utopia, no chains, no hunger tears. She rolls her eyes. Bro, who else is immune to my psychic powers? Only you. The girls grin like they just won the lottery. You gave us a real life in this apocalypse, boss. Why are we raiding a hospital now? Sun grunted. It's a setup. I'm worried about Stephen and Xiaofeng. Both of them have powers. They're too OP to fight head-on. If we get wiped, who's taking the heat? General Chao clapped back. It's critical. Xiaofeng is gonna back you up. Duanya blushes a little but stays firm. You are rolling with us now, so follow the protocol. She is totally just looking out for her though. It was City Lord Zhang. He's the one who betrayed all of you. First up, the iron body physique. It's a fusion of my old powers. When I turn black, I'm harder than steel, and I radiate energy. Yun gasps. You can do all that with just superpowers? Duanya adds. If you evolve a few more times, are you gonna start building missiles or what? A meow echoes from the distance. Thomas strolls in. Did you seriously just eat the loot? Brandon Shaw is stunned. Chow announced, just know this. If things get hairy or a big bad shows up, Stephen steps in. Period. Old Sun scoffed. That hospital is crawling with elites though. Enter Stephen's squad, looking absolute fire with that overwhelming pressure. Stephen steps up, ice cold. That trash isn't yours to kill, kid. Old Sun is crawling backward, trying to ghost the scene. The city lord stood tall, his cold eyes scanning the crowd before asking, can someone tell me what the drama is about? Back to the main fight. Monsters everywhere. Armless Old Sun is terrified, barking orders at his crew to save his skin. This thing isn't just tanking hits, it's firing lasers. Stephen dodges for his life, thinking, one hit and I'm toast. Little Meow is down bad right now, trapped like a gazelle in a lion's den. He whispers weakly, Brother Viet. The Tau leader was unrecognizable. Face swollen, missing teeth, basically crying. He kept blabbering, begging for his life. I'm done with this place. He looks at Stephen with serious intent. Witnessing this nightmare fuel, they're totally confused. wondering where the heck these monsters even spawned from. Women, kids, and the elderly are clearing out those mutant weeds and handling loot sorting. Oh, and yeah, a bunch of people took damage clearing the plants. Steven, please, spare me. Both Zhang and General Chao were completely shook. Another squad tried an air combo, latching onto her arm. But with one casual slap, Yun swatted them like annoying mosquitoes. Behind them, Fatty Fong is chasing like a bulldozer, licking up everything in his path. Steven nodded. Chill. I'll only grab what I need and leave the rest for the community. Old Gao pointed to the crew behind him. Cut to Haching's safe zone. Xiao Mao was looking super salty. Bro, Tianyu. Sun got sucked dry, face looking like a raisin, gasping. Bro, I thought we were on the same team. Not long after, a luxury black sedan rolled up, parking right next to Henry Zhang, followed by a massive security detail. Fully geared up and looking scary professional. But I can't let his crew back at the base get loose. Gotta wipe him out fast before they start any drama. Henry Zhang loses it, screaming, Steven, you think you're the Messiah or something? In this apocalypse, feeding yourself is hard enough, let alone a pet. She has no clue she just adopted Steven's actual cat. She laughed, loving the drama. Guess we're both stuck. Might as well Netflix and chill here for eternity. He knows if he stops for even a second, he's gonna get turned into a pincushion by those spears. Naturally, it was Yun asking, why aren't we sleeping in the city though? Duanya answered softly, her voice cool as ice water. When you and Duanya are, with Steven, does it ever feel like super awkward? Dude looks back all confused like, nanny? But before he can process, Thomas delivers a knuckle sandwich straight from hell. And just like that, Thomas wiped them out one by one, clearing a path for Chu Fong and Brandon Shaw to escape. Here we are. This is the spot. But when he showed up with gift number 100, the girl was ice cold. Yeah, about that. Let's not see each other anymore. Cut to the hospital map, where a girl is crying hysterically, her face a total mess of tears and snot. Even the cat looked confused. Chu Fong hollered, Thomas, your powers are cracked, but can you store the monster too? Thomas replied, no living creatures allowed in the inventory. He's planning to flip the script on the Chao clan, letting them feel what it's like to be hunted down by the Grim Reaper himself. But Steven has zero chill right now. He's not stopping. Didn't want to turn the city into a slaughterhouse and accidentally friendly fire the Tiger Squad while I was at it. They're floored. In this apocalypse, med students are like unicorns, super rare loot, and Steven has a whole squad of them. Steven finishes up, and finally, mental perception. I'll ping you when I see a match, she said. And don't worry, I won't let you grind for free. I've got some epic loot for you. Suddenly, City Lord Zhang bursts out laughing, total savage mode. Haha, you guys think you're the Avengers or something, building a new base? Not even close, he replies, voice low and deep. Actually, we're totally surrounded by the Chao clan right now. The monster's eyes glowed red as they turned to her, mumbling, wait, isn't she a snack? Like literally? She looks kinda juicy. Yo, what the heck just happened? Suddenly, a whole squad of tanks rolls up on the horizon, locking onto the monster mob and opening fire. It's a turkey shoot. Back at the Divine Light base, heavy artillery is booming. He used his powers to scatter them, making them scramble like cannon fodder, clearing a minefield for the monsters ahead. He signals for a timeout and tells the big guy, Captain Sam, wait, these guys aren't just random refugees begging for help. Xiaofeng adds, plus, even if the three of us get in, how much loot can we even carry? Steven replies, don't sweat the details, just get me to the armory. No mercy. Rip them apart. Both sides crashed into each other in a messy, bloody brawl. Actually, you guys camp here at the base. Keep a lookout for movement from Hatch City. Everyone's jaw dropped. Hearing that, old Zhang shouts out loud for everyone to hear. Duanya doesn't even flinch. She activates her hypnosis, eyes glowing a mystic pink, voice turning as smooth as a siren's song. Listen, short stack, I don't know how you smoked 3 of my boys, but you stepped into my house now. You ain't walking out of here on 2 legs. No biggie. Bet. Deal locked. He pops the core into his mouth. Duanya is shook. You're eating it now? Too late. Steven is already transforming. He thinks the deal is botched, so he rushes over to the mutant base to fix the glitch. But his minions are ghosting him. He screams, Yo, are you deaf? Put some respect on my name. Fine, he asked. So what's the deal? She replied, honestly, I just need to siphon a tiny bit of your power to keep my servers running. Boss, Steven and his crew are hitting the hospital. The boss's eyes went demon red. Rally the squad. Counterattack. Seeing Yun transform into a giant. If we find a tank, we could easily outfit 1,000 troops. Brandon Shaw warned him. Hey, keep your eyes open, clumsy. Hearing that, the whole squad is absolutely shook, panic washing over them like a tsunami. They can't believe they walked straight into a death trap like this. Even later, she was salty about it, thinking, why is he tripping like this? Is the power core messing with his head or what? She gives him this super worried look, asking if that lady hanging from the wires earlier was actually just bait for a trap. I thought you said there were only a few dozen? This is a whole army, man. Zhang looked up, confused for a split second before his face went pale. He muttered, it's him. How is he not dead? She slammed it down, shattering the ground and sending the Iron Clan flying into the stratosphere. He's shocked. Did I just get dragged into the spirit realm? Xiaomin rushes over, looking super hyped. Steven, I've been waiting for ages. But his ride wasn't so lucky. It got flattened by her insane weight, turning into a twisted pile of scrap metal. Talk about a car crash. The hair drill starts grinding through the thick ice. Outside, Steven is still in a hardcore brawl with Fatty Feng. But when one guy looks down, he realizes Steven's crew is MIA. Realizing their prey bolted, they parkour right out of the high-rise windows. Looking at the girl, Steven got flashbacks to the mutated plants he saw in his past life. She put on a baby voice. Okay, I'm terrified. Now release me. I'm literally suffocating here. Steven cracked up. Haha, wow, begging choosers much? How am I supposed to know who fits your vibe? Before they can shake on it, Thomas steps out of the shadows like Batman. Voice deep and scary. Steven replied, his voice chill as a frozen lake. No worries, bro. There's always gonna be haters no matter where you go. She decides to sprint off and find Steven, but Duanya shuts that down instantly. You are not going anywhere. All right, hop in then. Thomas is literally shook right now. Old Tun was shook by the size of the Iron Clan leader. Suddenly, a panic-stricken soldier yelled, Captain Tun, look up, 12 o'clock. Hearing the voice, General Chow cracked a tiny, knowing smirk. But right before he grabs her, thwack, something smacks him across the face and sends him flying. Captain Sam is our MVP tank, someone suggested, but Old Sun cut him off, glaring. Hold up, where's Steven? Duanya and Yun almost jump out of their skin. As soon as they parked, Little Black jumped out like a ninja. Steven yelled, Yo, chill, don't go scaring the locals. Hearing Steven's clap back, the leader smirked, laughing like he just heard the world's dumbest joke. And just like that, he spots a bunch of enemies camping nearby. Thinking back to my past life, the base built by Chow Wei-Yi was basically the last safe zone on Earth. Now that it's got my name on the lease, total honor, fam. Duanya sighed, everyone's working hard. We can only relax once the main wall is up. Steven replied, Oh, is that so? Heard you and the creeps were besties. Just came to spectate the drama. The imp yells, Die already. But wait, boom, a kick comes out of nowhere, smashing the brat's face and sending him flying 30 feet across the dirt. Duanya replied, I can mess with a normie's brain, but that captain guy has powers too. He probably senses something's fishy. The gluttony imp, little devil, turns his hand into a blade and slash, goodbye arms. Old Sun is screaming his lungs out. It is absolutely brutal. The little devil pipes up from the side. Hey third uncle, you really dig this chick? Looks like true love. He turns that nightmare face toward Duanya. Sending us in without weapons? That's basically suicide. Steven and Duanya look super annoyed in the back. Duanya is about to enter her room when, bam, a shadow lunges at her, grabbing her tight and yelling, Hey gorgeous, wanna have some fun with the VIP? Old Zhang's face turns beet red with rage. Before the apocalypse, I was broke and single. Now the world's ended. I'm risking it all. Steven dropped the truth bomb, sharp and cold. Pretty much. Meanwhile, in the mindscape, Xiaomin is confused. What is popping off outside? This fat guy is a tank. Steven thinks, gotta end this fast. But inside his head, Xiaomin's drill just pierced the wall. Hey, looks like we're good to stay here, he said. But the second the words left his mouth, Xiao Feng froze. Nobody was next to him. Newsflash. I choose to send you to the afterlife. Fatty Feng has a hole in his chest, but it starts closing up. He grins super creepy. Oh, you got superpowers too? He started raging. What the hell? Where did Steven and his posse go? They vanished. Find them. Don't let those rats slip away. The guys in the back pipe up too. Cap, if Xiao Feng vouches for them, just let him in. Just then, a couple of Tao monsters stumbled upon him. One looked confused, grumbling, Yo, why is there a dude hanging up there? Yun pouts. Sister Duan and I need to level up fast. Otherwise, this guy is just gonna bully us forever. Back in the mind space, the girl panicked as everything turned to ice. Steven, you're freezing the whole server? You jerk. Let me out. Her eyes go wide. She's pinned down with zero wiggle room. It's looking like game over, guys. The captain checks the truck. Tank is over half full, plenty to get back. Steven wasn't lying, this place really is loaded with a whole truck of supplies. That just means your meat is gonna taste 5-star gourmet. Little Black spots the shiny loot, grinning like a Cheshire cat, and pounces. Silence fell as everyone stared. Then the whispers started. Whoa, isn't that General Chow? She spots Steven's, Excalibur, and gasps. Are you a pervert? Why are you naked? Steven keeps a poker face. Can you blame me? The guy lands and he's an absolute unit, muscles everywhere, holding a shiny massive axe. He roars like a beast. We don't take trash here. Beat it. Then go wipe out the divine light base. It's an infinite food hack over there. Eat whatever you want. Give it 100% focus for the hospital raid. Then he dropped his voice, getting serious. Right in front of Lou, Fatty Fong is trying to swallow Duanya and Goldie whole, his tongue dripping with nasty slime. Absolute nightmare fuel. You call that a hard problem? The crowd starts buzzing, whispering, wait, what did he just say? Never heard of a mutant mob like you in my past life. But whatever, your loot drop is gonna be mine anyway. Henry Zhang glanced at the new arrivals, looking totally annoyed. Ugh, more trash. You seriously want me to run this whole crib? Why though? Steven hit back. Boss life? Yeah, hard pass on that. The Iron Clan horde poured down from the 4th floor like a zombie apocalypse. Tun screamed, his voice cracking. Open fire, light 'em up, shoot everything. He tightened the grip, wrapping her like a burrito from head to toe. She grimaced, look Steven, physically you win, but in this mind game, I'm the final boss. Trapped with zero exit. Tun roared. Focus up. Everybody fight with me. But the second they touch the ropes, 2 spears fly out of nowhere like lightning bolts. Xiao Mao whined. But we fought those zombies and mutants for nothing. Zero loot? I'm bitter, man. Xiao Feng was like, huh? Captain Sam? But Steven cut him off immediately. Steven's car cruised into the base, passing the streets where the repair crews were grinding. Fatty Feng suddenly goes, ooh, his head snaps around, locking eyes on Duanya. Dude is drooling, checking her out from head to toe. Steven's voice got serious. She's infected with mutant bacteria. It's not just animals. Even the plants are glitching out now. Old Tun got jumped by 3 huge guys. But he's no noob. He swung his axe and swoosh, sliced all 3 of them into pieces. Xiao Min replies, now you can't use your ice powers. Try it, and we both turn into popsicles. The Tao Goon was raging, cause their stats are way higher than a normal human's. Henry Zhang was grinning ear to ear, but right before Yun touched him, she activated her superpower. Her body blew up like a mini mountain, ready to crush everything. Steven popped up behind them, cool as a cucumber. Chill out, fam. He won't spot us. Seeing this freakish sight, Yun couldn't help but gasp. Wait, are those mushrooms? Ew. Pow. He unloads a nuke of a punch. The ground cracks, shockwaves everywhere. Fatty Feng gets launched. Steven stands there radiating boss energy. Pulls up to this crusty old warehouse where the mutant squad hangs out. The monster laughed creepily. Nah, I think you two should stay and be our main course. Wait, till I'm done here, you're next. But things looked grim. It was just a few dozen soldiers against hundreds of monsters, totally surrounded. Chu Feng screamed, watch out! The mutant beast seized the moment and blasted the tank, sending it flying. Bai Shang pipes up, but starting a base from scratch? That's a massive grind. Steven told us to heal the refugees. I'm scared they'll starve before we get to them. Duanya adds, they're here. We can head back, but hiding your giant form with my mental powers while they get close? That's gonna be tough. Using his last 1% of battery, Meow yells out, just run. Go. Fine then. I guess I'll just take these dozens of medical students and find a safe house that actually wants us. His team was hyped. Captain Tun is a legend. He soloed like 10 of them already. So, I'm hoping you could. Yo Truong, your boy is wrecked, but I lost 3 top-tier fighters. The price just went up. Double the human delivery or the deal is cancelled. Old man Zhang gives his sniper a sneaky signal, then shouts out, hey Steven, my squad pulled back. You gonna release my son now or what? The monsters got caught lacking. Sun's team sprays bullets like a hurricane, clearing the room instantly. Keep the combo going. Let's press the attack and turn this thing into mulch. Showing his boss vibes, Tun shouted, "Get up! Even without ammo, we gotta fight these beasts or we're dead." They are too shook to speak. One of the monsters grins, sticking out his tongue and licking the girl's face. Absolute nightmare fuel. Back in the brain zone, it was a standoff. Both of them were tied up tight, glitching out. The girl said, "Well, looks like we're both buffering now. Wow, Mr. Mayor, trading human lives like Pokemon cards? That's cringe." Everyone freezes like the internet just disconnected. "We gotta warn everyone to stay away from these sprouts. Don't let them scratch you." Duanya stared at the weird shrooms, totally curious. "So, are these mushrooms trying to turn humans into snacks?" All this bouncing up and down. I can't stay calm. We gotta get out of here, like, now. Yo, fellas. Looks like we're about to cash out big time, right? She is perfect wifey material. Gotta breed a few strong kids with her. Losing his absolute mind, he accused the whole squad of teaming up to troll him. Duanya is about to shoot but freezes. What just happened? Behind her, 3 massive claw marks are gouged into the earth. Then her goons started yeeting people into the pit. One dude was fighting back hard, screaming his lungs out. Switch over to the city hospital. Captain Sam's squad just raided the place to secure loot and supplies. The lead Tau monster clenched a fist, eyes glowing with hellfire, and charged at the hanging bait. Suddenly, Steven felt a total glitch in the matrix. He jumped, thinking, "Hold up, did I just get ice-guyed into a different dimension?" He looked around, confused. Where the heck am I? It sounded like a total nightmare down there, with screams echoing like something straight out of a horror movie. My eyes. I'm gonna murder you punks. Isn't that supposed to be food? Right there, a Tau monster was choking a human, looking at him like a hungry beast eyeing a snack. Even that assassin chick, San Mao, was in the mix. He turns to Steven, sneering, "Hey Squirt, since you delivered this hottie right to my door, I'll let you pick how you want to get deleted." Steven hears that filth and goes dark mode. Murder eyes activated. Steven steps up, voice icy. "You trying to threaten us, bro?" Sun laughs like it's a big joke. Goldie stares at the core, totally confused, thinking, wait, didn't he eat that thing already? Even hearing their threats, Steven stays completely unfazed. Fatty Fong roared, totally ticked off. "Yo, what do you think you clowns are doing?" The sound of a white spear gun rings out. "Wait, what? You want to hit the armory?" There's a military base nearby, but the entrance is totally flooded. One of the clan members grabs a zombie and literally yeets it into the others, knocking them down like a row of dominoes. Steven, the main culprit, laughs it off. "My bad, ladies. Guess I absorbed a little too much energy from that core." Look, even though these two have hooked up like a million times before. Determined, she grabbed a buff potion from her backpack and slammed it without hesitation. "All right, chat. I'm going in." Inside, the hype was real. Compliments were flying everywhere. Yun stayed chill. Maybe at first it was kinda sus, but it's the apocalypse. Who cares about rules? Plus, there's no way I can handle a beast like Steven solo. Going back for backup wasn't an option. Suddenly, a massive boom shook the entire area. Moving like a glitch in the Matrix, Steven whipped out dual short swords and dove straight into the mob. Goldie is loving the spa treatment, purring like an engine. The other two exchanged looks of disbelief. Brandon Shaw exclaimed, "You literally just got a white core and you are complaining it is not enough?" Xiaofeng nodded. "You guessed it. He's the city lord's son, so he thinks old folks and kids are useless NPCs and just pushes them to their doom." They started spamming attacks on Xiaofeng, hitting him from every angle. High-low, nowhere was safe. Steven nods, looking dead serious. Then she asks the big question. "So, are we in the clear now, or what?" "From what I know, Steven is solid. If he vouched for these people, then they're clean. No cap." Then he sees Little Black thrashing around in the water. The fierce predator suddenly looks like a wet, pathetic mop. Steven grins at the cat. "Sorry buddy, it was chaotic earlier. I actually stashed it in my pocket dimension. This core boosts desire like crazy, so I saved it for a special occasion." Her hair wraps around him, forming a cocoon floating in midair. He's confused. "Hey, what's the big idea?" Meanwhile, Duanya and Xiaofeng were crouched in the shadows. Feng whispered, "Yo, are we seriously invisible to them right now?" A beast guy blocked their path, growling, "Too bad. Neither of you noobs are making it out of here." He was crushed. "But you promised. You took the last gift." She snapped back, "Ugh, get real. You think a toad like you gets to taste swan meat?" He bellows, "You punks aren't going anywhere." Cut to Steven, still AFK in the corner, stuck deep in his mindscape. He keeps gripping the girl tight, refusing to let go. and then drops the cringiest line ever, saying maybe he should keep her around to start his own little monster family. Huge yikes. Xiao Feng looked at Steven, kinda hesitating. My bad, Steven. Don't take it personal, okay? The captain is just a lot. Steven dodges and shouts. You're tough, but I can wreck you if I destroy the parasite in your brain. He powers up. Zhang let out a creepy laugh, shrugging. Yeah, okay, I set it up. So what? It's the apocalypse. The Tao tribe controls the food. We're just sitting ducks anyway. Treat our guests with respect. Stop dragging my reputation through the mud with your clown behavior. Thomas clenched his fist, half laughing in disbelief. Did I just get robbed by a cat? Twice? Anything surviving out here really was built different. The loot run was a massive win. He figured out the cure and health potions for Tien Viet and the rest of the squad. The thugs yell. Who's this punk ruining the vibe? Grab him. Fresh meat for dinner. Brandon Shaw whispers. Nervous. Thomas, you're sending the rookie against 3 guys? Is that safe? They thought they were getting paid, but nope, they were the ingredients. Panic set in. Flashback time. Before he turned into a mutant, this dude was a certified simp. He promised he'd wait until he gave her 100 gifts before popping the question. The cat gave a polite meow, acting like it understood every word. Isn't it standard for the superpowered folks to tank the damage? Steven skips the debate but drops a warning. Oh really? Did you seriously loot an entire military base? Before his eyes sat a pile of supplies stacked higher than a mountain. The human army is rolling out the tanks, charging into the fray. And it is game over. Man, can we get some FS in the chat for that bravery? The beast looks down and laughs. Food needs to realize it's just food. Know your place. This is just level 1. If they don't clear the map right now, these things will grow like weeds and start hunting people. Who do you think you are, barging into House City like that? Then he turns to Captain Sam, vouching hard. Cap, listen, these are my friends. It hurts. Someone help. After finishing the meal, the little demon looked at itself and said, Yummy. Eating meat makes me level up so fast. I'll let him walk. We both take a step back. Sound like a deal. The pink beast sees an opening and attacks. He smashes the ground, cracking the pavement. Inside the spirit world, the cocoon is shaking violently. Steven realized Xiao Feng was too innocent to see the friendly fire. If I hadn't messed with that disc, my boy would have been toast. Xiao Feng looked defeated. I dunno, man. We tried to scrub them off her, but it's hopeless. Then he pulls a whole luxury bed out of his inventory like it's Minecraft. Room looks like a 5-star hotel now. Hands in his pockets, cool as a cucumber. He drawls. Too bad you guys don't drop any loot crystals. I guess I'll just let the zombies have some fun with you instead. He cut in. Yo, quit wasting time. I'll just put a bullet in him and call it a day. The minion stuttered. But we're starving. 0 energy. Unless we force convert them into Iron Clan. But evolution takes forever. Brandon Shaw realized he was just helping her breathe. But then reality hit. They were surrounded. Nasty water ghost arms were reaching out, ready to snatch her up. Back at the Divine Light base, thanks to Steven's heads up, the crew realized a massive army of iron freaks was rolling up. Back in the main fight, Old Tun was going beast mode, taking down dozens of monsters. The Tau monster growled. The human being choked turned purple, gasping in panic. Excuse me, the monster didn't even care, just continued coldly. Yun, get in here and help me with Steven. Yun blushes hard. Him, she stammers. Steven, leaking level 2 energy, drags Yun into the mix. The drowned bodies are mutating and walking around, making this creepy, heavy stomping sound on the pavement. Out of nowhere, a frisbee of doom flew in zip, zap, and decapitated 3 Tau goons instantly. Right then, Steven rolls up from the fight, his eyes shooting daggers at the big guy. He extends a hand to the general. Total main character energy right there. Company? Let's finish our business first, party later. But Xiao Feng steps out of the car, looking ready to throw hands. Xiao Miao was shaking, adding, if we don't put a stop to this. Meanwhile, Yun was going berserk, swinging that tree like a warrior goddess. Pull up, you pests. Let me show you what I'm made of. But the cat struts out, glowing with power and growling like a boss. Steven's like, wait, are you a mutant too, little bro? He pets the cat. Use your speed, distract the vines, and I'll carry the DPS. She smirked, teasing, speaking of which, Captain Bai, you totally have a crush on Steven, don't you? You act so weird whenever his name drops. Don't unalive me, I swear. I'll spill the tea. Big secrets about the city lord. Oh really? I'm listening. Lou tries to flank with his drain skill, But before he can steal any HP, Feng's tongue slaps him away, forcing him to retract his hand in panic. Lately, they've been running secret exchanges with those monsters every single week. The girl tries to crawl away, thinking, I gotta get out of this hellhole right now. Suddenly, the ops are spotted. Up in the nosebleeds, our girl Donna is camping with that sniper rifle, locked and loaded. She's got the eagle eyes chat. Chu Feng chimed in, even if white cores don't give you new powers, they still boost your stats, man. Leave that gear for the civilians in the Xinguang base. I bet he can spawn food. Another voice adds, I heard he's got superpowers, like S-tier strong. Any strats? Chow asked. A rookie spoke up. The hospital dungeon has less than 100 mobs. After exposing the city lord's dirty laundry, the bald guy found himself tied up tight by Steven, hanging like a piñata in a dark alley. A pair of expensive shoes stepped out of the car with calm authority. A middle-aged guy in a suit dropped, radiating that I own everything energy. You can hear the creepy wailing of a newborn baby echoing through the halls. Thomas grabs him by the scruff and tosses him back. Fine, suit yourself. Sink or swim, buddy. Little Black panics, claws his way back onto Thomas, meowing for mercy. The mutant squad circles up, looking hungry. It's about to go down. Drop a like if you think Thomas is gonna solo this squad. Duanya, totally freaking out, turns to Steven like, yo, what went down back there? But Steven just hits her with that Sub-Zero tone, saying that wannabe heroes usually end up digging their own graves. Up on the roof, Brandon Shaw is working the controller, wiping sweat off his forehead. Close call. The pink monster goes berserk, firing shots everywhere, but Little Black is moving at Mach 10. Slash, scratch, shred. In seconds, the beast is Swiss cheese and pop. The energy core drops. He was about to rush in and throw hands, but Steven held him back, saying calmly, chill out. Let's see if he can actually lift her. He didn't waste words, pulling out a shiny blade to give her a little taste of pain. Captain Tun was grinning like a Cheshire cat, saying, yo, save that chick for the squad. But before he could finish, the whole crew froze up like, wait, what? His face went dark, total disbelief. But didn't you say looks don't matter? Before passing out, he wheezes, oh, that makes sense? Yoon Yoon immediately runs over to hug Duan Na, acting all cutesy. James Zhang saw Yoon Yoon soloing and roared, you think one girl can stop us? You gotta be joking. If he plays his cards right, he can start his own kingdom. I'm gonna. After a serious wrestling match, both girls are completely wiped out, unable to move. Duanya is gasping for air. I feel like my entire system just crashed. What was that lag spike? They asked. We were screaming your name and you were totally AFK. But he snaps out of it fast, smacks his head, and mocks her. Wow, cheap parlor tricks? You really are useless trash. The pink beast charges, and Black Cat bites back with razor-sharp fangs. Yo fam, watch out, we got a super in the lobby. Van flexes that giant spirit hand, pointing straight at the mutant who just wrecked a dude. She's trolling him like, guess who's playing with whom now? He's about to rush in, but suddenly, boom! The wall explodes. Out of nowhere, another one of Tun's squad got wasted. I thought these creeps were already dead. Why are they still coming? She keeps backing up, totally surrounded by the undead squad. The thug laughs, satisfied. That's what I like to hear. Good girl. Cut to the other side, total nightmare fuel. That poor girl's eyes were rolled back, looking like her soul had already checked out of the hotel. They faked being medics to sneak in. They've been kidnapping our people and trading them to the Tao tribe just to get food. Steven hops in, voice flat. Less yapping. If you don't mind the ride being cheap, hop in. I'm driving. Steven is radiating killer vibes, ready to rip this guy apart. Fatty Fung keeps taunting. Too bad you're still too weak to take me down. And throws a counterpunch. A worker wept tears of joy. As long as we're safe, eat whatever you want. Suddenly, Yoon Yoon gasped, spotting Steven's ride rolling in. The minions stuttered. Boss, we just want some airs too. Another guy chimed in. We ain't built like you. We don't roll with cowards. Steven turns to General Chow, his eyes locking in with full beast mode determination. Heh. Let's eat her first. The whole mob turned to jump the three-haired girl. Steven stays super chill though, confirming the danger before taking a deep breath to unleash his brand new ability. Zombie control. Bai Shang nods. Alright, I've been there before. I'll roll with you, but we need 2 cars. The armory is a hike from here. Xiao Feng went full beast mode, green aura blazing, and started draining the server like a black hole. The mobs were shook. And I'm making Steven jump in to keep y'all alive. Sun slammed the table, standing up. Fine. If the general says so, I'll take the lead. General Chow got serious. Watch your mouth, Sunday. Without Steven, the Su Guang base wouldn't exist, and you'd be game over by now. He wiggled around, trying to escape, but it was useless. Like water slipping through fingers. A girl's voice dropped in from nowhere. Chill, bro. You're inside your own brain. Long time no see, stranger. She tested it on some random scrub, and the results were straight up nightmare fuel. Dude morphed into this twisted freak show, screaming like a banshee. Crashing straight toward him, Henry Zhang panicked. He bailed out of the car just in time, barely escaping death. The rise of the Tao clan is a major threat to Steven, unless he turns this shelter into his main base and preps for war. Thinking about this, he decided he needed to scout the area ASAP. I'm gonna turn you into cat jerky. But Golden is faster. Swipes a critical hit. The kid shrieks in pain. Suddenly, the Chao clan finds themselves completely boxed in by a horde of zombies under Steven's command. If it's not personal beef, then he's plotting something big, probably trying to stack his own deck in the new base. Their voices dripped with sarcasm. You actually pulled up? Bold move, kid. The Tao tribe leader, looking like a hungry wolf on a bad hair day, stared daggers at Steven, his voice deep enough to rattle your bones. He scrambles up, raging. What the hell? Who dares to kick me in the mouth? Thomas immediately activates his new radar skill, basically a thermal wall hack that detects body heat within 30 meters. Xiaofeng led Steven's squad to a girl in a coma. It was gross. She was covered in these weird white mushrooms, popping out of her skin like toxic clouds. Total nightmare fuel. Bai Shang laughed. Little guy looks stoked to be out. Xiaofeng asked, You're not worried he's gonna dip? 3 other goons started hulking out too, bodies swelling up, roaring like wild animals, losing all control. Absolute chaos, fam. That's what you get for locking me in that freezer. Consider this your punishment. Little devil is beat up, yelping, but he's got this hit me more look. The pain isn't even hurting him anymore. Not waiting for an answer, Duanya got serious, her voice dropping lower. I don't think we're getting any sleep tonight, actually. The leader froze, sweating buckets, eyes popping out of his head. He couldn't process the glitch he just witnessed. He starts groping her right there in the open, zero shame, acting like he owns the place. Right on cue, Duanya triggered her mental abilities from a distance, locking onto those 2 goons like a heat-seeking missile. Xiaofeng was basically a vacuum cleaner for power, total god tier status. But then he spotted something incoming. Oh, used to be you running those ops, right? Old son gets salty. That sissy thinks he can steal my thunder? Someone couldn't take it anymore. They pointed straight at Zhang's face and growled, You're just a spineless coward. It was Steven casually strolling in while dragging the Tao tribe leader by the collar like a bag of trash. Talk about perfect timing. Now both Duanya and Yun Yun are dealing with Steven's off-the-charts power levels. They start checking her out like creeps. Nobody notices her eyes glowing red like a simmering fire. Referring to the pile of rotten food, he sneered. Xiaofeng looks at Steven, jaw-dropping. Steven? No way. I didn't think you'd survive out there. He left his squad behind but froze when he heard a baby crying. Another dude jumps in. If we want to do our own thing, we can't keep crashing on someone else's couch. A new base is the only play. From the rubble and dust, a massive silhouette slowly stepped out. The 3 of us dove deep. Brandon Shaw suddenly spotted dozens of glowing eyes at the bottom and panicked, thinking, water ghosts? We are so cooked. But Thomas showed up, calm as ever, signaling, don't trip, I got this. Her eyes were literally burning with hate, teeth grinding like crazy. The new girl asks, Where's the boss taking all these med students anyway? What's the plan? I'm gonna turn that punk Steven into dust. Wait, are those flowers blooming? Is it New Year's already? Nah, snap out of it. Flashback time. Back when I got dragged to Hatch City, I stumbled upon this gnarly mutant plant. Yun Yun stood up and slowly shrank back to normal size, acting like absolutely nothing happened. The massive crash caught Captain Tun's attention. Thank goodness Steven looted that military base earlier, even if supplies are running low. Meanwhile, back at the hospital, the sound of fists hitting meat is getting loud. He knew a beast like Steven wouldn't just chill. That dude is always chasing the next power-up, never slowing down. His knuckles are burning, but the beast takes 0 damage. It's immune to explosions just like those previous zombie creeps. My stats are way too low for this, Steven thinks. Xiaofeng side-eyed him and quickly switched the topic. Anyway, your timing is clutch. We've got some people down with a super SUS illness, and we really need a doc. Come home with me. She carries Little Black to her room, chatting away. Wait until Steven gets back, we gotta ask if he's cool with pets. They actually found the goods. Steven didn't play us, that guy can legit solve the food crisis. Playing games. It's the City Lord's crew, but they look like they're straight out of a horror game. White is shocked. You guys. Xiaofeng shouts from the rubble. Captain, the tank is dead. Leave me, just run. She yells back. Run where? There's nowhere to go. No. Don't kill me. Please, have mercy. Why aren't they dropping? It's all blanks. Someone definitely sabotaged us. But then things get awkward. She looks down and blushes. Wait. Hold up. Her temperature spikes, heart racing. Anyone messing with you? She let him pat her head and replied, Effed. Who would dare? Let's snack before we head in. But that bunny looks super sus. That smile is straight up nightmare fuel. The squad freezes, totally paralyzed. Zhang lost his cool, shouting back, Chow, are you seriously protecting these snakes? Haha, is this what motherly love feels like? I love it. Give me some milk. The soldiers rush in, hyped up for battle, but once they get inside, everyone's jaw drops. But Thomas shuts it down cold. Don't move, we leave now. That comment? Yeah, it did not land well with the squad. Xiao Feng whispered to Steven, sweating bullets. This is bad. Bro actually summoned the final boss. On Steven's side, Xiao Feng spots them. It's the City Lord's men. Looks like they want this spot too. His eyes light up as the power hits him. Brandon Shaw asks, worried, Yo, Xiao Feng, you good? Yo, anyone else seeing this weirdness? One guy asks the group. The drowned bodies are mutating and walking around, making this creepy, heavy stomping sound on the pavement. Someone yells, Stop staring, let's bounce. That is Steven's squad coming through. Yun pops up looking stressed. Hey, big sis Duanya. Duanya looks back at the confused rookie. The new girl asks, Where's the boss taking all these med students anyway? What's the plan? Duanya sighs. Too many enemies hiding near the tech uni. It's not safe for humans to camp there anymore. These surviving med students are basically VIPs for the future of humanity, she explains. Steven is moving them to a secure base. Hearing that, Yun gets all antsy and impatient. She groans, That is gonna take forever. And I am literally starving right now. Not cool. She decides to sprint off and find Steven, but Duanya shuts that down instantly. You are not going anywhere. She grabs Yun's wrist tight, no escape. Yun freezes, eyes glued to the hand grabbing her. What gives? Why the grip? Duanya blushes a little but stays firm. You are rolling with us now, so follow the protocol. She is totally just looking out for her though. Throwing it back to that crazy moment earlier, Donna was totally freaking out when Thomas backed her into a corner. She had zero clue why he was acting so sketchy, and her eyes were just screaming confusion and panic. Thomas was giving off major villain energy, gripping her face tight, his eyes dark and his voice smooth but kind of twisted. Chill out, babe. I'm just feeling a little overheated. Then, bam! He forces a kiss on her, leaving her completely stun-locked. Look, even though these two have hooked up like a million times before, this vibe was totally different. Usually it's passionate, but this time Thomas was moving way too aggressive, and it scared her. Even later, she was salty about it, thinking, why is he tripping like this? Is the power core messing with his head or what? Meanwhile, Thomas is playing 4D chess in his mind, calculating his next move. After the floods, everything went haywire. Viruses, mutant plants, the works. Safe zones are crumbling because nobody has medics, which is like the rarest resource right now. If he plays his cards right, he can start his own kingdom. He's got the blueprint mapped out, step by step, ready to crush any rival faction that tries to test him. The loot run was a massive win. He figured out the cure and health potions for Tien Viet and the rest of the squad. He swiped all the high-tech lab gear and stashed it in his personal inventory. Plus, that Rat King core didn't just buff his rage mode, it gave him super strength and even unlocked ice powers. It's only level 1 right now, but he knows he can grind it up to max level later. That zombie girl's core gave him a mental stat boost, but sadly, no illusion magic dropped this time. Suddenly, Tien Viet interrupts his brain blast. Yo, what's that noise over there? Thomas immediately activates his new radar skill, basically a thermal wall hack that detects body heat within 30 meters. And just like that, he spots a bunch of enemies camping nearby. Before he can say anything, a scream rips through the nursery. Look up there. Everyone freezes, staring at a body hanging weirdly in the air. Who is that? The group starts wondering. Long is looking super suspicious. In a split second, the short-haired girl loses it. OMG, that's NHY, my roomie. We gotta save her, like, right now. She's practically begging, and another dude steps up, ready to play hero. I'm on it. But Thomas shuts it down cold. Don't move. We leave now. That comment? Yeah, it did not land well with the squad. They started roasting him, calling him heartless and toxic for ignoring a dying girl. Shorty screams, eyes blazing. You guys are all cowards. I'm not gonna stand here and watch her die. She guilt trips the guys, yelling, hurry up and get her down, you losers. Being shamed like that, two simps immediately rush forward, determined to cut the rope. They're shouting comfort words like, don't worry, hang tight, we got you. But the second they touch the ropes, two spears fly out of nowhere like lightning bolts. Before they can even react, thwack, clean headshots to the chest. It's an instant game over, and everyone else is just paralyzed with fear. The naive students finally realize they walked into a kill box, but it is way too late to back out now. From the second floor, two massive savages jump down like raid bosses, wielding axes and hammers, ready to wipe the party. A guy and a girl get cornered by the brutes. They are too shook to speak. One of the monsters grins, sticking out his tongue and licking the girl's face. Absolute nightmare fuel. She's a cutie, he says. Let's use her as bait to farm more players. He starts groping her right there in the open, zero shame, acting like he owns the place. The orc-looking dude is totally vibe-checking the short-haired girl. He shoots a look at his boss, Thwan, with his super greedy expression and goes, yo, she's looking like a total snack. Hey Thwan, mind if I take first dibs on this one? Hearing that creepy trash talk, the girl goes absolutely ghost white. She is literally shaking and begging, please, you have to let me go. I'm serious. But the monster just gives a cold smirk. Suddenly, a scream tears through the air. Hey dirtbag, get your filthy hands off her right now. The other guy goes full hero mode, rushing in without hesitation to save her. But the monster just sneers, swings his glowing axe, and boom, one critical hit and the guy gets instantly deleted from the server. It is a total mess. The student hits the ground. And it is game over. Man, can we get some FS in the chat for that bravery? The beast looks down and laughs. Food needs to realize it's just food. Know your place. He keeps gripping the girl tight, refusing to let go, and then drops the cringiest line ever, saying maybe he should keep her around to start his own little monster family. Huge yikes. The poor girl's outfit is completely shredded after those savage attacks. Guys, hit that like button if you want to see someone save her. This is getting intense. While Steven's squad had already ghosted the scene ages ago, the blood-curdling screams of that short-haired chick, Han Rue, were still echoing like crazy. Duanya, totally freaking out, turns to Steven like, yo, what went down back there? But Steven just hits her with that sub-zero tone, saying that wannabe heroes usually end up digging their own graves. She gives him this super worried look, asking if that lady hanging from the wires earlier was actually just bait for a trap. Steven nods, looking dead serious. Then she asks the big question. So, are we in the clear now, or what? Not even close, he replies, voice low and deep. Actually, we're totally surrounded by the Chow clan right now. Steven's radar is going off. He can feel them lurking in the shadows like ghosts, just waiting for the perfect moment to jump them. Hearing that, the whole squad is absolutely shook, panic washing over them like a tsunami. They can't believe they walked straight into a death trap like this. Steven stays super chill though, confirming the danger before taking a deep breath to unleash his brand new ability, zombie control. This sick power lets him hack into the minds of the undead and control them like puppets. He's planning to flip the script on the Chow clan, letting them feel what it's like to be hunted down by the Grim Reaper himself. Suddenly, the Chow clan finds themselves completely boxed in by a horde of zombies under Steven's command. Witnessing this nightmare fuel, they're totally confused, wondering where the heck these monsters even spawned from. But their fear quickly turns into rage, and they go full berserk mode, hacking and slashing without a second thought. One of the clan members grabs a zombie and literally yeets it into the others, knocking them down like a row of dominoes. But when one guy looks down, he realizes Steven's crew is MIA. Realizing their prey bolted, they parkour right out of the high-rise window. The second they hit the ground, Steven is already there blocking the path, eyes sharp as knives, asking, yo, where do you guys think you're running to? Instead of being scared, these dudes just smirk. One yells out, check it out, this idiot has a death wish, let's waste him first. Even hearing their threats, Steven stays completely unfazed. Hands in his pockets, cool as a cucumber, he drawls, too bad you guys don't drop any loot crystals. Instantly, hundreds of zombies rise from the shadows like a nightmare army, swarming the Chow clan from all sides. Jaws wide open and ready to feast, Fengban 2 tries to act tough, yelling, haha, your punches couldn't scratch me. You think these cheap party tricks will work? But he shuts up real quick when those shadow ropes start tightening like cold steel wires. Now he's freaking out, screaming his head off. Ah, wait, hold up. Let me go, you psycho. What are you even doing? Dude looks like a slab of pork belly hanging at the butcher shop. All that tough guy attitude, gone. Now he's just crying. Thomas stands there, hands in pockets like a boss, and coldly says, I'm about to shred you into confetti. You know how they sell pulled pork? I'm making pulled pig tongue. Let's see you regenerate from that. He clenches his fist, and the shadows crush in. Feng Ban 2 is screaming as he gets twisted like a pretzel. Seconds later, boom. Huge explosion. The whole building comes crashing down. And just like that, Feng Ban 2 is turned into ground beef. Game over for him. Na is standing there, jaw on the floor. She's thinking, Thomas leveled up again? I gotta grind harder if I want to keep up with him. Thomas turns around, all business. I gotta book it back to the Then Kwang base. You watch over Golden Boy and Tu Fong. Okay? Na nods like a good teammate. Got it. Behind her, the cat and his servant are looking pretty beat up. Tu Fong sounds weak but tries to act tough. Yo Thomas, don't worry about us. We're chilling. Meanwhile, that zombie girl Foti is sprinting around like crazy, looking everywhere for Thomas. She's gasping for air, hands on her knees. I'm dead tired. I'm gonna be late. Suddenly, she freezes, sensing some crazy energy coming her way. She whips around and sees Thomas zooming towards her like a missile. Smash! He knocks her spinning into the air. Ow! What's the rush? Seeing him disappear, she yells, Thomas, wait up. You're speeding, bro. Are you running to see another girl? Thomas hears her but doesn't hit the brakes. His mind is 100% on the Then Kwang base. Man-Ni was totally tweaking, asking, Yo, are you for real right now? One wrong move and it's game over for all of us. Steven hit back, voice full of main character energy. Look, if she's on my squad, I'm not just gonna ghost her. Plus, I grinded way too hard to build that base to just rage quit now. Man-Ni looked at him, eyes sparkling like she was seeing her crush, totally simping over his loyalty while blushing hard. She added, but fam, I don't think your girl Van Van can hold out that long. Her HP is dropping fast. If that's the case, time to use the ultimate spatial jump. Activate. Thanks to his space hacks, Steven's speed went god mode, phasing through buildings like a glitch in the Matrix. Man-Ni was shook. Wait, did the server just lag? The zombie girl from the city popped her eyes out. Did Steven just teleport? Or am I tripping? Since when was that even a playable mechanic? Steven was doing the math in his head. Back in the day, the jump was only 3 meters. Spammed it 3 times and his body felt like it was getting ripped apart. But now that he leveled up to tier 2, he was clearing 8 meters easy. With that mindset, he buffed his defense, skin turning hard as steel, launching himself like a human fireball. Man-Ni screamed, panic mode on. Hold up, I've got a bad vibe about this. What is the plan here? But Steven was already strapped to a rocket, speed running his way back to the Divine Light base. He shouted back, I'm limit testing. Gonna spam the spatial jumps back to back. In a blink, he vanished. The zombie girl next to him just dropped her jaw. Say what? Did Steven just depawn? Meanwhile, at the base, it was pure chaos. Run for it. The giantess is going berserk. Van Van's body was getting swole, smashing buildings like they were Lego sets. One of the gluttony monsters stared at her giant form, eyes glowing, laughing. Haha, this giant waifu was looking kinda spicy. I gotta climb up there and get a better view in 4K. Another monster yelled, completely losing it. Yo, trash mob, what are you doing? You have a death wish? Get to the safe zone. But the other dude was way too down bad to listen. Haha, if I gotta go, dying by SNUS and you is the way. Don't you want to see the promised land up close? Another monster stared into the shadows between Van Van's massive legs, mumbling, come to think of it, I've never unlocked that map area before. So the whole squad started clinging to her pantyhose, hyping each other up. Haha, this is the perfect jungle gym. I feel like I'm about to reach the summit, boys. Another one yelled out, bruh, stop camping the loot. I want to get up there and see the goods for myself. The whole creep squad was cheering, racing to climb Van Van's snowy peaks, getting more hyped by the second. Haha, 0 patience left. Let's raid this boss together. But just as the mob was about to touch the summit, Van Van, with insane strength, lifted a whole skyscraper. The monsters were still catcalling. Nice. Hurry up. If we attack from the inside, it's gotta be an easy win. Old Man Chow down below ordered covering fire to bait those metal-skinned freaks. Van Van yeeted the building down, not only smashing the monsters but dealing heavy splash damage to the friendlies too. The scene was straight-up nightmare fuel. Van Van had totally lost control, unable to tell ally from enemy. If this kept up, the whole server was gonna get wiped. Bai Shang froze. Wait a sec, incoming. A streak of green light flashed across the sky. Steven had finally logged into the battlefield. Van Van was stunned. That was fast. Looks like Steven is back. Old Man Chow chimed in. Finally, the carry has arrived. Man-Ni was stressing. Van Van is still growing. If she keeps expanding, she's gonna go nuclear. Steven's voice was heavy with worry. I need to wake her up before this turns into a total disaster. Suddenly, for eyes locked in the tense air, Van Van sensed a stranger and immediately turned, eyes burning with rage. With a move as fast as lightning, she snapped a nearby satellite tower like a twig. Steven dodged with insane reflexes, but even he was shook. She was completely AFK mentally. He immediately launched himself, grabbing onto her giant arm, climbing agile as a cheetah. But Van Van's strength was broken one casual swat, and she almost flattened him like a bug. Steven tumbled, accidentally landing right on her massive chest pillows, only to get yeeted away by the insane bounce physics. He sighed, muttering, "Looks like I gotta clear these metalhead mobs first." Steven freefell, facing a swarm of monsters thick as ants. Manny couldn't help but gasp, totally amazed. Yo, where did Van Van cop those fishnets? Is the quality really that cracked? How do they stretch that much? Steven replied, cool but icy. Probably her powers buffing the fabric. No hesitation, he popped his new skill. Dark energy spikes burst out, flying like black arrows straight at the gluttony horde. One monster, having zero survival instincts, was laughing maniacally. Haha. Nobody can stop me from entering the holy zone now. He was about to dive for the prize when a dark tentacle wrapped around his neck, squeezing tight. Steven appeared, radiating boss energy, eyes cold as ice. There are some spots on the map only I get to unlock. Any of you simps try to touch? Consider your subscription to life cancelled. The gluttony beast was chained up tight, screaming his head off. Yo junkie, what's the plan? Huh? Let me go right now. But Sue wasn't having any of it. He just hit him with a cold smirk, lifted the dude by the neck, and dangled him like a rag doll. The monster's eyes bugged out as the air supply got cut off. And it wasn't just him. Any gluttony creep dumb enough to climb on Van Van got the same airmail treatment. Choked out and deleted. Meanwhile, the comment section in real life was going wild. One ugly mug got right in Tam Mao's face, yelling, "Dang, you really are the most toxic chick I've ever met. We used to be human beings, man. You're the one who turned us into these freaks." Then he lunged and ripped her cloak off. Big mistake. Tam Mao, looking shook but furious, gripped her staff tight and shouted, "You dirtbags, you actually want to go?" Boom. She jabbed her staff straight into the guy's eye. Now he's a one-eyed pirate, screaming like a banshee. Arg. Drop dead. All of you. This smelly witch is actually throwing hands. Tam Mao didn't even flinch. She scoffed, "Enjoy the party while it lasts, losers." Then she yeeted herself off the edge, yelling, "Here's a little parting gift for the squad." Her staff slammed into the ground like a meteor, morphing into this massive, gnarly root system. The gluttony mob tried to bounce, but it was game over. A brand new mutant boss spawned in, looking straight out of a horror movie, crushing every enemy in sight without pausing for breath. The creature locked onto Van Van and charged at her like a freight train. One lucky gluttony survivor was laughing like a maniac. "Haha, first one here. Wait, this doesn't look like the center of the map." Just then, Van Van lifted her massive leg. The sound of screaming filled the air as the gluttony horde clinging to her got shaken off like dandruff. The ones with sticky fingers held on, but the slow ones, splat, squashed like bugs. One guy screamed, "Watch out, she's winding up for a stomp." With terrifying power, Van Van brought her foot down and absolutely obliterated the mutant beast's face. She looked totally hyped, stomping harder and harder like she was crushing grapes. A few desperate creeps were still hanging on, trying to reach the, VIP section. One dude grinned. "Haha, big brain plays. I escaped the purge." But his smile dropped when he saw Sue coming in like a human hurricane. Sue ripped through the mob, tearing every single monster to shreds. Zero mercy. Trash taken out, Sue launched himself sky high with a super jump. Van Van stared at him like he was an alien. Old Man Chow started hyping it up. "Let's go. The Iron Clan is history. But we ain't done yet." Whitey looked stressed though. "Yeah. But how is Sue supposed to wake her up without getting squashed?" Sue hovered in midair, locking eyes with Van Van, hoping a little intense eye contact would snap her out of it and give her control back. But Van Van was running on pure jungle instinct. She clasped her hands together, like she wanted to give Sue the world's deadliest bear hug. But that wasn't love in the air. Sue's spider senses started tingling hard when he felt the killer vibes radiating off her. Van Van looked way too excited to smash something. Her hands went up, ready to hammer fist Sue into the ground. Chow and Whitey screamed in unison. "Sue! Dodge! Incoming!" The smash came down, missing him by a literal inch. In a split-second clutch move, Sue hit the space jump button and teleported out of the danger zone. Van Van didn't even recognize her boo. She punched the air so hard the shockwave deleted half the buildings in the neighborhood. She looked around all confused, like, where'd the bug go? Old Man Chow's jaw hit the floor. Did he actually dodge a one-hit KO? Whitey was scanning the area. But where did Sue warp to? Cut to Sue. He was stuck in a very soft, very white, very tight space. He turned beet red, realizing he teleported into an awkward spot. Manny's voice piped up, sounding suspicious. "Well, fighting head-on wasn't the play. But, Sue, Where exactly are you hiding right now? A voice echoed from the valley, on Giant Van Van's chest. Sue yelled back, sounding flushed. Zip it! Not another word. Van Van heard the noise coming from her own body but couldn't see anyone. She started looking around, totally confused. Suddenly, a crack appeared on her skin. Manny panicked. Sue, look, her body is maxed out. She can't get any bigger or she's gonna pop. Sue felt a bad vibe in his gut and immediately triggered the space jump, bailing out of there in a flash. What he saw next was terrifying. Van Van was redlining, eyes glowing like high beams, roaring at the sky. Cracks were spreading all over her body like dry earth breaking apart, leaking raw, terrifying power. Old Man Chow and Whitey were losing it, shouting together, "What is happening? Is she gonna blow up?" Sue realized Van Van's body was quitting on her. Couldn't handle the juice. Her eyes were blinding bright, and her sweet look was gone, replaced by a beastly roar. She was going full Super Saiyan mode, but if she kept this up, she was gonna disintegrate. Deep inside her soul, though, Van Van was freezing. Every time she opened her mental eyes, it was just endless darkness. POV, you're stuck in a nightmare loop, waking up on a freezing cold operating table over and over again. Needles digging into my skin. Absolute torture. In this apocalypse, I felt like a glitched NPC in some twisted scientist's lab. If there's a dev watching from above, send help. I'd trade my whole inventory just to log out of this server. Just as she was about to rage quit on life, a familiar voice cut through the noise. Her eyes popped open. Was that an angel? No, it was Steven. Main character energy. After failing to wake her up the normal way, he went for the ultimate move. He literally dive-bombed onto her assets. He yelled, "Don't you dare crash on me. I don't care, useless N00BS." Steven flexed his fingers, activated his OP skill, and roared, "Wakey wakey, eggs and bakey." Smack! A sound like thunder echoed as Steven landed a critical hit right on Yunyun's peaches. She screamed loud enough to break glass. "Mama, save me." That scream was 4K audio quality. She was definitely back online. Baishang was watching this kind of SUS display, blushing hard. She mumbled, "Steven is wilding right now," but inside, she felt those core memories unlocking. She flashed back to when she first met Steven. He was the only light in her dark timeline. From his kindness at Bar B to their reunion in the wasteland, he saved her from total despair. Even the rough moments were saved to her favorites folder. Finding that simple happiness with Steven in a world gone wrong, that's the ultimate relationship goal. But real talk, the situation was looking cooked. Steven realized it was almost game over. A blinding light flooded the zone. Yunyun was about to self-destruct. Her scream hit max volume, and then boom, big bada boom. Golden sparkles filled the sky. Old Chow gasped, "Is this the bad ending?" But when the dust cleared, the server was empty. Steven and Yunyun were gone. Everyone looked at the sky like, where'd they go? Baishang fell to her knees, crying. Did he just ghost us? She saved me and I didn't even say thanks. Suddenly, Old Chow pointed up. Yo, check the skybox. Steven was still there, clutching Yunyun tight. He was glowing with leftover energy, but Yunyun looked like a cracked phone screen. Old Chow panicked. She's at 1 HP. We need a medic stat. Then, a wild shadow dropped from the clouds. Duanya and the Golden King arrived like total bosses. Duanya took charge. I got this. Taking her to base. Old Chow stared at the giant beast. That is one chunky kitty, Steven called out. Trusting Duanya had a fix, he handed over the quest. Back at base, Steven dunked Yunyun into the tub following instructions. He looked at the water, curious. So, is this magical soup or what? Duanya, changing her outfit, explained. Regular surgery is for casuals. I spiked the water with some high-tier Evo juice. Steven checked the progress. 0% healing. Are we lagging? Duanya was shook. No way. I maxed out that potion. Steven thought for a second. Does this raid boss need a special skill to heal? Duanya nodded. Makes sense. Then, gasp. Steven leaned down and kissed the crack on Yunyun's forehead. Glitch fixed instantly. Steven was stunned. It actually worked. Duanya blushed and looked away. GG, I guess. You gotta handle the rest. Steven looked at Yunyun's body, covered in cracks. He thought, bro, I gotta kiss the whole map? Challenge accepted. Outside, a voice yelled. Steven, check out this loot. Duanya walked out. Boss is busy. He's healing her. Baishang was confused. Wait, he's a healer class now? Xiaofeng laughed. Cool. I need some buffs later. Duanya cringed. His method isn't exactly for the boys. She changed the subject. Let's talk about that rock. What's the plan? Xiaofeng explained. Remember that Iron Clan loudmouth? Found this in his drop. It's glowing. Definitely a legendary tier crystal core. Duanya's eyes went wide. A core. Xiaofeng nodded. It's huge. Only Steven has the stats to absorb this bad boy. Duanya looked at the giant rock and started sweating nervously. She knew Steven gets a little feral when he levels up with cores. Last time she had backup, but now she's solo? Baishang asked, need an assist? Duanya sized her up, checking her vibe. Is she volunteering? Looking at Baishang's stats and assets, Duanya turned to Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, get lost. Girl talk in progress. Bye. She literally shoved him out the door. Poor guy was still hoping for those heals. Door locked. Duanya leaned back. Steven's power level is gonna be over 9,000. I can't tank him alone. Baishang was standing there, totally confused. Duanya? What's the tea? Duanya stepped closer, looking her dead in the eye, whispering, I need you to sign up for the team. Like, right now. Yo, keep it 100 with me. You're totally crushing on Steven, aren't you? That question hit her like a truck. Baishang jumped, her face looking totally shook, eyes popping out like anime saucers. Meanwhile, in the recovery room, Duanya was stretching Van Van's legs while hyping up our boy Steven. Honestly, thanks to you, Van Van is healing like Wolverine. I got this from here. Don't worry. She paused for a sec, then dropped the news. Oh yeah, little phone brought back some loot. A crystal core. Steven raised an eyebrow, surprised. A core? For real? Duanya kept working but nodded. Yup, it's chilling in the living room. Go check it out. Steven missed the super SUS look on Duanya's face and just nodded. Cool. I'll leave Van Van to you then. He stepped out, closed the door, and then froze when he saw the object sitting there. Squinting at it, he mumbled, wait a minute, this is black stone. Did the squad get it twisted with a core? The massive chunk of black stone was glowing with this dark, spooky vibe, twinkling like a mysterious black star. Steven tapped it rock hard. He figured he couldn't blame them even in his past life. This stuff was mythic tier, something you heard about but never saw. Since the apocalypse dropped, the world's been glitching with weird spawns, and black stone is definitely one of them. Steven threw a heavy punch at the rock. Boom! Loud noise, but the stone didn't even flinch. He nodded, impressed, thinking to himself, legit legendary black stone. Harder than diamonds. A rare mat that only spawns during the end times. He had a flashback to his past life. This stuff was the signature of Wang Zong, an absolute legend who wrecked everyone with a black blade made from this material. Steven rubbed his chin, grinning. Looks like my RNG is cracked in this run. Wang Zong's destiny just became my loot. He popped his inventory space and stashed the black stone, thinking, once I find a smith, I'm crafting a god-tier blade. Rewind a few minutes back to the room with just Duanya and Baishang. After getting called out about her feelings, Baishang got all shy. Why are you suddenly bringing this up? Duanya didn't beat around the bush. Listen, after Steven absorbs that core, he's gonna get hit with a nasty curse. If he doesn't get relief, Baishang panicked and cut her off. What happens if he doesn't fix it? Duanya hesitated, acting all conflicted. I don't know for sure. I just know it's game over if we let that happen. Plus, I'm stuck here taking care of Van Van. Before she could even finish, Baishang got up close, looking dead serious. Leave the curse handling to me. Duanya tried to warn her. Hold up, bestie. It's not as simple as you think. Chill and listen. But Baishang was down bad for Steven. I don't care. Whatever I gotta do, I'm in. Just let me handle it. Duanya sighed and spilled the tea on the whole plan. Because they were rushing, Baishang agreed to wear this weird cosplay fit. She walked out, tugging the skirt down, instant regret kicking in. Why did I say yes so fast? Why am I wearing this cringe outfit? And I have to say those lines. Thinking about saving Steven from the curse, she started sweating. Duanya wouldn't prank me, right? Baishang walked out and didn't see the black stone, which made her nervous. But saving the base depends on Steven, so she told herself, first, gotta check on the curse status. Did he absorb the core yet? Guess I just gotta wing it. She grabbed a tray of wine and stutter-stepped toward Steven. Gee girl. Steven was deep in thought, turned around, saw the maid outfit, and his brain just went to a loading screen. She tried to speak but choked. Standing there in a French-made outfit, Baishang was trembling, trying to hide her face. She whispered, Master. Steven turned to stone, a million question marks floating around his head. Master. He mumbled. Back in the room, Duanya was stressing out while tending to Van Van. Baishang's gonna be okay, right? The curse story was the only way to get her to do it. I prepped her. But how long can she actually last? Thinking about helping Steven break the curse, Duanya's legs started shaking. Once Van Van is stable, I'm tagging in. Meanwhile outside, the troops were on cleanup duty. Some young soldiers were salty. Man, we barely survived the Iron Clan, And now we gotta play janitor with these rotting bodies? No break or what? Captain White Tiger yelled. Quit whining. If we leave these corpses, we get a plague. You want that? But then one kid started freaking out. Yo, big bro. Look at that. The captain frowned. Look at what? The kid was stuttering. The Iron Clan bodies. They're gone. The whole squad froze. The captain didn't buy it. Say what? They grew legs and walked away? Other squads started radioing in the same thing. Everyone's face went pale. This was some never-before-seen horror show. Inside Steven's mindscape, the zombie queen snapped her eyes open. Oh. She turned her head, sensing a familiar vibe. That feeling. It's what I've been waiting for. She was hyped. Finally, I've been waiting ages, and it's actually here. But when she tried to lock on, she clicked her tongue. Ugh, the signal is too weak. Can't pinpoint the location. I'm gonna need Steven's help. Back in reality, Bak Shang, playing the perfect maid, gently poured wine for Steven. He was thinking, is this Duan Yu's master plan? What's the play here? But seeing Bak Shang all shy and timid, he nodded to himself. Not gonna lie, this shy vibe is kind of fire. Brandon Shaw was sticking to the script Dong Na gave her, acting all shy and blushing like, Master, seriously, you can do whatever you want with me. That line hit Thomas so hard he almost did a spit take with his wine. Brandon Shaw panicked. Oh my gosh, are you okay? Thomas was hacking his lungs out, trying to explain. I'm good. Just went down the wrong pipe. Before he could finish, she grabbed the glass, swirling it around. Is the wine bad? Let me check. She chugged the whole thing while then stared. Dude looked at the bottle. 64% alcohol. Yikes. Her face turned bright tomato red instantly. She smacked her lips. Whoa, spicy. Actually, that's the first time I've ever had alcohol. That one shot gave her instant liquid courage. She slammed her hand on the table, knocking stuff over like a drunk warlord. Eyes closed, screaming in pure hype. Thomas shook his head. Wasted already? Serious lightweight. Suddenly, Brandon Shaw got this wild look and propped her heel right on his chair, catching him off guard. She smirked, her voice getting all husky. I ain't drunk. I just want to help you break that curse, baby. She leaned in close, trying to stroke his face. But Thomas just laughed coldly and shoved her hand away. Oh, is that so? Look, I'm never gonna say no to a free meal, but I hate it when people try to flip the script on me. He glared at her, eyes sharp as daggers. Time to remind you exactly where you stand. Brandon Shaw flinched, totally confused. Wait, where do I stand? Thomas flared his energy, dropping a heavy pressure that terrified her. He growled. Yeah, seems like you forgot who the boss is around here. That mental pressure hit her consciousness like a truck, nearly knocking her flat on her back. She got the memo real quick, dropping to her knees with puppy dog eyes. Master, I messed up. Thomas grinned, showing teeth. That's better. Just when he was about to keep going, a familiar vibe from his mental space made him freeze. He muttered, Huh? Is that my spatial consciousness acting up? Boom, before he could finish, he got yanked straight into his subconscious. As soon as he landed, he sighed, looking totally over it. Bruh, I was having a moment out there. Why'd you drag me in here? The zombie girl tackled him out of nowhere like always, hugging him tight. Thomas, it's here. It finally showed up. Thomas was clueless. Wait, what? Before he could react, she flattened him like a human blanket. She was laughing and crying at the same time, looking desperate. Thomas, you gotta help me out this time. For real. He frowned. Yo, chill. What are you talking about? She screamed right in his ear. Super hyped. The perfect body for me. I found it. She started bouncing up and down, dragging Thomas along like they were at a rave to boost her signal range. She bounced along because he had no choice, asking, Is this that body you told me to find? Okay, cool. But why did you have to pull me inside? Her eyes lit up like lasers. I can't pinpoint the GPS location. I need to borrow your juice. Instantly, she spun a cocoon around them, squeezing them into a tight space. Thomas felt like a fish in a net. What am I, a Wi-Fi router to you? The zombie girl gave him a creepy grin. Pretty much, yeah. She climbed him like a tree, shooting silk to tie him up like a puppet. Thomas started yelling, Hey, not like this, come on. Wait, is this the technique you were talking about? She nodded with a sneaky look. Yup. The cocoon shot up into the sky then slammed back down hard. Thomas was seeing stars, but she looked totally blissed out, like she just finished a masterpiece. I got a lock on it. Let's beam our minds over there right now. Following her mental lead, Thomas saw a weird blue light. There was this mysterious lady with cloud-like hair, glowing with spooky energy, bossing around a horde of zombies. Thomas muttered, Is that a freaking zombie horde? She nodded. Exactly. She's summoning a horde. Thomas was shook. I thought only a zombie king could pull that off. So, that's the zombie queen's vessel? Are we safe being this close to her? She smiled. Relax. In spirit form, we're invisible unless there's a huge surge of. Suddenly, a massive shockwave made them both jump. The zombie girl panicked. What was that? Thomas suddenly remembered Brandon Shaw back in the real world. Back in reality, Brandon Shaw was totally sloshed. Seeing Thomas frozen, she slurred, "Oh no, the curse got him. Don't worry, master. I'll save you." Without another word, she hopped onto Thomas, riding him like a drunken cowboy. That violent motion rattled Thomas's brain, causing his and the zombie girl's spirit energy to explode outwards. The zombie queen felt it instantly, glaring right at them. "Who's there? Show yourself." Thomas and the zombie girl froze. She started freaking out. Did we just get busted? Brandon Shaw was treating Thomas like a ragdoll, which made the zombie queen go nuclear, launching herself at their spirit connection at warp speed. Both of them screamed, "She's incoming! Run! Crap!" But looking at the speed, they both realized it was game over. The zombie queen lunged at them with a nightmare smile, looking straight up demonic. Thomas jolted awake, gasping for air, heart pounding like a drum, his head feeling like it was splitting open. He rubbed his temples. "What the heck just happened? My head is killing me." The zombie girl's voice echoed. "Relax. She just nibbled a bit of your spirit energy. With stats like yours, you'll respawn in no time." Steven was shook. "Yo, you good?" The zombie girl spun around, shaking her tail feathers, ripping the pants and all. "Nah fam, definitely not good. I almost got chomped back there." Steven sighed. "You saw it yourself, that zombie queen is final boss material. She's controlling a horde of 10,000 undead simps. The more minions she has, the more OP she gets. I ain't sticking my neck out for free. Unless you drop some legendary loot, I'm not risking it." The zombie girl gritted her teeth, knowing he had the upper hand. "Fine, help me catch this dub, and I'll be your servant. I'll do whatever you say to pay you back." She took a knee in front of Steven, but he wasn't buying it, letting out a cold laugh. "You think this is a game? Talk is cheap. How do I know you won't ghost me when things get hairy?" She looked nervous. "Then what do I gotta do to prove it?" Steven held out his hand, eyes icy. "Hand over your crystal core." She flinched. "Say CK right now." "My core? That's basically my life force." Steven looked away. "Your call. Ball is in your court." She clenched her jaw, totally torn, but finally made the hard play. She opened her palm. "Here's the core. I get it. Just don't snake me on this deal." Steven grabbed the loot, eyes lighting up. "Bet, you're part of the squad now. I'll help you clear this level." She bowed, looking super salty about it. "I hope so. If we're done here, I'm dipping." Steven frowned. "Yo, is that how you talk to your boss?" Before he could even finish, she vanished. Steven stood there looking goofy, scratching his head. She really just rage quit the conversation. Huh? "Whatever, I secured the bag. No point stressing." He flashed back to his past life. That zombie queen wrecked the whole server, plunging everyone into darkness. If he didn't want the world to turn into a total graveyard, he had to delete her from existence. Time to bounce. Steven held up the core, grinning like a maniac. 2 days later, he ghosted the Xinguang base. Baishang watched his car fade into the distance, catching major feels. Little Feng was confused. "Bestie, why aren't you rolling with Steven?" She closed her eyes and shook her head. "Why would I go? The base is a mess. I got admin duties to handle." Inside, she was thinking, I'm too low level right now. I just drag him down. But one day, I'll grind enough to catch up. Meanwhile, outside the base, the weather was absolute trash. Duanya and Yoon Yoon were camping at a gas station, lighting a fire to stay warm. Yoon Yoon watched the rain, nervous. Sis? Fire at a gas station? Isn't that technically illegal and super dangerous?" Duanya gave her a deadpan look. "If you're scared, go sit in the rain." Yoon Yoon laughed awkwardly. "Hey, JK. My HP isn't full yet." She hesitated. "Hey, where did Steven go? This weather is giving me serious horror movie vibes." Duanya spilled the tea. Steven couldn't buy enough fuel earlier, so his inventory was running low. So right now, he was out there on a solo mission, scavenging for any drops of gas left on the map. Yoon Yun's jaw dropped. "No way. When is he coming back? My stomach is literally eating itself right now." While the girls were yapping, they heard footsteps creeping up outside. Definitely not friendly vibes. The figure stepped closer, and both girls instantly went into combat mode. "Who goes there?" A tiny dude stumbled in, shivering violently, covered in frost. "Cold? So cold, I'm freezing." Yoon Yoon was confused. "Yo, uncle. Why do you look like a human popsicle?" The guy didn't even hesitate. He yeeted himself straight into their campfire like a total psycho. "So cold." Duanya and Yoon Yoon froze, completely shook. Is this guy glitching or what? Why did he dive into the fire? There's so much smoke now. But the ice on his body hit the flames and turned into this thick, Toxic purple fog. The girls started coughing their lungs out instantly. The smoke is sus. Cover your nose. Hurry. A moment later, shadowy figures stepped out, laughing creepily. Heh. Boss's plan was flawless, but dang, it's two girls? If we knew that, we wouldn't have wasted the poison bomb on them. A gang of creeps appeared out of nowhere. The girls had inhaled too much toxic smog. Their stamina bars hit 0, and they collapsed, totally paralyzed. The gang walked up, checking them out with hungry eyes. Not bad. Looking like a solid snack. After we have our fun, we'll ship you off to the New World base. Trust me, you're gonna be very popular over there. Duanya couldn't even stand, but she managed to lift her gun. Back off, losers. Don't come any closer. The leader, who clearly had superpowers, just smirked at the weapon. A gun? Really? Against my ability, that toy is useless. Duanya pulled the trigger, but, click, nothing happened. She gasped. No shot. The gun is frozen solid. Yo, Van is practically shaking behind Donna, but she still tries to sound tough, warning off these creeps. She's like, you dudes better bounce before Thomas gets back, or you're toast. But the gang leader just cracks up. You mean that guy who just dipped? He's got a target on his back already. Some high-level psycho chick is hunting him down, so don't expect him to survive the night. The person targeting Thomas is a total maniac with a superpower, dragging a rusty iron chain around looking for our boy. Honey, I'm home, she yells after throwing up a massive barrier to seal off the area. But get this, Thomas already said bye to his crew and walked right into her trap on purpose. Boss move. This crazy lady has no clue where he's hiding, but she doesn't realize the hunter just became the hunted. She drags that chain like a horror movie villain, calling out into the void. Ah, did little baby come in here all alone? I'm warning you, kiddo. It's super dangerous in here. But for me, it's playtime. She puffs her cheeks and blows out a cloud of toxic pink mist that instantly fills the whole room. Then she struts through the fog with a creepy grin, switching her voice to maximum sweetness. Hey handsome, where are you hiding? Come out and play with big sis. This air is spiced up, baby. One breath and you're gonna burn with desire. You won't be able to resist me. As she walks down a hallway, she spots a tall shadow in the corner and her eyes light up. Found you, cutie. Come over here so I can take care of you. She strikes a pose to show off her curves, and honestly, she is stacked, then reaches out for the shadow. But bam, she got played. That shadow was just a decoy Thomas set up to bait her into position. She stares at the ugly mannequin, totally confused. What the heck is this trash? While she's buffering, Thomas ghosts up behind her and drops a cold line that makes her eyes pop out. Who exactly are you supposed to be? This lady usually summons zombies and fears nothing, but realizing she got pranked makes her rage quit. She swings that chain hard. You dirtbag. You think you're funny? But honestly, her power level is 0 compared to our MC. Thomas catches the chain with one hand. He casually reels her in like a fish, and she can't do a thing about it. He checks out the metal and asks nonchalantly, so, did a blacksmith craft this toy or what? Then he yanks the chain, dragging her across the floor, and grabs her face. She is freaking out, guys. He lifts her off the ground single-handedly and gets right in her face. Talk. Where is the blacksmith? She's trembling, totally clueless. I don't know what you're talking about. Suddenly, the spirit girl inside Thomas's head pops up. Yo, is this blacksmith dude really that important? Thomas clicks his tongue. Yeah, the zombie queen is too OP. If we find the blacksmith, our win rate goes way up. Say less, the spirit girl says. I'll just hack her brain and find the answer myself. Her spirit finger extends like a spike and, zap, goes straight into the crazy lady's forehead. Whoa, what are you doing? But the spirit is already digging through the files. Bingo! Found it. The blacksmith is at a base called New World. Details are fuzzy, but the location is locked in. Suddenly, the crazy lady drops to her knees, screaming, Please, don't delete me. Have mercy. I felt you messing with my brain. I know if I step out of line, You'll scramble my eggs instantly. Thomas looks at his spirit partner, and she just shrugs like, I didn't install any kill switch, bro. But the lady is already bowing down, fully convinced she's leashed. I can feel the restraint. I'm trapped. Just let me live. I swear I'll be your most loyal pet. I'll do whatever you say, master. Thomas smirks. A misunderstanding? He'll take it. Cool. Let's see if you can be a good girl then. Meanwhile, back at the old gas station, the girls are in serious trouble. Suddenly, they feel super dizzy and hot. Van panics. Sis, why is it suddenly burning up in here? Donna is flushed too. I feel it. There's something nasty in this smoke. The gang leader cracks up. Ha! That's the good stuff. It makes everyone feel real good. He shoots a greasy look at his two lackeys. Hey, I get first dibs, boys. You guys can have the leftovers when I'm done. The goons start drooling like absolute creeps. Just then, Duanya and Yun totally drop the act, standing up and rolling their eyes like they were bored out of their minds. Yup, big sis Duanya called it, Yun said. Duanya just waved her hand like a queen. Please, that was way too easy to spot. The boss man flinched, looking completely shook. Wait, what? Aren't you two supposed to be poisoned right now? Yun kept a straight face and clapped back. Sorry, fam. Your little poison tricks don't work on people with abilities. Hearing they were superpowered, the goons lost their minds and scrambled for their gear. What? Freaking mutants. Get the weapons out now. Two lackeys instantly pulled out these weird guns that looked like oversized super soakers. They split up fast, forming a triangle formation to trap the girls. Position 1 set. Position 2 set. Yun eyed the toys in their hands, feeling a sense of deja vu. Whoa, are those hydro guns? The boss grinned, showing all his teeth. You bet. High-pressure water blasters. Combine that with my powers, and I can hit you from 3 sides at once. He hyped himself up, summoning a cold aura around his body and screaming, spit flying everywhere. Light him up, boys! On command, the lackeys pulled the triggers. Thanks to the boss's power, the water streams instantly turned into sharp ice arrows, flying at crazy speeds. But fast as they were, they didn't hit the girls. Instead, they slammed right into the boss's chest. He let out a pathetic scream. The guy could turn water to ice, but he couldn't turn ice back to water. He just watched helplessly as his own attack nailed him, yelling at his boys. What is wrong with you idiots? But when he looked up, he realized the horror of the situation. His two lackeys were totally zoned out. Duanya had mind-controlled them and turned them into human shields. Crap! She's already controlling these two losers. The boss clutched his chest, backing away and salty as hell. Suddenly, footsteps approached from behind. Recognizing his teammate, he shouted, Lady Poison, yes, you're finally back. He pointed at the girls, laughing like a maniac. Haha, looks like your boyfriend is dead meat. But his little celebration was cut short because the tables were about to turn, big time. Lady Poison walked up, grinding her teeth, and slap. She backhanded him so hard she nearly dislocated his jaw. He spun around, confused and hurt. Lady Poison, what the? She just stared him down with icy eyes and hissed, Shut your filthy mouth right now. He shut up immediately, holding his face in shock. Lady Poison ignored him, stepping over the lackey on the ground to stand in front of Steven. She bowed low, totally submissive. Master, this trash disrespected your people. How should I handle him? The lackey heard his leader change her tune 180 degrees and started sweating bullets. The fear was real. He looked over at Steven, who was casually petting Lady Poison's head like she was a pet. Steven smirked, patting her head. Such a good dog. I'll let you handle this mess however you want. In a flash, 3 other goons started hauling gas cans out of the warehouse on Lady Poison's orders. She glared at them, warning, Move all that fuel outside. I'm gifting it all to the master. The guys stayed silent, working fast, too scared to complain. But in the corner, a bald guy whispered, Boss, Lady Poison is simping for this guy now, but we can't just roll over like that. The boss wiped sweat from his face, veins popping. You're right. Summoning some courage, he yelled at Lady Poison. Hey, we risked our lives for that gas. You can't just give it away to some random guy. Lady Poison glanced nervously at Steven, then whipped her lash at the lackey. You have a death wish or something? Snap. All 3 guys got whipped, screaming in pain, eyes rolling back. Duanya and Yun watched, looking a little freaked out. Steven slowly walked up behind Lady Poison and said, Hold up. Don't kill them just yet. Hearing Steven's order, the three goons got cocky and yelled, "Damn right. You pretty boy. Doesn't matter what you did to Lady Poison. We're with the New World Organization. You let us go, and we'll pretend this never happened." But Steven wasn't listening. He raised his hand, channeling Teacher Xiao's zombie powers. Teacher Xiao was a zombie, by the way. "Sorry, bros, but I don't leave loose ends." A surge of energy like tree roots shot out from Steven's hand, splitting three ways and drilling straight into their foreheads. Their veins bulged, eyes wide with terror. Suddenly, boom! The boss's head exploded like a watermelon, and the other two followed suit. Lady Poison, the former squad leader, turned pale and stuttered. Their brains just exploded? Steven looked thoughtful. Didn't think it would be that direct. He remembered Teacher Xiao saying there was a parasite called a brainworm in Lady Poison's head, but it was dead. Since she had poison powers, she was immune. Steven realized he had just killed the live parasites in those guys' heads, causing them to self-destruct. Someone is using these worms to control the entire New World faction. He figured he needed to find a way to vaccinate Yun and Duanya against these nasty things. Steven clocked the fear written all over their faces and barked, "Yo, Poison!" Homegirl dropped to her knees quicker than a beat drop. "Head down. Just say the word, Bossman. I'm yours." Steven popped open his inventory like a glitch in the Matrix and asked, "You got a license for heavy machinery?" She stuttered, Yeah, I got skills." Boom. He spawns a whole semi-truck out of thin air. "Cool. Hop in the driver's seat." Poison was shook, eyes popping out like, where the heck did he pull a truck from? But she didn't argue. She hopped in and floored it, heading straight for the Steven HQ. Inside, she was spiraling. "I used to run with the big dogs in the New World, and now look at me, just a puppet on a string. Whatever, survival is key. I'd eat tree bark if I had to." But then the rage kicked in. She checked the rearview mirror. Steven and the girls were throwing a legit hot pot party in the back. She was grinding her teeth, drooling like crazy. For real? Where did they even score fresh hot pot out here? All the water supplies are trash by now. The smell was wafting up to the front seat, basically torturing her. She glared back, thinking about making a move. But nah, chill girl. Don't get yourself deleted over a snack. Dignity is overrated anyway. Pissed crack. The sound of a soda tab popping hit her ears like a gunshot. Her face went red. "No way. Is that Coca-Cola? They got fizzy drinks." Her jaw hit the floor. Yun rolled up to the cabin window, dangling an ice-cold can. "Hey, bet it's been a minute since you tasted this sugar rush." Huh? Poison hesitated. "For me? Is this a prank?" Her internal alarm bells went off. Why is she being nice? What's the catch? Yun flashed a plastic smile. "Don't sweat it. Just so you know, Steven totally vibes with girls calling him Master." She winked. "Drink up." Poison blinked. "Wait, is she serious?" Steven side-eyed Yun, feeling awkward. Did this girl just roast me right in front of my face? Duanya tried to cover her mouth, but she was low-key dying of laughter, trying so hard not to burst out. Yun kept it cool and introduced herself. "By the way, I'm Yun. Since we're rolling together, consider us squad mates." Poison felt a little awkward. "Oh, hey there." Squad mates? The word tripped her up. Does that mean she's trapped here just like me? I mean, it makes sense. It's the end of the world. Girls sticking with the strongest guy is basically the meta right now. Plus, let's be real. Who's gonna say no to a steaming hot pot and some smooth talking in the wasteland? Poison tried to stay tough mentally. "Too bad, sweetie. Your sugar-coated tricks won't work on me. I'm plotting my exit ASAP." While she was gripping that Coke, Yun suddenly held up a piece of meat with chopsticks. Open wide. Incoming premium lamb delivery. Poison's brain short-circuited. All those rebellious thoughts? Gone. Deleted. That juicy, broth-dipped meat. She hadn't tasted anything like that in ages. Her willpower hit zero. With a look of pure bliss, she opened her mouth like, "Ah." But instead of a cute sound, a weird cloud of green gas puffed out. If this wasn't the apocalypse, you'd think homegirl just had some serious morning breath, right? Yun waved her hand, face scrunching up. "Ew, are you exhaling literal poison? Is that your superpower or something?" Poison stuffed her cheeks like a chipmunk, savoring the flavor explosion, and mumbled happily, "Yup, my gas knocks dudes out cold or kills them, but on girls, it just turns them on like crazy. Power users resist it a bit better though." Steven's ears perked up. Ding. Light bulb moment. If I use her toxic power the right way, I might be able to boost Duanya and Yun's immunity to those nasty brainworms. Before he could finish the thought, Yun stumbled over, eyes all glassy and glazed. She swayed toward Steven, whispering, "Steven, I'm burning up. Can you help a girl out?" Poison Ivy panicked. "Yo, wait, I didn't mean to trigger that. My bad." Steven didn't miss a beat. He pulled Yun close and shot a stern look at the driver's seat. Eyes on the road. Drive. Poison was left totally stunned, stuttering and not knowing where to look. Awkward. Just then, Duanya climbed into the passenger seat, threw her legs up on the dash, and sighed like she was over it. Looks like I'm the third wheel. Time to give the lovebirds some room. Poison Ivy blinked, confused. Excuse me? Duanya turned with a chill smile. So, while they're busy, spill the tea on this new world organization of yours. Poison's mood had improved thanks to the lamb, but she still gave a puppy dog look. If I talk, do I get more food? I'm literally starving over here. Duanya grinned. You bet. Unlimited refills. Ivy tapped the gas pedal, cruising along. All right, shoot. What do you want to know? Duanya stared out at the wasteland. How'd you end up in that crew anyway? Poison let out a dry laugh. Would you believe me if I said I won a beauty pageant? She glanced up at a ruined skyscraper looming ahead and nodded at the group. Yeah, the new world isn't huge, but it's basically the VIP section of the apocalypse. Slave auctions, black markets, beauty pageants, death matches. They've got the whole circus. Even from the back, you could hear the gasp as they looked up at the massive tower. That thing is huge. But then she tilts her head, totally confused. Yo, why is there a mob scene at the gate? What's everyone camping out for? Dorothy Cole keeps it 100, explaining, those are just the zeros, the nobodies of the apocalypse. For them, the new world is like the ultimate VIP club in this nightmare. Everyone wants a golden ticket, but the bouncers are tough, so most folks are stuck window shopping. Thomas heard enough. He cut to the chase. All right, bet. Let's slide over there and see what's popping. Suddenly, some short old dude starts flexing a shiny ID card, screeching that there is only one way to get past the velvet ropes. Holding this plastic means you eat good and sleep safe. But to snag one, you gotta survive the gauntlet and prove you ain't a scrub. He points to the sign-up booth. The crowd starts buzzing. A challenge? For real. Obviously, no sanctuary wants dead weight. The geezer yells, limited spots, fam, first come, first served. Chaos erupts instantly. Yo, limited spots? Back off. I'm signing up first. Damn it, let me in. Hold up. Why are they blocking the ladies? Dorothy Cole drops the info, respectful like, boss, the City Lord's elite squad runs the ID game. I can't pull strings here. You gotta grind the challenge. Van rolls her eyes. Ugh, major drag. Why don't we just crash the party and grab the blacksmith? Dorothy Cole shakes his head. Nah, way too risky. The guards have superpowers. Donna jumps in. Sounds like our blacksmith plays it safe and keeps a low profile. If we go in guns blazing, they'll probably off him before we get close. Thomas nods, keeping it cool. Low-key it is then. I'll go scout this challenge solo. Dorothy Cole. Sneak the girls in through the back door. Dorothy Cole salutes. Loud and clear, boss. Suddenly, some rando points at Thomas. Yo, rookie, you make our final squad member. It's showtime. Mutant spiders have been throwing a rave in the back mountains lately. Mission is spider hunting. But yo, stay in the newbie zone. Don't be a hero and go deep into the mountains. Bring back 5 carcasses or 1 egg before sunset to pass. Some loudmouth yells. Hold up, 5 mutant spiders? 1 is a nightmare, but 5? And eggs are in the nest? You trying to send us to the grave? The commander smirks. Can't snag an egg? Stack bodies then. Or try climbing that electric fence if you feel lucky. But heads up, solo players are basically spider snacks. Good luck, you'll need it. Machete Man calls out to Thomas. Yo kid, everyone is teaming up. You rolling with us? Thomas gives him the cold shoulder. Carry your heavy loads? Nah, I'm good solo. Heard there is a nest up top. Gonna go check that out. The squad laughs him off. Effed, look at this guy spitting game. Total clown. The leader grins nastily. Let him go. He is dead meat. We'll just camp here and loot the teams that actually do the work. Deep in the woods, Thomas whispers like he is calling a puppy. Here, Spidey. Where you at? Come out to play. Boom. Mutant spiders swarm out like angry hornets. Thomas sighs. Decent crowd. But these things are hideous. Probably no loot drops either. Whatever. I'm hunting the big boss anyway. He cracks his knuckles. Let's see if I can farm some crystals. In a blink, Thomas ghosts them. 1 hit, he crushes a spider skull like a soda can. He moves like a hurricane, wrecking everything on the way to the nest. TSK, 0 loot drops. Total rip-off. But then, a massive boss spider creeps up behind him, 8 eyes glowing like security cameras. Meanwhile, the girls are dealing with a whole different vibe. Welcome to the Apocalypse Rose Beauty Pageant. Top 3 hotties get a permanent ID card for free. Van raises an eyebrow. Seriously? A beauty contest. Nearby, a guy is auctioning a girl. Runner-up from last week. Bidding starts at 3 packs of instant noodles. Highest bidder owns her tonight. The crowd goes wild. For packs. 5 packs. Dorothy Cole sighs. If they don't make top 3, they become property. But with your looks, you ladies will crush it. No cap. They walk in. Van shakes her head. Damn, that is just tragic. Donna asks, they do this every week? Dorothy Cole replies, voice flat but heavy. Yup, weekly winners face off for the monthly crown. But it isn't the only way. Some tough girls choose the battle arena to survive. Bottom line, the new world is all about tight spots where you gotta squeeze every ounce of value out of yourself. For most chicks, scoring food and staying safe without risking their necks is worth way more than gold. She paused, threw a side eye at the two of them and said, hurry up and change. I'll be chillin' outside waiting for you. As the door clicked shut, Dorothy Cole sighed, her voice dropping low. You guys are only living this paradise lifestyle because you're riding the master's coattails. Suddenly, a rough, nasty voice cut through the air. Yo, Dorothy Cole, I saw you bring in some fresh inventory. Send those 2 hotties to my room ASAP. Hearing that creepy perv tone, Dorothy Cole just gave a cold response. City guard, Mr. Cyclops. The old creep smirked, sounding totally full of himself. I gotta sample the goods. If their service is top tier, I'll hook him up with 2 ID cards. Dorothy Cole hesitated, her voice shaking a bit. But, he cut her off, hands behind his back like he owned the place. No buts, what I say goes around here. He grinned, looking totally sleazy. That's right, dose him with something first. Makes the game way more fun. Dorothy Cole cursed internally. Damn it, if I tick this guy off, those ID cards are never gonna happen. Out of options, she cracked the door and walked in. A thin mist blew from her lips, making the air in the room get heavy and suffocating real quick. Van and Duan started feeling like they were roasting from the inside out. Clinging to each other, they stuttered. Why are you drugging us right now? The girls were tweaking hard, shaking so bad they couldn't even stand. They slumped against each other, whispering weak pleas like, Sis Duan, I can't. From outside, glasses clinked, followed by the nasty cackling of 2 dudes. The head honcho spoke up. Boss, you move fast. But hey, whenever you get fresh beauties, you never share with your little bro. The one-eyed guy gave a dirty grin. Who says we're actual blood brothers? Besides, hotties like this are rare finds in the apocalypse, like finding a diamond in the trash. Just talking about M has me all fired up. Why aren't those chicks here yet? Chill, Dorothy Cole's gotta hit M with the special sauce first. The door swung open, and 2 stunning silhouettes walked in, looking like gorgeous flowers in a dumpster fire. Seeing his prize, the one-eyed creep laughed like a maniac. Look at those faces. Looks like the drugs kicked in. Can't wait for the show. The minion hype man chimed in, eyes bugging out. Top-tier quality. Look at those curves. I'm literally drooling. Big bro, you take first pick. Respect your elders, right? The one-eyed guy scanned them and zeroed in on Duan Na. I'll take the long-haired beauty. He lifted his hook hand to her chin. Exactly my type. The minion saw Van basically falling into his arms and got hyped. Boss! First time a hottie's been this into me. The one-eyed guy laughed loud. All thanks to Dorothy Cole. I gotta give her a big reward after this. The 2 creeps looked at each other, eyes glowing like high beams. They grinned in sync. Time to dig in. They grabbed each other and started making out aggressively, like a romantic night. But something was definitely wrong here. Suddenly, Duan Na, Van, and Dorothy Cole appeared behind them. The reality was totally opposite to what just went down. The 2 brothers were having a great time with each other, completely trapped in a hallucination. Duan Na smirked. Icy cool. These animals were easier to control than I thought. Dorothy Cole gasped. Your power is savage. You got these dudes sword fighting with each other. Van, still feeling the heat, asked with a shaky voice. Did you seriously dose us just to trick these guys? You heard us. And I'm still feeling weird. Dorothy Cole looked totally innocent. Of course not. Master said my poison helps build immunity against brain worms. I was scared if you got close to the city guards, you'd catch the worms. Duan Na touched her own skin, nodding. She did the right thing. To stop the brain worms, we gotta keep our body temps up like this the whole time we're in the new world. I can handle it, but Van Van looks like she's about to lose it. What's that noise, Van Van? This is gonna be tough. We need to grab those ID cards, stat. Dorothy Cole asked nervously. What about those guys? Duan Na replied coldly. They'll keep handling each other. Stay and watch if that's your thing. Dorothy Cole looked at the two dudes and heard the grossest noises. Oh baby, you're so strong. One moaned. She couldn't take it and bolted. Hey, wait up. Let those brothers enjoy their sword fight. Cut to the forest. Some guy was muttering. That lighthouse tower? Total scam. We came here for the Spider King's core. But where the hell is the nest? The minions whispered. Did the boss get us lost? He snapped. Top is north, bottom is south. What's the rest again? Suddenly, the crew froze. Yo, look at all those dead spiders. And they're all missing their heads. One minion turned pale. Boss. Looks like someone beat us to the punch. Nearby, battle sounds erupted. Thomas was soloing the mob, dodging mutant spider attacks like he was dancing ballet in a mosh pit. Yo, talk about a jump scare. Out of the shadows, a sticky web shoots out and tags him right on the arm. Thomas frowns, total rookie mistake. He yanks that nasty web and shreds it like paper. Boom! Drop the beat. From the darkness above, a giant spider drops down. This thing is the size of a minivan with 8 glowing headlights for eyes. My guy shakes his head. Didn't expect a boss fight here. It's probably level 2, but for the legendary to vlog, this spider is just clickbait. Easy content. Meanwhile, some campers are hiding in the bushes, watching the fight. Who is that dude? Is he trying to solo that raid boss? Crazy. One minion whispers, Yo boss. He looks kinda buff though. But the boss just grins like a hyena. What's the play, boys? What do? We grab the popcorn. I wanna watch this noob get wrecked. Hopefully, he ends up as spider food so we can loot his gear. But Thomas isn't playing games. His face is ice cold. He rips the rest of the web off his hand, eyes sharp like daggers. He yanks the web so hard the spider queen panics. Thomas jumps up, Sirius hops, and delivers a punch from the gods. Bam! Headshot. The spider's head goes flying instantly. Seeing that insane damage, the campers turn pale. One guy gasps. Is that Saw Thomas kid or something? One punch and the boss is deleted. The gang pulls out their weapons, eyes getting greedy. They're ready to steal that sweet, sweet loot drop, the crystal core. But hold up. Plot twist. Suddenly, the minions turn on their own boss. Swords right at his throat. Is this a betrayal arc? Setup complete, boss. They yell in sync. The boss isn't scared at all, he just starts cackling like a supervillain. Ha ha ha. Gucci, boys, very Gucci. Those blades are sharp. I taught you scrubs well. That combo was flawless. The minions smirk. Come on, boss. We've run this scam a million times. It's basically muscle memory. Practice makes perfect. One goon glares at Thomas and growls. Hey kid, just you wait. We're about to show you how the pros play. Over on the other side, Thomas is too busy admiring the shiny core he just looted. Totally ignored the haters plotting behind his back. Jackpot. Found it. He mumbles, sounding super satisfied with his drops. Right on cue, the boss shouts his cheat code. Position swap. Thomas blinks, totally confused as the world glitches out around him. Suddenly, cold steel is pressing against his neck and heavy chains are crushing his stomach. Glitch in the matrix. The boss snatches the core and laughs like a maniac. Yoink. Thanks for the delivery. Bro, easy money. Thomas stays chill, eyes deadly. Teleportation hack? That's a rare skill. You even prepped the chains. Not bad. Looks like you've trolled a lot of players with this trap. Huh? The boss sneers, totally looking down on him. Haha. For a loser, you talk a lot. Do you have a death wish? Thomas smirks, voice dropping an octave. Loser? You think you're the hunter? Newsflash. Buddy. Even expert hunters get clapped when they mess with the wrong beast. That killer vibe makes the boss shiver. He screams, Shut up. Let's see you try to kill me when you're tied up. End him. The minions swing their blades, yelling, You think you can beat us solo? Game over. Clang. But when the blades hit Thomas, they snap in half like twigs hitting a tank. The whole squad's eyes pop out of their heads. No way. Are weapons just shattered? Is he hacking? Staring at the scrap metal in their hands, they can't believe it. Who is this guy? Is he running God mode? The boss goes from cocky to sweating bullets instantly. Skin like steel? Is this guy a level 2 awakener? The minions start panicking. What? Level 2? The boss nods, voice shaking. Has to be. He's got the iron body buff. Just then, snap. Thomas flexes and the chains shatter into confetti. The boss screams like a banshee. Code red. Chains are broken. Scatter. Run for your lives. Total chaos. They scramble in every direction, crying, Why is this server so unbalanced? How does he level up so fast? Thomas grins, and it's pure nightmare fuel. He snaps the last few chains. Let the hunt begin. The bad guys look like rabbits facing a wolf. Trying to disconnect? Not on my watch. His aura floods the forest. Nowhere to hide. Fam. The boss is sprinting for his life but still trash-talking. Level 2 big deal. Once I farm more cores, I'll wreck you. But suddenly, his face melts in terror. He feels a cold breath right on his neck. Thomas appears like the Grim Reaper. Give me back my loot. He throws a punch that would delete the boss from existence. Quick thinking. The boss yells, position swap. Zop. Suddenly, a confused minion teleports right into the fist's path. Wait, what? The boss spawns on the ground, gasping for air. Holy cow, that was close. Almost got deleted. Thank God for my save skill. I'll remember this. I'm gonna ban you from life next time. Meanwhile, the poor minion takes the L. Eyes wide. Giant hole in his chest. Wasted. Thomas wipes his hand. Stone cold. Used your teammate as a meat shield? Classy. He smirks evilly. Guess I just have to hunt you down solo. His eyes glow up like high beams. Mental scanner activated, pinging the whole forest like a radar. You can't hide, bro. For shadows scatter like roaches when the lights turn on. The big boss is gasping for air, totally gassed. But he knows if he stops, it's game over. Dang it, is this guy hacking? How does he keep finding me? His eyes are darting left and right, total panic mode, looking for any glitch in the matrix to escape through. He just picks a random direction and sprints, but Thomas is moving like a predator on an energy drink high. Once I catch you, I'm deleting your whole squad. The boss's eyes go wide with terror. He looks back and screams, you gotta be kidding me. He almost pops a blood vessel seeing Thomas's gaze, sharp as a knife, closing in. Bruh, is he speed hacking? He found me again. Desperate times call for desperate measures. So he starts chanting, hocus pocus, skedaddle, switch positions. Instantly, some random minion gets summoned to his spot, literally teleported right into the kill zone. The big boss escapes death again, sweating buckets and wheezing. Holy cow. I gotta get out of here before I end up on a t-shirt. Meanwhile, Thomas pats down the minion he just wrecked. Tragic ending for that NPC. Just another scapegoat for the main villain. He scoffs, flipping on his night vision mode, muttering, not cool, letting him slide. Suddenly he turns around, eyes lighting up as he sees a familiar silhouette sprinting towards him. Talk about walking right into a trap. The boss is running backwards, cursing up a storm. Stupid trash, always attacking from behind like a coward. This time I'm watching my six. Let's see you try to backstab me now. But before he can finish bragging, his spidey senses tingle. He turns his head forward and his jaw hits the floor. Yo, how are you in front of me? Thomas just smirks, radiating pure killer vibes. You wouldn't believe me, but you literally delivered yourself to my doorstep. The boss's face goes pale as a sheet. I ran into the trap? He refuses to accept it and screams, screw you. You think you can delete me that easily? He tries to cast his swap spell again, but he's lagging. Before he can finish, Thomas lands a casual punch that literally deletes him from existence. Thomas dusts off his hands, looking bored. Way too slow, buddy. Cut to the next scene. Goldie the cat crawls out of a backpack, meowing for attention. A voice announces, welcome to the backstage of the beauty pageant. Yes, you heard that right. Dorothy Cole pushes aside the curtain, leading the squad inside. Suddenly, all three of them freeze, jaws dropping like, whoa. It's not just empty space, there are dozens of girls staring at them with zero chill, looking ready to throw hands. Dorothy Cole doesn't hold back, whispering loud enough to be heard. Compared to these basic NPCs, you two could win this contest in your sleep. Van whispers back, is it just me? Or do they look like they want to eat us? Donna keeps it cool. Stay frosty, guys. Safety first. Suddenly, some Karen steps up with an attitude. Freeze. What do you think you're doing? Dorothy Cole glares back. Excuse me? What's your deal? From the distance, the click-clack of high heels echoes, followed by a voice colder than your ex's heart. A woman appears, absolutely stunning, looking hotter than a summer heat wave, with an aura that screams, main character energy. She shouts, who dares make a scene in my house? Van gasps, recognizing her instantly. OMG, that's the superstar. Lammy Nee doesn't even care, flipping her hair. Nobody here is on my level, so why don't you all just exit stage left? Unless, Donna cuts her off, voice dripping with sarcasm. I wondered who it was. Just the famous star who slept her way. Lammy. Nee hears the shade and pauses, looking shocked but salty. Well, if it isn't my best friend, from back in the day. Before anyone can blink, she dashes past Dorothy Cole and Van like a blur, launching a high kick with those long legs straight at Donna's face. But Mr. Two's wife isn't some amateur. Even though she's still a bit woozy from the poison, Donna just leans back and dodges the attack like it's nothing. Lammy Nee isn't giving up though. She spins around for a combo attack. Donna blocks it perfectly, and the impact is intense. These two former besties are going at it like wild animals. Lammy Nee grits her teeth. I can't believe you're still alive. Donna's face goes dark, replying coldly, Sorry to disappoint you, sweetie. Van jumps in, totally confused. Wait, big sis Donna, you guys know each other? Dorothy Cole adds, I thought you said she was your bestie? Donna yells out, voice full of resentment. Have you ever seen a bestie who puts hair removal cream in your shampoo, laxatives in your water, or dead rats in your locker? Lam Mi fires back, sounding bitter. You're the one who always acts like a saint but steals all the clout. You knew my dream was to be an actress, but you still stole the female lead from me. Donna replies calmly. I just went to the audition to support you. I didn't even want the part. Lam Mi screams in rage. And then you went and hooked up with that director. Shut up. It's all your fault, you homewrecker. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have had to sleep with that old creep. Donna laughs, twisting the knife. Haha, so being beautiful is my crime now? Van whispers. I've never seen Donna this savage before. Lam Mi growls, eyes sharp as daggers. You still think you're better than me? I'm a household name now. Every guy on the planet wants a piece of this. Donna roasts her. But in this apocalypse, who cares about your fame? My old friend here just loves the drama. Fine, let's see who has more risk. Donna steps up, absolutely fearless. One look is all it takes to see who the real queen bee is. Don't forget to subscribe to see who wins this cat fight. Right then, the MC's voice booms over the speakers, super hyped up. Yo, audience fam. Sorry to keep you waiting. The New World Beauty Battle is officially kicking off right now. The crowd goes absolutely feral, clapping like thunder. Whoa, it's finally starting. Look at that setup. This is the post-apocalyptic dream life we've been grinding for. Isn't this the exact moment we risk our necks for the city lord? Bro, I've been fasting for a whole month just to snag a hottie and bring her home today. The MC keeps the energy high. Plus, huge bonus. Today's queen gets an exclusive personal meet and greet with the city lord himself. Hearing that, the whole mob snaps their heads up to the glowing red window, jaws on the floor. Say what? The big boss is actually pulling up today. Over on the side, Donna whispers. So we can actually meet the lord? No wonder every girl here is thirsty for that championship title. Van nods in agreement. If we can get the boss to help us find a blacksmith, it'll be a done deal in no time, easy peasy. Donna nods, her voice dead serious. That's exactly why we can't let her take the win. Meanwhile, Van is still struggling, groaning. Is this poison gonna quit or what? I seriously need to get Thomas to detox me like, right now. This feels absolutely terrible. On the other side, Lam Mi shoots them a nasty glare. From the MC to the refs, I've bought every single one of them. You scrubs really think you can step to me? But just in case you try to bolt, my goons are getting a fat bonus. Then the judges show up, and the guy in the middle asks, Yo, why aren't you two sitting down? The two pointy-head brothers answer in unison. We don't know why, but we woke up with our backsides hurting so bad we literally can't sit. For real, if Moo and Chu hadn't woke us up, we would have totally slept through the whole contest. Moo and Chu, the guy they mentioned, just gives an awkward laugh. Hey, just doing a public service, fellas. Inside, he's thinking, I knew these bros were thirsty, but when I found them, they were buck naked having a sword fight. No wonder their rear ends are sore today. I feel like I stumbled onto some earth-shattering tea. Am I gonna get silenced by the mafia for this? The MC bellows out. Let's see who takes the crown and enters the New World's elite class. Come on out. The cheering is deafening. Thomas's squad steps onto the stage, eyes on the prize. Let's roll. Obviously, we aren't here for this lame title, though. Suddenly, Lam Mi's thugs pull weapons and rush them. You morons. You think this is a fair game? Kill these three chicks first. Donna whispers, acting exactly as predicted. The thugs chuckle darkly. Haha, this is the apocalypse, baby. Big fists make the rules. Van snorts. Leave these trash-tier losers to me. Triggered, the goons rush her. You have a death wish. Van smirks, a dangerous glint in her red eyes as she hulks out into a giant. One massive uppercut sends the heavy lady in the group flying straight up, plastering her onto the ceiling like a sticker. The rest scream in terror. What the heck? She can grow giant. Van leans down, eyes ice cold. Now it's your turn to join the space program. Outside, the crowd goes wild as Lam Mi steps out, her walk making the audience melt. It's the superstar Lam Mi. Just for her catwalk, the judges hold up cards showing 3 9s. First time seeing a star like this post-apocalypse. Champion, soaking up the praise. Lam Mi thinks arrogantly, Donna, you think I'm joking with you? This is reality. But then the announcement booms. Next contestant. Lam Mi's eyes widen in total shock. What is happening right now? From the back, a silhouette slowly walks out. The sky lights up with explosions like fireworks. But something's off. OMG, what is blowing up in the sky? On stage, Donna appears in a stunning dress, rocking white wings like an angel touching down. The audience gasps. She's even more gorgeous. Lam Mi's jaw hits the floor in horror when she realizes that stuff falling from the sky isn't fireworks. It's blood and body parts from her goons. Splat. They land right next to her feet, creating a total horror movie scene. Her face goes ghost white, trembling. Are those their limbs? What went down back there? A judge speaks up. The backstage competition is brutal, folks. Looks like the other ladies got wiped out. So who takes the win? Van whispers, "Is it cool if I come out now?" Dorothy Cole replies, "You punched them into orbit? That was a bit overkill, don't you think?" Over on Lam Mini's side, she screams, "Don't you forced me to do this." She rips her outfit open, flashing her bare body to the whole crowd. The guys below spurt nosebleeds, screaming, 30 out of 10. I'm the real winner here. Donna laughs, disgusted. Forget it. She drops a roast. This lady is actually insane. From the top floor, the old city lord commands in a deep voice, "Send the ID cards down." The white bunny girl bows respectfully, "Understood," and heads down with 3 ID cards. Mu and Tu is surprised. Huh? The boss sent the IDs down that fast. The bunny girl explains, "These are ID cards granted by the city lord. 3 cards, matching the number of people left on stage." Lam Mini's eyes light up. "Does this mean I get to meet the lord?" Van rushes out, shouting, "And me too. Just enough for 1 apiece." Up on the high floor, the old man points a finger in a specific direction. Mu and Tu gets the signal and announces, "The city lord has spoken. The winner is Lam Mini. Congrats, girl. Not only are you New World Elite, but the boss picked you to live on the top floor." Lam Mini was literally squealing with excitement. "Is this it? Am I finally heading to the penthouse to live that VIP life?" The bunny girl guide was leading the way but suddenly dropped a weird question. "Does she like fish?" Leaving Mini totally confused while Van shot a disappointed look at Donna. Wait, did Donna actually take the L? No meet and greet with the boss. But Donna stayed icy. "We got the ID cards, that's what matters. We'll figure the rest out later." A minute later, they step into the inner sanctum, and the bunny girl bows down respectfully, announcing, "Big boss, Miss Lam is prepped and ready." Lord Thuong Min, looking way too young for his age, let out a sigh. "Youth is a vibe, too bad I'm ancient and that spark faded ages ago." For an old-timer like me, everything's just kinda meh. He stared at Lam Mini, who had been morphed into some mermaid monster hybrid. Dude grinned like a creep, admitting she was still gorgeous for a superstar. "But quit giving me that death stare. Girl, you should be thankful I turned you into a fish." Then the maid walks in. "Boss, the kid is here. Medicals check out, he's super healthy." Causing the old man to flash a wicked grin. "Solid." He turns to the kid. "Yo little dude, you scared?" The boy's voice shook. "No sir. If the city lord hadn't adopted us, we'd have starved on the streets." Meanwhile, Thuong Min is literally holding wriggling centipedes with a psycho look in his eyes. "Don't mention it, kiddo, you guys are the future after all." Then his ability kicks in, slowly draining the boy's life force like a battery. Lam Mini starts screaming her head off in panic while Thuong Min whispers, savoring the moment, "Ah, that anti-aging gene only kids have. Too bad the high doesn't last." The maid bowed. "Sir, you control all the women here. You can have them pop out as many kids as you want." He nodded. "Still not enough. Only a rotten soul like mine can rule this place forever. This is just the start of my immortality run. Go handle those chicks downstairs." Meanwhile, Donna screamed in pain. "Ugh. This poison lady's toxin is seriously messing me up." The sisters held onto each other, groaning. "It hurts so bad." Poison lady tried to chill them out. "You gotta endure it to fight off the brain worms. We got the IDs. I'll get you inside." Suddenly, 2 shadows dashed in, and Donna snapped, "What do you creeps want?" 2 buzz cut bros grinned like perverts. "Rare to see a hottie like you around here. We decided to sell some blood again just to buy you 2. Muck and Tu stood by, impressed. "Wow, big spenders." Donna frowned. "What's his deal?" Poison lady explained. "Remember I told you women are just items here? Even with an ID card, nothing changes. The price tag on a person is exactly 1 crystal core. Everyone knows how valuable those are, so nobody—" 2 buzzcut guys cut her off, laughing. "But we're super strong. And honestly, you girls just look too addictive to pass up." Van scoffed. "Are you sure that thirst is for us? Let me help you unlock a hidden memory." Donna blasted them with mental energy, freezing the guys as a vivid memory of a pain in the butt. Literally, from their own sword fighting session flooded their brains. Elsewhere, a dude stood over a mutant spider corpse, sighing. "Missed it by a second. Spider Lord is dead, core is gone." But he smiled. "Luckily, I wasn't here for the loot anyway." He swung his blade, chopped off a few spider legs, and threw them over his shoulder. These legs should do it. Suddenly he sensed danger as Thomas appeared, throwing a punch. The guy countered instantly but was shook. This guy is insanely strong. He quickly shouted, "Whoa, hold up. I'm not here to steal the core, and I definitely don't want beef with you." Thomas frowned. "Why should I trust you?" The guy replied, Believe what you want, but it's facts. I know you're OP, but if you force me to go all out, you might not win either. I just need these spider legs, so why not call a truce and be friends? He grinned. I'm Vong Tung. I'd really appreciate it. Thomas was stunned. Vong Tung, the Black Blade legend from his past life? Why is he here? Is he looking for the blacksmith too? He nodded. Fine, we're cool. Take the legs. Vong Tung thanked him and asked, You heading to the New World base too? What's your name? Thomas replied, I'm Thomas. Heard the New World is decent, checking it out. What do you need spider legs for anyway? Vong Tung laughed. Just a favor for a buddy. I got stuff to do, gotta bounce. Oh, and Thomas? One pro tip. Do not, under any circumstances, touch the New World ID cards. Thomas was confused. Why? Vong Tung just said, just listen to me and don't touch him. As Vong Tung left, Thomas muttered, What kind of secret are those cards hiding? Whatever, I'll just trail him for now. Maybe he'll lead me to the blacksmith. Nearby, a guy with a blade tried to act tough. Yo kid, hand over that mutant part you looted. His buddy chimed in. Big bro is right, someone actually farmed the spider. But look, this loser only got the legs. It took Vong Tung like 2 seconds. Blades flashed, and those guys were sliced into confetti. He scoffed. What a drag. Thomas watched from a distance thinking, no wonder he was a legend. He's already at peak level 2, same as me. But once I absorb this core, I'm hitting level 3. A bit later, at the city gate, Thomas flashed his ID card. The gatekeeper was totally shook. Yo, never seen anyone drop an ID like that before. Someone nearby whispered, what a total freak. Their eyes popped out like, wait, the Spider Queen got clapped that fast. Good thing the captain left a pass before dipping out. Congrats, bro, you're officially part of the New World crew now. Steven grabbed the pass, but his spidey senses were tingling. Why couldn't Wong touch this thing? Suddenly, nasty black smoke started rising from the car. What is that stuff? Then the whole vibe turned pink. Min-Air came charging in like a hurricane of emotions, demanding answers. What did you do? Why are there brain-eating worms invading the place all of a sudden? Lucky I have quick hands and crushed them all. Steven was confused. Brain worms? I just touched the ID and it started smoking. Min-Air nodded, realizing the ID card was basically a Trojan horse for the bugs. Wait, if Duanya and the rest of the squad are holding these cards, aren't they in major trouble? Over at the main HQ, Shang Ming suddenly gasped. His mate asked, Lord Master, what's going down? He replied, voice ice cold. We've got intruders in the inner city. Those 3 girls are definitely accomplices. Meanwhile, Yun was shaking, trying to hype herself up to face the danger. She blurted out, Why is this feeling hitting so hard all of a sudden? I seriously can't take this anymore. Dugu tried to keep morale up. Stay strong. Maybe it's just the poison fighting off the brain bugs. Look at Duanya. She's cool as a cucumber. Remember the plan. Suddenly, the 2 strippers screamed like they were losing their minds. God, no way, this isn't real. You witch, don't mess with us. But the pain in their rear ends was definitely real. Deep down, they knew they were being played. Triggered, the 2 thugs launched themselves at Yun like human missiles. She hit a quick dodge, causing their attack to whiff completely. A massive boom shook the place, and the wall behind her shattered into a million pieces. The crowd cheered like they were watching a wrestling main event, but panic set in fast when they realized they might actually get hurt. People were shoving and yelling, Move! Get out of the way! Dugu stared at the chaos. Shaolin style? Is that the invincible iron head technique? The building was total rubble. The 2 baldies started flexing, sounding super arrogant. Our skulls are sharper and harder than steel now. Anyone who mocked us got their brains bashed in by these heads. Nothing survives a hit from us. We're tougher than iron. They laughed maniacally, but Yun didn't even flinch. She gave them a cold look. All that yapping. You just gonna throw your heads at me or what? Right on cue, the duo attacked with lightning speed. Yun shouted, Incoming! Dodge! But suddenly, Muin Xiao attacked with a creepy smile. Duanya's hand started glowing with some invisible force, choking out the opponent. Yun got completely pinned down. Ah, someone's grabbing me. Why can't I see them? They're even blocking my abilities. Duanya narrowed her eyes, spotting the puppet master. The spiky-haired guy up top smirked. So you found me. A little late to the party though. He dove down, looking like he was ready to end it all. In the heat of the moment, Duanya unleashed her full power. A giant invisible hand popped up to block him, letting Yun break free, transform, and roll. Gotcha now. Were you gonna run? Muin Xiao gasped. Say what? Duanya's eyes were sharp as knives. Good thing I grabbed some scrubs to use as meat shields earlier. 3 controlled audience members were dragged out from under the stage like puppets. The older brother ground his teeth. Hey, witch, let my brother go. He shot forward like a rocket. Yun smirked. Let's play a game. Guess whose head is harder? The guy screamed in terror. What are you doing? Stop. Don't do it. In a split second, Yoon slammed the big brother's head right into the little brother's, back door. It was the most cringe-inducing collision in history. The older brother basically became a suppository for the younger one. His face was twisted in absolute agony. After dealing with the hammerhead bros, Yoon yeeted them like garbage and said coldly, "Hey you, it's your turn to get wrecked." Muin Shao clapped back, super arrogant. "You aren't even worth my time." He was about to land a critical hit, but an invisible force grabbed Yoon's leg, freezing her in place even in her normal form. She gasped, "My powers got nerfed again?" Dugu shouted, "I've got your back." Invisible strikes rained down, locking both sisters up tight. They yelled, "Ah, cut it out, you jerk. I bet a lot of you watching right now wish you had Mu Yinjiao's invisible power. Huh? Keep dreaming, fam." Duanya screamed when she saw Yoon losing ground. Yoon. But she immediately went on high alert, sensing a new threat. She used her telekinesis to throw those cannon fodder guys in the way, logging them out of life permanently. Mu Yinjiao just gave a creepy, dangerous smile. Sensed danger and didn't hesitate to sacrifice your meat shields? You women really are heartless. By now, Yoon and Dugu were tied up from head to toe. The more they struggled, the tighter the grip got. "Let us go right now," Van screamed. "Yo, Dona, you're slipping, girl." Muckenchu gasped, eyes popping out. "Wait, are you seriously gonna use those wings as a weapon?" Dona ripped the wings off, gripping two icy blades like a total boss. She glared cold as ice. "Please, for a scrub like you, this is all I need." The villain grinned, totally unfazed by the threat. "Heh, hilarious. All right then, Big Ape. Looks like I'm playing with you today." Cut to the next scene. At the gates of the new world, Vong Tu stepped into this wasteland. The vibes were heavy, straight-up graveyard energy. Chuman Ni looked around, super sus. Is this seriously the inner city? Even though the place wasn't totally destroyed, the locals looked like walking NPCs. She jogged to catch up, complaining, "Hey, why are you speedrunning this? Wait." Meanwhile, Vong Tung was creeping into a ruined zone. Staying alert, he called out, "Yo, Fo Tutu, I got the loot you asked for." A total baddie with a stunning figure was hammering away at a forge. She beamed, "Awesome. With this Spider King leg, we can finally bust Grandpa out of there." Vong Tung nodded. "Once we save Master Fo, we gotta bounce immediately. This place is bad news." Looking at the spider legs, she reassured him, "Deal, you help me save my Gramps, and I promise I'll craft you the most OP weapon ever." She glanced up at the towering skyscraper, eyes locked in. A second later, they were suiting up with climbing gear. Vong Tung asked, "Wait, is this the gear you crafted?" Tutu nodded. "Yup, the Spider King's claws have crazy grip. It guarantees we can scale the roof safely. No slipping." The city lord locked Grandpa at the very top. Tung was confused. "So, why don't we just take the stairs inside?" She snapped back instantly. "No way, going inside is a death sentence." From below, Thomas was spying on them, thinking, "Is that the blacksmith?" "Let's go up too," Thomas decided. "But forget their strategy. I'm going straight through the front door. Looks empty anyway." Chuman Ni was skeptical. Entering is super easy. So why are they climbing the walls like geckos? But the moment they hit the hallway, creepy shadows popped up. Out of nowhere, a giant bug dive-bombed them from behind. Thomas dodged it like a pro, but both of them were shook by the nightmare fuel in front of them. Chuman Ni screamed, "Thomas, look out. Okay, now I know why they didn't come inside. It's a trap." Suddenly, a boom echoed from below. Vong Tung looked down, totally confused. "Thomas? Bro, you're here too." Thomas kept a straight face. "You're the blacksmith, right? Finally found you." Before they could even say hi, they went pale. Behind Thomas was a tsunami of mutant maggots. They yelled, "Hey, don't bring that mess over here." The bugs rushed in like a storm. Vong Tung sprinted away like his life depended on it, yelling, "That is disgusting. I hate bugs more than anything in the world." Fo Tutu got left in the dust, panicking, "Hey, why are you so fast?" She tried to run, but suddenly, strong arms grabbed her waist. Thomas swooped in like a hero, pulling her out of the danger zone in a split second. With insane speed, he caught up to Vong Tung, stepped on his shoulder, and launched himself into the air, shouting, "My brother Tung, handle those bugs down there for me." Yeah. Vong Tung raged, "Hey, what kind of move is that? You kidding me?" But he didn't have time to argue. The maggots were on him. His aura flared up, and he threw hundreds of punches, going full anime protagonist on the mutants. Fo Tutu, still in shock, demanded, "Hey, who are you and what do you want with me?" Thomas replied calmly, "I'm Thomas. I need you to make me a saber." Tutu blinked. "Forge a saber? Why should I help you?" He smirked, "I can grant you one wish. Anything you want." Thomas carried her to the roof. Tutu agreed with a nod. Just then, an old, shaky voice spoke up. "Tutu." An old man holding a photo looked sad. "As long as you're safe, I can endure any torture." Boom! A massive explosion made the old man jump out of his skin. Through the smoke and dust, Thomas smashed through the wall, carrying Tutu. She shouted, "Grandpa, I'm here to save you." The old man trembled. "Is it really you, kiddo?" Tutu replied, "Hey, okay, put me down now." The old man panicked. "Wait, kid, didn't I tell you this place is dangerous? I told you not to come." She dusted herself off, stubborn as ever. "Oh, come on, Gramps, I found backup. Besides, you taught me everything I know." "So, actually, this grumpy old man is the master blacksmith you're looking for. If you want the #1 god-tier weapon in the world, you gotta save him first." Thomas stepped up. "All right then, Gramps, let me check these chains first." "You're polite. Just call me Elder Foe." Thomas tried to break the chains but failed. He was shocked. "Whoa, not even a scratch?" The old man laughed proudly. "Useless kid." "Young man, these chains look normal, but they're made from mutated materials. Plus, I made them myself, so they're super durable. Nobody's opening these bad boys." Tutu bonked him on the head, scolding, "You old geezer, you're trapped by your own invention. What are you flexing for?" He cried out, "Ouch, the city lord threatened your life. What else could I do?" Thomas went deep into thought. "So that's how it is. If I use material harder than this to forge a weapon. Imagine the power." The old man was like, "Harder raw materials? You tripping." "Obviously, that's not an issue, but this is literally the toughest material you can find in the New World. So where exactly am I supposed to find something more OP right now?" Steven just smirks and pulls out a supermassive, giant crystal core radiating mysterious energy. Susu's jaw drops. "Wait, is that seriously just a rock? Where did you even loot that from?" The old master freezes, realizing the stone holds power stats unlike anything he's ever seen. "Does it matter where I got it?" Steven asks. "Question is, if we forge a blade from this, can it slice through those ankle cuffs?" The smith hollers back, "No problem at all, but refining raw material of this tier is going to be a grind. Young blood, I'm going to need your help on this one." Steven raises an eyebrow. "Oh? Is that so?" The old guy spills the tea. "The city boss locked me on this roof and forced me to craft mutant gear." He points to the tools. Susu tries to shove a massive wooden lever and gasps. "Is this the bellows? No way. This thing is basically impossible to budge." Grandpa explains. "This beast usually takes 10 buff dudes to operate, but they all ditched to watch some beauty pageant. So today, it's all on you, kid." Steven flashes a confident grin, adjusting his shirt. "No sweat. Leave it to me, Pops. This little workout, I'll push it in one go." Seeing his muscles flex, Susu swoons. "Whoa, look at those gains. Total eye candy." The old man just squints, hoping those muscles aren't just for show. The crystal core starts radiating insane heat. Even though Susu is barely wearing anything, she screams, "It's way too hot." The old man grumbles, "Quit stalling, girl. Hurry up and shove the stone in." Together, the duo pushes the stone into the furnace. Susu is crying about the heat, saying it's unbearable. The old man warns, "Not done yet. Now we have to play the waiting game." Suddenly, a figure shows up. It's the city lord with his female secretary, his voice booming with pressure. "Who has the guts to raid my tower like this?" The old deputy panics. "Game over. It's the city lord." Susu grabs a blade and charges. "Are you the creep who locked up my grandpa?" She swings hard, but the secretary counters instantly, knocking Susu back like a ragdoll. The girl tries to tank the combo hits but gets wrecked. Grandpa screams her name in panic. The secretary holds a blade right to Susu's throat and snaps, "Disrespecting the boss? Die for your crimes." She swings the blade, eyes glowing red, going for the kill. The duo watches in horror, and the old man begs, "Please, don't." Susu is terrified, squeezing her eyes shut and screaming in pure panic. Just as things are hanging by a thread, a massive fist connects with the secretary's face, totally crumpling her features. Wang Zong enters the chat like a hero saving the damsel, smashing her so hard she can't look up, but she refuses to quit. Furious, the secretary bounces back with a sick 360 spin kick aimed right at Wang Zong. However, he dodges every single attack smoothly, like the wind flowing through leaves. Wang Zong decides to end her rampage, clamping his arms tight around her waist in a bear hug she can't escape. He roars, veins popping, exerting insane power that makes her tremble in pain. Crack. With terrifying strength, Wang Zong literally rips her in half like he's tearing a piece of paper. Witnessing the scary power, the old deputy and Steven are stunned, eyes wide in disbelief. Susu stares at the upper half of the secretary, wondering, is she toasted? Wang Zong stands there looking majestic and asks in a deep voice, "You okay, miss?" In that moment, Susu's heart skips a beat, feeling like it's going to jump out of her chest. She whispers, "So handsome." He turns, slightly confused. "Huh? What did you say?" But suddenly, his face goes dark as he feels something crawling on his shoulder. The hero doesn't stay cool for more than 3 seconds before freaking out over a tiny centipede, screaming, "Eek, a bug!" Slash. A sharp blade instantly cuts the bug down. Susu says shyly, "I handled that worm. Thanks for saving me just now." Wang Zong flushes, totally awkward getting thanked by a girl. "Ahem, you're pretty brave too." he stammers. Susu beams with joy, getting praised by her crush. But before they can chat, the city lord roars, his voice full of authority. You punk, you dare make confetti out of my people? Do you know the consequences? Guangzong steps up without fear, mocking the old man in the wheelchair. You're the city lord? Seriously, you look way too weak, old man. The city lord chuckles, and suddenly his body starts to convulse. From his flesh, hundreds of gross centipede legs burst out. His body morphs into a giant centipede, looking ferocious like a nightmare monster. He screeches, "How about now? Since I've revealed my true form, I have to kill every single one of you. Get out here." Suddenly, tens of thousands of centipedes hiding in the building swarm up to the roof like a tsunami. Down below, Muin Xiao laughs like a maniac. "Hey, looks like we're doing this, boys. Since the boss gave the order, I don't have time to dance with you anymore. Just die already." His opponent is Duanya. Hearing his trash talk, she clenches her fists, face serious, ready for a deathmatch with this evil-looking creep. Muin Xiao gets super hype and yells, "Get her! Payback time!" Suddenly, Duanya gets pummeled by an invisible force, taking heavy hits from left and right, slammed with power rivaling Steven's punches. She let out a gnarly scream, her voice totally cracking. With Dorothy Cole and Van Van tied up tight, all she could do was throw shade and drop helpless F-bombs. Crap, Big Sis Do Na is totally surrounded. The toxic crowd went from laughing to screaming, "Yo, dirtbag, don't damage the goods. We're still waiting for the main event." After getting absolutely wrecked, Do Na looked drained, with drops of red strawberry jam leaking from the corner of her mouth. Muck and Tew started talking smack. "You can't even see your opponent, so good luck dodging invisible hits, loser. Even if you had big brain psychic powers, you wouldn't be able to sense where the beatdown is coming from. Feeling pretty hopeless, huh? Go ahead. Try to one-shot me if you think you're tough." Suddenly, a crazy amount of force rushed straight at Do Na. Van Van panicked, screaming, "Sis, watch out!" But the invisible attacks totally worked. Like her spidey senses were tingling, Do Na dodged with insane agility, moving like a pro dancer, and slipped right out of the three-shadow ambush. Muck and Tew stood there shook, not believing his own eyes. "You actually dodged that?" he shrieked. "How the heck did you do that? You clearly couldn't sense them a second ago." But then he froze, spotting something through Do Na's legs. The three invisible shadows were stained with red splotches. He stammered, "You spread those wings just to scoop up strawberry jam from the floor and splatter my invisible guys?" But it was way too late for regrets. Do Na delivered a savage kick straight to his mug, shouting, "Shut your stinking trap already." His breath was grossing her out, so the kick was extra spicy. Muck and Tew hacked up blood, front teeth dangling, while Dorothy Cole and Van Van went wild. "Big Sis, you are the GOAT. Seriously, stomp that loser into the dirt for me." Suddenly, a massive boom from the building made all three jump. Do Na glanced over, wondering, "Yo, what is going on now?" A tsunami of giant centipedes flooded down, giving Van Van and Dorothy Cole major creeps. "Ew, where did all these bugs come from?" The crowd that was talking trash earlier was now sprinting for their lives. "Help! I got bit. Run!" Meanwhile, Muck and Tew started laughing like a total psycho. "Bwahaha! The bug swarm is active. Everyone here is just bug food now. And you guys are totally toast." Do Na wasn't having it. She stomped on his chest, making him gag. He tried to call for help, but three shadows lunged from behind. Do Na asked coldly, "You got a death wish?" She unleashed a high-heel kick with the power of a pro soccer penalty shot, sending Muck and Tew flying like a ball. The three black shadows collapsed, completely out of juice. Dorothy Cole was floored. Wait, the invisible fighters were just plushy toys? A game controller fell out of Muck and Tew's pocket. Do Na picked it up curiously, mashing buttons like she was back playing console games with the homies. "Is this a gamepad?" She poured her spirit energy into it, and the mutant plushies stood up with glowing red eyes. Do Na instantly figured out the controls. Instead of attacking, she turned them into butlers. One became a chair, and the others started giving pro-level massages. She laughed. "Not bad. Not bad at all. These puppets are actually useful. Way easier to drive than I thought." Suddenly, Van Van shrieked, "Help!" A swarm of mutant centipedes was charging like a hurricane. Do Na snapped back to reality. Her sisters were in trouble. The plushies immediately shielded Dorothy Cole and Van Van, while others chucked giant rocks to knock back the bugs. A makeshift stone wall went up, protecting the trio. They sighed, safe for the moment. Van Van was still shaking. "It's bugs wall to wall out there. What do we do?" Do Na calmed her down. "Stop moving. Let me get these ropes off you guys." Meanwhile, Vong Tung dove in, using his own body to shield Tutu from a brutal attack. The impact was heavy, making his whole body shudder in agony. Tutu was terrified, jaw dropping as her legs gave out and she collapsed. Voice trembling, she screamed, "Vong Tung!" He hit the ground, totally motionless. Tutu rushed over, hugging him tight. "Are you okay?" He gritted his teeth, pupils shrinking as he shot a deadly glare at the monster. "This monster isn't a pushover," he groaned, Figure out a way to get everyone to retreat first. Suddenly, sharp legs burst from the ground, trapping them in a circle of death. The monster's laugh was bone-chilling. None of you are leaving. Stay here and become my food, or incubate my babies. Vong Tung felt hope fading fast, a final look of worry crossing his face. We're screwed. Tutu, shaking with fear, let out a scream and squeezed her eyes shut, trying to block out reality. Just as they hit rock bottom, a familiar figure swooped in and pulled them out of danger. Tutu's eyes popped open, and Vong Tung recognized him instantly, grunting, "Humph." The monster narrowed its cold eyes, annoyed, sizing up the newcomer. A strong hand gently let go of Tutu's waist. It was Thomas, his voice super chill. You guys good. Go over there and help the vice leader first. I'll handle this overgrown bug. He slapped his hand against a wooden beam, sounding cocky. You're not done yet? Suddenly the vice leader appeared, looking a bit wobbly as flames erupted nearby. The old man was trembling, staring at his hands in total panic. It was weird. Why wasn't this black stone showing any signs of melting? No way, right? With fire blazing this hot, how is it still solid? Stephen frowned, looking asus, and turned to ask, Yo, is this rock a dud or something? Old man Fu immediately shook his head, sounding 100% sure. Nah, definitely not. Actually, this black stone is too perfect. I'm afraid there's only one way to refine it, but it comes with a heavy price. So you gotta promise me one thing first. Stephen hit him with an icy stare and replied, What's the deal? If it's something I can do, I'll go all out. The panic vanished from Fu's face, replaced by a sharp, boss-level gaze. Get my granddaughter safely to Freedom City. Hearing the name Freedom City, Stephen did a double take. Legend has it that place is the only doomsday fortress built by the government. Basically humanity's last paradise. I only heard rumors about it in my past life, but whatever. He nodded without skipping a beat. No sweat, but does Freedom City actually exist? Do you have the coordinates? Fu waved his hand, looking serious. So you've heard the rumors too? Since you agreed, just trust me with the black stone. We'll talk about the rest after we get out of this mess. Also, get Susu in here. Stephen snapped back to reality, his mind still racing. Freedom City. Huh? If that place is real, it's totally worth checking out. But first things first, I need that blade. Everything else can wait. His body levitated, wrapped in a glowing red aura. Time to squash this annoying bug. Hearing that trash talk, the monster let out a low growl. Humph. It opened its giant maw, eyes and mouth glowing, and lunged straight at Stephen like it had a death wish. Watch me swallow you whole. Before it could even finish yapping, Stephen dashed in and threw a massive haymaker. But he froze, eyes widening when he realized the monster didn't even flinch. That armor old man Fu made is literally cheat codes. I put everything into that punch and nothing? The monster's glowing red eyes got closer as it snapped its jaws at him. They clashed hard, tearing through the building, smashing walls into dust like it was nothing. Outside, Wang Song and Susu were watching, totally shook. Are they trying to bring the whole house down? Susu grabbed Wang Song. We gotta cut Grandpa's chains and bail, like, right now. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the hall. Ah! They whipped around toward the red glow where Old Man Fu was standing. They rushed over and saw him on the floor, one leg completely chopped off, clutching a bloody knife. Wang Song's jaw practically hit the floor. What the heck just happened? Grandpa! Susu burst into tears, terrified and shaking. Grandpa, your leg. Her eyes flashed with hate and suspicion. Did Stephen do this to you? I'm gonna kill him. But Fu shouted, his voice raspy and strained. Get back here. You should know that god-tier materials aren't just cold, dead objects, they have spirit. You have to use the blacksmith's own flesh and blood to unlock their true power. Susu grit her teeth, trying to hold back tears. But your leg. Fu put the knife down, totally chill. It's just a leg. I didn't trade my life for it, so what's with the drama? As a blacksmith, getting the chance to forge a weapon of this level? That's the greatest achievement of my entire life, no doubt. Wang Song knelt down to wrap the wound. Old man, don't you dare die on me. You still owe me a weapon, remember? Fu looked at them seriously. This place won't last much longer. I need you two to help me out. They both yelled, You got it. Meanwhile, in a dark corner, a small shadow appeared. A black cat glowing with fire walked into the lab where the mermaids were kept. These girls were trapped in test tubes, eyes rolled back, with weird markings around their mouths. Suddenly, the cat noticed something sketchy. The girls' eyes lit up, and creepy bugs started crawling out of their mouths. Back at the forge, smoke was everywhere. Fu nodded. The blood sacrifice worked perfectly. Let's move to phase 2. Wang Song held the black stone with giant tongs. Master Fu, this chunk is huge. Think you can squeeze out a second blade for me? Fu shook his head, teasing him. Keep dreaming, kid. After the refining process, there's only gonna be enough for one. Too bad. This stone gives me such a familiar vibe, though. Wang Song got back to work. You stinky old geezer. Just take a break. I'll handle the heavy lifting for now. Susu grabbed a hammer, took a deep breath, and started smashing. Hiya! Outside. The monster smashed through the wall, getting right in Steven's face. You're strong, I'll give you that. But I've met someone way stronger than you. My armor was originally built for him, but I guess I'll use you as a warm-up. Steven didn't flinch. And who is this powerhouse you're talking about? The monster sneered. Since you're gonna die today anyway, you don't need to know too much. Steven stayed calm and confident. You think you can take me? The monster let out a maniacal laugh. I know you're waiting for that old guy to finish your weapon, but guess what? I came prepared. Steven's eyes flickered with concern. Over by the test tubes, that zombie cat just glitched out. Blood started leaking everywhere. The second it tried to dip, a swarm of toxic bugs burst out and smashed the glass. Kitty went full panic mode. Meow, meow, meow. It sprinted straight for the forge. Tuda clocked it immediately, like, yo, where did this little guy come from? Run, little dude. This place is a death trap. But then boom, the walls crumbled, and suddenly they were drowning in a sea of poisonous bugs. Meow, we are so cooked. Someone screamed, yo, where did this stinky cat come from? And why did it bring the whole bug army with it? Old man Fo yelled, distracting Thomas for a split second. Big mistake. The monster roared, eyes on me, kid, worry about your own hide first. Thomas barely blocked it, holding his ground while toxic bugs swarmed the building. Suddenly, a massive insect leg stomped down from the sky like a meteor hitting the forge. We were seconds away from being pancakes. Suddenly, Van Van appeared and caught the attack, but the toxic bugs started drilling into her hand. Major pain. Ah, that stings. She was still carrying Don Na and Dorothy Cole. Dorothy Cole panicked. This is bad. Those bugs are digging straight into Van Van's arm. Dang it. My poison range is too short from here. Don Na frowned, looking fierce. We can't keep this up. Let me give it a shot. Since these creepy crawlies are alive, I can mess with their heads. She raised her hand, and a wave of pink energy blasted the bugs back. Van Van went from agony to pure chill, surrounded by a glowing pink aura. Dorothy Cole was shook. Is that an air barrier keeping the bugs out? Did Don Na just level up to human tier 2? No way. Streaks of pink light surged across Don Na's body. Dorothy Cole gasped, realizing the power-up. That's psychic shock ability. Let's do this. Van Van smirked, eyes glowing red. She charged in, kicking bugs left and right. Sis Don Na is the absolute MVP. Van Van for the win. With that tier 2 buff from Don Na, she unleashed a fury of kicks. Bam, bam. Every single strike hit a bugman. 100% accuracy. Baby. Just as she wound up for the knockout punch. Ouch. Her arms seized up. The larvae were eating right through her defense. Shaking. She screamed, ah, why won't these bugs die? Her sisters signaled her, and Van Van instantly jumped them up to the high ground. Superior positioning, am I right? Dorothy Cole shouted, you've got bugs on your arm. Hold still. I'll zap him. Because of the, steep terrain on her chest, she almost slipped into the ravine. Once steady, Dorothy Cole fired her power, yelling, get lost, you creep. Suddenly, a massive boom shook the heavens. The whole squad looked up, totally stunned. Yo, what was that noise? Van Van froze. The Killer City Lord was charging like a beast, crazy speed. She realized Thomas was getting overwhelmed, barely blocking the fatal hits. The girls were freaking out. The giant claws sprouted extra razor-sharp spikes. Total cheap shot. Thomas couldn't react in time to the dirty play. Just as expected, Thomas caught those nasty claws right in the chest. Blood went flying everywhere, and he let out a scream. Definitely not a vibe. Seeing her man hurt, Van Van went pale. Thomas, she screamed. Dorothy Cole yelled. Van Van dodge, incoming, but too late. A bugman snatched her arm tight. She realized the danger way too late. The bugman had Van Van in a death grip. He grinned wickedly. Panicking? Too bad you can't move. The Killer City Lord saw the setup and sped up, trying to squad wipe Thomas's group in one go. Van Van struggled, thinking she was gonna get squashed. But right at the last second, Thomas unleashed his secret move, saving the hottie. Roots burst from the ground, anchoring the boss and making his attack miss by a hair. Van Van blinked, eyes wide. Thomas is okay. She turned to her sisters, voice serious. Hang on tight, girls. I'm clapping back. Dorothy Cole panicked. Huh? What are you doing? Van Van stomped on the bugman's foot, did a sick backflip, and totally flipped the script. She launched a massive kick, sending the other bug flying. The Killer City Lord roared, salty that he missed the girl. Damn it. You have powers too. He sensed something coming. Zoom. Before he could turn, his own minion slammed into him. Oof! Right in the gut. Thomas crawled out of the rubble, covered in blood but looking ice cold. He stared at the Killer King. This guy is seriously tough to chew. Van asked, "Squad, we good?" Donna replied, totally chill. "All good here." Thomas was shocked. "For real? Donna hit tier 2? That's my woman right there." He stood up, cracking his neck. "Whoa. Why is the room spinning?" The Killer King shook off the crash like it was nothing. He roared, "You little ants wanna die? I got you." Suddenly, his body morphed, power level spiking. Van gasped. "The bugs are fusing. He's getting massive." Thomas frowned. "Not good. Hope old man Fo gets here fast." Meanwhile, over with Vongtung, he was feeling himself. Traditional martial arts plus superpowers? Unbeatable combo. Baby. He threw hands, pushing the bugs back and unlocking a new skill. Force breaker. "You're just bugs. I ain't scared of you." But his punches started hitting air. Vongtung yelled, Whoa. Too many of them. I can't wipe them all." Fo Tuta shouted, "I'm coming to help, old timer. Don't make a mess." But old man Fo stepped up on his prosthetic leg. "I ain't useless yet, kiddo. Don't worry about me." His eyes lit up, veins popping, muscles swelling like he was turning into the Hulk. He let out a roar, his back exploding into a crimson demon face, pure heat radiating off him. "Haven't gone all out in years. Let's see what kind of weapon I can forge out of you." Grandpa Fo lifts that hammer and, bam! He swings it with the force of a literal earthquake. Every hit whipping up a hurricane that wipes out those creepy crawlies. The shockwave is so insane that Wang Zong and Tuta nearly get yeeted off the rooftop just from the wind pressure. A massive energy spike blasts from the top floor, insta-killing the mutated bugs. The City Slayer, currently in a deathmatch with Steven, freezes when he feels that crazy vibe. What kind of power is that? Don't tell me that old geezer is still kicking? Worried that things are going south, he ditches the fight and rushes toward Tutu and Grandpa, roaring, "I'm ending you personally." But before he gets far, the Slayer is shocked to feel his speed drop to 0. Yun goes full giant mode, hopping on his neck and putting him in a headlock. She screams, "I don't care what you're planning. You're not going anywhere. You want them? You gotta step over my dead body first." The Slayer growls, "Seriously? Another girl blocking my path? Get lost." Just like that, he slips out of her grip. The dude starts zooming around Yun so fast she's getting dizzy. Duanya senses the bad vibes and yells, Yun, watch out." She throws up a psychic shield to protect her lil sis, but the Slayer wraps around Yun, squeezing the life out of her. The power gap is too huge. Duanya's shield shatters like glass, and she passes out, free-falling toward the concrete. The Slayer opens a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth, roaring, "I'll snack on you first, then the little one." Yun cries out, "Hubby, save me." Steven swoops in like a superhero. "I got you, babe." He yanks her right out of the monster's mouth. He tosses her up to safety, uses the momentum to dive bomb, and lands a massive punch right on the Slayer's skull. Bonk! The impact is so gnarly the ground literally cracks open, wrecking the whole terrain. Steven is ticked off that this creep targeted his wife. He unleashes a combo wombo, beating the Slayer until the guy can't even see straight. The monster clutches his head, body nearly falling apart, brain totally scrambled. Steven flashes in, looking absolutely sick, by the way, and catches Duanya midair. "You okay? Beautiful?" Duanya blushes, voice shaking. "I'm fine now." But just when they thought the raid was over, a giant mouth on the Slayer's tail snaps shut, swallowing Steven and Duanya whole. Yun turns pale, screaming, "No way!" The City Slayer cackles like a maniac. "Haha, bet you didn't see that coming. My tail gets hungry too. Give it a second, and your friends will be turned into protein shakes." Suddenly, a noise comes from the building. Huh? Did that old fossil actually finish crafting? He whips his tail, smashing the building to dust. He grins at Yun. "Well, looks like it's just me and the giant peach now." Out of the rubble, a golden streak shoots out. It looks like a majestic mythical beast, totally epic. But then, meow, purrs like a kitten. The Slayer is confused. "A stray cat? Whatever. I'll have stir-fried kitty for lunch." But Goldie strikes back with a lethal claw swipe. A hand punches straight through the Slayer's chest. Steven bursts out, holding Duanya, riding on Goldie's back. Teamwork makes the dream work. Goldie spits out a blade. Steven's eyes widen. It's the masterpiece Grandpa Fo was forging. Duanya nods. "That looks legendary." Steven's eyes go cold. Time to test this bad boy on a bug. Goldie launches into the air. Steven swings like a war god. The Slayer wets himself, screaming, "Wait, time out." Too late. One slash, and he's sliced in half, exploding into confetti. Even with his crazy Regan and tough armor, he's basically trash against that blade. Yun watches, completely stunned. Is it finally over? Then she gasps, spotting something suspicious. Up in the sky, the Slayer morphs into a tiny fly to escape. My base is toast. I gotta run to the zombie queen and snitch. He thinks he's safe, but Yoon suddenly expands into a giant again, her eyes glowing red with rage. You thought you could leave? A massive hand breaks through the clouds. Whack! She slaps him so hard he spits blood. He gets squashed like a mosquito in a split second. Yoon follows up with a palm strike that practically nukes the ground. The Slayer screams in agony before being flattened into a pancake. He's definitely not talking smack anymore. Get down here! Yoon shouts. She shrinks back to normal size, letting out a long sigh of relief. Steven, Goldie, and the crew rush over. Yoon collapses into Duanya's arms. Why did you go giant again? Duanya asks, super worried. Did you forget your body can't handle that? Yoon smiles weakly. It was just for a second, no biggie. Plus, I couldn't let that nasty bug get away. Steven and Goldie walk over to inspect the Slayer's remains. Goldie is hyping up to chew on the skeleton, but Steven stops him. Don't eat that, bro. It's disgusting. He looks at Goldie and mumbles, let's go home, and I'll open a can of the good stuff for you. Okay? Suddenly, Wang Zong claws his way out of the rubble, gasping for air as he pushes a rock off Grandpa Fo and Tutu. Grandpa, are you alive? Tutu asks frantically. Not dead yet, the old man replies coolly. Suddenly, snowflakes start drifting down. Tutu looks up, confused. Is that snow? The group reunites with the old man. Duanya frowns. It's snowing? Is winter coming early? The climate is messed up, so maybe, someone says. But Steven looks up with a sharp, serious gaze. Wang Zong points, his voice trembling. Everyone stares at that ominous black cloud blotting out the sun. It's pitch black. Darker than my future if you guys don't smash that like button and subscribe right now. Steven's voice dropped way down. Yo, that ain't storm clouds, fam. That is straight up volcanic ash rolling in. Every jaw dropped. The volcano blew its top, and it is gonna blanket the whole planet in zero time. Meanwhile, Golden King could not care less. Doggo is just vibing in the snow. Duanya caught some flakes, whispering, it is mixed with ash. If the snow quits, does the fallout quit too? Steven shut that down real quick. Nah, we are looking at a total apocalypse winter. Deep freeze mode. Whole planet is turning into an ice cube. Suddenly, a creepy vibe spiked hard. Steven's eyes snapped into focus. The city lord resurrected, cracking up like a maniac. Ha ha ha. Y'all thought you could delete me? I got infinite respawns and a swarm of bugs, baby. Everyone was shaking in their boots. Susu gasped. Dude is still kicking? Duanya screamed. Steven, heads up. Wang Song went pale, cursing at the gross monster. Let's jump him. But Steven just raised a hand, cool as a cucumber. Chill, I got this. The city lord tried to talk trash, but Steven was oozing confidence. This clown is mine. Boom. Spatial energy flared up. The city lord started freaking out, screaming, yo, why am I lagging? I can't move. What are you doing with the space? It hurts. Cut it out. One final scream, and he vanished without a trace. Steven powered down, muttering to himself. Dude was way nerfed after last time. Sucked him right into the pocket dimension. Ugh. I really didn't want that trash in my inventory though. Susu, Wang Song, and Old Man Fu were shook, jaws on the floor. Bro, what did you just do? Steven turned around. Old Fu, snow is piling up. We gotta pause the trip to Free City. Old Fu nodded. Yeah, with zero winter gear, no snacks, and these injuries, we would not last 2 days out here. Susu patted him. Don't worry, Gramps, I got you. Steven whipped out some thick down jackets, sounding super chill. With me around, dying ain't an option. Suit up. I got extra food, tents, and meds. Let's recover first. Susu started cheering. Yes, even medicine. She stared at Steven, whispering, does this guy have a 4D pocket like a robot cat? Steven chuckled. Let's find a camping spot. Back in the pickup, Duanya was stressing. Yoon's giant transformation caused some glitchy cracks on her skin. This looks bad, real bad. Steven pulled out the Spider King's crystal core. I held off on eating this cause of the side effects, but give it to Yoon. Duanya's eyes went wide. He fed her the core, voice serious. The zombie queen is gonna sweep the continent soon. I need my squad leveled up. The cracks on Yoon healed instantly, and she pounced on Steven. He was confused. Whoa, what is the deal? Duanya blushed, forgetting to mention, the poison isn't fully cleared. Yoon giggled, eyes sparkling. Can I borrow your 20-centimeter sword to fix us up? Yoon was shaking, sweating bullets, her hand tracing Steven's ripped abs. She pleaded, Steven, hurry, detox me. I'm gonna crash. Suddenly, Duanya stroked her cheek. leaning in close with a husky voice. Hold up. You need to digest that core. Let me get the detox treatment first. Yun wiggled around, whining. I don't feel the core at all. Bestie. Let me go. I'm losing it. Me first. Steven muttered, thinking hard. No sensation? That core should have triggered a level up alongside the healing. Her stats must be too high. She needs to grind more XP than normal people. But once she levels, it is going to be a massive power spike. He frowned. Gotta farm more cores. Meanwhile, the sisters were wrestling on the bed. Duanya snapped. I'm the big sis. Listen to me. Yun clapped back. Why can't you let me have this? Duanya yelled, stressed out. Are you kidding? This is the one thing I ain't sharing. Yun wasn't backing down. Steven just finished a raid boss. You think he can handle a 2 versus 1 right now? Duanya cut in. Exactly, so I'll go first. Yun screamed. No, me. Steven felt totally ignored and stepped in. Yo, you're doubting my stamina? That fight was a warm-up. Yun quickly backpedaled. We didn't mean it like that. Steven stepped up, voice firm. All right, that's it. I'm detoxing both of you so nobody gets salty. He got to work. The sisters clung to each other, making all kinds of noise. Steven, what are you doing? Thank God for you. That poison was gonna wipe us. Then Steven remembered something. Wait, where's Poison Girl? But the truck was rocking so hard outsiders would think it was a magnitude 7 earthquake. In the woods, a stick poked Poison Girl's cheek. 2 refugees were curious. Is she dead? Poison Girl, passed out and hanging from a branch, suddenly popped her eyes open, totally confused. Everything was upside down. She screamed, Whoa, who are you guys? The duo jumped back, spooked. It's alive. Thud. Poison Girl face-planted into the dirt. Ouch, she snapped. Stay back. What do you want? Don't make me hurt you. The couple quickly explained. We're chill. Just saw you hanging there. Poison Girl's memory jogged. Right? I was hanging. During the boss fight, the enemy went airborne. Then Yun went kaiju mode so fast it knocked Poison Girl off balance. Wait, I fell from way up there. Thank God for that tree or I'd be splattered. The man spoke up. If you're good, we're bouncing. Freezing out here, you better find a coat. Poison Girl stared at the flakes. Why is it snowing? Gotta find the master or I'm a popsicle. She wandered aimlessly through the woods until she heard fast footsteps. It was that couple again, sprinting back. She asked, Yo, why the U-turn? Get lost. They blew past her without saying a word. Hey, why are you running like you've seen a ghost? Suddenly, 2 actual female ghouls with talismans plastered on their faces lunged out and chopped Poison Girl right in the neck. Zap! A sharp noise cracks the air. 2 peeps are sprinting for their lives. The husband mutters, Dude, we totally screwed her over. While the wife is panicking hard. Are you dumb? If we didn't use her as bait, we'd be literal zombie food right now. Survival of the fittest. Suddenly, a vine whooshes past and snatches onto a tree. Dorothy Cole flies through the air, zooming past the couple with a look of pure terror on her face. The couple gets chills. Wait, isn't she dead? They look back. 2 ghost girls are right on their heels. Cue the screaming. Help me. Dorothy Cole winces, clutching her bleeding stomach. She snaps. Yo, quit following me. I ain't your shield. She mutters. Dang, those ghosts are savage. Gotta think fast. Then she spots a familiar ride. No way, the boss's car. What a clutch spawn. She rushes over and rips the door open, panting. Master, I need a save. But she definitely interrupted a moment. Things just got spicy. Dorothy Cole steps inside and her face goes tomato red. OMG. The scene inside is rated R. Thomas is aggressively healing sisters Donna and Van. Outside, the fleeing couple sees the RV and yells, Safe house ahead, let's crash. Dorothy Cole realizes the vibe and mutters, Can't let these randoms disturb the boss. She shouts, Hold up, no entry. Back off right now. Seeing them still charging, she cracks her whip. I said no. Take another step and you're deleted. She thinks if I go all out, maybe I can stall them. The refugees turn pale, stammering, We're cooked. It's game over. Suddenly, the ground shakes like a bass drop. Dorothy Cole is shook. Earthquake? For real. But her jaw drops when she sees a mystery chick riding a giant mammoth. She whispers, Nah, that ain't normal. That's a zombie mammoth. No cap. A massive elephant leg stomps down, yeeting everyone, including Dorothy Cole. She realizes she's outmatched. Okay, can't solo this boss. The power gap is insane. Desperate, she grabs the door handle and screams, Master, big problem. Literally, giant mammoth incoming. Thomas gets interrupted mid-session. The sisters are confused. Huh? Mammoth? Thomas releases his aura, totally triggered. Say what now? Dorothy Cole panics. I mean, there is literally a mammoth outside right now. Outside, the mammoth rears up and roars, shaking the whole area. The car is bouncing. Thomas relaxes his face. Ha, it actually is a mammoth. Van steps out, voice firm. Y'all keep going. I'll handle this pest. Donna is shocked. Wait, sis, weren't you super eager? Van smiles, eyes soft. Chill, I was just warming up. I'll let you have the spotlight this time. Donna turns to Thomas, stunned. Is she gonna be okay out there solo? I'm low-key worried. Outside, Van faces the beast. Dang, that's a big boy. Yo, Dorothy Cole, where'd you find this stray? Doc Co replies, ask those noobs. The guy stammers, I don't know. Dorothy Cole wraps her whip around his neck. Spill the tea or get choked out. He wets his pants. Wait, I'll talk. Shaking, he spills. We were hiding in the zoo. Recently, some weird squad showed up, not looking for food but collecting animal bones. They were reviving dead animals. It was a total nightmare. We tried to sneak away, but they targeted us. The mammoth charges, trying to stomp Van into paste. She's unbothered. Reviving zoo bones? Is this some apocalypse DLC mutation? Whatever. Boom. She grows giant-sized. The mammoth freezes, looking up like, excuse me? The mystery woman and the two civilians drop their jaws. Van scoops them up gently. Gonna capture this for research. Come here, little Dumbo. She grabs the trunk and starts spinning it around like a toy, singing, Big elephant? Why is your trunk so long? She's treating this beast like a cheap plastic figure. The civilians are terrified. Is this what she calls research? Seuss. Thomas and Donna step out. He says, voice deep, skip the research. That's a corpse soldier. The zombie queen's final army. The refugee guy realizes who he is. Wait, you're Thomas? He starts screaming like a total fanboy. Thomas, it's really you. Can't believe you survived the apocalypse. And looking fresh too. Thomas frowns, drawing a blank. Do I know you? Trevor Ming laughs awkwardly. Bruh, don't be like that. It's me, Trevor Ming. From college. Donna glares coldly. He bothering you? I can delete him. Thomas mutters, wait, I think I recall a classmate like that. Trevor Ming forces a laugh. See, we're homies. If we weren't, how would I recognize him? He thinks, thank God, I barely went to class. Gotta leech off his connections ASAP. He looks at Van and gets bold. By the way, aren't you gonna introduce me to that baddie? He eyes the giant girl playing with the mammoth, assuming she's the leader of the squad. If I can get on her good side, I'm set. Suddenly, Van spins too hard and RIP. The trunk snaps off. She blinks. Oops, thought I was being gentle. It broke. The massive mammoth body goes flying straight at the group. Everyone screams. Incoming. We're toast. Trevor Ming screeches. Donna flicks her hand. Boom. Her energy blasts the mammoth carcass into confetti. Smooth but deadly. Trevor Ming and his buddy pop their eyes out. She blocked it. Donna calls out seriously. Van, quit playing with your food. Be careful. Trevor Ming is green with envy. How does Thomas have two OP waifus protecting him? What kind of luck is that? He's just got the looks. He tells himself, if I could just swap places with Thomas, I'd be living the dream. Van shrinks back down, panting. Yo fam, welcome back. So, little sis is absolutely starving and hits up Thomas like, bro, I need food, stat. Thomas is super chill, flashing a smile. Bet, I'm about to whip up some fire eats. Ming is lurking in the corner, smirking like a total weirdo. He thinks Thomas is just some kitchen NPC he can easily replace. His lackey asks, what's the play, big bro? So Ming grabs some crusty jerky and slides over to Van. Hey girly. He goes, trying to be smooth. Got this secret stash of jerky just for you. Van takes one look at that black, shriveled meat and is like, EW? Huge red flag. What even is that? It's burnt to a crisp. Ming cracks up laughing. It's smoked chimp meat from the zoo. Secret recipe. One bite and you're hooked. Trust me. Van totally freaks out, screaming, chimp meat? That's nasty. Get away from me. She sprints into the house. Thomas shouts out, Yo Ming, you keep that gourmet garbage for yourself. Van nods her head off. Facts. I only eat Thomas's cooking. Ming is super salty now, mumbling, what's Thomas got anyway? Probably doesn't even have real meat. But cut to the inside. OMG guys, look at this spread. Beef hot pot, a whole roasted chicken, ramen, seafood. It's literally a 5-star buffet in the middle of the apocalypse. She's screaming with joy. Now this is real food. Outside the window, Ming and his buddy are peeping in, eyes popping out of their skulls. Roasted chicken. That's insane. Where did Thomas get all that loot? They turn desperate. Hey, we're classmates, right? Share the wealth. Ming yells, Thomas, for old time's sake, Let us get a bite. Thomas hits him with the sarcasm. Classmates? Oh, now we're besties, huh? He flashes back to all the times they treated him like dirt. Coldly, he says, you want food? Gotta pay the toll. You scratch my back. I scratch yours. Ming nods like a bobblehead. Deal. Thanks, old pal. He tries to rush in, but Thomas puts a hand up like, hold up, pump the brakes. Terms and conditions first, buddy. Ming grins. Cool, I want to join the squad. I've got superpowers too. Thomas smirks. Oh, superpowered? That's actually useful. The two guys rush in, totally hyped to eat. If we're cool, let us hit that hot pot. But oh man, talk about a major letdown coming their way. Van already inhaled everything. She sighs. Still hungry though. Ming is shook. You ate all that? They dive for the leftovers, fighting over scraps. Even the bones are tasty. That's just sad, guys. Duanya whispers to Thomas. You really letting these clowns join? He replies. A man's gotta keep his word. Then Van hands him a crystal core. Found this in a mammoth brain, she says. Level up, bro. Thomas shakes his head. Nah, finders keepers. You earned it, you use it. He's thinking to himself though, the drop